krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Longs the rebound to McCain open. His angle right three-pointer is up and in. Cha-ching and Thunder Moneyball. J-Mac with a stroke. It shows. He got 17, plays the crowd.
And that is how it would actually end on Thunder Radio. Good morning, Metroplex. We are already at the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Of Sean and RJ here, entire morning squad with you on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, a hurting, laboring RJ Choppy. More on that in a little bit. Cowboys Insider Bobby Belt. We got PayPal on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube.
Not Cowboys Insider. It'd be Basketball Insider.
That's right. Bobby cashing in. Guaranteeing, well, not the typical Bobby guarantee, but strongly wording the Oklahoma City Thunder win over the San Antonio Spurs, 127-114. How much is in your wallet?
Well, there's some cards. There's some business cards, some debit
cash
cards.
Okay, what about your Apple Wallet?
Yeah, I forgot to put the bet down after I reset my I couldn't get in yesterday to place the bet. I was like, I got to reset my password.
Good.
And I reset my password, and then I forgot to go back in until you said, how much money did you put on them? And I went, I forgot. And I was so happy to, but I'm cheering for the Spurs again after I heard the Matt Pinto call because I keep forgetting I hate him.
How much would you have bet?
$100. $100 down, yeah.
The game went from about a 6.5 point spread down to 2 around tip-off, and Oklahoma City controls the game, basically up 9 or 10 points throughout, and they have the 3-2 lead going back to Texas.
It was just a really kind of, I don't say dominant performance, but a consistent performance by Oklahoma City. They didn't make the mistakes. They knew who to get the ball to. They did not. I mean, they weren't like wait for a favorite to lose in the NBA, start bricking a bunch of threes. They weren't doing that. They knew they were down 2 guys. They had to play, pretty much a perfect type consistent game where they don't make a whole lot of errors, and they didn't. They didn't have any unforced errors that really stand out. And meanwhile, the Spurs, I mean, they just played it. They had a dud. Well, one guy had a dud.
Well. You do got to give Oklahoma City credit defensively. Defensively, they played pretty well. But
Who's the one guy?
Victor Wembanyama.
Wemby.
That's what we're going to call him from now on.
4 of 15 from the field, 20 points, 12 of 12 from the line. Meanwhile, Shea, 32 points, 16 of 17 from the line.
I want to know how you are 7'4" and have, in your last 3 games, 6 rebounds, 8 rebounds, 4 rebounds, and you just will pass up shots. Just like, nope, no thanks, not interested. That for all the competitive spirit that apparently exists within this guy, he is so passive at times, and it kills them. He's now, I looked it up. I've been texting you guys. I looked it up. Since March 1st, if he takes 12 2-pointers in a game, they're 16-0. When he takes less than that, they're 10-8. And those are games where he'll play 35 minutes and just not put shots up.
It's like getting someone 20 carries. It's like, just hand it off. He is really passive in terms of catching the ball in the paint and going to work down low. And I don't know why the adjustment has not been made by the coaching staff or Wemby himself. Jamal Crawford is all over it on the NBC call, but maybe we're just going to find out that is not going to be his game.
Or at least not yet. Maybe he develops it at some point. Dirk was not a great rebounder early on in his career. He developed that. You could develop, I don't want to say you could develop physicality. You could develop being comfortable playing physical.
You can get stronger.
Sure.
You can become more adept at it. Yeah, Dirk used to be a little passive at times. Dirk wouldn't take over when he needed to. And then, look, I'm partially joking.
Now, Wemby was shooting a decent amount towards the end because I bet the over on assists, and he only ended up with 1. So he wasn't some great distributor.
Right. Well, no one else was making shots either.
Yeah, and passing all over the place. But you're just screaming for him to take advantage of being that big.
That is the biggest problem, is that you got somebody who he can handle the ball. He can He can work in the paint. He is big. Like, there's nobody who can comfortably guard him. And yet he plays smaller than he is sometimes in a bad way. A lot of times we mean that in a good way because of the way he can handle the ball, but he does not take every advantage of his size.
It's almost a detriment sometimes that he can handle the ball like that at 7'4" and cross people up and has some range because it allows you to settle sometimes. Shaquille O'Neal is never going to worry about shooting too many Patrick Ewing, Hakeem Olajuwon, David Robinson mid-range jumpers. He for damn sure was not going to shoot any threes. He had to score from inside and beat people up.
I don't have a problem necessarily with Wemby shooting mid-range if he complements that with going inside. Like, if they're going to play off you because they feel like they have to, because you're going to take them to the hole. But, he seems like he does settle sometimes. And I don't love 7 foot. I don't love 7'5" guys shooting threes.
Offensively, his game could be like, if he really does like flesh everything out offensively, he could be like this combo of what offensively, like shooting the ball like Durant was, and then at the same time what like Hakeem was. Like, he does have the moves to do and the athleticism to move the way that Hakeem did. Now, Hakeem obviously is arguably the greatest footwork of any big man that's ever existed, but Victor Wembanyama can do some of those things if he would just do it, is the thing.
Shea with kind of a quiet, annoying 32 with 16 to 17 from the free throw line.
It was 16. He had 16.
16 what?
Points. We're not counting those free throws.
Oh, no?
No. It's garbage.
What's the Dwayne Wade stat that you sent out?
So it's I was just trying to look that up. So it's changed, obviously, since the game finished up. But in the middle of the game last night, they said if over the next 2.5 games, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander took 52 free throw attempts, he would still have fewer than Dwayne Wade did in 6 games of the NBA Finals against the Mavericks.
That's crazy.
It made me mad all over again. I was looking at it last night. He took 97 free throws. He got 75 points at the free throw line in that series, which is
fraudulent.
It's disgusting. It's still.
I mean, they're not all BS, but
no. But he had
zero benefit of the doubt anymore.
His series back then, he was averaging 50 free throw attempts in the previous 3 series leading into that. All of a sudden, he gets 97. He shoots 25 in a game where the Mavericks shoot 25, and the Mavericks were an aggressive get to the whole basketball team.
OKC was up 11 at the half. Chet had 12 and 6. Wemby only had 6 field goal attempts. And then, boom, OKC with a 9-0 run to start the quarter. They're up 20. Wemby huddles everybody up. They go on a 14-2 run. They're down 8. They're down 10 after 3. And then the lead goes from 8 to 15. And then you heard the Thunder radio call as McCain ended it with 2 killer threes ball game.
Well, and then, earlier in the game, that circus bank and one that he had.
Who?
McCain. Just like it was almost like shooting it behind him. The bank and one, just insane shot. But when you have 2 guys out, you got to have somebody step up. They did.
They're doing it without their number 2.
Yeah.
And they're doing it without Mitchell. Mm-hmm. They're just a better team.
They are.
Than San Antonio. Like, if you go down the roster, you're more impressed. I am with Wemby and De'Aaron Fox, and all of a sudden, Dylan Harper is kind of non-existent in this series. You got the 6th man of the year as well. You got a lot of names. They're just not a better team than the Thunder right now.
That's exactly right now. That's what it is. They very well could be better than them next year, 2 years down the road. Like, this is the process. You go through the growing pains in the NBA. It is the most consistent rule in sports. It feels like if you're a young team, you do not just go from a young team into the finals and winning a title.
But usually you're out before this round, which shows how good they are.
No, West Finals usually a lot. Oklahoma City lost that way
back
in 2010. Minnesota lost that way. Like, other teams do lose along this kind of path.
The Texas Rangers were clearly backed up.
And here's the pitch, and there's ground ball to first base. It is right under the glove of Walker and down the right field line. 1 run is scored. Berger being waved around third. He's heading for the plate. There's no play. All the way to third goes Carter, and the Rangers lead it 4-0.
Texas. Peyton Russell with your background music. They hit for the cycle in the first inning, scoring 8 runs. They hang on for the 10-7 win as the offense says, here's your double digits a day after getting no hits.
7 games yesterday in the sport decided by 5 or more runs. It was blowout Tuesday in Major League. It's a funny game, man. You go no hit, and then you get 8 runs in the first inning. And then, I don't know how many people were still in on it, but I was like, man, rock bottom's going to be when they blow this lead, because they tried. They tried to blow this lead.
I literally got the text. 8-0 Rangers still in the first from somebody who was at the game. Yeah. And then somebody else replied, was like, oh, maybe they're finally tired of getting embarrassed. And he replied back and said, still might lose. And then sure enough, text back and went, it's 9-6 in the 8th. This might be a collapse here. And that's
2 on anyway.
You still, it's insane that you give up 8 runs in an inning like that.
I'm
and
impressed
then
you know a song that old. That was well done.
Bobby told me about that.
We played it during the Jason Kidd day. But then you're able to still get through 5 more innings. If you're the Astros, like, no problem, shrug that off. But just that you really, at 8-0, you feel pretty confident. But as the game does go along, you are kind of feeling like they could blow this. They really could.
First inning notes, a season-high 8 runs, a season-high 11 plate appearances. Jock Peterson coming back around to do damage. Season high 5 hits, a season high 3 extra base hits, a season high 8 base runners, and they had just 17 first inning runs all year long entering last night. And they go ahead and put up the 8th spot and get even with the armpit.
Again, at the end of the day, like you just don't understand how you could go completely anemic offensively, not just for one game, but for several games, then bust out like that. It makes absolutely no sense. That's what's kind of the maddening part of this team, is that they'll have these games where they'll score 6 or 7 runs.
Well, it's because
they'll go on a week-long stretch and they score nothing.
That's baseball.
Yeah.
That's 162 games. Like, you will click into something.
They had to face a pitcher with a 9.3 ERA instead of the 8.3. If you get in the 8.3 range, you're getting no hit.
Right, 8.3 range is too tough for that.
That run makes a difference. And Jared Sandler noting last night, best record in Major League Baseball when you score first at 19-3 now for the Texas Rangers. Also,
best record in baseball when you score 8 in the first 2.
The Rangers were almost the team with the most runs scored in a first inning immediately following a no-hitter.
A shocking outcome, at least to us, on the ice.
Kulak defended him well. Down gets it up top. Coughlin, score!
A sweep? A sweep of the Colorado Avalanche 2-1 on Vegas radio?
President's Trophy curse has been activated. Activated again. Teams that win the President's Trophy, which is the most points in the regular season, never win the cup anymore. They just don't. They haven't won it in years.
And what about the insane, not covered enough story of Tortorella taking over?
Yeah. 8 games left.
Put this in NFL terms.
NFL terms. Andy Reid gets fired on
week 15,
December 26th. Gets fired with 1 game to go. Let's say 2 games to go. 2 games to go.
2 games.
And so he gets fired. So late December, and Dick Vermeil takes over. Okay, and they win their final 2 games, sneak into the playoffs, and then go to the Super Bowl.
That's what this is.
That's what this is.
A sweep of Colorado. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and it was, Colorado could point to the McCarr injury in the first 2 games, and McKinnon was, not himself after he got the puck off the knee. They have a goalie problem. That was their issue. Now, last night it wasn't their issue, and they couldn't score, but Vegas got hot. They got hot, and now they're the ones. So Carolina had 12 days off, right, before the East Final. Now Vegas is going to have quite a time, because you got Game 4 tonight. If Montreal wins, this thing's probably going 7. It's going to go another, week?
Go ahead. Tell me Colorado's favored like a dumbass.
No, I was just going to say I was very surprised by the outcome of the series. I did not expect the Avalanche to lose.
78%, Sean, by the way.
Oh,
Vegas.
Okay. Peyton's got the money puck numbers. They're very popular.
Vegas was 78%?
Now I got people dressing up for your wedding, fishing out suits from their closet, and you want to be a little smart aleck. Try to give you oldies credit for that song. That's what I get.
Bobby told me.
That's
right?
what
He's
I
looking
get.
at me.
877-881-1053 to start off the Hump Day edition with the 6 a.m. club. We have Luke Bryan tickets to hook you up with in the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock hours for turning it on and leaving it on. Is the news yesterday making it done and over for Texas Tech? That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. And is there an opportunity for a Cowboys quarterback as well?
Oh, baby. Let's get you on over to Underdog Fantasy. Promo code TOLO. There you go. We're going to make picks.
discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the Personal and Jewelers. Frankel and Frankel, if you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The NCAA has denied Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby's request for reinstatement after the gambling controversy. He has completed his 35-day inpatient rehab for the addiction in Arizona. That, according to Pete Thamel. So it does not look like the Texas Tech Red Raiders will have their starter.
No, it doesn't. I want you to do me a favor, though, guys, real quick. Go to ESPN.com. How big of a story do you think this is? Like, do you think it's one of the 10 biggest stories in sports right now?
Sure.
Not on their website.
Not anywhere on their website?
Not on their front page, not on their top headlines. Nowhere. At least not on mine. Maybe they I would think college football is pretty high on mine.
Well, maybe they were influenced by Tom Brady, who called Texas Tech a community college.
That's right. And they don't talk about community colleges. This was ultimately, he's going to appeal, of course, but this is ultimately the right move. You can't have people betting on your sport and then have the court undermine your sport by saying he's allowed to do that because he's over 21, because that opens the door for, everybody else to bet on college athletics. Sure. Maybe somebody in pro athletics too, although that's collectively bargained, so I doubt it.
Yeah, but court rulings have opened the door to things that the NCAA would have said in the past that, well, hey, if you do that, then you're going to have to let everybody do it. And the NCAA goes, the courts go, exactly. Yeah. So we're going to let them do it.
Right.
And so his court hearing is June 1st. So a couple days coming up is when, it'll be legally ruled on. But yeah, for now, this is the NCAA saying no, which is the right decision. He shouldn't be allowed to just completely break the rules and then go, I'm addicted to it, though. What am I supposed to do? Not do it. There are a lot of other people addicted to a lot of things that they can't engage in whenever they're within the bounds of a league and its rules.
And this is, the Cowboys always, one of the things with George Pickens is, we haven't had him in the building that much, so we don't want to commit long term yet. This is one of the risks of the transfer portal. You just don't know about these guys. Some of these guys have skeletons in their closet you don't know about. Cincinnati knew about this. Apparently.
Yeah.
They weren't telling a whole lot of people about it. And all these teams that had him, on campus for visits that thought they were going to get him or made offers. They are like, oh, man, we lucked out big time.
Yeah, it's the danger of trans players. When you get somebody out of the transfer portal, then you never really know.
So what's next for Texas Tech at quarterback, and what is next for Sorsby, as I still don't understand the supplemental draft process of what it is and when it happens?
So he has till June 30th to declare for the supplemental draft. They'll do it somewhere in the summer. And I guess it's just like a silent auction. Is that how it is? Basically a silent auction?
It's like the whole process with when major league teams used to do the posting fees. So you basically are going to place your bid. The league will come around to you. Hey, what, you want to place a bid? You'll put your bid in on a player, and then when they get around to the end of it, in the form
of a draft pick.
Yeah.
Then, or when they get around to the end of it, they go, okay, who had the highest?
So silently done. It's not like, all right, I know they're offering a fourth.
Yeah. Unless they could communicate with each other, I guess. But yeah, the NFL doesn't tell people what the bids are being placed.
I think every team that has a quarterback in their mid-30s, from the Rams to, Pittsburgh, obviously. Cowboys.
The Rams have their replacement.
Oh yeah, that's true. They do. Never mind. So so Cowboys, Steelers, Detroit, maybe even probably not Seattle, but somebody like that should just. I think you have to throw in a fourth. Just throw it in.
It's a fourth.
It's probably not going to win it, but or even a fifth, right? It's probably not. It's not going to win it, but if for some reason it does, you would kick yourself.
Well, how good is he?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is he a better lotto ticket than Milton? I'm not saying Milton's ready to play or anything else, but is that lottery ticket that you have with, all right, well, Milton's got all this ability, let's see if we can craft it into something. Is that?
I have 2 lotto tickets.
players on that? I feel like we always bring that up as a possibility, but I'm like, who's been the last one to be sidelined on the Goodell list?
It's a good point. Let me look up here. I'll see if I can find it.
Our Pro Bowl 3 a.m. buddy in the lobby, Derwin James, becomes the highest paid safety for the second time in his career, agrees to a 3-year, $25 million a year extension, $57.5 guaranteed, done by David Mulugheta. So Derwin James getting paid, and Nico Collins is getting extended, quietly done in the armpit. He's going to get $17 million in new money. Is there any George Pickens impact here? He's going to get a $9 million raise for this year, an $8 million bump, all fully guaranteed in 2027. So basically, after doing all the math, he's going to make $29 million this year and $29 million next year.
Outside of just the play, honestly, one of the nicest, best individuals in football, Nico Collins. He's great.
And one of the most underrated players.
He's a really good player. Yeah, he's a good player, and he's a great guy. To your question of how often the commissioner's exempt list gets used, who do you think was the last person to have it used on him?
Zeke?
Nope. It is a Cowboy. CeeDee Lamb got it used after his contract holdout. When they were because he signed at the very end, and so because of the holdout and because of everything they put him on an exempt list so that they didn't have to make a cut for the first 2 games of the season while they kind of reshuffled their roster after signing. Others who have been put on it: Kareem Hunt, Reuben Foster, Josh Brown, Greg Hardy was put on there, Jonathan Vilma, and Michael Vick.
I mean, that's a long time ago for a lot of those guys.
Yeah, Michael. I mean, before CD, the last time it had been used was 2018. And so it had been years.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on Sean and RJ, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Is Pat Mahomes going to sucker me into a late fantasy football draft pick? Back on the field for OTAs after the ACL repair. Less than 5.5 months. He's all dropping back. Now he's wearing a large brace on the left leg, but Patty reposted the video with a clock emoji.
I assume he's wearing a black, tight compression sleeve on that, because otherwise, that is the longest brace I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's got the Tyron brace.
That goes ankle to, testicle.
Yeah, which wouldn't feel like that's good stability if your brace had to be that long. No, this is Aaron Rodgers jogging out onto the field with his Achilles, being like, look, I'm in full uniform and I'm throwing the football. And guys, I could come back any second now. And then it's like, oh, you're still 6 months away.
So you're not buying he's going to start the season?
No, well, I mean, maybe he starts the season, but I'm not buying that he's anywhere close right now.
Maybe starting the season would be a heck of an accomplishment.
No, I mean, maybe he could, because everybody seems to think, everybody's been talking about the Chiefs of they're still the Chiefs. They got Mahomes. It's like, okay, well, why is nobody talking like he could be out? I guess you all think he could be out. I would be surprised if he's out there. I think he probably misses the first couple games of the season.
I would think that is fair. I mean, 9 months is bionic times.
Is Bryce Harper going to change the way you brush your teeth forever? That's next with the 6 a.m. Club Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on the Fan. Franklin and Franco are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Our broadcast begins at 6:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Is the YouTube back up?
It's up and running.
All right.
We're good to go.
Had an early crash here as part of the 6 a.m. club. Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with a Luke Bryan ticket giveaway coming up at some point in time in the 7 o'clock hour. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. club with an absolute hot mess, RJ Choppy. What is not wrong with you?
Well, that's a good question. I don't really have the answer to that. My throat, I'm not speaking at a very loud, is it timbre? I don't know.
Isn't it timber?
Timbre.
Timbre.
So, just real big pain in the back of the throat, and I don't know what it is. I feel okay.
You told me in the elevator you thought it was Movid.
I thought it was another Movid because I didn't mow over the weekend, but I do wear a gaiter when I mow because of that.
You mean a mask?
Yeah, I do. I do wear a mask because of that, because I'm more scared of that. Because that got me sick last time, right?
Were you shirt off, mask on?
Yeah, shirt off, mask on. Yeah, absolutely. And then, I usually scrub.
So a liberal moved in and bought that house.
Across the way?
Yeah.
Not sure.
Okay.
Not sure. A lot of people in that.
They're eating the dogs.
I don't know, but the house across from us.
Because a righty would not have seen you wearing that, cutting the grass, and said, "I'll sign."
That's true, but they would have seen. I think it's offset by the mowing with the shirt off.
Oh, the toughness.
The toughness, right? Yeah. The toxic masculinity
versus the masculinity.
Yeah.
Yeah, toxically masculine instead of, being patient zero.
So I don't know what's going on. I feel okay. Eyes are
He walks
watering.
around. I'm getting in the elevator. He walks around the corner like this. And I was like, is this from the Derek Holland workout? And he's like, yeah, plus I think I have Movid.
Yeah, I'm doing the zombie walk where my mouth is open and my eyes are closed.
And you walked up the steps.
And I walked up the steps twice because I forgot my key card. So that's always miserable, and I do that far too often. But yeah, yesterday, Derek's training my son during the off season, and I get over there to the gym, and he goes, "Hey, we're doing the Murph today because Memorial Day you do the Murph, which is a CrossFit workout." I got a big problem with CrossFit anyway. All right, I told him, I was like, I just feel like CrossFit is for people who quit baseball and go play lacrosse.
He doesn't like the cross part as a lapsed Catholic.
I hate CrossFit. But anyway, it's a mile run, 300 air squats, so squats with no weight, 200 push-ups, 100 pull-ups, and then a mile run. Well, I don't run. So I did the assault bike, which is in its own. And I just was miserably getting through this thing. So I'm dead. I'm dead here today, and then my throat is killing me.
So you did all the push-ups, squats, the running, all that.
Well, I did the assault bike instead of that's the bike that's got the fan where you got to use your arms.
Okay. My mom had one of those.
Yeah, those are great. I'm tired. I'm tired from that, but I'm okay. Like that's my body's fine. It's just my legs hurt. But again, my throat, and I don't know what's going on. I think it's like a 90% chance I get through the show today. I don't think there's a problem with that.
There's a 10% chance you're going to leave?
I'm feeling better. I'm feeling better as the morning is. Yeah, when you first wake up, you feel like crap. Tomorrow, I don't know. I'm going to go home and take a nap. I'm getting a nap today.
Ooh.
Big nap.
He's drinking tea.
Tea, coffee, Dayquil.
Did you take Zyrtec?
Did, yeah.
You got to take 2.
I did a double dose yesterday. And a double dose of zinc.
Okay.
And a double dose of vitamin C.
Aren't you not supposed to double up on zinc, or you can very easily overdo zinc and
probably
get sick?
Probably.
Is Bryce Harper going to change the way we brush our teeth forever? Pepe, I know you were deeply disturbed by this. Please explain.
God, this is so bad, man. So bad.
I go through a tube of toothpaste a week.
I mean, and so what Bryce does is he's filming a TikTok, and it's like a get ready with me kind of TikTok thing, and trend out there in social media. And he grabs the toothbrush. Okay, step 1. Grabs the toothpaste. Step 2, he's 2 for 3. Finish the job, Bryce. You just got to put the toothpaste on the toothbrush like 100% of Americans and people in the world do. And he puts the toothpaste in his mouth, bites the toothpaste container, and then brushes his teeth. And I've never seen this before. I've never heard of this. I've never thought of this way because it's insane. And it's got to be a bit. He's got to come out and say, I was just doing it for the clout there. Because there's no way he does that every single day.
You do something weird with the way you brush your teeth, though. What is it? Because you've said it on the air. We were doing something. We were talking about what's your psycho behavior one time years ago, and you said you do something with, like, you get the...
No, his is in the shower.
No, but it's like you do something with, like, getting your toothbrush wet or something.
So
the way
I do
that you
toothbrush, toothpaste, then I get it wet, then I put it in my mouth, and then I guess the only weird thing is I put my mouth up to the, like when I rinse my mouth out, but I don't get like a cup of water in my hand.
RJ's the one who puts he rinses with his head down at the sink.
Why don't you just scoop into your mouth?
I need good flow to get it all off the tongue.
Maybe that's why you're coughing, is you're just suctioning off whatever's coming out of that faucet.
I don't have as big a problem with this as everybody else, but I'm trying to figure out why. Like the number one problem with toothbrushing is the goop and the gob at the end of the toothpaste bottle. And I was wondering if this helps prevent some of that. That's the only way I can give Bryce the total full pass, whereas if biting off the toothpaste at the end of the tube doesn't have all the crap coming out. And then, because, once a month, I just have to take the stuff that's come out and get my hand all nasty and rip it off and throw it into the trash can because it's hardened on the outside. Otherwise, I can't figure out why to do it, but I don't have a major problem. Everyone is really disturbed by it.
Look, it doesn't make any sense, like, from a production standpoint. Like, I can't imagine you're getting the proper amount of toothpaste on your teeth. But it does have an element of, like, Jack Palance scratching a lighter, a match on his cheek.
No.
Right, it does. This is so manly.
No,
this is so manly.
And the same as striking a match on your cheek.
I feel emasculated watching this. Like, oh my God. Now that's a man. It's disgusting. It's equal parts manly and disgusting, I think.
Why is it disgusting?
I'm sure somebody else uses that tube of toothpaste too.
I don't share my tube.
Oh, really?
No, we have different sinks. Well, you and Sarah pass. You doing the Jerry Jones option pass to Sarah?
Put it in the middle.
You do?
Yeah.
Why don't you just each get a tube?
Kristen has us with separate toothpaste, like in cups that are separated. Yeah.
You have two sinks, don't you?
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay, so get an extra tube of toothpaste.
Even I have two sinks.
Yeah, we just get the one.
Do you guys share a tube?
No,
you
she
each
has
have your own tube.
She has her own sink.
I've never
I have
heard of
mine.
it. When I was married with Janet, it's the same tube.
Really?
Yeah, just buy a tube. Yeah.
Is this I don't know. Now I'm trying to think. Would this for some reason be any sort of like a Church of the Latter-day Saints thing that he would have learned? I can't figure out. He's Mormon, yeah.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
All right. Has everyone settled? And does anyone else do this? 877-881-1053. Franco fan text. There's been a lot of
couple people.
Really?
Yeah.
And are they saying why?
That's how I do it. I brush my teeth this way. He's given the Hawk toothpaste.
All right. Spotify has been in the news twice here as of late. I think Peyton had the first one with redoing the logo. Was that you?
Yeah, so we talked about this when we were out that one day, how they redid the logo and
looks pretty stupid, no?
Yeah, it's a disco ball, which I thought it was like something that was like just
looks
updating.
Like Slimer, like off Ghostbusters.
Yeah, right. But now they're doing what's called Spotify Reserved, which is, if you are among the top of a particular artist's most listened to fans. So, like, when you hear Spotify Wrapped, it'll be like, hey, you're in the top 8% of, Drake fans. So if you're in whatever the number is for that artist, you'll get first crack at buying tickets.
Oh.
So tickets to their concert.
Because Drake is Peyton's number one.
Yeah, and like, so if you're one of his top listeners and whatever the number is for each artist, you're going to get first crack at their sales.
Yeah, like I think it's more than just like, oh, it's spread out. It's like there's like two, because like it popped up on my Spotify the other day where it was like if you're in the top whatever percent, it's like they have two specifically reserved seats you can buy. Like, hey, these are your two if you want to buy them.
Yeah, before they go on sale for the general public. So I mean that's actually kind of cool, I think, because you get that notification at the end of the year in your Spotify Wrapped. It's like, oh, cool, I'm top 5%. What does that get me?
And are they going to be at the price mark before they gets jacked up by the secondary markets?
So you'll be able to get them face value right from, whoever is putting on the concert.
Celebrity etiquette is being discussed because of Russell Crowe, who appears, he's always had this reputation, I think, of like an all-time jackass.
Yeah, womanizer and a guy who is a hothead, a massive hothead who's gotten in trouble several times for it.
So he is outside a Paris hotel, and he walks out, and there's a bunch of people there, autograph seekers, and he kind of puts his hands up, both hands up, says, whoa, guys, hang on. And then he gives them guidelines in order for him to sign an autograph.
Are you listening? Stay where you are. Don't push in on me. I'll come to you. Everybody's space. As soon as somebody's in, go. You got me? Yes. Clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So he laid out these ground rules, and you're either with him or against him when it comes to this. This is kind of dividing the internet. I wouldn't want to be that close on a hot summer day to some people in France anyway with the deodorant issue.
Well, he looked like he was sweating,
He was sweating, too.
He's I don't have as much of a problem with this.
He definitely achieved orderly conduct. He went out. Yeah. It's one of those all right, I could see how people don't like you, but you got the job done.
Yeah.
And he got the job done of controlling everyone because I think everyone knew his threat was true. If any of you act up, if anyone does one thing sideways, I'm turning around and I'm out of here.
Well, and is there any video?
One person's like, "Can you sign this? Can you sign this?" And he's like, "What?" And he's like, "Can you sign this thing?" And he's like,
"Oh yeah." They asked him to sign as Maximus, and he was like, "No."
Yeah, he just goes like that. Yeah. No.
So if he's sitting there and he's signing things, and then he's a little nicer or sure, you're welcome, whatever else, that's different than if he's just trying to get control of a situation. Just say, okay, guys, look, I got to lay out the rules so you guys don't go nuts here. But if he then is kind of carrying that energy into signing and people talking to him, then he's a jackass.
Yeah, which he probably is. I mean, all the reports are that he is.
Yeah. So South Park had the episode where they said Russell Crowe fighting around the world, or it was making movies, making songs, and fighting around the world, and then just running to fight random people.
What's the last great thing he's done?
Gladiator 2, right?
He was in...
was he in Gladiator 2?
No, he's in The Nice Guys with Ryan Gosling. That was a really, really good movie. That was 2016, though, so it's been a minute for him.
And was Gladiator 2 great?
I don't know that I saw it. I think my kids saw it. I don't think I saw it.
Man, I had not seen him in a while. He is looking old.
Yeah, he looks like he's sweating a lot. He's just profusely angry and sweaty.
He had that under boob sweat.
Yeah.
That's tough. We all get that.
All right, so there it is. Russell Crowe dividing the internet over celebrity conduct. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Are the Western Conference Finals over and some Dallas Maverick trades right before the draft? Let's see if you're interested in any of these after this. And this is DFW Security. If your camera only records crime,
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Those numbers are way up for him this year. Well, here's a fly ball that might just get him a home run. This one is deep, and this one is gone. Into the second row of seats, Evan Carter hits his 6th home run of the year, and he gives Texas now a 9-3 lead.
Take that, no-hitter. Hicksy with the call on your home for Rangers baseball and the 7 and 9 o'clock giveaways. Luke Bryan tickets to hook you up with in the commercial-free expressway here on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Pay running the Fan Cam, YouTube, Twitch, and the Odyssey app.
Had that Luke Bryan song in my head all day, and I think I sang probably was in my head during my sleep.
Which one?
The one we played yesterday. Was it called Play It Again?
How's it go?
She was like, oh my God, this is our song.
That's not what I had. So we just playing Luke Bryan yesterday. Got the see, now I'm already forgetting. It was the other one that he had, the drink a beer. I'm gonna sit right here and drink a beer.
Jake Berger with a 2-run bases loaded single. He only comes up when the bases are loaded. Rangers 2-0 lead. Jock comes back up, 3-run homer. Evan Carter triple, Zeke double, and it's an 8-run first inning. They hang on for the 10-7 victory. We will talk to former Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube at 9 o'clock this morning here on your home for Rangers baseball. But I feel like my NBA Finals prediction is in a lot of trouble because I do not see the San Antonio Spurs winning 2 out of 3 against the Thunder, even though the Thunder, they're missing injured players, like injury-wise. And then Caruso ends up getting hurt, has to go get his Bobby Belt brace that I saw Bobby walk off the elevator with just now.
Don't let anybody shame you, Alex.
And Oklahoma City ends up controlling Game 5. They're in the driver's seat. Game 6 in San Antonio. Game 7, if necessary, would be back on the Thunder home court.
Yeah.
Shea scores over 30. They get the win.
And that's the way to put it. They controlled the game. It was like, they were just never really seemingly in doubt at all. The reality is they're just right now more capable of winning games in the playoffs, this style of play. I don't know if the style of play doesn't suit Wemby. It's like he doesn't have that part of his game yet, but he surely didn't look like he had it last night. And the entire Spurs team didn't look like they had it. Also, they're not a very deep team. I mean, they only have 2 guys on their bench that really play any significant minutes. Like they only go really 7, which I know in the playoffs rosters shrink.
Yeah, I mean Oklahoma City didn't go much deeper last night. They went about one. Like Jalen Williams played some, but I mean,
yeah, but they got Williams, Caruso, Wallace.
Yeah, they got more players, but I mean, the rotations are just about as tight.
Yeah, but they're also down 2 guys. They're also down 2 guys.
Yeah,
so it's gonna be thinner anyway. I'm saying the Spurs in general just seem not to have that much depth.
Everyone in the world is making fun of Shea hitting the deck and going to the free throw line, and Yahoo Sports actually did a study on it.
Yeah, this is Tom Haberstroh, who is an analytics guy, and he decided to look. He was like, all right, I'm going to go look through this postseason, and this was through last Friday, I believe. And so, obviously, those numbers could have been juiced a little bit more in the last couple games, but through last Friday, he wanted to take a look at the primary stars who are taking shots and getting the ball. And so he took a look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, James Harden, Jalen Brunson, Donovan Mitchell, and Victor Wembanyama. And he's like, look, whether a foul was a foul or whether it wasn't, like, that's totally subjective. He's like, what's not subjective is people falling down. You falling on the floor. Which
this is the stat I wanted.
You wanted time spent on the floor. And so on this number, he decided to look at how many times are you going down on the floor when taking a shot and a foul isn't called, and how many times are you on the floor when a foul is called. So on non-fouled shots, Victor Wembanyama through last Friday had fallen once on 164 shots. Donovan Mitchell 26 times on 342. Jalen Brunson 19 on 240. James Harden 19 on 219. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander 20 on 187. That's the highest percentage of the group. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on non-fouled shots is falling 10.7% of the time. James Harden's 8.7. Brunson and Mitchell are both around 7. So Brunson, Mitchell, and Harden are right around the same. Victor Wembanyama falling 0.6% of the time on shots where he's not fouled. When he is fouled, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander falls down on 51% of the shots where he's fouled. So he's fouled so violently that he just falls every time.
Half the time?
More than half the time, yeah. Harden, 29%. Victor Wembanyama, 25%. Brunson, 19%. Donovan Mitchell, 17%. So completely, number of falls on total shots. Victor Wembanyama falls 4% of the time. Mitchell, 8%. Jalen Brunson, 9%. James Harden, 12%. And then at 17.5% of the time. 1 out of every 5 or 6 shots that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander takes, he falls to the ground.
Do you believe his excuse?
What is it?
That he's doing this to protect himself, like he's falling to like protect his body.
They said that was Embiid. They said Embiid started doing that a couple years ago, that he was learning to fall the way like martial artists did to avoid, like the whole Tua talk of like to avoid injury and stuff like that.
No.
He's claiming that's what he does.
No, because hitting the ground to me is not going to help your body more than staying upright. Allen Iverson, people were worried his career would always end because of the punishment, the beating he took hitting the floor.
But he was actually taking beatings.
Yes.
Yeah, like Shai is not necessarily taking those beatings. This is
there was a woman in San Antonio who brought a mini Oscar trophy.
Yep.
She was sitting courtside, and the brilliance of our partner Underdog teaming up with Dylan Brooks for the SGA Unethical Hoops Operation game. Have you seen it?
No, I've not.
You haven't seen this?
I haven't seen it, no.
Oh my God.
When I see Dylan Brooks in a headline, I generally start looking at something else.
Play a little bit of it, Peyton.
What's up, y'all? It's the villain. I got something to reveal from Underdog. Unethical hoops flying. So let me open this up. All right, how we set up. Let's see what the board looks like.
Game operation.
Head snap. A lot of people do that. Hook. Was James Harden's move. Push off. Try this. You know I don't foul. All right. So that's a foul. So you see that red? Oh.
Oh, wow.
You got to reach in there, grab the piece without touching Shai.
Yeah,
otherwise, it buzzes as a foul.
Wow.
It's genius with Underdog and Dylan Brooks, a.k.a. the villain.
I never noticed it before. He sounds exactly the way Jalen Hurts talks in his press conferences. We're going to hit this. We're going to do just emotionless, too. He just said, but that was funny. That's Harden's move. He does.
Joe Mazzulla wins Coach of the Year. Kenny Atkinson is returning to Cleveland.
And, look, I think that's the right move. What he said at the end of that game or before the game was complete nonsense, to say it publicly. Like, again,
Harden said afterwards, I still feel like we were the better team.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fire a coach over those comments.
Well, what about getting swept on top of it? I mean, everyone's just paying attention to the comments. They did get their ass beat.
They did.
And accused of quitting by multiple people in the final 2 games.
They also, I mean...
Didn't they get worked out of the playoffs last year, too?
I think they played the Knicks, didn't they?
I'm trying to remember. I need to go look. I think they got run out of the playoffs pretty quick last year.
I also don't think, they pulled the upset over Detroit.
Yeah, they lost in 5 to the Pacers.
So,
like Donovan Mitchell said, we've done something we haven't done since 2018.
Go to the conference final?
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
I don't have a problem with this.
That's not a reason to fire somebody. I think he was wrong to say that in a microphone.
It was just dumb.
It was a dumb thing to say. You want to believe it, I have no problem with that because I think there's value in some of that. It's just not something that you say.
Cleveland actually, they had the highest apron pricing in the league. They spent the most with Dan Gilbert. It was the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Oh, that's just depressing.
It's impressive.
It's impressive, but it's also depressing. That means you spent that much and you still don't feel like you've got a team that's really ready to go win the NBA Finals. That would bum me out. Look, yeah, he was coach of the year last year, won 64 games with a team that probably shouldn't have won 64 games. And then this year he gets them to the East Finals. He's done a good enough job. It shouldn't have even been a question whether or not he was coming back. But I don't know. I wondered if with Kidd being out there, did they just look at somebody like that and go, well, you know what? This is just opportunity. Let's get somebody who'll push us over the top.
Well, ESPN Cleveland tried to report they would have interest in Jason Kidd. Speaking of Mavericks and maybe former Mavericks, ESPN came up with a list of trade possibilities. And the first one is get Luka, his former teammate. Daniel Gafford to the Lakers for Jared Vanderbilt, Dalton Connect, and a 2026 first-round pick that would be the Lakers at 25. So you get 25 in this draft, Dalton Connect, Jared Vanderbilt for Daniel Gafford.
I think you could probably get more for Gafford. Connect is like he could shoot, but he is such a defensive liability. Now, maybe somebody who, if they get a defensive coach.
He didn't even shoot well this last year.
He barely played.
He didn't shoot well. Vanderbilt is not anything other than just kind of a backup, few minutes a game guy. But then you got 25. I'd rather just have a single pick in return. Obviously, you got to make things work with the money. But I'd rather have a single pick in return that's just higher than get those players back.
Bobby Marks says you got to be sure that Lively is going to be healthy and play after playing 7 games last season if you're going to get rid of Gafford.
Yeah, and not just 7 games last season, but the year before that, getting banged up all the time. His time at Duke where he got banged up and he just couldn't stay healthy. And he does have that frame that you look at and just go that just doesn't look like it's going to be like he'll ever be healthy. Those kind of guys who are built like that just always seem to be hurt throughout their entire careers.
Jake Riepma said the Pistons would sign off very quickly as Kyrie Irving gets dealt to Detroit in exchange for Isaiah Stewart, Karis LeVert, Ron Holland, and a first-round pick this year at number 21. And Bobby Belt is signing off quickly for Masai Ujiri.
Hell yeah. I'm taking that deal right there. Because to me, it's just you've got Stewart, who are all Jake could say about that, and I know he's listening out there. All Jake could say about Isaiah Stewart was he's the fakest tough guy. I'm like, oh wait, so he's not tough guy, so this is football guy making the evaluation of is Isaiah Stewart really tough? Isaiah Stewart's a fine player. Karis LeVert's a fine role player. Karis LeVert is going to be. He's got a year left on his deal or whatever it is. He also is the nephew of the lead singer of the OJs, I think it was, or the Spinners, one of them. And then Ron Holland. Obviously, is not panned out yet the way people wanted to. But that was the guy who's the 5th pick in the draft 2 years ago. And then you get picked 21. That's a fine haul for a guy that you really don't know how good he's going to be when he's back.
Here's the write-up. Irving hasn't played since March 3rd, 2025. He's 34 years old, and he's owed $82 million over the next 2 seasons. All those factors make him a risky addition for a Detroit team that just won 60 games. But it also means he is maybe attainable via trade, especially if the Mavs are ready to turn the page. You need someone next to Cade Cunningham because the Pistons' offense crumbled in the postseason. The cost in this deal would not be exorbitant. An intriguing trade option is Holland. As a recent number 5 draft pick, he could be attractive for other teams and probably does not fit long-term next to Thompson because of offensive limitations. That's what Riepma said. Holland has 0 offensive game, basically. But next to Flagg, Holland makes much more sense. Bobby Marks says, from the Detroit perspective, trading for Kyrie at the cost of the 21st pick and 3 rotational players is a no-brainer. Even if Irving plays out the season and declines his player option in 27-28, the trade certainly is worth the risk.
Yeah, because, we don't know where we're getting.
But he called the offer average at best.
Yeah, you don't know what you're getting with Kyrie. You just don't. And like you said, he could also do the opt-out thing. And then you risk losing it for nothing?
I think when he goes back out there on the court, everybody's going to immediately go, oh, it's not the same player.
It might not be. And that's a risk.
I'm going to guess he's going to be okay for however long he can play.
I think it'll be like when you see Clay and you're like, yeah, like he can make shots. I'm saying he may be better than Clay was right now, but I'm saying it'll be the same sort of gap of just this is noticeably not the same guy. You wouldn't have a problem with him if you didn't already know who he had previously been. You'd be like, all right, that's a fine player to have on your team. But when you see him after what he used to be, you're like, no, this doesn't work.
Other trade proposal ideas from ESPN. Brooklyn trades for Jalen Williams. OKC gets Michael Porter and 3 first-rounders. So just add that to the collection. And a bunch of Ja Morant possibilities in here. And I think I'm on board with some of these because teams like Detroit and Minnesota, they have to gamble to go over the top. The Wolves would get Ja Morant in exchange for Julius Randle, Terrence Shannon, and others. The Suns would get Ja Morant in exchange for Grayson Allen and some second-round picks and some other scrubs. So there's some Ja Morant possibilities. The Pistons trade for Paul George And
Podcast P.
End up working out a deal with Philadelphia. So those are some ideas.
I don't know what to make of John Morant anymore. I really don't.
Nobody else says. Obviously, there's longer suspensions and there's stuff, but for his career, he averages 46 games a year. Like he's
26, y'all. He's 26.
So well, he's not like, I mean, the suspension, I don't know if it's just suspension and injury.
Is he getting Deshaun Watson?
Maybe a little, because if you look at it, he is not an efficient player anymore. He's just not been an efficient player the last couple of years.
Man, he was so fun.
Let's hook you up with some Luke Bryan tickets with the 2 songs these guys are singing, and go inside the Star as Bobby is already about to trade a Dallas Cowboys 2nd-round pick. Commercial free in the Expressway. We'll chop it up as well right here on 105.3 The Fan. But man, Wild Fork Foods has been taking over all the toll.
Weekdays at 4:20. Nobody covers this team like your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. Look at that outside.
Oh, God, that is ugly. UGLY.
Is that partially the light bouncing up? Because
no,
I can't tell.
That's black.
That's a wall cloud.
That's darkness. Darkness. Good morning, Metroplex. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Insider Bobby Belt trying to get you to another weekend as quickly as possible. Luke Bryan ticket giveaway coming up. We're commercial free. No reason to go anywhere else, and we'll chop it up at 7:40. Bobby, you ready to trade away some more Cowboy second rounders?
Let's do it. Let's get rid of all the second rounders. I don't need them anymore. So there is a rumor. There's chatter going on out there that Josh Sweat is unhappy with the Arizona Cardinals. Now, Josh Sweat was a guy who has been with Arizona now. I think it's just been a year, hasn't it? Where he ended up with Jonathan Gannon, and he was apparently a big Jonathan Gannon guy. And recently, when they had their OTA practices and different things like that, he was not hurt, but he was absent, and the Cardinals were not giving much of an explanation. And one Cardinals reporter, Kyle Odegaard, had said, "Don't know the exact reason for the absence, but I've been hearing for a while that Josh Sweat is not particularly happy in Arizona." And then that was followed up with a report from Jenny Venerable of PHNX Sports saying that Josh Sweat has previously requested a trade after Gannon's firing. And then it was Jordan Schultz saying that teams have been calling in, checking, saying, hey, would he be available? And I would be willing to go after Josh Sweat. I'm not willing to give up a first-round pick. I'm not turning over that much capital.
He's 29 years old.
Mm-hmm.
He had a 74 PFF. And last year was his career high in sacks with 12. Before that, with filthy 8, 6.5, 11, 7.5. And he plays 16 or 17 games.
Yeah, he's a guy who is definitely someone who can get after the passer and somebody who can generate pressure for you. Now, we've talked about this a little bit with Christian Parker and what he does, like how much of what his philosophy is dependent on just pinning your ears back and going and getting the quarterback, and how much is that cog missing in what they need. But I think that if you're talking about a second-round pick, which is a pick that you hope is somewhere in the later part of the round, like in the second half of the round, and you're talking about the way that they've typically gambled with second-round picks in the past and tried to, let's take a guy who's a little bit of a high-risk, high-reward guy, and then some of the, brushback they've gotten from it, then I think it's worth it to just say, all right, let me get an established pass rusher, somebody to come in here and attack the quarterback and make everything else that I'm doing with the system, which is saying, let's confuse the quarterback. Fine, you can do all that, but also you can go after the passer if you've just got somebody like Josh Sweat who can consistently generate pressure. So for me, second-round pick, go ahead and do it.
As the cockmaster here, the king of compensation,
you are.
Feels a tiny bit rich for me. I'm going to agree with Tolo Joseph and Chep, who are like, how about a third? I'm not doing it for a second. We could talk about a third-round pick because the Cowboys, they do need, in my opinion, more pass rush. Award daddy.
Wait. Before you did this compensation, had you done your YouTube?
Nope.
Well, you got to do your YouTube before you settle it. You may look at the YouTube and may want to give up a first. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at 8 years playing, and I see the sack numbers.
Yeah.
I see it in the Christian Parker, Vic Fangio system, and I've decided that's not second-round worthy. I don't even have to look at the film that much. I'm that big of a cock master with the compensation.
Okay.
So, no, not for a second-round pick. At 29, no. Third-rounder, maybe.
Yeah, because he'll be 30.
No, he just turned 29.
That's not that old, especially at that position. Other positions, they may age more poorly than others. Although, don't tell people on the internet that.
What's his money, by the way?
His average annual value right now is 19. But here in Dallas, after the trade, after everything gets cleared up cap wise, because his cap number in Arizona would not be the same here in Dallas. After he got traded to Dallas, it would be about $11 million this year.
And under contract for how much longer?
I think 3 more years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
2 or 3 more years.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a 2. Definitely not a 2.
Yeah, he's under contract 26, 27, 28. And you can get out of the deal after 26. But if you gave up a second-round pick, I would imagine you wouldn't want to.
Mark Schlereth, weekly guest on the G-Bag Nation, went on FS1 and throw him onto the Cowboys bandwagon because of this discussion up front.
One thing I will say about the Dallas Cowboys is you can win a lot of games in this league. You know, we all make it about receivers, which is the most overrated position in football. Wide receiver is just ridiculous, ridiculously overrated. Where they have invested is a young offensive line that can hammer people, that can beat up on people. And now they've invested defensively in their front seven. They got D. Winters from San Francisco. They went out and got Quinnen Williams, who is an absolute beast from the Jets. Rashawn Gary is part of that. I think he was part of that trade with Micah Parsons. So, like, I don't know that they have a legit big-time edge guy that's a, kind of a war daddy off there on the edge. But, man, they have invested in that front seven. You control both lines of scrimmage in the National Football League, you're going to win a lot of football games. And when I look at the Dallas Cowboys, that's what jumps out, just jumps off the screen to me more than George Pickens and more than, hey, how are we going to – CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, our talent out there. They've got plenty of talent, man. I just look at them and say, I think this is a football team that can dominate both lines of scrimmage. And that to me says, hey, man, Dallas Cowboys are front runners in my mind to win their division.
So, when you're buying in on a team, is he saying like he's all in on them as a Super Bowl contender?
I mean, he just said they could dominate both sides of the line of scrimmage. That usually sounds like a team you think is a contender.
And easy favorites in the East. Look, I love Mark Schlereth probably more than anyone else in the building. I think he's off in terms of this offensive line trench domination. Where did they and how did they invest and build up so much more on the offensive line? Someone educate me. Why would I feel like they can bully anyone around right now with the questions at both tackles?
Does he still think Travis Frederick and Zach Martin are here?
Well, he thought that Rashawn Gary was involved in the Micah deal, right?
Yeah, that wasn't correct at all.
That's a Jerry Chess of moving. All right, this is Herschel Walker 2.0.
Hey,
he was involved basically.
So the only thing that you can really say is a potential improvement, or that you go like, hey, that could be better, is just literally the time they've spent working together. Yeah. So like, if Guyton's healthier this year, and if it's year 3 for Guyton and Guyton clicks, then yeah, okay. Like, I mean, it's not impossible to think there could be a step up for Guyton. It's not impossible to think there could be a step up for Booker and Beebe. You would just hope that Steele's issues last year, it wouldn't be about a step up. It'd be more about him getting back to where he was, and then Tyler Smith being healthy. Like, you'd be banking on all those things. But there's honestly, there's margins for all 5 of them to get better, reasonably. But that's also a concern because that means that all 5 of them were potentially playing below where they could be.
There's his wide receiver take. Listen,
hey, that's an old RJ Choppy.
That's a guard.
If you have Drew Brees or Peyton Manning or Tom Brady,
well, Peyton Manning never went without.
No, he didn't. But then you could ask, how much of those guys did he make? Right, I
mean, he didn't. I don't think he made Marvin Harrison. I
don't think he made Marvin Harrison. I mean,
he made Reggie Wayne.
I think somebody else in the witness lineup made Marvin Harrison.
But you don't need then you could say, all right, those guys can make a wide receiver. If you don't have an all-time great quarterback, you do need wide receivers. You do need to pay them. And there are guys
Romo made wide receivers. Romo made LaRon Robinson, and he's not an all-time great.
No, but that's he was at the top of the, kind of near the top of the league. He was a top 6, 7, quarterback in the league, or close to it. So if you have a upper echelon quarterback, sure, but Patrick Mahomes showed this year that you kind of do need him.
I just think Schlereth on this one seems a little bit off. And I normally don't say that about his takes. And I know he comes on and spits some fire, some anti-Cowboy fire on G-Bag. But this one, I'm like, you need to go back over. There's a reason, Greg Olson won that analyst Emmy over everyone else.
It's easier to listen and go okay, maybe he knows something I don't. if he hadn't also just said a couple things that were just factually incorrect about the team, where it's like, Rashawn Gary, he was in that Micah trade, and then, the offensive line dominant. It's like, well, that's not right.
I was stunned that Bobby Bell just threw out that Romo comment, but I should have known. Again, with these guys, I'm the only one that's, 100% just no agendas. What you get from me is pure. It's that pure cut cocaine. You guys are always lacing it.
Oh, yeah, I'm laced.
You're cutting it with
My Coke
something.
is laced,
Baking soda, usually.
You're cutting it with something, and it just clicked in my head why Bobby gave Romo the compliment.
No, it had nothing to do with it. It legitimately, whenever I think of here in Dallas, a quarterback helping get a receiver paid, I always think of Romo and Laurent Robinson. It's the default. Well, O.C. Umenyiora from the Giants.
Nominating him for Friday at 9?
No, awarding him already. It's done. He's won worst take of the week. And this is for anybody who even loves Romo. Although, I don't know, the fan text, there's some who really, really love him. Somebody may say, no, he's 100% right here. O.C. Umenyiora was talking to R.J. Ochoa from Blogging the Boys. And R.J. was just like, hey, I'm curious, there's always a lot of different split opinion on Tony Romo as somebody who played against him for several years. What do you think about Tony Romo? And O.C. Umenyiora gave the most glowing endorsement of anyone about Tony Romo, even probably family members.
This is going to come as a surprise to you and as a surprise to many people. Tony Romo was the most difficult quarterback we ever faced. He was number one. I rate Romo as the best quarterback we ever played against. And we played against some incredible ones. We played against the GOAT, Tom Brady, the greatest of all time. Played against Peyton Manning. But for me personally, my level of respect for Tony Romo, having faced him year in and year out, such an underrated football player. People don't understand the type of headache he was as a player. And they don't give him enough credit, man. If he would have won the Super Bowl, which he should have, I think things would have been different.
Jeez.
But without a shadow of a doubt, one of the all-time great NFL quarterbacks, man, and they need to put a lot more respect on that man's name.
What?
How much did he pay for that?
Where are the breadcrumbs here?
Wow.
Does he live here?
First he goes most difficult, and then he goes, wait, I got to clarify.
Yeah.
The greatest.
If he would have just stopped at difficult and headache, I could have maybe spun it.
And if he would have won the Super Bowl, which he should have.
I could have better called chopped and said, all right, running around and,
a difficult matchup.
A difficult He
man.
could catch a fumble and run it 40 yards. My goodness, this is going to be tough
better than
top.
Brady, better than Manning.
The only
all-time great.
The only connection he has is DeMarcus Ware. That they were teammates in college.
And you think you can get DeMarcus Ware to say Romo was better than Peyton?
Probably not.
No. This is
good Lord.
This is okay. So I can explain the Brady thing. That is a Giants player going like, he wasn't that bad. All right. We beat him. we didn't think he was that great. Like, that's them. The Peyton one is that Eli endorsement? Peyton's not even that great. Eli's just as good as a bit. But there's something that, for him to go like, then to add on the end of this, if he would have won a Super Bowl, which he should have, like he was cheated out of a Super Bowl.
So close.
I was like, where did this come from? It's like he'd been waiting for somebody to just ask him for years, like, please God, someone ask me how great Romo is so I can tell them.
Throw me this softball on a tee.
280 retweets.
He is a criminally underrated quarterback.
Criminally?
Yes, he is. He was very good. He was very, very good, and he did not get enough of the credit during his playing days for how good he was, and history will probably not remember how good of a player he was. He was a genuinely top. Probably
all the R's were really good.
I can't remember everybody that was in each sort of section, but I would say he was generally like a top 6 to 8 quarterback generally when he was playing. And he's not going to be remembered like that, but that's going a little over the top. That's strong. Strong. Yeah, that's a little too heavy on the glazing.
Let's take it from Romo to Aikman before we hook you up with Luke Bryan tickets and chop it up.
Yeah, we've all talked about the nature that everybody's been so upset by Troy Aikman working with the Dolphins and not doing things with the Cowboys. And he even said, I would have loved to roll with the Cowboys at one point, kind of doing this sort of thing. But, that's passed a little bit. Well, Michael Irvin was on with DLLS yesterday, and he was just lamenting, sick to his stomach about Troy Aikman working with the Dolphins.
Troy Aikman was the main part of it, all of it. And it does pain me to see that. I mean, I think it's criminal for any club not to try to just glean as much as you can from a guy like Troy Aikman, whose job is to go and talk to teams, talk to coaches, and bring an understanding of what's going on behind the scenes to the world. So he understands each thing that's going on in your organization. I mean, there is no better place of information than to get from a guy like Troy. And Tom Brady's smart enough to be doing that and have part ownership into a team. I think that's a hell of an advantage for Tom Brady. You know what I mean? Sooner or later, he has to get it right. So yeah, absolutely, that hurts me. It pains me to see that happen. Because I know Troy wanted to do that. Troy wanted a John Elway situation here in Dallas. And I know he wanted it, and certainly he's earned it. But it's not going to happen.
Why won't anybody...
What's wrong with that audio?
I don't know. It's the clip they posted. Why won't anybody just say directly why they have issues? Like, there's clearly just tension that exists between Jerry and Troy.
Yeah.
And they don't really... They don't want to say it. They don't want to. Well, I mean, no, they will air dirty laundry. they have no problem talking about Micah and things like that. But
not when it comes to Jerry.
But that's
no. Troy will sideswipe a little bit.
Troy
Jerry
will
won't.
But then they won't ever just. And I kind of want to ask him whether probably Oxnard's the place where it says this may be a G-bag thing. I'm gonna have to sick Dawson on them again. Where somebody I want somebody to just ask Jerry hey, look, he ended up with the Dolphins instead of here. It seems like there's always some sort of heavy-handed criticism that can come your way from it. Do you guys have an issue? Because I don't know if he's just been asked directly, is there a problem?
Troy Aikman does not respect Jerry Jones' level and love for winning. He doesn't. If you're not all about it, 1, 2, 3, winning, W's, Troy Aikman doesn't ultimately respect it 100%. I get that.
Do you think he's just never forgiven him for Jimmy?
I think he would forgive him, but
do you think he has? Maybe
I think he has. I'm going to guess. This is all guessing. I don't know anything. I think he has probably forgiven him, but Troy is not a great BSer, in my opinion. And for 30 years, he has to be asked why the Cowboys aren't around it. And I think to the best that Troy tiptoeing is in heels. He can't do it. Troy tiptoes in heels. And he's a brutally honest, blunt dude, and he believes and he has known that winning the championship, if you walk by the Cowboys whiteboard, may not have been sitting there, really, in reality, number one for 30 years.
Yeah, I think Troy feels like...
I just think it's a respect thing for winning.
Yeah, I wonder if Troy feels like he was most impacted legacy-wise by the Jimmy thing. Because if they, quarterbacks...
Yeah.
If he gets a fourth.
Because Emmett was not.
Emmett wasn't. Michael took Michael a little bit to get in the Hall of Fame, but how much of that was...
Yeah, if they win in 94, you're probably never again seeing a team win 4 straight titles. And it hadn't happened in the Super Bowl era.
And Aikman's placement is never amongst the top.
Never close.
Top.
You cannot find a person outside of DFW that puts him in the top 10.
Mike Fisher.
Outside of DFW.
I almost had to beat Mike's ass arguing Aikman and Marino once.
But nobody puts him in the top 10 outside of DFW. And if he wins his 4th Super Bowl, just about everybody would put him in the top 10.
Yeah, they didn't with Bradshaw.
No, they didn't.
4 in a row is different.
4 in a row is different, and there was a good defense. It wasn't the steel curtain.
Yeah.
So it just puts you in a different stratosphere. I think he was impacted most legacy-wise, and it just offends him. It bothers him.
And I don't know. I guess Jerry just feels that because I think it's reciprocated tension. I don't think it's just one side, and Jerry's like, why won't he? I think Jerry has frustrations.
Well, Troy doesn't look. Let's be real about it, all right? And we love Michael. Michael will be a little critical in his own way. He's laughing while being critical when he criticizes the Cowboys. He'll really go after the players in the locker room. But Deion Sanders kisses Jerry Jones's ass. And Michael Irvin would probably be second in that. every time we see Emmitt Smith, well, I tell him, I love how honest you're being. Moose will be kind of blunt.
Oh, yeah.
And a little bit critical. But Emmitt is probably the most critical, and then Aikman. And that's the divide of Cowboy legends, right? Mm-hmm. Dion won't say anything about Jerry. Michael is right behind him. And then on the other side, Emmitt will destroy them. Not necessarily Jerry, but, Troy will question their commitment to winning. And I think that's the divide. That's what I think.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe it is just he doesn't pull punches because he's that serious about winning. But that's the thing. It does make me wonder, I think all those guys, Michael was very serious about winning.
Yeah.
And other guys were very... So it makes me wonder, is it deeper than just you weren't committed
Michael,
to winning?
Though, feels like he owes Jerry a lot more than Troy would ever feel like he owes Jerry. I don't think Troy thinks he owes Jerry anything, and Michael may feel a little bit indebted to him.
I think if you privately asked... I think if you privately talked to Jerry and Troy about it, I think they could probably pinpoint there was an instance where it just was oh, this has shifted now. It's too awkwardly unsaid and tense.
Let's hook you up.
Hey, I'm a little drunk on you and high on summertime.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on Thursday, June 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Can Chris Young settle you down? The Rangers GM at 8 o'clock this morning after they bounce back with the humongous first inning and the win over the Armpit. That's at 8 on your home for Rangers baseball. Let's chop it up.
Oh. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, no. RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, chop, choppy.
Man, there are a few things in life that are better than a great airport pickup. And I am proud of this one.
Okay.
And then I have to call my nephew, Nick.
Yesterday in Ask Reddit, you asked what is something probably insignificant that irritates me. The airport pickup request is high on my list.
Oh, okay.
Very, very irritating to me how people are willing to inconvenience others because they're too cheap or too entitled. They just think it's their rite of passage. It's a birthright that I should be picked up by a family member versus getting a ride share.
Yeah, well, listen, this is nephew Nick. He did say he would get an Uber, but my mother was like, "You're picking him up at the airport."
Yeah, and distance also. Well, distance works both ways.
Yeah,
she's right next to the airport, right?
She's right next to the airport, and so is he.
Okay,
so is he. So it was, and I was already down in that area anyway.
Yeah, but if I want to criticize, I can be like, "Dude, it's a $7 ride share." Getting into the airport and waiting can be a pain in the butt.
It can be.
Yeah, how many times are you going to circle? Are you going to sit in the parking garage? Are you going to risk parking out there on the curb and getting yelled at or getting ticketed? But then you can also say, it's only 5 minutes away.
Well, and which airport matters. I would much rather circle Love than I would try to circle DFW.
Well, I feel like you can sit, though, more.
I sat. Yeah, you
can sit at DFW, but yes, Love is easier.
So I was like, all right, I'm tracking
Love,
this.
I used to think they'd snipe you if you sat there for over 4 minutes.
I'm tracking this flight. I've got it all set. I'm driving from, I was at the gym, and then I was going to drive to the airport. I said, ooh, I've got time. I'm going to stop by my mom's. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. All right. I go there, get my cup of coffee.
You get coffee when you leave here.
I know.
Downstairs, and then you got another cup. That's why you're not taking naps. You're drinking so much coffee.
Oh, I'm wired, baby. So then I get in there. I get the coffee. I leave, get to the airport, and I said to him, did you check a bag? And he goes, no. I was like, attaboy.
Bullseye.
I said this to him after they landed. He was taxiing. I said, did you check a bag? He goes, no. And my mom's that close to the airport where I can wait till they land before I drive there.
Oh yeah.
Right?
You got about 10, 15 minutes till they get off the plane.
Right. So I drive. I am pulling up to his gate, A29. He comes out as I'm pulling up. Perfect.
Yeah.
He says, hey, I forgot. I checked the bag. Oh! I said, how the hell did you forget?
He didn't.
He didn't forget?
No.
You think he lied to make sure RJ was there early?
He wanted to ensure that he didn't. He wanted to make sure he was there. There's no way. Who has ever forgotten checking the bag?
He said that when he got on the plane, there was no overhead space. They had to take it. Right?
Okay.
So
he's technically, that's a choppy technical answer.
Yeah.
I didn't technically check it, but you know damn sure that they put it with the boarded luggage that's going to come out on the conveyor.
Yeah. Now, thankfully,
does he have that in him? A little lie?
No, I don't think so. He's a sweetheart.
Is he ditzy?
Obviously. Yes, he is.
That's what I'm saying. Does he have a track record of being ditzy?
A mimbo.
So I'm sitting there, and look, thankfully, it wasn't busy. The bag came out quick, and I just sat there at the curb. I didn't circle. So, but it ruined my airport pickup.
Yeah.
This was, I was feeling so good about this. Now, I want to ask you this, because while I was at my mom's out of town, so it's just Aunt's direction.
What was she doing?
She's at my sister's house in California.
Oh.
Mine's out of town, too.
It's just Aunt's direction. And I left her, and I walk in, and she wasn't home, and I left a note, and it said, "I am watching you." And I left. Does that make me a bad person?
You left a note at your mom's house saying, "I'm watching you"?
Yeah. It's my aunt. Just playing a little trick on her.
Oh, on the aunt.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Playing a little trick on her.
That's funny because if she's Aunt's direction, she could, conspiracy theories.
Oh, big time. Tinfoil.
Yeah.
Tinfoil.
You guys have... I don't want to get inside the home security.
They do. They have cameras.
Hopefully, DFW
they have
security.
cameras.
Okay.
Yeah, they have cameras.
Did she call you or text you after that?
No, she didn't.
That's good.
No, she did not.
That means the prank has a better chance of playing out.
Or she had a heart attack and she's already dead. I don't know.
She knows they're
one.
watching. She's no more phones. She's not talking
That's
on
right.
phones anymore.
Absolutely. All right, it is chopping it up here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Let's do one of my favorite topics today in white people things.
What was that mean for the intro? Well, a little tease would have helped.
Why don't you tell him?
Hey, tease it a little, Chop.
All right, we're going to do today in white people things here, Peyton.
I'm gonna check this audio too, Irvin, and someone's gonna get yelled at if I find this clean audio because I'm not buying.
Oh, I grabbed the tweet.
I'm not buying.
I grabbed the audio. I grabbed the audio. I'm gonna pull it up right now.
The audio's sloppy here.
I'm gonna show you.
And this, I got the YouTube pulled up.
I'm gonna show. Well, you can find it there. I'm just gonna show you where I found it.
I don't care where you found it. If you listen to that audio, one of you two should have said, "Let me go to the source and make sure."
It's not Peyton. It's me.
Okay.
That's pretty bad. All right, do we have it, or you want to?
Yeah, come on.
Let's
set it up
go.
professionally.
Today in white people things.
Sounds about white.
Can I annoy white people?
Every country song's just about exactly what a white guy's doing at that moment.
All right. Okay, not a bad little intro.
Jason Whitlock in it.
All right, so I got a couple of stories here about white people. Two of the biggest white people hobbies in the world, I believe, are paraglider
and taxidermy
and Cessna airplane flyer guy. Okay, would you say taxidermy?
Yeah, seems white.
Seems pretty white. There's a video out there of a woman in Austria who is paragliding, and a Cessna airplane comes in and crashes right into her glider, into her parachute. And she starts tumbling down, pulls the ripcord of the emergency chute, and lands safely. I cannot think. I mean, first of all, how lucky are you that both planes land safely? The paraglider and the actual Cessna. Miraculously.
Now, what is that type of plane?
It's just a one-engine, wing over top.
It's like the little puddle jumper looking planes.
Those little tiny planes that you see flying around. The guys doing the $100 hamburgers, where they fly, 3 cities away, land the plane, have a burger, and fly home. This is one of the whitest things that's ever happened.
Yes.
This right here.
Yeah. Not being done by everybody.
No, not being done by everybody, because most people have sense enough not to paraglide. It's so stupid.
What about on vacation getting that parachute on the back of a boat? Would you do that?
Parasail?
That looks so fun.
It looks fun.
I mean, I'm scared of heights, so I probably wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But I'm like, that looks really fun.
It looks a lot of fun. I think in Jurassic World 3, it ended poorly for him. But yeah, it looks a lot of fun. And somebody broke away once.
That's what I would be afraid of. I'd be afraid of the thing breaking away, and then I'm just like, I'm lost to the nature.
I've done it before.
You have?
Yep, in South Lake Tahoe. This was like over a decade ago. But my parents want to go on a boat, and they were like, well, let's parasail while we're out there. So me and my brother got up there, and they shot us up X amount of feet up in the air, but I liked it.
How? It was fun?
It was fun, yeah. And then they dip you down the water. They get you real close because they tell you beforehand. They said, if you do fall and you're in the water, that's why you have a life jacket on. You're going to have to swim, and the water's cold. So they dipped us down, let us touch the water, and then shot us back up in the air. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, because there's a video out there of somebody, I think it's in Cancun, where they break away and they start just kind of going aimlessly into Mexico. They go over the hotels and everything. They're just they're just at the mercy of the wind. All right. White people story number 2. 2 hikers seriously injured in a bear attack in Yellowstone by another one because they followed bear tracks. They were found, somebody followed bear tracks to find these 2 hikers that were seriously injured by grizzly bears. And, the 2 hikers are 15 and 28, and the female grizzly bear had cubs that was under a year old. That was the aggressor. You got to carry bear spray.
How many black people were hiking with you in Utah, riding the ponies and having the walking sticks with the knives at the end?
It was pretty diverse.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Pretty diverse. There was the majority of them were just white folk.
Yeah.
But it was very diverse. Asians.
Yeah.
African Americans. You had people like the Middle East.
What?
You had a lot of diverse.
I'm thinking of just Peyton Clip and him listing off like different ethnicity.
A lot of spittle situations.
Oh,
he would have loved it. He would have loved it. He would have been a big fan.
Yeah, rock climbing.
Yeah.
White people things.
Bear attacks. You got to carry your bear spray, and don't be following bear tracks. Why would you want to go search these things out?
Yeah.
These things they run 40 miles an hour. They're 1,500 pounds. What are you doing?
They deserve to get decapitated.
Yeah, they really do.
I have no sympathy.
Okay, last one here. This woman, oh my God, was accidentally shot with a shotgun in Nebraska from another truck.
Drive by.
It was a dog. Now, I don't know what is worse.
I don't believe it.
Getting shot by a dog or the armless, legless guy.
I told a man about the armless, legless, and she could not contain it.
Did you show her the video?
No.
Oh, you got to show her the video. She'll love that.
And this was last week in Scottsbluff. They were called to the shortstop gas station following reports of being shot with a gun. It was a shotgun shell. Before they arrived, they received information that they thought it was a BB gun, but it was a real shotgun. It was the pellets. And they arrived and they found out that the owner of the truck had parked in order to pick up food, and a dog somehow got to the trigger and fired this gun. So you're getting shot from another vehicle by a dog.
Handicapped dog.
What about the punishment? Punishment on that, Pepe?
Innocent until proven guilty.
Last meal, T-bone.
I need surveillance
T-bone.
video footage.
Just
I
the
need
bone?
something. Does the dog, do the claws or whatever, the nails hit the trigger? Was the gun
Was
already
it a
loaded?
pit bull that did it?
Yeah,
What
come
kind
on.
of dog?
Give people
Were you
a
abusing the dog ahead of time? I got to know these things. I got to know.
Lashing out. Chopping it up every hump day.
Okay.
Commercial-free expressway. Another Luke Bryan ticket giveaway coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Chris Young speaks about the Rangers offense. Can he make you feel better about it after the response last night's first inning against the Armpit? Hear from the Rangers GM next.
After.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And here it comes. And Peterson hits one high and deep to right field. Back goes Smith to the wall, and that ball is history. That's 10 rows up. A 3-run Jimmy Jack. For Jack Peterson, he has taken his time circling the bases. It's 8-0 Rangers in the first inning.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about 8 runs?
5
in the first inning.
That's a 5.
No? I don't know where something's off today. We're off today. Just a little off. A little bit off.
Let's hold it in a cough there.
I don't think you heard the intro.
Oh, I heard the intro.
He was still blown away by Reetma.
I was still blown away.
Yeah, Reetma came in here. Worst take nominee, said Forrest Gump was a horrible movie. So Friday, 9 a.m., we'll throw that into the mix.
You get an 8 spot in the first inning. The day after, you get no hit. It is as baseball gets, because there is no explanation for just about anything this team does offensively. And, scoring 8 runs in an inning does not happen often for any team. Yesterday was Blowout Tuesday. I think it was 7 games decided by 5 runs or more.
They had just 17 first-inning runs all year entering last night. 8 first-inning runs over their last 22 games. And then you look at what they were giving up on the mound. They had a 7.02 ERA in the first inning of games this season. Second worst in baseball. Like Mackenzie Gore, by far, is their best first-inning pitcher with a 3.60 ERA. And a few games ago, the stat was 41-17 is what they had been outscored in the first inning. And then, boom, you put up 8 yesterday and get the W over Houston.
And, man, Houston, we saw this stat a couple of weeks ago where, Ranger opponents are the ones that are hitting the longest home runs here by a lot. There were Yordan hit one 449. He also hit one 422. Smith hit one 457, and Pena hit one 454. I mean, these are moonshot home runs.
Thought that wasn't allowed here.
Well, I mean, if you read the little AI bot that was tweeting at us yesterday.
Oh my God!
I don't think it's actually AI. I think it's a total just nerd who doesn't know how to think for themselves. But I'm sharing data from 3 years about their offense, and he goes, "This is a little misleading." It's like, no, it's a, what? Why? Because their home splits.
What do you say? I used to work for the Rangers in analytics, and I was a baseball player. I want to actually get the official account of this tool.
Yeah, District
anybody
AI.
can say that they're.
What is it?
District AI.
District AI.
District AI. There you go. But
I think it's Chris Young's burner.
They tried. They tried to give it away. This thing got cut to 8-3, then 9-4, then 9-5, then 9-6, and then you get a bunch of runners on in that 8th inning. Latz has to come in with 2 outs and get out of the jam, and then you find a way to get the 10-7 victory over the Astros.
Yeah, because they had 15 in a row set down at one point, from the 3rd inning on. They weren't getting on base.
What are you making it lighter? Because we just had that conversation last week, and I had felt pretty solid about him.
I had felt solid about him.
6 innings, 4 earned, 4 strikeouts, 3 walks.
That's not great by any stretch.
He also plunked too.
Yeah, he's still figuring it out. I don't know what his ceiling is. If you were to ask me right now, what is his ceiling? I don't think it's. I would be surprised if he's a top 2 guy on a playoff rotation at any point in his career at this point. I could see him being a 3, or 4. I don't know that I see him being. If he's your number 2, you're in the playoffs.
Yeah, right now
you're probably at a disadvantage in the postseason.
I've liked Chris Young's interviews. I've been going to Chris Young a little bit, especially yesterday at 9. But I do like Chris Young's interviews on G-Bag in terms of being blunt, being forthright, being honest, taking some accountability. So let's see what he said yesterday. Weekly visit with the G-Bag Nation on your home for Rangers baseball. Are the injuries to Wyatt and Seager the biggest reason why the offense has struggled?
Look, I genuinely appreciate you prefacing the question with the injuries, and there is no doubt you take the two best players out of any lineup in the big leagues, their team is going to suffer. And I can't deny that it hasn't had an impact on our group. What I will say is we have very good major league players, and players that are coveted by other teams, players that had opportunities as free agents to sign with other teams, players who we've been asked about by other teams in trades. We have very good major league players. And so our expectation is that we are able to get the best out of our major league players and that they live up to their potential. And, you know, when the guys don't do that, it's on all of us collectively to figure out why, to help them solve for that, to give them answers, to find ways to help them perform at the best of their ability. And then it's also on the players to go out and get the job done. And so we're all in this, you know, together. And I do say this with confidence that I do believe in our players. I really do. I believe we've got a great group of guys. I believe we've got a group that wants to win. They are pressing. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt that missing Corey and Wyatt has put added pressure on these guys. Some of them are looking up at the scoreboard, seeing their respective numbers and realizing they're not having the seasons that they had hoped yet. And it adds pressure to what they're doing. But that doesn't matter in competition. What matters is finding a way to get the job done one pitch at a time. And that's what we have to get back to. As a unit, we have to go up there with a collective approach that we are going to focus on beating the other team's pitcher in that moment. And everything else is irrelevant. And you know, I believe this group is capable. I believe they're very good major league players, but they have to get the job done, and we have to help, you know, prepare them for that and put them in the best positions to succeed.
Oh, man. I thought we were off to a good start. I thought he was starting that to say, I appreciate you giving me the softball and the out with the injuries, but they're not getting it done. Instead, he's launching into other teams being interested and making phone calls on offensive player. Tell me who. Rip them off. Go ahead.
It's probably Seager.
And what exactly are they offering for these guys?
All right, outside of Wyatt and Seager, who has generated a phone call?
Young, maybe.
Give me any names.
Maybe Young. Maybe if they've been like, hey, you guys want to... Yeah. He started off hot. We'll add a bat. Like, you guys, we'll take a gamble on him.
I was assuming, like, before the season.
No, before the season. I thought he was talking about, like, within the season.
Maybe.
You know what he's doing there? It's not me. The roster I built is fine.
Yeah.
We're not getting the most out of them.
Yeah.
Who's responsible for getting... He's saying all collectively. Really? Well, I don't think anybody generally thinks of it's the general manager's responsibility to get the most out of people.
It's like when Jerry comes on here and doesn't talk about defensive personnel. Yeah. Fine. It's communication. That's it. It's communication.
Yeah,
and then eventually it turned into coaching.
It's on the players to do this. It's on all of us. Not legitimately, because nobody actually thinks the general manager is getting things out of players. It's on all of us to get the most out of these players. That sounds like passing the buck to me.
Do they have a developmental problem? Like they're not developing,
right?
You know, like has Josh Young developed? This year he's doing all right.
And right now, everything I've heard in terms of possible trades and what you could give up is they're not good in that area. They don't have a ton of assets.
No,
they don't.
And what little ones they have, they gave up for Gore. Now, I don't know what you're going to be able to use those guys to get at the deadline, because none of those guys are like top 50 players or anything. But it's, developmentally, Carter hasn't developed the way they hoped. Wyatt has his injury issues. And you can make a case that he hasn't developed the way they hoped. Young, obviously, is having a good year, but prior to that, he hasn't developed the way they hoped.
You can highlight Foscue right now.
Yeah, you have to ask... When that sort of thing happens, it's a question of, is it developmental or is it evaluation? Like, are you not evaluating talented players, or are you failing to develop that? So he's obviously cooled in the last couple of years, but it was looking like developmental when Cole Reagans all of a sudden goes to the Royals, and people are saying he's left-handed DeGrom. That's who he kind of reminds me of.
He's added 5 miles an hour to his fastball.
Like, when you see guys go elsewhere and perform, that's when you start going, okay, that's developmental. It may just be as simple as they don't evaluate talent very well, and they're like evaluating guys who are not good enough.
Diamond Cavs here, Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan.
Are there any changes that need to be made, Chris Young, after that road trip?
Well, we've met all day on some of the answers, and the road trip is what it is. I mean, we've looked at the schedule. We made, I'm not going to say excuses about the schedule to start the year when it was a rough schedule, but this was, in the back of my mind, this was a little bit of a fear of mine that we were going to hit this patch in the schedule that we should start winning games. And similar, I think it was last year, maybe the year before, where something similar happened, and we didn't really take advantage of the schedule at that point. And you can say what you want about injuries, but I still believe that we are capable of going out and playing better than we've played. And so here we are, the last 5-6 games, falling back in the standings against teams that we feel like we should be able to compete with and beat. That's not a great feeling for the group. So we need to turn it on. We need to get it going. We need to start playing better baseball and dig ourselves out of this hole. I guess the positive side is that the American League is wide open. The division is wide open. But I also think that we can't let that cloud our judgment too much on what this team is capable of accomplishing without actually seeing it at some point. So we need to see the team start playing better here. And I believe they will. When we get Corey and Wyatt back, it will have an immense impact on the entire unit. I do believe with our pitching that we will have a stretch where we can run off 7, 8, 9 wins in a row. But I can say that till I'm blue in the face. At some point, we've got to go get that done, and we have not to this point in the season.
Most baseball teams will struggle with the good teams. They're not. Nobody's playing 600 ball against teams with winning records. I mean, maybe like you get a stretch where you do, but throughout the course of the year, it's not going to happen. But you have every playoff team dominates bad teams. That's how you do it. Go look at all the division winners year after year. What do they all do? They're all like 13-2 against the last place team in their division. They just dominate the bad teams. And you go get swept by the Angels, and then you get no hit, and you struggle with Colorado, you get lucky in the last game. You got to beat bad teams. If you don't beat the bad teams, you're never going to make the playoffs because you're not going to be, and nobody is going to be able to beat enough good teams to sustain a 600 winning percentage or even a 570.
And I understand he's like, as soon as we get Seager and Wyatt back, that's going to help immensely. All right, well, this season, their OPSs are 638 and 636. Even when they were in there, you were not hitting the baseball. You were not playing well offensively. Last year with them in there, you were not playing well offensively. This is a years-long issue.
The Athletic says that they are the 13th best team in baseball right now.
What?
Yeah, the Athletic has them ranked number 13 in their power rankings.
Who wrote that?
This is a conglomeration of Grant Brisbee, Chad Jennings, and Levi Weaver.
Okay.
All right, so 13.
What a great job by the boys.
And the write-up is, it says in the next 2 months, they're looking for a direction for 27, 28, and 29. If they played in the Central, they'd be a last-place team in the NL Central. Here they are, a couple of games back. So Corey and Wyatt and Smith and Young are healthy, and Seager and Carter and Jansen, get those batting averages above 200, and DeGrom stops leading the AL in home runs allowed. Maybe they'll be able to pick things up. What it says here at the end, I think, is the most important, is they got 5 weeks to figure out, are you going to trade and make a major trade for a big bat, or are you going to sell? And when they say sell, they don't mean, hey, here's Evan Carter. No. They mean, here's Corey Seager, here's Josh Young, here's DeGrom, here's Evaldi, here's whoever. I mean, anybody's on the table. And you restock, and you don't plan for 2027. You plan for 2029. And listen, it's already miserable watching this baseball team. At least if you sell, you could be miserable watching tomorrow.
There reaches a point where you trade Mark Teixeira, or you do it like where it doesn't matter. You don't hold on to just being kind of middling in the name of just, hey, we got to keep some relevancy here. They've got to rebuild their farm system. Their farm system, like, you go look at it, there's nobody knocking on the door. There's not one legitimate future consistent starter that you feel like is right on the doorstep of the major leagues. They are depleted there, and their major league roster is not good enough. It's old. It's an old group of players, and they need a reset. They need to kind of wash things out.
Diamond Cavs in your home for Rangers baseball. Game 3 against the R-Pit tonight. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch here on 105.3 The Fan. Why Choppy is disgusted with Team USA? Next on Sean and RJ.
You have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, we have RJ Choppy putting in the call for tomorrow. Bosses, this is a hot mess next to me. Can't stop coughing. We may as well unleash him before he's out tomorrow on youth sports, because yesterday you were going on this tirade, and I was going to send it to my really good buddy who's actually doing this not once but twice with his kids, and I know this got a lot of feedback on social media. We'll go below the belt at 8:40.
All right.
Brett Boone on the Rangers offense at 9, and another Luke Bryan ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, so this started yesterday, and I saw a post on social media. It was a news story. Okay, it was a news story about youth sports and the athletes that are in 8th grade who are deciding, along with their parents, to hold back and wait to start their high school season.
So, Sandra, did your parents ever say, you better get your grades up, little lady, or you're going to repeat 8th grade? Well, now some 13-year-olds are doing it by choice, hoping to get into a better school, a bigger scholarship, or more NIL money.
I play baseball because I love the game, but it's cool to know that if I do what I love, I'll get a little bit of money out of it.
Carter Cancellieri is attending 8th grade a second time by choice.
It's given him an extra year to work on both his academic skills and his athletic skills.
15-year-old Carter is part of a growing trend of young athletes reclassing.
It's for students that are currently in 8th grade, and they get an additional year of middle school to delay their start of high school. Once you start high school, you have a 4-year clock, academically and athletically.
So the premise is you're in 8th grade, you hold back, and then you start 9th grade a year later, so you're older than everybody else. So you graduate at like 19 years old. Now in hockey, in youth hockey, we see this a lot. There is a direct correlation between age and success. Go look at all the greatest hockey players ever. Almost all of them are January birthdays, because that's when the hockey calendar starts. Whereas in the U.S., we start, basically go with the school calendar. And so what they're doing is that they're like I said, they're holding back. They're doing 8th grade over again. If you're the youngest kid in class, okay, you're not academically where you should be. You know, I understand it.
Yeah.
Okay. Academically, I understand it.
So why is 8th grade being targeted? Because my really, really, really good friends did this with their oldest. I think it benefited him athletically. Their argument, and they're going to do it with their middle one. And I'm like, is this gaming the system? Is this getting some advantage? They're arguing it helps their leadership. Because if you're the oldest one amongst the younger ones, you could kind of be a better leader. We've had a long discussion about this with Oliver as he's going into 1st grade. And his teacher was like, I think, because of, some reading and writing, socially fine, math good, some reading and writing, I would suggest holding him back.
Yeah.
And my friends were like, and the teacher said, we've never, ever had anyone regret doing it. And we were like 50-50 about it. And my wife, I said, I'm going to go with your gut instinct. Your mom instinct, you've been nailing draft picks recently.
Oh, baby.
All right, you're crushing it.
Right.
So I'm 50-50, so I'm going to go with your gut instinct. And she's like, I want him to go on to 1st grade.
Okay.
So I don't know, because you feel this guilt. You don't want them to drown. Are they treading water, or are they actually swimming? But why is this happening right at 8th grade? Because it's just right before high school?
It's right before high school, and then once you start 9th grade, you're already on the clock athletically. You can only play 4 years of high school.
Oh.
So now there's a way to do postgraduate athletics, and you could do that, and you're playing like a 13th year. But you got to go to a special school for that. So they do it in 8th grade. If you're going to do it early. Kindergarten, start them late. I got no issue with that. I remember a time, I asked Jeff Bannister playing golf one time.
Well,
and
he was talking to you.
He ever call us back?
No, never did.
Nothing?
No. I hope I didn't text him when he forgot that he got fired. I hope he's still there. I'm pretty sure he is. So I said, when can you tell that a player is really, really good at sports? And he said 16. And I was like, man, that seems really, really late. But as I've gone through the process, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can't really tell until you hit puberty. Nothing matters until you hit puberty. You might not grow. You might be...
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that was a piece of bacon.
Yeah, he claims a piece of bacon's been stuck in his throat for 10 minutes.
You might not grow. You might grow too much, and now you're a basketball player. You're not a football player. You're not a baseball. You know what I mean? Like you have no idea. You might grow and be completely unathletic and uncoordinated and be worse. And it just and history shows, like, if you hold a kid back in 8th grade, studies show they have like 2 and 3 times more likely chance of dropping out of school.
Really?
Because it completely kills their social life. Now, if you go to a small private school,
why does it kill it?
Because all their friends have gone to high school.
Yeah.
And they're in 8th grade. They're sitting there. It's like moving to a new school.
That's why kindergarten is thought of as different. You hold them back from kindergarten, they get introduced a little older. It doesn't impact the same way.
And, if you're at a private school where it's like K through 12 and everybody knows everybody anyway, it's a small enough school, then you might not be as impacted by that. But if you're at Allen and you got 4,000 kids or 6,000, whatever the school is, you completely ruin your social life.
So there's 3 different reasons, right? There's doing this because of athletics,
academics.
There's academics. There's emotional. There's intellectual. So intellectual, emotional, and athletic.
Yeah.
You're saying that this is happening, and you're convinced it's just because people want the athletic advantage?
I mean, the ones, there's a lot doing it for the athletics, and that's like, and you're doing it that late. It's like, come on, man. Like, maybe it's just like, now again, if your kid's the youngest one in school, there's always somebody who's the youngest one in class.
And that's Oliver's thing. He's a July kid. So he's
young.
He's the youngest. You could tell, like, size wise, and there's other kids, who you're like, that kid looks older,
right?
And they are,
yeah. And that's something that parents wrestle with, and especially like I was one of the youngest in school. My mom was like, well, you knew your alphabet, so that's why I sent you over to start school. which, I mean, it probably would have helped me academically
Yeah.
to start a year later, but once you're in it, I don't know, I feel like to do it for just sports, it's like, okay, now you're not better, you're just bigger.
Yeah, it's a little tough to make.
But a lot of times bigger is better.
It's a little tough.
Yeah.
It's tough to make.
You're stronger. You have a physical advantage. You throw harder.
Oh, it's absolutely an advantage.
Quicker.
Oh, there's no doubt.
How much more dangerous is that then, though? Because you've heard people talk about
not for my kid. It's for you. Though. No, my kid's punishing your kid.
When they talk about oh my gosh, this 25-year-old playing college football against these 19-year-olds. This is so crazy. There's arguably a bigger gap between the 15-year-old and the more developed 18-year-old in terms of where they're at in life. And so I don't know. Kristen she thought about doing this with Addison early on because she's a July birthday, and so she thought about do I want her being just the youngest all the time? I don't know, but ultimately she decided to put her in there. But I mean, I think there were definitely challenges that existed with her always being the youngest.
Yeah. Broadus said, I think your wife is right. We had the same option to first grade. He was better going on. Pepe, what are the Tolos saying with the 8th grade holdup?
214 says it's all for athletics so daddy can get some NIL money from his son. 512 says it's called a Texas red shirt. And 817 says, I remember in the 90s we used to make fun of kids that got held back.
Well, yeah. Yes,
that's true.
Held back where you're thinking, you're not smart enough to move on.
Yeah, because it was not a holdback for sports.
Yeah, well, I would think anybody who's on that level would be like, oh, sure, it's for sports. Right. Yeah, okay.
A lot of Tolos weighing in on RJ's Twitter. Spieth Island. Entire family did it in my high school. 3 boys and a girl all went to college on athletic scholarships, including one of them who played at the 4-letter word we don't use in my house, unlike Kevin Hagelin. We have a kid in our school system that was held back. Then his parents brag about him being on HGH to help his self-esteem. No posts about him for a year on Facebook. Then he pops back up on their feed, all roided up. Eric, we had 2 8th graders repeat this upcoming year when my son is coming in 8th grade athletics. He'd be miserable if we held him back. He'd spend more time in the principal's office than the gym. Then you have people who are getting on you kind of a little bit saying, what's wrong with it? It's not illegal, so why not? Quit crying more about it.
Yeah, no, it's not illegal. It's not immoral. I don't know.
TKOY, it's absolutely the smart move. I don't know, man. I'm just throwing this in. Right now.
I would do it if I were you early. If you're going to do it, now's the time.
Yeah. Well, I don't know but I don't know. Well, he's going on to first grade, but right now as it stands today, with this youth baseball T-ball experience and then this and what we were talking about with your kids' baseball, I don't know if I'm going to be heartbroken if my kids come to me early on and be like, I don't know if sports are for me, because this uphill, tainted, cheating, slimy, it's not just go out and play. It's I got to be on this team, and it's slimy.
It's like it is, and the grapevine situation.
What's the point of having him go out there and face people who are a year and a half older when you're 8 years old?
That's not impressive.
It's not impressive.
It's not impressive.
It's you're a loser.
Yeah.
We had a T-ball kid. These are 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds. He showed up as they were starting the game. They held up the game on the other side for 10 minutes because it messed up their scorekeeping. And literally, we stopped playing for 10 minutes.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, what are you doing? But they're so anal and so serious about it at 5 and 6. And this happens something like this happens once a week already at 5 and 6.
They're worried about,
and it's not going to stop. It's only going to keep getting worse because everyone's making money.
They're worried about their stats.
Worried about the stats.
Yeah, and youth sports.
I mean, you're a bunch of losers.
Youth sports used to be, you used to have team names like United Methodist Church of Euless,
American Legion,
Al's,
Lions Club,
Al's Tire Company, Lions Club. Now it's, you got sponsors, not sponsors. Now you have your own team names, and you're paying. It used to be free. Now you're paying. Parents are paying 40 and 50% more today than they were pre-COVID on youth sports. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. You got private equity all over the place trying to buy up these tournaments, and there's a lot of money. And even in that clip, the kid was like, yo, hopefully I get some NIL money out of it. Oh, that's the reason. Okay, follow the money.
Why one analyst says the Cowboys are better than some of the top playoff teams in the NFL. That's next. And below,
B-Bell.
Right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball. The Cowboys have scaled their most impossible mountain. No, not winning a Super Bowl. They're finally better than the 49ers, according to one person. Right. We'll talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. Before we go into these rankings from The Ringer, which are very high, exceedingly high on the Dallas Cowboys, more so than we talked about, I think, last week, where ESPN had them like 14, and that was higher than anybody had them. This one goes even further. But before we get into that, Jordan Lewis, who is way up high on the list of like my favorite guys that have ever come through that locker room. Just being a pro and being easy to deal with and never running from anything and willing to stand up there and call it like it is. There was the whole issue in, I think it was 24, where they were asking him, like, what's going on with the defense? Why isn't this working out? Do you guys just need more time on task? And he's like, no, we're not detailed enough. And then I remember somebody said, how long does that take to fix? He goes, I don't know. That's always been a problem. Oh, and he's very direct. He does not beat around the bush. I thought it was a bummer when he left. I understood it. They didn't want to pay up to what Jacksonville was willing to give him, but he ended up having a really good year for the Jaguars and kind of pushed back against this notion that smaller, older player who's had some injuries, that he's not going to be able to do it anymore. Him and DeMarcus Lawrence both. In fact, it was Jordan Lewis who Jerry kind of singled out as being, yeah, maybe we shouldn't have let that nickel go. He ended up having some good success, and then obviously they prioritized Caleb Downs. Well, Jordan Lewis was on a podcast called Just Earn It, and typically when somebody leaves Dallas, what do we hear? Even our buddy Dalton Schultz from the Super Bowl, you'll hear about, man, it's just different over here, so much better.
Circus.
It's always some sort of slight to how things are done here in Dallas. Mm-hmm. Then you've always got the one or two players who are rare exceptions who will tell you how much they embraced it and loved it. And Jordan Lewis could not say enough nice things about his time with the Dallas Cowboys in this podcast.
The Cowboys, I loved it. I loved every second of being a Cowboy, the good and the bad. That's something that I thrived in. I just thrived in, people saying we weren't going to be this good, we weren't going to be that, and, he's not that good. But I knew the type of people that I had around me, the type of teammates that I had, and I loved them, like Dak, man. I love Dak. I love the type of leader he is. I love the type of player he is. I mean, he's gone through so much and he fights back every single time. So I'm like, man, I believe in a quarterback, and you need that in the NFL. You have to believe in a quarterback. That's like number one. Have to believe in the quarterback, and I believed in him. And I believed in, the support staff. And I had a really good rapport with the support staff. Like Britt Brown, he's one of the guys that helped me when I had an injury, a real bad injury. My first Liz Frank, he's the one that pushed me through doing that. And Coach Harold and Coach Warsick, a legendary weight and strength and conditioning coach, that taught me how to Olympic lift. I didn't know how to Olympic lift until I got into the NFL.
Wow,
exactly. So
deadlifts and snatches,
hang cleans and stuff like that. He taught me. He taught me in the NFL.
Why did you need that to do the Olympic lifts?
So it teaches you how to be explosive, and it gets your posterior chain in to where it's all in sync to where you can be explosive, and it translates to the field to being a better athlete. Yeah, and driving through tackles, bursting your first burst. So I saw myself getting faster in the NFL, and I just believed in the program that they had.
And I am stunned that they didn't Olympic lift in Michigan. Like Parcells brought that here.
Dude, there's so many people who will tell you, no matter how high quality the program is or whatever else, when guys get to the NFL, the conditioning program is just different, and they tap into something new. They just don't have the same resources, no matter how much money's flowing through. They just don't commit the same resources to it.
I mean, those strength coaches in college make a lot of money.
Yeah.
And, you mentioned how, like, players say it's just different in Dallas. I bet you they say it's just different in Jacksonville, too. That seems like it's like the smallest town, smallest stadium. They're playing in Orlando this year, for crying out loud. Not even playing in Jacksonville. Because they're refurbing the stadium.
Oh.
So at the Citrus Bowl. You got to play 3 games in London.
Damn, if they were actually going to play the Jaguars on the road this year, I would go to that game. I would get the flu, quote unquote, if it was in Jacksonville again. No, but we've seen the NFLPA report cards and different things like that, and they usually are. That was the thing that stood out to me most, other than obviously the effusive praise for Dak Prescott. But the thing that stood out to me the most was we hear so much criticism, those report cards or whatever else about, well, I don't know how much I love the sports staff. I don't know how much I love the program and what they're doing. I think that's where things get missed. Because Kevin Smith, who former Texas A&M legend, Texas high school football legend, played for the Cowboys for a number of years at corner, he had talked about, we were doing Cowboys crosstalk, and he had said that he was talking specifically about Britt Brown, who he worked back from his Achilles injury with. And he had said that, Britt, I would trust completely with my life. And he said, and look, he stopped down and goes, I know there's some people who don't work well with Britt. And he said, and that tells me if you're tough or not. Because he goes, he's going to push you. He's going to be there for you as long as you're willing to put in the work. And I think when you see the guys who just, I think it's the difference between those who like Dallas and those who don't in terms of the support staff and the program that they've got in place of how conditioning, weights, everything else. I think a lot of it comes down to who likes a little bit more of kind of the old school, aggressive, pick it up, do something.
Britt to me is kind of like the Troy Aikman of trainers.
He's not going to sugarcoat it.
He's not going to sugarcoat it. Trayvon Diggs and Britt. If you're all about it and business 1, 2, 3, I think you get along great with Britt Brown.
Dak loves him. Dak is an aggressive worker. DeMarvion Overshown loves him. DeMarvion Overshown works really, really hard in his rehab. And that's Jordan Lewis talking about some of those things now. He went on to say, it was like, well, how did it come to be? He's like, look, during my career, I saw a lot of guys that got cycled out of here that were older than me. And so he's like, I know it's the NFL. I knew my day was coming. And he's like, it just reached the point where, he said, I think some stuff got lost in communication, but ultimately it was like, okay, it's just my time to go, and it's my time out the door. Enjoyed it, and I'm off now. So not bitter at all. Still a big fan of it. And I think that makeup right there is what Will McClay and the Cowboys personnel department always looks for in the draft, is the who loves it here, even the bad stuff. Because Jordan Lewis just said it there. He loved the bad part of it. He loved all the intensity that comes with it.
I think Ferguson fits that category.
Yeah, Ferguson 100%. Ferg has talked about that, how, he told us, he said, the name on the front of my jersey is going to take care of the name on the back of my jersey. That's what it means to be a Cowboy. All right.
I always get frustrated when I see or listen to Jordan Lewis's. I'm like, why can't you just get 4 or 5 of them on one team?
Yeah.
Are they that rare? What happens if I get, 3 Bobby Wagners? Those. I wonder what teams in history, I don't care what sport it is, have had the most of those dudes.
I think a lot of times those are the teams that, I know there's always this debate about culture versus talent and stuff like that, but I think a lot of times, when you think back on those teams that do have several big-time culture individuals, a lot of times those are the more successful teams in the NFL. And that may just be winning cures all, and so they embrace the culture that way, or it may be that's what drives them to winning. It's kind of a chicken or the egg thing. Over at The Ringer, Deontay Lee has his NFL power rankings up. This is the time of year where everybody's going to cycle through there, so The Ringer's put theirs up finally. And boy, it looks good for the Dallas Cowboys if you buy into Deontay Lee. This is the top 10. The Rams, Seahawks, Broncos, Bills, Texans, Eagles, Lions, Patriots, Ravens, and then the Packers round out the top 10. And then coming in at number 11, by far the highest mark they've had in any of these national outlet power rankings I've seen are the Dallas Cowboys. He says the Cowboys offense has a chance to be the league's best, and that alone is enough to make Dallas a playoff threat. But teams with powerful offenses like San Francisco and Cincinnati have struggled to make the leap in recent years because of injuries or roster weaknesses on the other side of the ball. So Dallas's hope depends on how the defensive changes work out. New coordinator Christian Parker is a Vic Fangio disciple, and his scheme will be designed around limiting explosive plays. To make it work, Parker will need to get solid, if not elite, play out of new defensive back Caleb Caleb Downs, Jalen Thompson, and Kobe Durant. If the front seven takes a legitimate step forward and can support what should be a top 10 offense, I won't look so silly for believing in the Cowboys. But that means directly behind the Dallas Cowboys are the following teams in Deontay Lee's rankings right now. The Chicago Bears, the San Francisco 49ers, who were a 12-13 win team last year, the Jacksonville Jaguars, who were the hottest team in the NFL essentially down the stretch. 15, the Kansas City Chiefs, who everybody has embraced as still like they're going to keep doing it. 16, the Los Angeles Chargers. So you've got several playoff teams that right now people are buying into and saying Dallas is right there with them. And I can't pinpoint why.
What do you mean you can't pinpoint why?
So everyone
has always said offense is fine if you can get the defense to near average.
League average.
You can be a contender. And all this offseason hype is about the defense improving. I feel like Caleb Downs changed all this.
Do you think it's Downs is the biggest driver?
It's Downs and Parker.
Yeah.
But Parker's so fascinating to me that like somebody who they didn't know his name a few months ago, all of a sudden everybody has bought in on the national push with him.
I think it's Downs.
And he's never called a play.
Yeah. Well, we're Bobby, and Bobby's up there in terms of the blame for the Christian Parker hype, or it can end up being brilliant credit that he ends up getting.
I mean, it's usually brilliant, is what I would say.
I think the Caleb Downs thing, it changed everything for me in terms of my excitement for Oxnard.
I have far less problem with the Cowboys being ahead of all those teams, Bears, Niners, whatever, Jacksonville, than I do with New England being ahead of any of them. The fact that New England is 8, they are.
You're saying they're being disrespected?
No, they're gonna. I mean, they're gonna miss the playoffs.
Whoa!
I forget what were all the things. I gotta get a sticky pad in here because we keep forgetting to put takes up there.
You don't have a sticky pad?
No, I need to get one out of the mail room and I'll get it. But
please expound.
Well, they have a brutal schedule. They're going to lose.
Vegas hates them. That's what it is.
No, Vegas has them as a 10.5 win team. My lock of the year is the Patriots under. Lock of the year. They're 10.5 wins on their over under. They're going to have 8 losses by the first week of December.
Oh,
if you go look at their schedule, I mean, they start at Seattle. We just watched that game. All right, then they get Pitt. They win. Road games at Jacksonville, at Buffalo, loss. 4-game stretch at Chicago, home to Green Bay, home to Detroit. They're going to lose all 3. Mid-November, they're at 6 losses. This is the easiest bet of the year.
Well, you are banking on Drake May just not being for real.
I like Drake May. Their coach is he's in shambles.
He's in lots of stuff.
He's in shambles. I'm not convinced he's going to be the coach come week 1. And the schedule is so difficult.
And I'm still not impressed with their weapons.
Yeah, I mean, and you just like the NFL
pre-AJ Brown. Would we assume AJ Brown's going to be there in a week?
AJ.
Teams that lose the Super Bowl historically have a pretty big letdown the next year.
I love it. The hot take, NFC take from Choppy, over on the Vikings, under on the defending AFC champs. Let's talk to Brett Boone about getting no hit, bouncing back, and the future of this Texas Rangers offense. Our every other Wednesday Hump Day guest, Brett Boone, on the Fan Cam after this.
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And here's the pitch, and this ground ball to first base. It is right under the glove of Walker and down the right field line. 1 run is scored. Berger being waved around third. He's heading for the plate. There's no play. All the way to third goes Carter, and the Rangers lead it 4-0.
How do you score 8 in the first right after getting no hit? That's a question for Odyssey Baseball insider, former Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone podcast, and he is brought to you by Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Grainger offers the professional grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Any of your teams ever get no hit?
Never. I was thinking about that when they got no hit. I said I never got no hit. Close a couple times, never got no hit. I've been on a team that pitched a no hitter. But no, never been no hit. It is not a good feeling. I've been close though a few times. You know, we go into the 7th. You're just looking at each other like this can't happen. You know, you're beyond winning the game. It's like you don't want that headline. You do not want that headline. It was. I'll tell you, I watched probably at least 6 innings of that game. That's one of the most bizarre no-hitters I've ever seen. I mean, I tuned in at the beginning. I saw that first inning where was it Imai?
Yeah,
he's all over the place. All over the place. I'm like, what is going on here? No-hitter? You kidding me? And then to follow it up with yesterday's first inning, baseball's crazy. It's crazy. There's just no rhyme or reason. I look around, you know, I look around this schedule and I watch all these games, and it's like 2 weeks ago we're talking about Chicago Cubs can't lose a game. They just lost 10 straight out of nowhere. Yeah. You know, I deal with it with my brother. You know, they're hot. They go 11 and 11 out of 13, then they lose 8 out of 9. And it's like nothing makes sense, but so it makes it great. Never know.
Explain to the non-major league player why when you're getting no hit, it's against the unwritten rules to try to bunt your way on to get a hit.
Well, it's not. You know, that's a misnomer. And even big leaguers, you can't bunt on me. Bull crap. Here's the deal. First and foremost, my job is to win the game. I don't care how I get on. Now, yes, when you get into the unwritten rule, okay. If it's 7-0 and you're getting no hit in the 8th, you don't drop a bunt. Now, I agree with that. But if it's 2-0, I'm within 2, I need to get on base. I need to find a way to get on base. So a bunt is in order, and I don't care what anybody says. My job, I don't care about your no-hitter. I could care less. My job is to give my team an opportunity to win. So if it's if somebody walks, it's a 3-run game, they're given me or my teammate the bunt, and we bunt to bring the tying run to the plate. There's nothing wrong with that. And I've seen over the years, I've seen, the back and forth, the debate. As long as your goal is to win the game, put yourself in position to bring that tying run to the plate. Anything goes. Bunt, whatever you want to do. So I'm not of that, but yes, I'm with you. I'm with you on the blowout. You know, you don't drop a bunt in a 6-0 no hitter. No, that's when you have some integrity and you try to hit your way out.
Brett, Ranger fans hit a breaking point this past weekend after the Angels series. They're fed up. They want Chris Young's head on a platter. They want Ray Davis's head on a platter. Going after Skip as well. What do you say to the Ranger fans who are just absolutely fed up?
Well, I think, I've been on a lot of different teams, and that's what happens. It's not – I look at these situations. I look at a lot of teams around baseball right now, and their managers are on the hot seat. You had 2 early big firings that you didn't expect with Boston and with Philly. And it's not Cora's fault. It's not Rob Thompson's fault. When it comes down to it, it's the players. It's the players. They win games. They lose games. As coaches, we facilitate. We help. But it's not their fault. It's but somebody's got to be accountable for it. And I think when you take one of these positions, as being the owner, you do whatever you want. but when we take these roles as coaches, managers, general managers, presidents, you're in a position where when things don't go good, and it's not necessarily your fault or even close, you're going to hear about it. And I think these guys are professionals. They understand that. I completely understand the fans and their frustration. That's what makes this game great is the fans and having that opinion. As a player, I was from the ilk of, if I'm not doing my job, I know what I signed up for being a major league player. I get to make a really good living, getting a pretty awesome life, getting to doing things people dream of. And when I'm not performing, I expected to hear it from the fans. Now, I hope you keep it classy and you don't cross the line. But that's part of it. And if you can't handle some criticism when things are going bad and you're not playing well, you're in the wrong occupation. So I completely understand the frustration with the fans. The good news is, as a player, as a staff with the Texas Rangers, I watch these guys, and I have obviously a little bit of skin in the game. I love these guys. I just came off the field with them, and I'm pulling for these guys. I hate to see them having a tough time, especially offensively. I stick to my guys, but I always try to find a silver lining. And when times are tough, it's like, here's the deal. Yeah, it hasn't gone the way we want. We've had a lot of injuries. You got Wyatt, Seager, Smitty. Josh Young just went down for a couple days. He's back. In the bullpen, didn't have Martin Garcia there. Garcia still isn't back. So you've been playing kind of, not fully cocked here when it comes to a full roster. But let's look at the division we're playing in. For the first time, I think yesterday, A's lost. The A's are leading the division with a sub-500 record. So think about this. If the season started off this bad, we're in pretty good shape if you're a Texas Ranger. You have over 4 months to go, and you're sitting here 4 games under 500, and you're a game and a half out of the division.
Yeah.
Things could be worse. I mean, if you're in the Atlanta's division, how you looking? You're looking up and the season's almost over. But you're sitting in this division, count your lucky stars and say, hey, I got a lot to play for. Let's turn this around in 4 months. Let's get these guys that are injured, get them healthy and get them playing again. You've seen the staff. You've seen what they're capable of. Now, it's a long season. You got to you got to stay free of injury. Evaldi and DeGrom, they're not getting any younger. But you've got a formidable staff and a bullpen that's doing a really good job. Offensively, I think they're playing under their capabilities. Absolutely. Evan Carter had a big night last night, but he's been struggling. I mean, you look at this lineup up and down. Are they most formidable lineup in the game? No. But I'll tell you what, you're right in the mix right now. So I don't think it's a time from a player, from a organizational perspective, with all the things going on in this division. It's not a time to panic. It's a time to get it together and let's go.
Brett, there was I remember Isaiah Thomas had a quote years ago where he said the secret to winning basketball is realizing that it's not about basketball. It was about all the other factors surrounding an NBA team. How much in baseball do you feel like winning or getting on the right track when your offense is underperforming and other things like that, how much of it is about the non-factors, the culture factors, and what was your experience being inside the Rangers organization, how you felt like the culture was?
Well, I think it's a good culture, but I think you're right. I think culture is big. And you got to create a culture. You got to create a winning, guys coming to the ballpark, wanting to come to the ballpark, guys enjoying one another.
Did Brett just disappear?
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
Brett's gone. All right, let's see if he signs back in. I almost interrupted Bob.
I saw it.
I can't take it. I can't take the amount. It's not you making excuses, but anytime I hear another word or term, and I'm about to go at Brett with it, anytime I hear something besides a lack of talent, it drives me crazy.
Oh, there's 100% a lack of talent.
Yeah, they don't have good enough players and talent. Stop with the underperforming. Stop with the culture. Stop with the wind tunnel. Stop with the manager. There's not enough talent.
Do you think the culture is good?
I don't.
Just from some of the buzz we've heard about Kevin Pillar talking about the way that organization was, some of the stuff we've heard about Seager. Like, I'm not saying that would fix everything, but it does make me wonder. Like, is that also a contributing factor? Is it just another thing?
I don't know. I think Skip is liked early on. I think I think Chris Young is the big question mark in terms of intensity. And
it's there.
There's when you're struggling, and this goes for any work office, right? Like when you're struggling, sometimes you need the leadership to be hands off and say, it's fine. I know we're better than this. Sometimes you need them to crack skulls, right? It's incumbent upon the leader to know how and when to do what. Yeah. And I think my big question about the Rangers culture is, what does Chris Young do during success?
Right.
And what does Chris Young, does he make it so uncomfortable that people are too uncomfortable to do their jobs? I don't know. That is my big question about what's happening over there. But I don't blame Chris Young right now for his temper. I blame Chris Young for the lineup. That's my issue with it. We got Brett Boone on the phone. Brett, we were just talking about the culture before you got cut off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My computer, I don't know why it went out. Yeah, the culture is something you create as players. I mean, it's not up to anybody else. I think as coaches, as staff, behind the scene guys, my message to staff members is, hey, let's keep our stuff. Let's keep the non-uniform personnel, front office, coaches. Let's keep that behind closed doors. They don't need to see that. These players need to come out and play. That's all that matters. They're the most important piece in the room, and we are background players, like I always said. So as a staff member, I can only do so much. Yeah, I can set a great precedent, a tone from a staff perspective. But that doesn't matter. It's the players, and they need to find a way. You're a big leaguer. This isn't the time to coddle you, and that's a little bit of the thing. I think it's changed over the years, where and it's not these guys' fault. These players coming up, but they're very. You come to the big leagues now as a rookie, and hey, you're here, and we treat you great. When I came up, it was like sit in the corner, shut up until you do anything. I'll tell you, and I'll tell you when you finally do. Kind of establish yourself and you kind of make it where you stand in the room with the other guys going, you know what, I'm a big leaguer, I'm accepted. The gratitude and it's like, wow, you know what I went through to earn this? So it was worth it. Now I see a lot of when you get to the big leagues, we're going to make it comfortable for you and everything's good and everybody be nice to the rookie. And it's like, well, yeah, I think that's good as far as how you treat another human being. But I don't know if it's the greatest thing for creating a tough atmosphere where these guys are gristled and appreciate what they're given. A lot of things are just given these days. If you have a lot of talent, it comes with a little sense of entitlement, which we didn't have in my generation. I don't want to sit here and say, get off my lawn. It's better when I played. It's just a little bit different. And I wonder sometimes if that creeps into the culture because a lot of guys are given things now instead of earning them, going through a tough road to get there and to be an established big leaguer. But yeah, getting back to the culture is created by the players as coaches, as staff members. Chris Young in the president position, there's only so much he can do. I'm just a big proponent of keep that away from the players. Keep that as far away from the players as you can. And then you got Skip Schumacher. You're the head dog. You're the top dog. Don't let them see you sweat. You're the flight attendant when there's turbulence. And you've got to be the one that people look to. You start to panic, everybody else is going to panic. So that's the tough. This is when you earn your money as a manager. It's not putting the lefty in at the right time or the righty or having that lineup perfect, how the algorithm sets up. It's about managing people, getting these guys, putting them in position to succeed and creating a really good, winning, positive attitude, putting everybody in the best possible position they can to be as good of players as they can be.
Brett Boone joining us here, 105 through the Fan. I wanted to ask you about DeGrom because in his last 4 starts, I mean, he's really getting hit pretty hard. He's allowed 8 home runs in those 4 starts, 6 runs, 4 runs, 6 runs. When do you start to get worried about a pitcher that is an all-time great, but they hit a stretch where they're really pitching poorly?
Right now. No, and with DeGrom, I've watched him, and I saw him give the 4 home runs up. I think he's never done that before. And then last outing, he gave up a couple, I think, in the first inning. But I remember 3 or 4 starts ago, I'm watching DeGrom, and, you watch all these great pitchers in the game today, and you make comparisons. 3 or 4 starts ago, I'm watching Jacob pitch. I think he went 7 innings, shutout innings. And I said, man, he's at the age he is now, and he's still, when he's on his game, he's as good as anybody in the game. So it's not like he's had a couple starts, but we haven't seen the old DeGrom in years or 6 months or 15 starts. I saw greatness, top caliber, number one elite stuff 3 or 4 starts ago. So because I've seen that, I'm not in a mode where I would panic if I'm a Texas Ranger. Obviously, your top guy, your number one starter, he needs to be better than he's been recently. But the fact is, within a month, I've seen that dominant stuff from DeGrom. So it's not like you're in a panic mode. It's like, no, we need a little more consistency. We need you to be a little more DeGrom more than you have been lately. But I don't panic like it's gone. It's, the old DeGrom is gone, because I saw it 3 or 4 starts ago.
Thank you, brother. Enjoy it as always. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
He is Brett Boone, former Rangers hitting coach, right here on your home for Rangers baseball. After the win to get even with the armpit, they'll do Game 3 tonight, 6:30 pregame. And Brett is brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. The best rosters in college football. And is this the end of Texas Tech season? The Red Zone is next.
After we get you over to
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Has the NBA script been released? We'll get to that with Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40 after Game 5 goes to the Thunder last night in the Western Conference Final. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with the Red Zone. Your football fix brought to you by Jess Love Coffee. Brendan Sorsby, the Texas Tech quarterback, denied by the NCAA for reinstatement for eligibility for the 2026 season.
You know, I hate it for the Red Raiders. They were going to be a very fun team. They still might. I mean, they could. I could still see them winning the
They're
Big
usually
12.
always fun.
Yeah, I could still see them winning the Big 12. It's not,
it is the Big 12.
It's not the greatest conference.
I could be their quarterback.
But look, they got, if not the number one quarterback out there, they got the number two. I mean, he was the guy. It was him. It was Sam Levitt. There were a couple other guys, but he was supposed to be like the savior, the one that was going to bring them to the next level.
What's his background in terms of 5-star school, transferring?
So this is his third school, I think, because he had been in Cincinnati, but yeah, he was at Indiana before that. So he was, I mean, he's from here. He was Lake Dallas. He was in Corinth, or we never settled that, did we? Corinth. It was LeBron, but no, he was like I think he was like a 3-star quarterback coming out. He was not like super highly recruited, though. He was not considered this like super stud or anything.
So, you know, but I mean, everybody wanted him this offseason, and you know, Tech, they have the money. You know, Cody Campbell, shout out, doing great things, but this was not expected.
3-star. He was prospect number 1,019 in his class, according to 24/7 Sports.
Whoa! And if the University of Cincinnati, now they don't have, you know, they're getting let off here. You know, they have no obligation to tell people, but they apparently knew. They apparently knew all these things were going on. And that stinks. That stinks because Tech put their entire offseason into him.
I think they do have something they can do, though, because I mean, like, I think they are like obligated to report to the NCAA if they believe there's a problem. But did you see Jerry's quote about Sorsby?
Yeah.
Where he's and it's not even about Sorsby specifically, but he's just like, well, I don't know about his case, but I love the supplemental draft. So if you want to throw some players out there, let's do it, because I'm in the mood for a supplemental draft.
He told that to Jory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he was kind of like, things we're in the dead season. Let's stir something up.
Absolutely.
Let's throw something out there.
Yeah, he literally just says, because I'm in that mood.
Yeah, right.
He's got a month and a couple of days to sign up, I guess, for the supplemental draft, and then it will be they'll pick a day shortly after that where they will have it.
Let's talk about the best rosters in college football.
Yeah, look, Steve Sarkisian, he's been a little, I don't know, what do we say? Maybe a little temperamental this offseason. I know he's always had his like occasional blow up at somebody like waiting to introduce you at a bowl game or whatever, but Sark, you can tell he's like maybe feeling a little like on edge, and it's probably because he realizes, hey, this is it. This is supposed to be the year. We've got Arch where he is. We've this will be his last year here. We've built up all the way towards this. We've scheduled everything to where 2026 is supposed to be the year of the Texas Longhorns, and according to CBS Sports, they are also built as the best roster in all of college football. They say number one roster in college football is the Texas Longhorns. The best position group is none other than wide receiver, which skill players felt like they were seriously lacking last season. They did not do enough to replace Matthew Golden and some of the other guys that they lost. And so this year they've kind of, they've obviously got out there. They got Cam Coleman from Auburn. They went and got Hollywood Smothers, Raleek Brown. But the Coleman one that's the guy. That's the guy that's supposed to be a top 10 pick at receiver. And that's the guy that Eric Ellingworth, the Cowboys Southeast Area Scout, he said it during draft show week, where he said, when I saw him at Auburn, I remember thinking, this is Julio Jones. Like I'm watching Julio in college again. And so big target, big weapon there for Arch Manning. They've obviously got Colin Simmons as well, who very well could be a top 10 pick. But they say Texas features multiple projected picks along the offensive line. They've got Colin Simmons on defense. Texas isn't just talented, it's structurally sound. That combination is why many evaluators believe the 2026 roster could be Steve Sarkisian's most complete in Austin and potentially the best in college football. Now, it's fascinating about this.
And all Rhodes scholars, according to Sark.
Yeah, none of them are into the
achievers.
basket weaving.
No.
What is?
By the way, Darren Ravel did the numbers yesterday. You see this?
Heard about this?
49 unlisted majors on Texas's roster. The most popular major is physical culture and sports. And the second most is communications and leadership and exercise science.
Wow.
It sounds like they got two bros who can beat up your basket weaver then. That's what that sounds like to me.
That's
so
right.
I like it.
Nice job, Darren Ravel. It kind of makes Sark sound a little foolish.
Thank your lucky stars, SEC, for the Texas Longhorns, that they've gifted you with their presence in your crappy conference, your little cult, the Southeastern cult.
By the way, what you see, Lane Kiffin making the hire of the year, bringing in Ed Orgeron, baby.
Cajun, baby.
He's back with NIL. That's like a cheat code.
Not only that, did you see what he said yesterday?
Ed?
Lane. Yeah, if I was at Ole Miss, we would have won. We would have won the title last year if I would have been coaching.
He said that?
Yes, because he can't shut up about Ole Miss.
That's
the
awesome.
dude cannot help himself.
That's awesome.
But he says, yeah, we would have been there. We would have won. I absolutely would have got us there. The dude is like an
hard to
all-time
believe
troll.
he's Monty's son.
Yeah, it's completely impossible to believe.
The nicest man ever.
Behind the Texas Longhorns, the SEC, according to this list of the most complete rosters in college football, has one of the next 6 teams that are listed on this ranking here from CBS. Number 2 is Ohio State. Number 3 is Georgia. That's the one. And this is before Georgia has a chance to potentially speed, a dozen more times and lose players off their roster. They could drop down this list just based on how they're driving around Athens. Number 4 on this list is Oregon. 5 is Notre Dame. 6, the U. 7, USC. So you're talking about 2 SEC teams, really, but Texas really is just kind of a brand of its own and rises above the SEC.
USC is interesting. I don't know. I struggle with them. I mean, they always disappoint. They're always overhyped.
Rounding out the top 10 here, number 8, LSU, with Lane Kiffin and his championship that he would have won at Ole Miss. Number 9, the Indiana Hoosiers. So all the talent that they lost and all the James Madison players that have now cycled out, they're still believing in Indiana and what they did in the portal. And then finally, number 10, the Alabama Crimson Tide.
And you're falling in love with Fernando all over again?
Well, I mean, so he skipped the White House and he said, it's like the first day of rookie camp. I can't miss this. Like, this would be a really, really bad look. And now he is upset that he's getting pressured to go into this rookie symposium kind of thing, the rookie premiere, they call it, where they teach you about, this is like where the Herm Edwards does the, I'm sorry, Chris Carter did the
get a fall guy.
Get a fall guy, that thing. And he goes, it's really they kind of pressure you into going into this. They say if you're invited, you kind of have to go. And he's like, they shouldn't have it during OTAs. I need to be there. And this guy just says everything right. He says all the right things. And now it won't help him on the field. He's got to play. But what he is saying, I mean, this guy is just, he's perfect. Kenny Atkinson needs to take lessons from him.
Son-in-law.
Like, in general, though, you don't think that's like just, like,
of course it is.
Phony signaling?
Yes, absolutely. But I actually think he believes it.
Yeah, I think he does, too.
Is this embarrassing for Fox that Greg Olson won the Emmy for sports analyst, considering they demoted him for Tom and gave Tom, what, is it 35 a year?
Yeah.
37.5, I think.
Now, let me say, I think Tom really improved in year 2.
Yeah.
I'd rather listen to Tom over Romo right now at this point in time. I think I'd rank them. I love doing these rankings and changing them up. I think I'd go Aikman, Olsen. It's close for me there. Aikman, Olsen. Then I would go Tom, Collinsworth, Romo.
Well, you are in line with sports media analysts everywhere, apparently. As Brian Curtis, who writes for The Ringer and is he's sports media analyst, that's a big part of what he does. But he said, he quoted the Greg Olson, Tom Brady story, and he said, the bigger story here is that Troy Aikman didn't win. Aikman gets snubbed for this award year after year, and it mystifies people across sports television. So they're saying, Brian Curtis is at least saying that generally people involved in sports television, I guess, are not the ones actually making the Emmys happen, the sports Emmys, and they're just yeah, this is ridiculous that he should win that award every year. And I think he's clearly the best one.
Clearly.
Aikman, yeah.
Why?
Because he is just brutally honest. I think he is it's not in any sort of an aggressive way. It's just it's blunt and it's to the point. That was not good, and here's why it was not good.
Olsen's going to offend the least amount between him and Troy. Greg criticizes it in a very nice way.
Yeah, and Troy, I think,
very likable.
I like the not pulling any punches, just saying this is awful effort, this is bad, you can't do this. And so I love the shots he takes at Caleb Williams, obviously, but no, I mean, I think that Aikman he's so good at not only being direct and blunt, but being able to efficiently break down and explain to you, this is what this is supposed to look like, and this is what they did or did not do.
Yeah, outside of age, okay, so you'll get some guys when Vern was at the end, Vern wasn't as good as the guys that were the number 2, number 3. He just, the game he'd gotten too old. The only other one I could think of where the number 2 is better than the number 1, other than maybe this, is I really think that McDonough is better than Fowler.
Oh, okay.
College football.
It's only for play-by-play.
Yeah, for play. So McDonough, I think, is...
Okay.
I don't think of Chris as a play-by-play guy. McDonough's elite, in my opinion, of what he does.
Okay.
So
I really like Chris and Kirk.
Oh, I think they're a good pair, no doubt. I just think McDonough is a better Oh,
I forgot about Herbstreit for NFL, but
oh yeah,
I like the dog.
He's gotten better too. So does Peyton.
Yeah.
The Red Zone brought to you by Jess Love Coffee, a college edition here on Sean and RJ. Is the NBA script correct after last night, and did it actually leak? Let's crosstalk with KNC after this. But what is the latest Wild Fork Sean Sharif gift package that was sent out? I forget it.
competition doesn't have. This is your loud and proud home of the Rangers. We are The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025. That's right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Luke Bryan at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth on Thursday, June 11th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Let's cross out with a KNC Masterpiece, and I'm getting the Kevin Hagelin stance. I'm going to stance you, though.
Oh, yes!
Oh, stance on business.
Stance me.
What is that around your neck, and do you have it every day and I just haven't noticed?
Correct. And it is a lanyard. This is what I did with my pass at the other place just to make sure I don't forget it.
Your access card.
Yes. And so I don't have to take it out of my wallet every single time. And I can just be like, whoop.
But is it harder where do you put the necklace every day? And isn't that more of a got to track that down versus just having the card in your wallet?
No, because I always put it in the exact same place, like where your cigarette lighter is in your car.
Okay.
I just put it there every day, and when I go through the little the parking garage arm, I know to put it on. I'm good to go.
You're forgetting yours a lot lately.
Man, I do.
Turning into Bobby.
I just it's in the truck. It's in this one spot, and when I pull in, I grab my coffee, my water, my bag, and sometimes I just forget. And I don't remember until I get up towards the door. I'm always climbing the flight of stairs. Always. Never fails.
Yeah, you were huffing and puffing today.
Mine's attached to my wallet, slides in right there and just bam. But the other day, I got to work and I was like, Kevin, I need to borrow your tag because I go to the restroom frequently, and Kevin will not go anywhere.
You won't go pee in there?
No, I will.
You don't get up as much
True.
to move around.
True.
I'm one of those fiddlers. But I was like, Kevin, I need to borrow your badge today because I left my wallet at home. And then I got to the restroom and I was like, hold on, my wallet is in my pocket.
Don't you think it's gross that you resting your face and lips on that microphone?
Because brought us
gross.
Look, I'll do that. I'll do that because brought us always turns the microphone upside down.
Kiss the microphone.
So now I'll be doing the show solo tomorrow. RJ is shooketh. It takes a lot for you to be germed out.
He missed it too. He wasn't looking.
I saw it. I'm like a wizard. Okay, I could see out a ball. I could look here and there.
I know some people like that.
Justin Jefferson's one.
Nobody tell Brian I did that.
No, he uses a purple mic cover. So I know he does that, but that's just gross. Actually, what's really crazy about it is I've seen somebody do that before.
I think I've established a baseline that, like, if somebody's going to complain about something, I will double it right then.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make it worse.
What percentage of the time do you ever go, you know what? That is a valid point that you make. I can adjust.
0% of the time, I think.
The second
out
show
loud. Internally, I might, but out loud, I'm going, no way.
All right.
Kevin tongue kissed the microphone at the old station.
Oh, this mic
on the
stinks
second
now.
on the second show because he said if the Mavericks swept the Lakers, he would tongue kiss the microphone. I was like, I guarantee it's going to happen. Now our first show was that day, and then Kevin
turn it
did
off and clean it.
Then we tried to figure out how to get you in a room full of hornets and all sorts of other stuff too, but it never happened.
What's coming up today?
Guys, we got Skip Schumacher joining us at 12:20 today. We need answers. Like, how do you go from being no hit to scoring 8 runs in the first inning?
And will he come on the show tomorrow if they win again today?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But then you set the precedent that if they lose, he will never come back on your show. Right.
I believe he's contractually obligated. So I think we're covered there.
Something the competitor doesn't have, contractual obligation. Has the script been leaked?
That's the rumor, because if you went yesterday on the NBA Shop website, down on the Finals tab, and this Twitch streamer was the one that detailed this. They found this out, that if you went on this NBA Finals tab, they have already told you who the 2 Finals teams are going to be. Oh, I'm looking right at you.
What?
I'm looking right at you.
Stream. When you go to shop my team, look at this. NBA Finals bound. It's got the Knicks and the Thunder. Look at this.
Busted.
What is going on? What's going on back there?
I think someone's in there.
Is the computer freezing? What's the delay?
What's
going on? What's going on?
He was
I just didn't know he was calling for
the wedding stuff.
Can we communicate with him?
It was quick. I looked right at him. I was looking right at him the whole time.
Just talk back and be like, cut 16, like I do every day. It's just let's communicate with each other.
I was looking
It's
right
not
at him.
that
That's my
hard.
communication.
Eye contact's not enough. You have to verbalize
It's been
what
all
you
show.
want.
Relationships are all about communication.
I'm blaming. I think Peyton is wedding scatterbrained.
Mm-hmm.
I think RJ's not feeling well.
Oh no.
I've got a brain eating amoeba from the microphone.
Bobby's really. I can't get on Bobby too much because he does so much extra audio AI crap, but he doesn't include the audio for the show in his email prep. That drives me insane. So
I do sometimes. I just forget other times.
Sometimes, well, yeah, not every day, which it should be. So we got 3 different things taking place.
What do you do?
And it's just driving me.
That's what I was gonna say.
Nuts.
So now it's our turn.
What do you do that drives them nuts?
I don't know what I could possibly do.
Ooh.
I'm always paying attention. Maybe yell at them.
What would be the top Sean?
I think I got one. You guys.
Oh, I know what yours is. And it
drives you all crazy?
It drives me crazy. I don't think I've ever said this either.
See, look at this communication.
No,
you're really helpful, Corey.
No.
This is going to be really productive. What you just did.
No, this is you're not gonna. You're
I'm trying to think of what this could be.
No, because it's just I get flustered by it. It'll be if I'm in the point and it may be dragging, and then you'll do this, like, hey, come on, we got to keep going. That will sometimes make me stumble and take longer to get the point out. That's a me thing. But every time I see this, then I'll go like, and that's what it was.
He's got a clock that he's keeping. Kevin does the same thing. He'll be like, whatever it is.
Does
I'm
Kevin?
Like, Kevin does that. He'll give me some sort of hand gesture, and I'm like,
10:27 back here on the KNC Masterpiece.
They've made our breaks longer. I swear.
You get more popular, you get more commercials.
Something's going on.
So basically, the script is saying
that
it's OKC and New York set.
And this was right after. So this was like 1:30 in the morning after the Knicks had clinched. So we're talking like, they put the Knicks. Now, obviously, this is somebody back in, doing the HTML code.
Right.
That, that added in the Thunder for whatever reason.
Like a filler or something like that.
Yeah, they put the Knicks in. They accidentally put OKC in, too. But that was the rumor, the conspiracy theorist, the tinfoil hat guy.
It's like ABC ran the promo ahead of time, I think, for the East Finals or something, but they ended up being right.
Like if they saw all the shirts that said Buffalo Bills Super Bowl champions, they're like, it's the script, or do they not just realize like we got to print both of them? Like
right,
we got to be. It's like I wonder sometimes when we would be in there shooting live shots with Jane for like the Cowboys stadium before, like 8 hours before the game, and the doors are not open yet. They're testing things like with the video board. They're just trying to make sure everything's working. So you'll see them like throw up a score that says like Cowboys 19, Giants 13 or whatever. I'll look at that sometimes and go like, if somebody was in here right now, they would be like, look, if it's 19-13 later,
There's no way
why.
we held somebody to 13 points in that previous story.
No, that was 6 minutes into the first quarter.
Did you get to your leaning stance take with me?
No, I had a question for you guys.
Yeah.
What is...
Oh, by the way, real quick, does anyone think that San Antonio is still legitimately alive, or you think it's over?
Yeah, I do.
I think they're
and they go
alive.
back to San Antonio, they can win that one, and we get a good game 7.
All it takes is,
It takes 2 wins.
Well,
or
it does,
Wemby taking more than 8 shots.
Let's just say they win game 6.
Yeah.
I mean, in today's NBA, all it takes is one team shooting about 18% from 3, which is very, very possible. And then the other team just wins the game.
I mean, I still think, obviously, OKC is going to win the series, but I think San Antonio's alive.
Yeah.
All right, what was your question?
How many people do you think are in a restaurant party before you just assume that you're going to need split checks? Like if you're a waiter.
I heard you do this yesterday.
How many people before you assume?
Yeah, like you're like, they're probably going to want to
4 adults
split their check.
2 couples.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's interesting. That's interesting. 2 couples.
Like 2 couples is, I think they would assume.
2 couples that they're assuming, or that they because I feel like
the restaurant, the waiter is going, all right, this is they're going to split checks. I say 6 is where I'm like, okay, I'm probably going to divide this up a certain way.
I would say 6.
All right, but surely 14. You'd be like, they probably need to split their check. Or
well,
something.
I don't assume that the restaurant will do it.
Not a Cafe Fiore.
I feel like it's
not anywhere in California.
I mean, I feel like you're committing a crime by asking them. And they're just say on the menu a lot of times. Why? What happened?
We went to the Magic Time Machine, and another thing I didn't bring up.
It's still the same, huh?
It is exactly the same. They've never changed that carpet. But also, I think of the Magic Time Machine as a kids' establishment.
Sounds like it.
They had a food platter called the Roman Orgy.
Okay.
And they sang a song about it when they brought food out for the adults at my 9-year-old niece's birthday party.
Oh, yeah.
And
was it?
Y'all ordered the Roman Orgy?
I did not.
Was the word orgy in the song?
Yes.
Like they're singing about it?
Yes, it was. And also, our waiter was Beetlejuice. And I just...
Is there a different definition of...
What's your point?
Okay, my point is, would you think that a 9-year-old girl would have the pop culture knowledge of Beetlejuice as opposed to, like a Marvel character or princess or something?
Beetlejuice come out
But you were complaining about the Marvel character they might give you, too.
I mean, she was dressed really scandalously, but... She was still there, still doing
What's
that
the
job.
name of this place? I'm
And
not
she saw
good for
Alan,
that.
and she was so excited.
Is Hooters next door still?
It is.
What's that?
Sounds like it's in there.
It was
closed.
It was great back in the day. I don't know if they, like you said, if they haven't changed anything, it may be
exactly the way you remember.
Is it still? Are they still into it, or is the wait staff still into it? And like full on, like are they?
Yes.
Because that's the big thing there.
Yes.
Is this where they yell and scream at you?
No, you
Everybody's
get a server in character who will play. They are playing in character the whole time as your server.
So when we talked about splitting up the check, he goes, I mean, sure, that's fine. They do have technology and Venmo and PayPal for that exact kind of thing, but that's fine.
Which I'm.
That does sound Beetlejuice.
No, that's Beetlejuice. That's him being. If he did it right without a problem. Like he split it.
No, eventually they caved to the pressure. And
well, then they caved to the character. You're not supposed to cave to the character.
The split check thing, man, I just feel like it's a big no-no. So society frowns upon you.
It does.
Restaurants frown upon you.
I'm very adamant about this.
Why?
As
Because
somebody who was
step of work.
I agree with you.
I made plenty of cash working in that business.
Oh, well.
You are supposed to be there for the customer. Whatever they need, you take care of it. They need ranch, you get ranch. They do like this, you just assume it's tortillas, all right? Like everybody knows those universal signals. And
I'm giving you more if you do it.
Exactly. That's how I made money. I was just like, what? You guys want some extra queso? Let me sell you some queso. All those things, you take care of them. You don't just assume that I'm here and you have to pay me.
And don't get upset if I order a beer and a water.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you're talking to my older son. Your
kid drinks?
No, he's a waiter. And he'll be like, and then these people that order 2 drinks, and I'm like, that feels a pretty normal thing.
But why? Why?
They get upset because it's like,
Does that have to balance 2 things on the tray or get 2
it's
things?
like, you get the water is, they view it unnecessary. It's like, first of all, it's free, so they're not making any money off it. Second of all, it's like, well, you're already getting a drink. Why do you need water too? It bothers them for whatever reason.
They must not know how to drink, how to pace themselves throughout the day. It must be lightweights.
Absolutely.
You know?
You gotta go.
Gotta hydrate.
Gotta alternate.
Gotta alternate and hydrate. We're back to Choppy will be out, but the KNC masterpiece will be.
I'm gonna fight through it.
No, executive decision. Not getting me sick for the big weekend. You can miss the Ranger game at Seinfeld.
No,
the KNC masterpiece is next.
But first.
Take us with you where...
Hey, no...
Rookie masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Corey Majors.
That was a good old man. That was a really good old man right
Thank you. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? You can also hit us up on the Twitch, on the YouTube. Mr. Majors?
This is right here from the 214. Years ago, I went to a retirement dinner. I ordered something cheap. One of the organizers was getting all the expensive items and then wants to divide it up. I refused and just chipped in the cost of my meal. I think that's fair. I think that's perfectly fair if everybody at the table understands that that's what's going on. I don't think that people should just be expected to divide the whole check up unless they go into it and say, hey, guys, we're going to divide this up at the end.
Right.
Is that thumbs up? Then somebody has the opportunity to raise their hand and go, I'm not doing that tonight. Cool with that?
Which we did that in New Orleans, and people kind of looked at me because I don't drink, and I was like, that's fine.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because we're getting paid.
Yeah.
There were times when I did not think it was fun.
I am doing good, Kevin. Thank you for asking. The Rangers didn't get no hit last night, so that's positive.
Hell yeah!
My kid is graduating high school tonight.
Oh my goodness gracious! I was aware.
I never thought it would happen.
No.
Just because you never know whenever they're born what they're going to be.
Did you think this one or the next one was more likely to graduate high school?
The next one is actually on fire right now.
He could be the valedictorian.
He could run this country. I really think people would buy in on this kid.
Is it okay if I repeat the thing that I used to say? I'll tweak it just a little bit. If you told me that Carter was going to be a senator or a felon, I would be like, I could see that.
What's really crazy?
I called that one.
Sometimes they work in cooperation.
What's really crazy about that, Alec, is Kevin is not my only friend to say the exact same thing. Him and my best man at my wedding also said the exact same thing watching Carter grow up. And Carter's one of those people that he can charm the heck out of you.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you're like, where's he going with this thing? What's his exact plan? And nobody really knows. But Avery is graduating, the Plano senior. The group is graduating. Look, we have three parents in this building whose kids are graduating from Plano tonight.
Really?
Somebody from La Grande and one of our salespeople.
All right.
They have kids graduating. So it is that season. We will discuss that a little bit today on the C Block.
Do you think he'll cry?
I don't know.
Can we try to make you cry?
You probably would have needed to prepare something already if you haven't done that already. But
haven't I?
I'm going to be very proud. But I know Adrian will cry, but there's going to be a lot of just big smiles and hugs and just letting him know how proud I am of him.
I'll tell you this. I have prepared something really in depth, lots of great production on it. And if for any reason you don't hear it, it's because Alex screwed it up or something.
What's really funny is when you said great production, Alex's head popped up and he looked very concerned.
Yeah,
he was like, how did Kevin learn how to edit audio?
You know what? That's a fair ass point. I do not possess any skills but talking. All right, so we'll see how the rest of the shows go. From the 817, why wasn't Kevin your best man, Corey?
I had known him for 2 weeks, but I'll tell you this though: if he'd have been there, he would have been a great man.
Yeah. I'd have given a great speech.
There were a lot of great men there that day, so
I'd hope so.
They're all still with me.
Not me. I didn't get invited. But did you know that I did a best man speech once, and I started off, I'll leave the names out, and I was like, so-and-so has already said I did such a good job as their best man. I can be the best man at his next wedding. And I was really excited about that line. Move forward about 10 years.
Oh, no.
They didn't make it.
Oh, no.
Because I was really close to the bride and the groom. And the bride texted me, out of nowhere on a Sunday morning. I think I was still asleep. And she was like, looks like maybe you could be the best man at so-and-so's next wedding after all. And I was like, I remember that. And then I was like, wait, what?
Oh, no.
And yeah.
Oh, man.
So
maybe 469, my youngest daughter's going to either run a large company or a small prison gang. Just not sure yet.
See? It's a fine line between madness and genius, I guess.
How they can rally people together.
The vision. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Because there's plenty of people you know in society, and you're like, that lady's going to be a great accountant, or that fella is going to be a solid dad and provider.
Exactly.
But there's others that you're like,
got concerns.
I don't know.
Here.
Yeah, he could be the head of this company, or he could be in solitary confinement a lot.
Yeah.
I think I said solitary confinement. That's when you had to play cards all by yourself. In the place.
You don't have to play cards.
Oh, okay.
You can do anything in solitary confinement.
I know, but I said solitary confinement. It's a different. I know we have an underfunded prison system, so maybe this isn't going to work. I think they should have solitary confinement and solitary confinement, and like one is a reward. You get to play cards if you want.
From the 817 bad speech, it's probably best you didn't invite Kevin to your wedding.
Oh!
And that's the thing, like that. I think
by the end of that speech, people were in tears.
I think Peyton knows that if we were invited to his wedding, we would immediately take the microphones.
Right.
During speech time. And he's like, I understand how these guys work and operate. Everywhere they go, they take the shine off everybody else. And I get it. I understand that. And Alec's going to do his best to take the shine off everybody there because he's part of the show. So
that's right.
By the way, both of those people got remarried.
Nice.
I was invited to both of those weddings. However, not given a microphone at either one of them. Which, if you think about it, probably.
Did they make mention of that? Did they tell you, hey, you don't get to speak at this one?
No, they didn't. But you could feel it, right?
Are they friends to this day?
They hate each other.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, man.
So they're just lovers.
I want to tell. Oh, my gosh. They hate each other, and then they work in the same building because they might work for a prominent university. Anyways.
Can we guess?
You can guess.
SMU?
No, I would think of it as a very prominent university, Gig'em.
Harvard?
Yeah, the Harvard of the South is Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt,
At Texas A&M. So, yeah, it's complicated. Look, if you live down there and you're an adult, there's a good chance that you work at that university. So, it can get tricky.
3-2-1, spider solitaire confinement.
Man, that one's tough.
That is tough.
That is the tougher version of solitaire.
You can do that when you're really on it.
Exactly. That's a great point, Alec. I don't know why you would possibly roll your eyes at that. Go ahead and give me cut number 1, because from no hit to they scored 8, but you were still kind of scared that they might lose the game anyway, and they ended up winning. Give me cut number 1.
And here's the pitch, and there's ground ball to first base. It is right under the glove of Walker and down the right field line. 1 run is scored. Berger being waved around third. He's heading for the plate. There's no play. All the way to third goes Carter, and the Rangers lead it 4-0.
And they, of course, would extend that out to 8-0 in the very first inning on their way to victory. Corey, did you ever have any doubt, or did you know that since Skip Schumacher was coming on the show today, that was pretty much meant a guaranteed dub?
I did have that in my pocket the whole time. You know, it was one of those like, all right, we know how things go around here, but you just got no hit by them.
Right.
And so despite having the 8 runs, you only had 9 hits in the game. Like, it's not like you were just a dominant force the rest of the game.
Believe it or not, this is going to sound weird. I hope people will hear me out on this. I actually think that's kind of a good thing because you were able to take advantage of scoring runs without a plethora of hits in the very first inning. Now, I know you got timely hits, but once again, the pitcher put you in a position where you were getting some free base runners. Mm-hmm. And the Rangers were this time able to take advantage of it, because even in the game where they got no hit and they got 3 walks in the first inning and they couldn't even score one flip and run. So I was glad to see them take advantage of it, but I understand.
Yeah.
It would have been much better if it was 10 runs and like 18 hits.
I just didn't feel like if they usurped the score, is that a good word there?
I like
if they took over, I didn't know that you were going to be able to turn it back on from there. Like, you used it all in this one inning because you were mad about getting no hit. Or whatever, and then the motivation or whatever fell off, and Alexander for the rest of the game was really good against you. Like, for that matter, Skip's got to be pretty upset that they didn't have to use their bullpen.
It is to your point, it is remarkable if I tell you that all the runs are going to be earned in the first inning and you're going to give up 8, and you're like, ooh. And then you say, but the starter will end up getting through 6 innings. That feels very unlikely. But yes, after the top of the 8th, I was like, oh, crap. Because it's 9-6. Luckily, they scored another run in the bottom of the 8th, made me feel a little bit better. But I was very concerned at 9-6 that you were going to end up somehow losing this game, and then you were going to have a 9-0 loss after being no hit, and follow it up with we were ahead 8-0 and lost, and I was going to be like, good freaking night.
Now I guess 2 major things that I'm kind of working with. Does this change anything based on how you feel about this team, Tolos? And because I feel like I know you, it's like we have a good idea of what this team is,
right?
But I do as the radio host version of me is like, I have a very good idea. The fan version of me is riding the roller coaster of emotion with every pitch.
Right.
And so, like, I yesterday I was just like, throw the whole thing away, disassemble the franchise, and throw it in the ocean. Like, that's how I felt yesterday. And then then they go out and do what they did, and I'm like, we're back. We have a chance to go to the World Series. And so I ride that emotion for the Tolos out there. Are you kind of in that same place where you're like, okay, everything's going to be fine, we can still go out and do this? Or you're like, no, I believe what I believed yesterday. This team had a really bad stretch. Chris Young comes on yesterday and is like, when we get guys back, we can still win 7, 8, 9 games in a row.
Yeah. Who could have predicted that would be how that conversation went?
Kevin, I will say this. He said a lot of the same things he said last year. I believe in these guys. Yep. I got faith. Like, that's where I am.
Yeah. I mean, and like, that's what you should say, but that's also what somebody says knowing that they are very limited asset and budget-wise to do anything to change it.
Yeah.
I have not changed. I'm really glad that they beat the Astros, and I hope that you continue that not only today, but every single time you play the Astros from here on out. I hope you win, but you're still 4 games under 500. You're still under 500 in this run against 3 of the worst 4 teams in all of baseball. So that's not going to change the way I feel about this whatsoever for now, but you string together the end of this series. If you could get, like, let's just say a sweep in the next series to pull you back to 500, at least I'm going to be like, hey, maybe. Like, you take these next 2 games, sweep Kansas City, now all of a sudden you're like, whoo, baby, 6 in a row above 500, I guess, not at 500, above 500. Then I would be like, all right, maybe that's what they needed to, like, light that fire.
I think a fair question to Skip is, which version is this team?
For sure.
And then the other thing I want to ask this is, Leiter's outing, is that just him? Is that, I mean, it's not DeGrom.
Sure.
But it gets you to 6 innings, and it keeps you in that if we get 5 runs, we can win.
It feels like a low-key disappointment because we focus so much on the bats this year, but I think the lack of progression from Jack Leiter has been a bummer part of this season.
Okay.
Because, like,
I want it to be better. I do.
He's not even where he was last year. And I was hoping he would take a step beyond last year. And you would look at that first year and you're like, hey, growing pains, rookie season, that's what's going to happen. Then last year, you're like, ooh, big step. And then this year, you're like, wow, bigger step. And you're like, he's a legitimate top 3 pitcher in not only this rotation, but most rotations.
Any rotations, yeah. Except for maybe the Dodgers.
Yeah, because they'll just buy whoever. Yeah. But I think that's been a low-key disappointing part of this this season so far.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the NBA and NHL playoff super segment. Next on...
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Wallace the rebound to McCain open. His angle right three-pointer is up and in. Cha-ching it under Moneyball. J-Mac with a stroke. It shows. He got 17, plays the crowd.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan, and it's time for the NBA and NHL playoff super segment. Would you like to start with the puck or the ball?
Puck.
Would you rather I did not say it like that?
No, I wanted to say something, but yesterday, based on the fact that I said direction and everybody else heard a different word, I was like, I can't screw around with this. So.
I just want to let you know, the fan text, I think you guys are frequently clever, sometimes hurt my feelings, but also you help justify things that I thought in my mind, because I thought I heard Corey say something different, and I was like, maybe I'm alone, and then multiple people heard the same thing, and I was like, okay, but I know Alec is against the fan text right now because they continue to send in dinosaur jokes.
Yeah, it's a rough existence this week. I can't lie.
Unlike dinosaurs, who are no longer in existence.
Yeah. Oh, it's kind of a rough way to go out, though.
The whole meteor thing?
Yeah, that's not very cool.
If that's how it really happened.
Who knows?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. The closest I would get to that is I watched the show Dinosaurs, so I don't know.
Did you ever watch Denver the Last Dinosaur?
Heck yeah, he's my friend and a whole lot more.
That was a great song. You need to find that song one day.
You
Alec.
should. That is a good song.
That song was a jam.
Denver, the last dinosaur. He's my friend and a whole lot more.
And I don't remember how anything else goes after.
And the next verse, it goes, showing me things I never saw before.
And then the show starts, and it's a dinosaur with a mohawk.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should have led with that.
Now you're in.
All right.
Once again, thanks for making us number one. I don't get it.
It's your
but
fault.
I appreciate it. All right.
Fellows.
You said puck, right?
Yep.
All right. Go ahead and give me cut number 6 because it seemed improbable when the series started. But indeed, Vegas has swept Colorado.
Kulak defended him well. Down gets it up top. Coughlin. Score! A fortress erupts! 2-0 Golden Knights with 5:45 to go.
So going into this series, Las Vegas, you could have gotten 25-1 on your money for them to sweep the Avalanche. Even last night, I still thought the Avalanche would figure out a way to get a game out of this. The Golden Knights are the first Stanley Cup final team with under 40 wins in an 80-plus game season since the 2002 Carolina Hurricanes. And also consider this, 95 points would not have gotten them into the playoffs in the East.
So yesterday...
And they won their division!
Yesterday somebody texted in because I was like, is that division the best division? Like, are they better? And they were like, LOL, no. And they said, this is just this division, our division, the Stars. They just beat up on each other. And I was like, but for the last 5 years now, that's been the case. It's either been Vegas or Edmonton. And when you start to see that over and over, you're just like, well, is that a trend? Or maybe they just have two teams that are very good. That in that division too.
Yeah, I mean, look, and I understood your logic.
And they hate regular season. They're just like, we just wait till playoffs, baby.
And that's what I care about is winning a cup. Next year, do you care if the Stars barely get into the playoffs, or do you care what they do in the playoffs?
Yes, they don't ask how, they ask how many.
Exactly. And the number of Stanley Cups is 1. And the number of years since they've won a Stanley Cup will now extend out to 28.
Okay, you can stop that part.
Oh.
We're talking about Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Here, Kevin.
All right. Let's talk about the failures of Colorado.
That sounds good, too.
But how did you know this was going to happen?
I thought they were going to truck Vegas.
Well, that was foolish, Corey.
Yeah.
Because they also won the President's Trophy. And everybody knows that trophy is cursed. Consider this. The Avalanche are the 7th President's Trophy winning team to be down 3-0 in the last 40 years. So every 6 years, a team that has the best record in hockey finds themselves in a playoff scenario in which they're down 3-0.
Okay.
And so obviously Colorado finished that out, and they ended up losing. The Panthers were the last President's Trophy team to be down 3-0 in a best-of-7 series. That happened only 4 years ago, and they got swept by the Lightning. So, as we discussed throughout the year, don't win the President's Trophy.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe it's a curse.
Do you need to hear those numbers again?
Or if you are a good team. You're a great team, actually. Colorado was a great team this year. They were cooking. And I wonder if it's you expose yourself a little too much, you get too comfortable doing the things that are easy and not doing the things that are difficult.
Right.
Sometimes that can be the case, but they fell apart in this series, and I'm guessing, Kevin, I have to stick with it's a curse because the facts are evident.
Thank you. That's really all I needed. And somebody brought up that it's a product of stupid seeding, and I do agree that the Pacific teams getting to play one another before getting to the Western Conference Finals does feel like an inherent disadvantage for the Central Division this year, probably last year as well, but unfortunately, they haven't listened to us about changing that. Yeah.
Divisions or conferences.
I mean, well, you got to wait for expansion, then we might be able to make that happen.
Okay.
By the way, I learned something yesterday.
Look at this.
Did you know yesterday was the anniversary of the tradition that Wayne Gretzky started? And that was
destroying every opponent in his line of sight.
True, but it was the tradition he started after doing all of that that has remained to this day. Yesterday was the 38th anniversary of Wayne Gretzky's final game with the Oilers. They won the Stanley Cup, and he asked for everyone, including like the office people and stuff that were there, to come take a team picture with the cup. That is a tradition that endures to this day, and I would imagine it will endure until the end of hockey.
Hold on, so every year,
correct,
Wayne Gretzky flies to Edmonton.
No,
and asks the whole Oilers staff.
No,
I'm still trying to figure this one out.
The winning Stanley Cup team.
Oh, okay.
And all the staff now pose with the Stanley Cup. It just so happened that when Wayne Gretzky asked for the picture, he was the one who started that tradition.
Oh, okay. So every year he really flies to the winner's place and takes a picture with them and the cup.
For the sake of this conversation, yes.
I think you're just placating.
I feel like I just told you here. I was placating to you, not to our audience. They're probably going to be outraged, and this is going to be clipped and be like, these guys don't know puck.
Oh, my gosh.
You know what's going to happen. I'm going to blame you when it happens.
Or they're all going to buy in on the bit, and the Tolos will get after it again.
All right. You should not do that.
Aiden is out there getting ready to clip it.
Aiden, I hope that you do not. Go ahead and give me cut number 4, and we're going to move back to the NBA part of this to make it a super segment.
Shea guarded by Champagny, playing with 4 fouls. Crosses over, steps back, fires. Ang left three-pointer, looks good. It is! Cha-ching, a Thunder money ball. Thunder avalancing the Spurs. The Thunderstorm is in full force. 7-0 start to the quarter.
The Thunder are victorious, so obviously now they take a 3-2 lead in this series. Game 6 set for Thursday after the Thunder win 127-114. Shea is his 24th playoff game with 30 points and 5 assists. That ties Russell Westbrook for the most such playoff games like that in Thunder history. Also, and this will probably agitate people, I'm just telling you the facts, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 16 free throws made. That was a playoff career high, and his 17.
That's a career high for him
in the playoffs.
That's a career high in the playoffs for him.
What did you thought it was probably like 25?
Absolutely, I did.
I know. And
that's amazing.
And also his attempts of 17 were a playoff career high. Now put aside the flopping and everything, but consider he made 16 of 17. That's pretty awesome.
Here's the other thing. You'd think it's 20-something, but that dude always gets and one. I would love to see his statistics of the percentage on and ones.
I will see if I can dig that up.
He was really good last night, and dude, did they just say we'll let Jarrett McCain beat us? but we're going to make sure nobody else does. And then they screwed up on that. I got to give the Thunder their credit last night. They knew at home that their dudes would show up that way. They did. It was effective. I didn't think that the Spurs last night, Kevin, looked very good at all with the ball in their hand, and they were sloppy. And then that was just offensively. Defensively, they didn't look like they had their rotations down. They're going to have to make some significant adjustments. Sean Sweeney's got a lot on his plate for this one.
And one of the things they're going to have...
That was a pivotal game.
Yeah, it was.
Pivotal!
Yes, it was indeed pivotal. Now, one of the things that they're going to have to be able to do is Wemby is going to need to rebound better, and they're going to need to rebound better as a team. I believe this is the third straight game in this series in which Wemby has had fewer than 10 rebounds. And when you see them lose the rebounding game, yet again, I understand the logical argument is you shoot 29% from three, it's probably not going to be a good night. But watch that rebounding. That needs to turn on Thursday, or else I think they're done.
Wemby's not typically out of position for rebounding.
Right.
Because his area code is very large.
It is.
But last night it looked like he was just out of reach of a lot of things, and I wonder how much that had to do with their bigs just pushing him out of the way and getting him off the places that he likes to be for those. Because he just didn't look like it was always just almost there. But we're used to him just collecting and just owning underneath. He's got to definitely be there for that.
Now, I know that San Antonio Spurs fans are sad, but it could be worse.
Oh, yeah, you could be done.
That's true, but you could also be this guy. Let me tell you a little story about a Jalen Brunson rookie card. Back in 2019... somebody went to the Blowout Card Forum looking to sell a Jalen Brunson 1/1 Prism Nebula rookie card. He was disappointed in his offers. Really, all he was looking to get was $300.
That's it.
So people came through. Obviously, Blowout Cards, one of the surely top 2, if not maybe top 3 card distributors in the world for wax. And he got his $300. The person who bought it got it graded. It's a 1/1, but whatever. Good for you. It got a 9. And in November of 2024, he sold it at Golden Auctions for $97,000.
Oh.
So about 5 years pass. Card goes from $300 and not with a perfect grade, gets a 9, sells for $97,000. So how do you deal with that? And also, if the Knicks were to win the NBA championship and Jalen Brunson is the finals MVP, we're going at least $250,000 on this thing, right?
I was going to say about $300,000. So yeah, that's in that range. I think A, being New York, and B, if you're kind of putting it at $250,
right,
then that can kind of get back up even a little bit more for somebody that's just like, I mean, Cat might even put a bounty out on it. He might be like,
that's right,
that's my man's.
One can hope. But also, how would you handle that over the years if you're like, hey, it's done? Could you just move on? Or would you eventually be like, my $300 card sold for $300,000?
I wouldn't be able to sleep. I mean, as tempting as it is to sell some of like my wrestling cards, I'm just holding and holding. The best thing I can do is keep them in a case where I can't see them, which sounds kind of counterproductive if you buy them. But it's like, I don't want to get tempted. I have Obafemi rookie cards and autographs. You know, he took down the Beast, who is back for some reason. I bought one of them for $40. I see them up for sale, the same card on eBay right now for $400 or $500. Woo! So I'm like, just don't look at it. Don't get tempted. I wouldn't be able to sleep. I'd be sick.
And then finally, a question for all of y'all. From the 806, would you also like this? Kevin, would you please change up your opening each day? That gets old. You're more predictable than my 7-year-old dog. But that's how the intro goes.
That's what an intro is.
Yeah. But if there are other people out there who's like, no, I hate it, change it.
Friends had the same intro song for the entirety of the show.
Yeah, that's
and it
right.
was a hit for every single year that was on.
Man. You ever go to CD Warehouse back in the day, you'll see so many
I'll be
of
there
those Friends
for
soundtracks because they're like, oh, this is that one song I like.
Rembrandts.
Yes, or a Rembrandts album. How many albums do they sell
I'll tell
off
you
of that
what,
song?
Kevin. Let's ask the Tolos what they
All right.
decide. But I like it. I'll tell you that. I love it.
Boom.
Oh, man.
You want some more of it? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, so you don't have to spend a ton of money to win. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next
Roger that, Sally.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Guys, an opportunity in the air to right. Going back to Ramon Laureano. This ball has some carry. This ball is gone. How about a leadoff home run for Carlos Cortez? A 1-0 Athletics lead.
KNC Masterpiece, that's Athletics, right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Tell me you didn't hear it a little bit. It's time for some baseball nuggets. I wanted to point out that we are all lamenting, or we have lamented, about the lack of money that the Texas Rangers seem to be willing to spend. Not seem to be, that are actively unwilling to spend.
Lowest spending team in the league, I presume.
They are not.
Okay.
But they are spending, if you just go by like a media market and stuff, they're spending, I think, about $85 million below what their actual slot should be. But, believe it or not, yeah, exactly. Believe it or not, you can win without spending all of the money. The Brewers...
Don't tell Ray Davis that.
Oh, okay. Ray Davis. Keep your radio on, but just turn it down for about 30 seconds.
Just tell him it's opposite day. Everything Kevin says here.
Okay. Good. Yeah.
Is opposite day, Ray Davis.
That. The Brewers lead the NL Central. The Rays lead the AL East. The Guardians lead the AL Central. And the A's, who play in Sacramento, lead the AL West. Per Spotrac, they rank 20th, 21st, 28th, and 29th
Do you
in spending.
legitimately see them as a World Series winner?
The A's?
Any of those teams?
Yes.
I don't.
I think the Rays and Brewers are real teams.
I think the Brewers will play in the playoffs, and I think the Rays will play in the playoffs. And I think they will succumb to the ultimate, that other team had more money and spent more money.
Okay.
That's
so do you think it's the Yankees, Dodgers we're headed towards again?
Or one of those teams that spends more that's also in that upper echelon. That's just, the history tells me that that's what's going to happen.
And you could be right, but still, at this point, even to be in the playoffs.
Yes, it is a significant thing.
And that's...
Stop using that word.
I think that's frustrating for so many Rangers fans is because, well, first of all, it feels like you're not spending the appropriate amount of money, but you're spending more money than all of those teams. And I guess you're kind of close to the A's. You're like game and a half back. But for the other ones, you're not particularly close to the production that they have gotten this year. And then when you hear, hey, once we get Corey and Wyatt back, we're going to roll, you're like, all right.
From the 817, this is exactly where I was heading with this. Every single one of those teams you just mentioned has young players that are contributing at a high level. And especially on the offensive side, they say. And they don't, like, this team just doesn't seem to have, the developmental group.
Sure.
Which we've complained about
many times.
And that was, Kevin.
Where's Wyatt Langford?
You know, in the first year on the way to the World Series with Chris Young, I said, look, man, he's fixed this, and this. The next thing for him is to fix the farm system.
Never did.
And then he won the World Series and was like, why should I do that?
Yeah.
And I was like, no, that wasn't the plan. But that is an essential part of being a young, cheap baseball team, is having talent that is still under that, but it's also performing up to its level that you expect.
And that was going to be Wyatt Langford. And, I mean, he could still have a really good season once he comes back, hopefully in another week or so. And he can still have a really great season. But, like, that was what was supposed to be leading us this year. And, look, we could talk about WAR all you like, but I felt like Wyatt Langford did not advance as much offensively last year as most any of us would have hoped. Let's go to the New York Yankees.
Can I ask you real quick before we do that? Because you say most of us hoped, and I'm right there with you. Was putting the Mike Trout tag on him too much? Like that kind of expectation.
Sure. Yeah, I always think it's unfair. Like it's great for projection, but yeah, it's always unfair when, you don't hear people go, he's the next Alex Caruso.
Yeah.
Because that's probably and Alex Caruso's a heck of a player.
Really good ball player. Has a couple championships.
Yeah, that's not as much fun as saying.
And so I just wonder where the real projection for why it is. But Kevin, I guess, it wasn't just us. It was the people we were talking to, even in the organizations, that were just like, you can tell by the way he hits the ball. I mean, Boach would tell us the same thing. So that projection, the reality of where he is, that's where I just wanted to kind of place that is. It was a little unfair anytime to say next Mike Trout or next Aaron Judge. But when you're hearing this kind of hype, you kind of have to figure that out. I don't know what a good projection is.
Okay, well, we will.
I'll come up with a better projector.
All right, then Mike Trout.
Machine.
I think that is fair. By the way, somebody asked how did Cody Freeman do last night? Went 0 for 3, but he had a walk and scored a run.
Okay.
So, in case you wanted to know about that. All right, let's go to the Yankees. This is amazing that this has never happened, but it's a staggering amount of offense. Last night, Yankees defeated Kansas City 15-1. They had 24 hits. All 9 starters for the Yankees recorded at least 2 hits. That is the first time that has ever happened in Yankees history.
No way.
That's what I thought, too. But
not even during Yogi Berra's time?
Nope.
Wow.
So every single starter had at least 2 hits. And
That's
get
amazing.
ready, because we got more history coming your way. Cam Schlittler pitched tremendously once again in the 15-1 rout. He gave up 1 run, no walks, striking out 6. He currently has an ERA of 1.5. That is the second lowest of any Yankees pitcher through their first 12 starts since 1913. The only one lower was Ray Caldwell in 1914.
His brother has a center named after him in Garland.
That is, I do not actually know at all if he's related to Curtis Caldwell. I would assume not, but that assumption is based on nothing.
Exactly.
So,
dude, Cam, the man whose last name I will not say.
Cam the man is pretty good.
He, you've been all about this kid.
He's awesome.
And he's turning out to be everything that we expected he would be. This is nice for them. Great. They get to have that.
Now, not all wins have nothing but positive with them.
Okay.
Let's talk about Abner Uribe. So, Abner Uribe has been called out by the Brewers manager for he was a little too excited. It was a 6-0 game, and after getting a strikeout, he did the, let's just say, DX crotch chop 3 straight times. And
I think you're only allowed 2 pumps, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's kind of similar to that.
Everybody knows.
And Pat Murphy said, I don't know what got over him. I mean, he's an emotional guy, but that kind of thing, that's just not how we do things. I was embarrassed by it. Why are we doing it? It's a 6-0 game. What are we doing here? So his manager is like, hey, it's not 2-1. It's 6-0. Calm down.
I don't know
what
if I
What do
love
you think he
that.
would say in response?
I don't know if I love that. Because in a 6-0 game, you still need to be competitive.
Right.
And you got to find ways to make it competition. Maybe in his mind, he was like, oh, that dude called me out, or he winked at me at the plate. Whatever it is. And I got to come up with some way to get competitive again. And then once that happened, the competition juices just started flowing from the thing that he did. And so I think you just support your guys for being competitive instead of being like, tame it down a little bit.
So Uribe apologized, but then also threw some of the blame on the Cardinals because he goes,
Go ahead. Explain why.
He said, I don't think it's unprofessional for their manager to be making signs towards our dugout saying that this is going to be hitting guys. There was an event that occurred during practice today, too, and I don't think that was right, so I always have my teammates' back.
See, there you go.
Always.
Always. That's the best way to do it.
And then, in case you cared, the Rays, who you don't think are a big spending team, hey, guess what?
You said they weren't.
They signed Craig Kimbrell, who otherwise might not have a job, to shore up their bullpen. So you're right, they don't spend a lot of money, but they are still very, very good this season. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, while discussing the Cowboys' defensive improvements, hey, what about improving the special teams coverage? Next on The Fan.
football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk some Dallas Cowboys. I specifically want to focus on the special teams to start, if you do not mind. So we've talked all about the defense. Defense was horrid last year, just the worst. And so the Cowboys have focused a lot of time, efforts, assets in making sure that the defense is better. But at the same point, your special teams seemed really bad despite the fact that the kicking part, or the people who kick the ball for you, are really good. You have a tremendous kicker, place kicker. You have, I think, a very good punter as well. Yet
you've been adamant about him being the Cowboys punter since he was a Ram.
For sure. And so the Cowboys still in Sports Illustrated's rankings last year were 27th in special teams.
Okay.
Because of a lot of it had to do with the coverage and then to a certain extent the kick return, which that is kind of a fascinating discussion in and of itself. But with a really good place kicker and a good punter, you are still really low on the overall special teams unit, which I think tells you everything that you need to know about everything else involved in special teams, including your coverage units. So is there any concern from either of y'all about, while we've talked about all of this, special teams shot you in the foot many times last year?
Yeah, it did seem like we were constantly discussing. And Kevin, I know you said and discussion in of itself. I do have some numbers on kick returns.
Tell me.
That I wanted to throw out there.
That are a little weird.
Yeah, this is weird. So 20-plus yard kick returns. The Cowboys had 72 last year. 20-plus yard kick returns. That was the second most.
Okay.
All right.
Which feels great.
That is, I'm sorry, that's the most. That's the most by 2.
Okay.
Is what I meant to say. Bengals and Cardinals both had 70. That's a lot of kick returns at 20-plus yards.
Yep.
40-plus yards, you were middle of the pack last year.
Okay.
So you could get to a certain number. And I think, if I remember correctly, Kevin, the number capped you at 28 yards, 29 yards. You didn't get much more than 29 yards, so you were pretty much starting no further than your 30-yard line every time. Matter of fact, the number of 40-plus yard kick returns, 3.
Okay.
So you got to 40, you got big plays like that. The longest one was 84. That's cool. But you didn't get beyond that very often. So your average starting position is around the 29-yard line, 30-yard line, which is basically what's the point?
Which you would think, if you had that many effective run backs, that you would be at the front of the pack.
Yeah. So that was kind of an alarming, okay, how do you get to the next level of that? How do you break those open? How do you become more than just that? But on the other side too, that wasn't it felt like the opponent oftentimes had better places to start from.
Yes.
And while starting at the 30-yard line isn't the world's end, because hell, it used to be the 20, and you'd have to drive from there, you would certainly love more opportunities with who everybody says is one of the premier kick returners in the league to crack one open for a big play.
And that's the thing about it on both sides of the ball, right? While our offense as a whole was really good last year, there were times when they stalled out in really clutch drives, and you would like to know that, hey, you can just get a leg up, whether it's kick return or punt return in that instance. And then, while I know a lot of folks are really jazzed up about the defense, and I think they look better, and they've put a lot into it and everything like that, you don't want to start them off. The defense was bad last year, make no mistake about it. But I also felt like they got continually started off in disadvantageous situations. And you're like, our defense is not good enough to handle an average starting spot, let alone a below average starting spot for them. And so I think that's my concern.
Return average against the Cowboys was 25-7.
Okay.
So that was the average there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they were at the average.
And you're right, in middle of the pack. And you just said, our defense isn't good enough to be middle of the pack in special teams.
Exactly. So while you look on paper like you have improved your defense, if you haven't improved your special teams on either side, is that already going to put you in a potentially detrimental situation where your defense could be better, but it won't improve as much as you would have hoped because your special teams didn't pick up on that side of the ball? It just feels like time and again that when you watched it, you couldn't get off of blocks, off of coverage, and you couldn't tackle. And on the return side of it, how often did you not even need to see the flag to know that there was a flag coming because the Cowboys had broken open a return? You're like, I don't know if it's block in the back or whatever the case is, but I know there's a flag. It always feels like it's a block in the back or holding. And sometimes I hate that we even return the ball because I was like, you're going to get a freaking penalty. But there were some runs that I was like, I already know there's a flag, even if I haven't seen it yet, because there's no way we opened up that space legally.
Now, so this is where I'd like to involve this part of the question from the 4-4-3. Turpin lost focus. Being involved in the offense last year, needs to solely focus on special teams. And you did. I have a tendency to believe sometimes guys get to a place and they're like, I'm a receiver now.
Right.
But I think his best asset was the hunger that came from being a kick returner that was like, I gotta go make something of myself out here. But again, the blocking has a big factor in that. The blocking absolutely does. Do you think that being a gadget offense guy has an effect on what he does as a returner, and that Flanoy needs to be the third, and that they can come up with other ways to create offense without having him as a receiver?
You already forgetting about Valdez-Scantling?
I absolutely have.
Okay, me too.
Yeah.
So I think...
Alec, how are you feeling about that?
I will never forget that MVS is on this team.
Okay.
Dang it.
And you're expecting him to do really great, big things.
Better than Jonathan Mingo.
Okay. That's a fair point.
He's
yeah.
have his breakout game this year.
I want everyone to be honest right now. Be honest and text in. 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Did you forget that Jonathan Mingo was still on this team? I want you to be honest. You could still be the biggest Cowboys super fan, but you kind of forgot that he was on this team. I just want everyone to be honest. But that is an interesting hypothesis. We talked to Mickey about that last year, and he disagreed. But frequently, we do not necessarily have to agree with Mickey Spagnola. And I think...
Which I think is a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he does as well. I think I do agree with that contention, because you were talking about it like he became the highest paid returner, but then it's become just run of the mill for a receiver to get paid $28 to $32 million. So you can't help but let your mind wander about like, hey, what if I get a $20 million bump per year? Like, I'm not saying he would be that guy,
right.
But like, you can't help but kind of think about that.
Kevin, the Cowboys look at that as a true value, right?
I'm sure. Double position.
You are the highest paid returner out there in the market.
Right.
There's nobody paid as much as you. You are a regular paid receiver. To them, they're like, look at how much we're not spending on this, because now we can go spend it on Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, obviously, because they would do that in a heartbeat, right? Without a doubt. But yeah, I'm kind of curious on what if you're getting that max level dude still, or if he's just a threat. And if he's a threat, at some point the threat has to do that thing.
Yeah.
Go back to the stars. If Miro's going to be a threat from the point, he needs to be one of those dudes that actually takes shots from there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the threat is non-existent. So, but the blocking part of it, the tackling, you brought the tackling part up too. And I saw this recently, and I'm kind of curious on your front. We discussed this a little bit. But Leofau needs to become the next dude that leads the special teams, correct? Like, he needs to be a playmaker.
Yeah.
He needs to be a playmaker on that side, because what is the point of his roster spot if he's not an elite defensive player, but he's very good? You can go be a Bill Bates. You can go be one of those guys that makes your name as he gets great tackles and makes big plays on special teams.
Is that oddly similar to Turpin? In terms of...
Just other side of the ball.
Yeah, yes, exactly. In terms of But no, I thought you guys were going to start working me some at outside linebacker. And you're like, right, but special teams is your gateway.
This is your way.
Yeah, like we're not going to say, hey, it hasn't really worked, but now we're going to give it another shot without saying, hey, have you proven your worth in other places? And I know that sucks sometimes, but that's the way it is.
And if you're like, this is the great thing about the NFL is that if you're like, well, you know what? I've had enough of this team specifically, and I don't want that from this team, then go out there and be that ace and show another team that you might want to play for that you're going to be that guy for them, and then maybe they'll give you those opportunities that you think you deserve elsewhere. Because I know C.J. Goodwin has been that guy for the Cowboys. They're just like, that's our dude.
Not anymore.
Yeah. So somebody in this area needs to be like, this is where I'm going to make my mark on this team, and I think this is that opportunity for him for sure.
From the 214, yes, I did forget that Jonathan Mingo was on this team. From the 214 and another 214, Mingo who?
Okay.
From the 972, Jonathan
Y'all
who?
just wait until he has his breakout game.
Alex going to hate this. Oh, we'll get to that. The 817, that was not on my Mingo card. Hashtag dinosaurs. So they're really locked in. How can I forget? Because we wasted a 4th-round pick. And then from the 817, I can't forget because I have a Mingo jersey. And then from the 972, the only reason I haven't forgotten about Jonathan Mingo is you guys are always talking about him having his breakout game. Now, I would love to take credit for that. That is somebody who texts in every time we do Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because, and they always say, I think it's Mingo has his breakout game with 4 catches for 26 yards. And like, it just feels like it is openly mocking his production. And I think it's funny. And that person always jumps in. And then from the 214, this is the year that Jonathan Mingo puts it all together. If that's not because of injury, your offense is going to be unstoppable. If Jonathan Mingo puts it together and you still have your other collection of pass catchers, good luck, everybody.
I want to know what that looks like real quick, Kevin.
5 for 70 per game.
5 for 70 per game.
That'd be a heck of a season.
His best season. His rookie year.
Okay.
43 catches on 85 targets. 418 yards, 15 first downs, 0 touchdowns. He has 0 touchdowns in his career. At this point, he has the same amount as Jesse Holley.
Damn. He's so close.
He was so close to getting that touchdown, though.
I believe by the metrics that I just threw out for you, that would be 85 catches for 1,190 yards. So maybe scale that down just a little bit. Because, 5 for 70 doesn't sound crazy. But if you extrapolated it out, so that's what it would be.
If he could have a 600-yard season, I'd be pretty okay with that.
And 3 touchdowns.
That'd be awesome, dude. You'd be like, that's Jalen Tolbert production right there.
Yes. And how many people for a while forgot that he was on the roster as well?
I didn't, because I kept thinking that it would be the year that he put it all together.
Oh. So you don't really believe this is the year that...
You know what? As Patrick Mahomes once said, I'll see it when I believe it.
Okay.
That's what he said. I'm quoting him exactly.
And it's a little tricky when you see something that's mean-spirited, but it's also clever. From the 972, the only thing Mingo's putting together is a 300-piece puzzle.
Hey!
At least they didn't say 50 pieces.
That can be a lot of pieces.
What's the biggest puzzle you've ever done?
5,000?
5,000? Mm-hmm. Holy cow! That is a lot. I'm impressed.
It was like a waterfall, too. Ugh.
Oh,
that's the worst.
Alec?
Probably 2,000, maybe.
Oh, man. Okay.
What about you?
I think there's no way it's more than 1,000. And I think the 1,000-piece one was that German Christmas puzzle we got that was an advent calendar. And so you opened up a new box every day and it had a section of the puzzle.
You had a child that wanted to play baseball?
Yeah, no, it was...
and learn about Jesus.
Yeah. Oh, no, it was a Christmas train and stuff like that. Anyways, we're the KNC. Don't look it up. I told you it's not from Jesus Camp. I bought it at a Christmas all-year Christmas
there's an
store.
Avengers 60th anniversary 5,000-piece puzzle for $70.
Ooh.
That's so fun looking.
And no, you had the wrong takeaway from this segment. From the 682, that's it. I'm drafting my fantasy wide receiver 2 as Jonathan Mingo in round 15. That was the wrong takeaway.
You're welcome.
That you had. But also, you're getting your second wide receiver in the 15th round? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably going running back heavy and running back tight end.
All right.
Maybe took Justin Jefferson number 1 or Pickens, something like that.
You're taking the wrong wide receiver at 2.
What do you mean, Mingo?
Yeah, your choice should be anybody else left on the board.
I'm not sure if you heard 600 yards and 3 touchdowns is what we're hoping for. He could exceed that.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus how to be the most lucky yet unlucky sports fan ever. Next on The Fan. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for spending your day with us. And as your welcome gift, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Plus, how to simultaneously be the most lucky and unlucky sports fan in the world.
Oh.
We'll go to the world of Milwaukee here in just a little bit.
Milwaukee.
That's right, if you're fancy.
It's Algonquin for the Promised Land.
Oh, you'll learn something new every day. Unless it's about dinosaurs, then I just tune it out.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't escape it. It's a miserable existence, just like the dinosaurs. But we go to the National Day calendar. Today is National Sunscreen Day.
Oh, that's ironic.
Yeah, while it's pouring rain. It looks gross outside.
What kind of sunscreen do y'all use?
Whatever I can get my hands on.
I feel like I'm a 60 person.
You need sunscreen, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty pasty. So, usually like SPF 50 or 60 is what I roll with. Anything higher than that, it's a little too oily and glossy and gross.
Am I gonna develop skin cancer?
I hope not.
I use like the Banana Boat 10 or whatever.
Feels low.
Oh, just like
do they have a 10? Yeah, okay.
I think so. It's like the tanning oil or whatever. I'm just like,
okay.
It's got coconut in it. Smells good. And I just spray it on, but I can't always reach the back, so Adrian has to help sometimes. That's cool because she touches my back. I'm all right with that. But my question is, do you like it? Do you like the sunscreen?
No, because when I am going to swim,
hate it.
I think it's just impeding me from getting into the water, and you're like, oh, and you have to
another
wait.
layer.
Yeah, and then you have to wait for it to soak in, and they're like, but even with the water resistant, I was like, yeah, right. I don't know if I totally trust that. Another valuable sunscreen lesson: if you're on the lake and it's cloudy, you might think that you're safe.
Overcast gets you, dude.
You are not.
Yeah.
And that water is working against you.
When we go down to Galveston, we will apply probably 4 or 5 times through the day just to make sure. But I'll come back with a nice toasted tan.
Oh. See, the cameras don't really do justice how just poor my complexion is, because this is how you know. It's pretty pasty. It's pretty Elmer's glue adjacent. Is the last time I went on a boat birthday party thing at Lake Louisville like 2 years ago. Somebody I had never met in my life on that boat, like a friend of the friend's party that I was attending, was like, hey, I'm keeping an eye on you because you need to be reapplying every hour or you're going to be in trouble.
Sounds like you should be friends with that person.
Yes, and I was like, you know what? You are my hero today. Thank you, because I'm totally going to forget. And that goes right into the question of the day for National Sunscreen Day. 877-881-1053. What is the one thing that you always forget to do?
Oh, this person said, cover the top of my feet with sunscreen. Top of your feet if you're wearing flip-flops or just sitting out there barefoot. And you forget to do that, now you're screwed.
Yep. The one I've learned the hard way a couple times is the neck.
The neck's the first place.
I get
the neck is the first place.
It's not your face?
No. Actually, it's the chest, then the neck. So I'm sorry about that. But like the first place, because your neck, you're like. Oh, did you play baseball a lot, like as a kid?
Yeah, not enough apparently.
During tournament days, your neck would just get.
Yeah.
Okay. Those. Sorry. Well, you said the thing you always forget, and I immediately went to
thing you forget to do.
Forget to do.
Because we've done the item you always forget. What is the thing, the task you always forget to do?
Oh, respond to a text that I didn't respond to in the moment. Like that's
a good one.
I will. And I
don't hit send.
Yeah.
I suck at hitting send.
I'll weirdly text somebody back 3 days ago, and they're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Because I'll read it and be like, ooh, yeah, I'll get back to that person. Or do you ever not see in the predictor text how long that message is going to be? And you're like, oh, this is multiple paragraphs. I'm going to need to come back and give this time. And it's not just a sounds good response. And then it's not new anymore. And so if you don't get it, then you're like, oh, crap. So responding to a text.
Man, that is a good one. Because I'm very bad at hitting send. And I will respond to you. I have a whole long thing. And you needed this probably now.
Right.
And I forgot to hit send. But I did learn today how to schedule texts. Lucy was sending us scheduled texts, and I was like, what the hell is going on here? What? And so then I was like, I better learn how to do this. She knows how to do it. I guess I need to learn how to do it. I think this might be the greatest thing ever. I think I'm just going to start randomly sending y'all scheduled texts every day.
Is it going to be like that one guy who's in a meeting all day but was guessing? Like, Corey's going to send you a text at 6 p.m. tonight that's like, that's tough, but I know you got this. And you're like, what? What are you even talking about?
Know that I was here.
Or it's going to be at like 8:15. Score some runs, dang it. And it's an off day.
Yeah.
And they're not even playing.
Yeah. What?
Just like,
I a lot of times will, and here it is, I will forget that I put the clothes in the dryer. And
oh man, the washer dryer lingerer is the worst.
Yeah. The person that leaves them in the washer too long, you've screwed up. I never forget that they're in the washing machine. But I will forget, oh yeah, crap, I need to go ahead and fold those. And so guess what? Now my clothes are all wrinkled, and like you can see my shorts right now have the wrinkles on the left leg because of that.
Yeah.
And so then you got to fold them all wrinkled because somebody needs the dryer now. But Avery and Carter, they'll just leave the wash in there, and I'm like, dude, it's going to smell. You have to wash them again.
Brandon is a violator of the etiquette when it comes to the dryer because I'm like, just one effing time. I would like to take the clothes that I've been washing and just put them in the dryer without it being a whole other thing.
What did you do with them?
I will now.
His clothes.
I will frequently now just put them on top of the dryer. I used to put them like in a basket and stuff. But the other thing is, if they didn't take out the clothes from the dryer, that also means they didn't empty the lint trap. And I'm like, I don't need to do 8 things. I should just be able to put the clothes in the dryer.
I always just take Avery's clothes. His room's right next to the laundry room, too. So I just take them and dump them on his bed. Because I know he wants to be in his bed.
Yeah.
So I'm like, if you want to be there, either you laying on top of clean clothes,
smart,
or you're going to have to fold your clothes up. And Carter, the same thing. I'm just like, this is what y'all have to do. If I have to get them out, this is what y'all have to deal with.
See, my mom wouldn't dump them on the bed like that. She would lay them out, but she wouldn't fold them. So I still had to fold them, but everything, it would cover the entire surface area of my mattress. So I couldn't even like sit around the clothes and get away from it for even 5 minutes. If I wanted to sit on the bed, lay in the bed, I had to fold everything right then and there. So smart parenting there.
Yeah.
Smart parenting on your part, Corey. From the 469, renewing my driver's license.
Oh, man.
When do you do that?
I
don't know.
Have definitely been married to someone who did that.
Oh.
They renewed their driver's license?
No, they forgot. And then it is far more time intensive if you forget, because usually you can just renew it online and boom.
Oh, I got 3 more years.
Heck yeah.
On this son of a gun. This is awesome.
Congrats,
Good job.
man. I'm proud of you.
And how often do you have to go in now?
I feel like it's every other cycle, so you get like, I don't know,
10 years
8
or
to
something
10
like that?
years.
Okay.
And they're like, all right, come on back. You could look way different.
That's true. I don't think you guys have seen my ID. My driver's license, the picture looks nothing like
Do you
me.
still look like a child?
I think I was 18 in that picture.
Do you still have the up and down license? Like, were you that young?
No.
Okay, because like for a while your license is
that
vertical.
Is that for the kids?
Yeah, that's
for like the 15-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah, that's for your provisional, whatever they call it. I don't know.
The learner's permit.
Yeah, learner's permit.
You hadn't been there in 10
There you
years.
go. It's been a while. From the 214 Black and Gold B, this is probably a good answer for me. It's actually a really good one. Always forget to take pictures when out with the family. That when I'm with friends, I
disagree with this one.
Like when the station's out at dinner, we all need to take a picture together.
Fact.
I appreciate that I'm like this, but I also hate it at the same time because
You're
whenever
in the moment, right?
Yes, whenever I'm with people and I'm having a good time, the phone stays in the pocket. It's face down on a table, or it's literally feet away.
Yeah.
It's not even near me. I'm just living in the moment. And then people post stuff on social media and I'm like, I did not record any of that. I did not take a single picture. I do it on my own birthday whenever we go out and stuff. I don't take any pictures. And then I'm like, why did I not think to take one singular picture just to be like, hey, I lived life today?
And that's look, that is fair, but a lot of times I am like, are you ever going to look at those pictures again? Like, not all of them, but some of them. I'm like, you take a picture or two, right on. But I like that you're living in the moment.
I'm a pretty sentimental person, though. So I do, like, concert videos. I take plenty of videos at concerts. I go back and watch those all the time.
Yeah?
Like, especially when I have a rough day, I'll just be like, what kind of music vibe am I feeling right now? Like, is it a Coldplay kind of mood? Okay, let's go back to 2022 and watch that. Watch some videos from that show that I was at. Or is it more of a, is it a sad mood? Is it a sad vibe? I'll go find something that's a bit slower, maybe an R&B show that I went to. So yeah, I do. I'm one of those weirdos that I definitely will. I'll just be like, let's go look at simpler times.
Yeah.
I wish
that's me.
I think Little Jim was the thing that changed my mind about pictures and videos. Because you're at Little Jim and it was Avery's birthday. Oh, he's 18 now and he's graduating high school.
Grown man.
But we're at Little Jim and I pulled my camera out to take a video and Mr. Daniel or whatever walked up and was like, let me do that for you. I want you to be here. And I was like,
"Aw,
that's
wow.
nice.
All
That's
right."
nice.
And so then from there on, I was like, I'm not taking my phone out to do pictures and videos. And then guess what? The next time I did, it was the night Neftali Feliz is on the mound and a shot gets hit out to Nelson Cruz.
Son of a
and I had
gun.
my phone out. That was the next time I tried to take like a really in the moment video.
You learned nothing from Mr. Daniel?
I think I learned something from that night.
Yeah. It's really funny. I got a chance to visit the Crown Global Media studios yesterday.
well.
I was there chatting with Derek Holland.
I remember him.
And we were discussing things around the World Series, and he was like, oh, too bad Corey's not here. I'd be like, oh, Nelson Cruz.
Should I text him?
Right on cue.
You should.
Hey, guess what I just talked about and didn't even know you were talking about
Yeah,
it.
you should.
That's amazing. Guys, this is a sad story. It's kind of crazy. How to be the most unlucky sports fan ever. You guys have seen this plenty of times, especially if you're a Rangers fan. We all are. The 50-50 raffles at sporting events and whatnot. You see it at the Ranger games all the time. Well, it's not exclusive to just here. We take you to the Milwaukee Brewers. And in the 2023 season, they were doing the 50-50 raffle tickets at home games to benefit the Brewers Community Foundation, which included a showdown with the Cubs on July 7th. According to WISN in Milwaukee, Annette and Matt Flynn, a married couple who reside in the area, entered a raffle, the 50-50 raffle, and learned that they had won around $13,000 after the winning number was called midway through the sixth inning. That is somewhat important to this story. They missed the initial announcement, but they scrambled to find the table that they had to report to in order to cash in the matching digits to the team and get that money. Based on the rules at the time, they had until the middle of the seventh inning to redeem the ticket before they pulled another number.
Oh.
Surveillance footage from the stadium actually captured Annette scrambling through the stadium trying to track down that table in question, and video caught different ushers giving her bad directions on where to go. She had been sent multiple places. You can see her with her hands up in the air like, where do I go? I just won this thing. And she got some bad direction. She somehow ended up in an upper deck in left field, concourse behind home plate. She finally gets to the right table she needs to be at. Where? She was informed that she arrived 66 seconds too late.
No.
And was told that her ticket was null and void.
That's weak.
That's bull crap.
This story is not over. The Flynn's decided to sue the Milwaukee Brewers after turning down a settlement.
Which is why they can't spend money, Kevin.
That's right. And the team, they got a win in an appeals court last week after the court ruled that the team has sole discretion in awarding the prize. But the couple is not done. They plan on taking this to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. So this will be a lengthy process, but something worth noting. The Brewers have since changed the terms of the 50-50 raffle, as winners now have a 30-day window to redeem the winning ticket from each 50-50 raffle.
That kind of sucks even more now if you're that couple and you're like, well, why don't you help us out?
Yeah, so
I wonder what that settlement was.
The Brewers are kind of like, hey, we kind of are in the wrong, so let's go ahead and change this so we don't have to deal with this ever again. But I'm sure some point months down the road, we will have an update to this story after it hits the Supreme Court.
Admission is 90% of the law.
That is not even how that saying goes.
I like it.
We're the... Okay. We're the Kansas masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, is it a make or break season for these NFL players, including a Cowboy, next on The Fan?
Coming up in the next...
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Just got it off. Very loud crowd right now. Young launching near side. He drops it in for Coker. What a rainbow!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
So, we've been meaning to do this for a few days, and I thought I would just kind of pare down the list to the most interesting people. Do you think this is a make or break season for, we'll start with Bryce Young. Bryce Young clearly took a step in the right direction last year. This year feels important in terms of, are the Carolina Panthers ready to go all in on him as their franchise quarterback in the, new contract that entails? Do you feel like it's a make or break season for Bryce Young? And if so, which way do you think it's going to go?
He actually played some games last year that I was like, oh, he helped that team win the game. The rest of the time, I thought the Panthers played a good brand of football defensively, an offensive line. Like, they knew they could run the football with Dowdle or Hubbard. It didn't matter. So, they had that built in. Now, what do we always discuss, Kevin, when it comes to quarterbacks? At the end of the day, big-time throws is what makes the difference for your team. Again, running the ball is good, but at the end of the game, you're probably going to have to make a big-time throw to win it. I think this absolutely is a make-or-break season for Bryce Young, and because you got to know if what you saw last year was a step in progression, and he has another place to go.
See, I'm with you on that because his QBR is still really disappointing, but completion percentage took a nice jump. So did yardage. So did his touchdown to interception ratio. So there are other metrics moving in the right direction, but his average per pass is still really low, something that him and the offense are going to have to work on. All right, next quarterback, although there are non-quarterbacks here as well, C.J. Stroud. Now, C.J. Stroud proved a ton his freshman year, or his first year, then he seems to be chasing it ever since. And now the Texans, who are obviously ready-made to win, they are even debating whether or not that's the guy that they hitch their wagon to.
His percentage went up.
His completion percentage?
Yeah, it's at 64.5. He was at 63.9, so just slightly.
Right.
But he's been pretty steady in that regard over his career.
It's just that first year.
The rest of the numbers took some dips, though. And that touchdown interception ratio isn't going past 23. The interception numbers aren't dramatically bad, but when you don't have 30-something touchdowns, that's when people are like, what's going on here? They have an effective run game. They have a really good defense, so they're built on this. I don't think it's a make or break season. I think it's a season where they say, okay, his fifth-year option's still up for him.
Yeah.
So I think they'll look at the fifth-year option and say, we'll give it one more. I think next year will be a make or break for him.
And they definitely will. This is just now the time where he could have gotten the extension. And after his first year, wouldn't you have thought this would be a no-brainer? After his first year, they're
Absolutely.
they'll extend him the second they can.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Marvin Harrison Jr. This might sound wild to you, but his reception to target percentage never been particularly impressive. Last year, only 600 yards and 4 touchdowns. I know he missed a handful of games as well. And the argument can, of course, be who is throwing him the ball? Well, that's not going to change this year.
Carson Beck.
So that feels pretty underwhelming. Marvin Harrison feels like he has been a giant disappointment thus far.
I think early in the year last year, we were like, oh, no. It kind of had a couple moments of, dang it, he might turn into it, and then the injuries definitely were a problem for him. I don't think this year is make or break.
Okay.
But you really do want a 1,000-yard season out of him.
I just wonder if this year, if it's underwhelming again, people will be like, all right, so you're just a dude.
That makes sense. Now, make or break for me is like he's out of football.
Oh, okay.
Or on to another team. And I can see what you're saying there. He still has the physical attributes that make me believe he can be a good receiver, but the numbers just aren't there yet.
So I've been thinking about make or break in terms of where you're slotted, which is what brings up this next person.
He should be a 1.
Yes.
And Marvin Harrison has not even played particularly like a 3.
So next one, George Pickens. Now again, he's in no danger of falling out of football, but he got traded because he was viewed as too much of a headache. Comes to the Cowboys, puts up numbers that I don't think anyone realistically could have fathomed.
All pro numbers.
Yes. And the response to the Cowboys were, let's see you do it again. This feels...
You say the response by the Cowboys?
By the Cowboys.
And other teams,
yes,
I believe.
And other teams. So let's see you do it again. So I think it's make or break for George Pickens in terms of getting the type of payday he wants. And so if he does it again...
He wants number 1 money.
Then I think he will get number 1 money for sure. If he backslides even, 20%, do you think teams will be like, man, he would always be a badass too?
Are you telling me?
Oh, no.
Somebody goes, wait, you're telling me Dontari Poe's not a Star Wars character? That's funny. You're telling me that the Cowboys looked at what George Pickens did last year and said, that's part of being in this system. You're a system receiver.
I mean, maybe, I don't know how much stock they put in, stayed out late.
I think a lot of the league did probably look at it too, and they were like, man, that offense was built to be that. But can you do it again? Can you have, you've had 1 year 800, the next year 1100, the next year 900, back to 1400.
And I feel like if he does that again,
then you
can't deny it.
Now, that being said, he could always dip down back to a 900-yard receiver.
And
but I think a lot of people are thinking if he does it again, then he definitely is that guy.
But on the flip side, if he does what you just said, 900 yards, maybe even 1,000 and 5 touchdowns. Don't you think people are going to be like, yeah, so you're a heck of a number 2 wide receiver.
Yeah, probably
and
so.
I'm never going to give you the money that you want.
And didn't it feel early in the year that the Cowboys were like, yeah, he's a number 2 receiver to CeeDee Lamb.
Right.
And he will be the second option. We haven't quite figured it out. And that's where Jerry came in the other day and he was like, we're expecting it faster. This year, we're expecting him to be at those numbers a lot quicker. Where he looks like a number 1 opposite CeeDee as a number 1 as well.
I'm going to have to hit this one with 3 quarterbacks. Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy, and Kyler Murray.
Yes, because he's got a dude there with him in Tua.
That's ready to take his job.
Yes, because he's not good and also has a dude in there that's getting ready to take his job in Kyler Murray. Who was the last one?
Kyler Murray.
Oh, yes, and Kyler Murray, because you're going to the quarterback whisper. If that can't fix you, then the rest of the league's going to go, I can't either.
Yeah, after the team that took you number 1 was like, I'm good.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. All right. We didn't know if this one in baseball nuggets or gridiron gravy, but Travis Kelce has purchased a minority stake in the Guardians. How much did that cost, or do you think it was a wedding gift?
I wonder. Does she loan him the money, or does she just say, now the bank account is ours because I trust you and love you so much?
No, I think it was a gift to say the bank account is not ours. Right? Like, here, I'm going to buy you part of this baseball team. Does he have the money to do
that?
I mean, he could, but I know she's got the money.
Yeah.
So, she bought that by being like, hey, but separate bank accounts in the prenup.
She's been to games with him. She's been to the Cincinnati Wildcats. What are the Bearcats? She's been to some Cincinnati Bearcats games with him. She was at the Cleveland
Cavs game.
Yeah,
when
Cavs
he was
game.
getting drunk.
And he was going nuts. And she knows how big of a fan he is.
Right.
And I think she's like, you know what? What better wedding gift could there be than buy him a baseball team?
Man, marry somebody who's got it like that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. All right.
Josh. You have to do a lot of extra stuff, you know?
I mean, for a share of a baseball team, I accept. All right. Serious, could be hugely problematic. The Packers running back Josh Jacobs is facing 5 criminal charges arising from a domestic disturbance over the weekend. Josh Jacobs, through his attorneys, have said that he vehemently denies these allegations. He's in the early stages of investigation with important evidence that has not been made public just yet. And as they probably should, the Packers kind of gave the boilerplate. Matt LaFleur said, hey, we're going to let the process play out. Yep. But this is something to keep an eye out on, not only from a human perspective, but from a football shifting perspective as well.
Oh, for sure.
Now, along those lines, Brendan Sorsby, his appeal was denied. He will not be eligible to play, at least, or excuse me, not his appeal was denied. His case was, he lost, and now they're going to appeal. Sorry for getting that mixed up right there. And his odds to go in the supplemental draft have gone way up. It is now minus 200 that he will go in the supplemental draft. They are still going to appeal to see if he can get back into college football. But Texas Tech, who was at one time 11-1 to win the title, is now at 25-1.
I just wonder, even if he is in the supplemental, if somebody will take him.
I definitely think they will.
And I feel like I would, if I'm the league, I would be like, hey guys, to separate ourselves from this stigma, let's go ahead and not take the dude that was betting on himself and his teammates. Let's let him work his way from the USFL.
Or
the UFL.
Just UFL. What if, if he was there, we love to give away our 4th round picks. You wouldn't?
Nope.
Okay.
I wouldn't.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little NFL overreaction or reality next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey,
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Skip Schumacher coming up in about 20 minutes. Right now, it's time for overreaction or reality. Overreaction or reality? You still think back about how the Cowboys were just 2 picks away from being able to draft Derwin James, and instead they got Leighton Vander Esch. Now, the reason why this comes up is Derwin James signed a 3-year, $75.6 million extension, making him the highest paid safety in all of the lands. I remember that draft very vividly. We kept watching him fall. It was like, oh my gosh, what if he gets to the Cowboys? Obviously, he did not. In the meantime, he has been in a 5-time All-Pro.
Yeah. I was very hopeful that he would. I never believed that he would. And then my never belief turned into Caleb Downs. So
okay, so he's your new Derwin.
Yeah, he's my new Derwin, if you will. I'm trying to look and see. You could have gotten DJ Moore.
And Leighton Vander Esch was really good for a hot minute.
Could have gotten
really
Lamar
good.
Jackson.
Oh.
Could have gotten Nick Chubb.
Would you? Hey, forget that other question I asked you.
All right.
Overreaction or reality? You'd rather have Lamar Jackson as your quarterback right now than Dak Prescott?
Ooh, that's interesting.
Hence why we just forget that other question.
It does not matter. I don't think anybody out there would say it matters if he doesn't have a championship.
Fair.
Dak can win a championship, and it can really silence a lot of things.
Yeah, who cares about those MVPs?
Those MVPs
Lamar won
don't
if
matter.
Dak won a title.
Yeah, at all.
I agree.
I do like Dak. I think he is. I don't think he is capable of just putting the whole thing on his shoulders and saying, "I got this." But I think there are moments when he can do something like that.
Right.
I guess the one thing that I would have to look at is how much does Lamar cost on the salary cap versus Dak, and does that hamstring either team?
Right. I mean, I'm really anxious to see what that next Lamar Jackson contract looks like, and if he gets more than 60, or it's just proven yet again how terrible we did negotiating.
Yeah. No. I don't think about it that often, Kevin. Overreaction.
Me neither.
But I mean, Derwin's earned his money
for sure
at what is a valuable position. That is, we discussed it all off season at how defenses are using it this way and using that player that way. And if you can play that game and you can be that position, because he changed from being one dude to this one, and he uses his skills very well, so he earned that for sure. Somebody messaged us and they were like, "Man, that Caleb Downs money is going to be significant." And I was like, dude, he's put 8 years into this thing.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a while before Downs gets there.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Corey, I'm going to skip you on this next one.
Fine.
Because I feel as though I know your answer very well. Alec, overreaction or reality? You would like to see the NFL consolidate more on Sunday once again. Ooh. Because I believe Corey's answer is emphatically over reality. Overreality.
Overreality.
No,
that needs to be a third answer.
Overreaction.
That needs to be when you are so defiantly in agreement with the statement. I like it. You know what? Reality. Not overreality, just reality.
Okay.
I kind of do miss, especially towards the end of the NFL regular season, it feels like you're getting games every single day, which I'm a sicko. I love football. I don't mind getting more football more out of my week, but I kind of do miss Sunday being religious in multiple ways.
Right.
Not just the literal way, but it's like I am glued to my couch every single minute of the day because there's football on and there's so many games on, and I'm trying to keep track of everything for fantasy purposes. I kind of hate that, knowing this season there's going to be at least a week or two where I have to check my fantasy lineup on a Wednesday. you know, and I'm going to forget that. I'm going to forget it, and I'm going to start somebody that's on a bye week or something. I don't know. It's going to be chaotic just because the bandwidth is going to get in the way sometimes for me.
Dude,
you think that's a wild overreaction, right?
Yeah, but I'm with Alec on one thing. I loved when I kind of knew that everything's done with. I would love to be like, you know what? No Monday Night Football. Well, I don't even have to worry. Sunday Night Football, it's over for my fantasy week.
Right.
I don't have to wait one more day to see if my opponent scores half a point. Oh, yeah, I'd be all right with that.
All right, Corey, we go.
But other than that, give me football every night.
Every day, 4 o'clock. And, yeah. All right. Corey, overreaction or reality? Matthew Stafford is the best veteran quarterback for a young quarterback to study under.
Yeah. The dude sees the game. He studies the game. He knows what he's capable of throw-wise as well. But like his knowledge of the game is one of the many reasons that he's still playing. Arm strength is still there. Wild that the arm strength is still there. And also the way that they worked his contract is pretty intelligent. The way that it kind of rolls.
Agreed.
That's a really smart thing for both him and them, so that he can be like, all right, I can play another year, whatever it is. But if I'm a young quarterback, that's exactly the person I want to go to and be like, all right, dude, I know you had Megatron for a while, and you made that dude look good, and he made you look good. Y'all did that together. But then you've also been able to do it in a completely different offense, and now he's learned from the dude that can beat computers, Sean McVay. Right. So he's even that much more intelligent when it comes to what the game is.
And that was one of the things that was interesting is, you know, Ty Simpson was talking about, like, I don't really care what the haters say, and he's like, I'm in the perfect situation to learn. So, Alec, we go to you. Overreaction or reality? Matthew Stafford is the best veteran quarterback for a young quarterback to learn under.
So you're telling me that Fernando Mendoza is not being blessed by the tutelage of Kirk Cousins?
No, I am telling you that. I do not believe that.
You would be correct.
Okay.
Reality, he's the NFL MVP. And he happens to be at the end of his career, we think. He keeps proving us wrong every time we say that out loud. But I think it makes a ton of sense. One, because not just the quarterback, but the system that he's in, I think also lends itself to being a little bit more, not so much quarterback friendly, but at least inviting to change and opportunity, which Sean McVay, I think, is the ultimate teacher in the NFL outside of maybe Kevin O'Connell. I think he's such a good teacher. He's helped so many people figure so many things out in a short amount of time. Whenever you have Ty Simpson, who you think has a long amount of time, hopefully, before he sees the field, on top of, hey, here's a guy who's won NFL MVP, that's won the Super Bowl, here with this team has had a lot of success, and he understands it. I think that is the perfect guy to learn from.
Go ahead.
Somebody just texted in and said they're currently at a Rotary Club meeting with our former classmate and coworker, Troy. Old Troy Brakefield.
Wrote the greatest headline I've ever read in my entire life.
He got a story about a tooth. You should ask him about that.
Ooh. All right. Now, today, as part of OTAs, Mike Vrabel was kind of asked about his work-life balance. You know what they're actually getting at. Overreaction or reality? Once the season starts, no more questions will be asked to him about Diana Rossini.
That's a good one. Because it depends on how much is answered. Unless the PR says, look, if y'all ask any questions about this, you won't have access to them.
Do you want to hear some of his answers from today?
Yeah.
He said, I appreciate my family. I love Jen. I love the boys. And I love my personal friends. And then was asked about it being a distraction. He goes, we all have to deal with things outside of here. And my focus, obviously, is the excitement that I have from coaching. So I don't think you're going to crack him to get him to be like, you know what? I shouldn't have done
Dude,
that.
you saw that TMZ guy
again
walk with him from the airport all the way to his car, and he never cracked.
Right.
I was impressed by that, for one. But I don't think the questions are going to stop. I think they'll keep trying to and as new information comes out. But if he does that, dude, all right, listen to me here on this. follow me for a second.
Okay.
If he stays focused like that, what's his team learning? And I know this doesn't sound right because infidelity and all those things.
Yeah.
But his team's going, hold on, dude, like he can stay that focused when all these other things
Then
are
I
going
better
on.
do the
exactly.
same thing. Yeah.
So like that's leadership by example in a weird way. But I mean, ultimately they're trying to win games, not family Mr. Dad, prizes and stuff.
It's a good point. This is not for Mr. Dad.
Mm-hmm.
Alec, question to you. Once the season starts, Mike Vrabel will no longer be asked about Diana Rossini.
Overreaction. Just wait for them to lose multiple games in a row. Any losing streak. It's going to be that same, and it might be a super buttoned up way of asking, like you just read, where it's like hey, so how's the balance emotionally going for you? A few weeks into the season, you're already struggling. You've dealt with a lot in the past few months. Like how are you handling this mentally or whatever? You might get the kind of beat around the bush way of asking that question, but it's going to come up at the slightest sight of any kind of disarray in that locker room, any kind of lack of success, if Drake May takes a step backwards, if the defense especially isn't looking the way it did last year, they're going to ask some way, somehow. It's going to come up.
Overreaction or reality, you don't care at all if other teams' players don't show up to OTAs. Because I was thinking about this yesterday with Lamar Jackson showed up, and I was like, I don't care. Is that a reality to you?
I do not care.
I'm with you.
Unless it's a team is in my division that I hate, and I'm like, good.
Okay.
Let the hate flow.
That's right. That's what the Emperor taught us.
From the 817, what's more important, Mr. Dad trophy or Super Bowl trophy?
I think right now he better say Mr. Dad trophy.
Why? All he needs to do is win a Super Bowl trophy and everybody forgets about it, right?
I mean, I guess he's already pointed out he doesn't respect his wife, so. Alec, overreaction or reality, you don't care at all when other teams' players don't show up to OTAs.
Last year, if you would have asked me this, it would have been a reality. This year, it's overreaction because I hate that I'm about to say this.
Oh.
I love that Jacoby Brissett is not showing up to any of these workouts or anything for the Cardinals. I love this. It's the dumbest thing ever. He has no power in this situation, and the Cardinals are telling him that.
Bonus! Should they just cut him? Be like, fine. See ya.
Reality. They should, because it would, I think Jacoby Brissett is a great backup quarterback. Nothing against him. I just think this is the ultimate way for the Cardinals to say, we cleaned house this offseason. We mean business. If a backup quarterback is going to play in our faces, go do that somewhere else. Go find somebody that'll pay you starter money. Nobody else is going to. We aren't going to. You could keep your job and start on week 1 if you just show up here. Or you could go sign with another team and not play and make less money, because why not?
Would you just be done with them? Like, fine, go play somewhere else for Brissett.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I think that's logical.
Yeah. I already have a backup to Carson Beck anyway.
Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
Let's go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher to kick off the Expressway right here on 105.3 The Fan.
by the on-time experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher in just a minute. But a couple of other things I wanted to throw out for you. Joe Mazzulla from the Boston Celtics was named the NBA Head Coach of the Year. He defeated, well, all of the coaches, I guess. But in second place was JB Bickerstaff from Detroit.
Didn't he say that it was a stupid award?
Yes.
He was like, I don't even care about that stupid award.
I love the idea of him showing up to a press conference just to denounce how dumb the award is while he's accepting the award. I think that would be freaking amazing. I really, really do.
It's because the award is really on your players, how they perform.
I mean, he agrees. Right now, brought to you by Trajan Wealth and Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you guys doing?
Man, we're doing great. And I know this is kind of a question, kind of just a statement, but baseball is a crazy game, huh?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm talking to you this morning and not yesterday morning. I have a much better spirits right now, that's for sure.
Well, you should have known it was going to, well, maybe not the no-hitter, but you should have known that it was going to play out like this because now the last 3 Tuesdays before you came on with us, y'all have won 3 in a row and outscored your opponents 27-11. And the last 4 Wednesdays you've been on the show, y'all are 4-0, including last week's 9th inning comeback. So just saying, if you win again, I think you should be on the show again tomorrow.
I know. I remember talking to you all in Colorado, and exactly what you said happened. So whenever you guys want to call in, I'm totally going to pick up this phone call.
Okay. All right. You know what? We're going to have to try and see how we can get this squared away. I like this idea.
Right. Now, I love that. Now, I know it was just one game, and season stats still have a way to go, but with somebody like Evan Carter, how big of a difference can that one game make to really get any player or him specifically going in the batter's box?
Well, you're hoping it's one day, one message, one word sometimes that gets somebody to click and get him going. And we need Evan to get going. He's one of the best center fielders in the league defensively. We know the talent. I mean, you guys have seen it, a few years ago and what he did in the postseason. The talent is in there. He's still super young. But I keep saying this, and I'm probably overdoing it sometimes, but Brandon Nimmo has been the best thing that I think has happened to Evan Carter as far as, like, what he should look like moving forward in his career as far as the preparation, with the adversity, how to get through adversity, how to treat your body, how to get your body right for the next day, pre and post. He's been amazing for Evan, and Evan's grinding right now. He is working as hard as he can pre-game and post-game to figure this thing out. He took a lot better at bats last night. Obviously, the huge triple. You saw the speed. He's been stealing bases at a high clip without getting caught. And then the home run power is in there. But, being more consistent like Brandon is the goal. And I think hopefully something like last night triggered something to where it can be more consistent moving forward.
Skip, I was watching, maybe it was about 3 or 4 days ago. I heard Mike Bassick say on the broadcast, he was like, I just want to see Evan Carter get a little mean up at the plate. And I know exactly what he was talking about. Is that something you ever look at a player and you're like, I just kind of want you to just get mad at the ball?
Yeah, I had a former manager that always told me that anger builds adrenaline, and you want to find something during the game, before the game, to find that adrenaline boost. Some guys write stuff on their bat like Evan did last night to remind themselves to get some sort of edge, to get it going, and not just be comfortable. And I think, you have to find that certain edge over 162, and it's not easy every single day to find it. But I think Evan is trying to find what that looks like as an everyday player.
Do you have any players, or have you had any teammates that kind of went into Jordan mode where sometimes they had to make up an antagonist to get them mad, but hey, it did the job?
Well, I mean, if you the finals right now in basketball, the MVP of the league always talks about trying to be somebody on the field as soon as he crosses over and into the court. Jordan was like that. Kobe with the Black Mamba, the whole deal, right? Like there are players that try to find a way to be somebody as soon as they cross over on their over the line, and I think trying to find that edge every single day again is what you have to try to do, and be delusional at sometimes, like I said before. It does matter. It really does, and try to be this kind of this guy that this ultra belief in yourself every single day, no matter what happened the day before, is real. And the only way to do that is to out-prepare everybody, outwork everybody. And so going into the game that you have nothing to lose, and let's just throw it all out there and find that true edge mentally, to get this thing going.
Over the last 2 days, does a night like last night change your perspective from the night before, or does it make you want to drive your point home even more? Like, I look at my kid and I'm like, you got an A. See, I knew you were capable of something like that. Is that how you kind of feel after you see one night lead into what you saw last night?
As far as Evan Carter's concerned?
No, just overall with your team, going from no-hitter and then you have the output that you had last night.
Yeah, I think I was really proud of the group coming into the stadium yesterday, not sulking. There's no carryover. It was a new day. A loss is a loss. I know we got no hit. Nobody wants to get no hit or lose the game. Both happened. So what does that look like the next day? And I was really proud of the coaching staff and the leaders of the group on the team of showing that it's a new day. We got to figure out how to win today. Let's figure out what we did wrong and move forward. And I felt like the guys were in a really good spot coming off of a really, really tough night. And it showed what kind of team we have and clubhouse we have, when there was a lot of adversity that happened the night before. So, I was really proud of them. Now, can we keep that edge tonight and try to win, game 3 of the series? That's the goal. And, hopefully, these guys come in a really good spot again tonight.
Is there any chance you were about to say when you asked the bed?
That's for you guys to say.
Okay, all right.
It sounded like you were about to say that, and I was like, "Oh no!"
I'm proud of him. That's good. That's a good thing.
I definitely said some things post game the other night that was not good for radio, but we're good now.
There you go. Get that out of the system. Does an 8-run inning when you're on offense ever feel long enough, or does it like, oh man, that just flew by? I want more of that.
Well, I think it was just good to see the guys, take a deep breath. Brandon Nimmo getting the base hit, was huge to really the third hitter of the game. And then Jake Berger, a couple games ago had bases loaded a couple times, didn't come through. I know that was weighing on him. He gets a big base hit with bases loaded, and I think it just kind of freed everybody up. And it was good to see guys, having fun again and smile and realize that they're really good players and they still have it in them. It's still early in the season, and there's a long ways to go. So it was just good to see that inning unfold. And then the middle innings we struggled. The starting pitcher was still out there, which credit to him that he still lasted as long as he did. And I wish we could have added on, which we did later, but it would have been nice to keep adding in those middle innings.
Now, speaking of starting pitching, I want to go to y'all's starting pitcher last night. You've talked a lot about what you think the future looks like for Jack Leiter. This might be simplifying it too much, but did you feel like his matchups against Yordan Alvarez, who's been a beast this year, kind of defined his season? Because you get a strikeout, you get 2 strikeouts bookended by the 3-run home run. Does that not kind of feel like what Leiter's season has been like?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the one thing Jack is not afraid of any hitter at the plate. Like, he is always going to be on the attack. It's just where is certain pitches just leak over in the wrong times, or he gets behind the count in the wrong times, and then a crooked number happens in that inning, and then it doesn't tell the full story of that outing, though, right? Like, you can see he's so dominant for 3 or 4 innings, and then, the 3-run home run happens, or a couple walks happen, and then, a double or whatever. And it really stinks because the line doesn't really dictate what that outing really is. It happened in Detroit. It happened again last night. And so you look up and you're like, oh man, the line doesn't look great. However, if you're watching the game, the majority of the game was really, really good. So how do we get away from those like one big innings and eliminate the 3-run home run and just get the solo home run? And all of a sudden his numbers look a whole lot different. And we're talking about like an all-star caliber pitcher, which I think that's going to be in his future soon.
Is that kind of what you're getting at when you talk about Jack to a certain extent is still learning how to pitch? And what else goes into that?
Yeah, I think it's just the nuances of the game. You watch, Evo will throw his split 2-0 for a strike. He'll throw a split 1-0 and get weak contact for a strike. It's just not, grip it and rip it and blow it by you, which Evo used to do, early on in his career. Now he's pitching. And he's been pitching, for, 16 or 17 years. It's just not the young Evo where it was just, I'm going to get my fastball and throw it, 98 miles an hour by you. I think that's the next step for Jack is like, can I throw my changeup at any count to get weak contact early in the count? Can I throw my cutter in the same way? Can I eliminate the 3-2 counts, to these hitters, or the 2-out walks, or the back-to-back walks and stuff like that really has hindered him in some of those starts. And I think that's what separates like the Evo and the young pitcher. And I think that's what Jack is going to get to. And the great news is you see Evo sit and DeGrom sitting right next to Jack in between starts, every start. And if you saw inside our clubhouse in the video room next to him, just, walking him through different scenarios. So Jack is going to get that, become Evo, I think, one day in early sooner than you think.
I'm not going to lie, Skip. Every time I see those three sitting next to each other, I'm like, that must be the most fun. Like talking, pitching, and just listening to those guys has got to be an absolute blast. I'm a little jealous of it at times because it looks so awesome. I can just imagine what that conversation's like with those guys. Speaking of DeGrom, last 2 games, 10 runs given up. Wasn't the best against Houston, but he also just 3-hit the Cubs, so that was awesome. Is there any big adjustment for DeGrom? And what are you expecting tonight from him against Houston?
Yeah, well, I think you're going to see the ace Jacob DeGrom tonight. I think this is what Jacob DeGrom is built for. Is like I know we have a 4-game set or whatever, but like the 1-1 series is tied, and like we need him tonight to really come through for us. I think the Jacob DeGrom of I think missing middle up has been the issue when in the Anaheim series and then the Houston series. He's really good when he's like hitting the white line at the bottom.
Yeah.
And he's dominant. So if he can get back to that, which he's making the adjustment, and let them throw inside a little bit more, I think is going to be also on the table, because he's just been so good at kind of just down and away, just painting that white line early in his career. And now he has other weapons. He can use the 2-seamer, more effectively inside on righties. And his changeup is one of his better performing pitches, if not his best performing pitch. Can we up that usage a little bit? And then the 4-seam inside on the left-handers is going to be key as well, because sometimes these pitches that are going into lefties, they just leak in the middle and up. And I think it's not just being driven inside to the lefties. And I think that's when he gets into a little bit of trouble. But I think those are the adjustments that he was trying to make, in the bullpen sessions in between. And hopefully, we see the really good Jacob DeGrom tonight.
Skip, our friend and producer Alec Medford, loves event shirts, and tonight is Skip Schumacher concert T-shirt night. What is the greatest concert you've ever been to, and do you have a concert T-shirt collection?
I don't have a concert T-shirt collection. This is a first for me. My mom is really excited about this concert T-shirt, so we have to get a few for her to send out. I went to Chris Stapleton way back when I didn't even know who he was, in Mexico, Puerto Vallarta. Wow. He was an opener for Luke Bryant way back when. I didn't even know who he was, and he and his wife went on stage. I'm like, oh my gosh, who is this? And it blew my wife and I's socks. We couldn't believe what we were hearing. And then now he's Chris Stapleton. So that was number one. And then when I was a kid, I grew up listening to like Rage Against the Machine.
Yes.
And that was Yeah, so that was an insane concert and probably the best one when I was a kid.
Well, the next time you see Mike Bassick, he went to see Chris Stapleton in Tennessee over the weekend. So maybe y'all could have a little chat about that. I think Lainey Wilson hopped up on the stage with him, but Chris Stapleton can sing and play some guitar, man. Thank you very much.
Oh, my gosh. He's incredible. Yeah, no, thank you, guys.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll talk with you again tomorrow. We'll see.
I'm in. Let me know.
Let's go. There you go. Thank you very much, Texas Rangers manager Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan. That just made me sad all over again.
Why?
Because I was thinking about how I didn't go to that Rage Against the Machine concert in Houston because I had back-to-back finals in the morning. And then like 3 months later, they broke up. And I was like, I'll get another chance. This band is ridiculously
get
popular.
back together, though.
Yeah.
I had a chance to go see Tom Petty, and then he died a few months later.
Oh, wow. No.
I'll never be able to see him.
That is true. I still think to this day, perhaps the maddest our boss, Tim, has ever been at me is I was joking that Tom Petty has like 5 songs. I was just kidding. But he took me and he goes, you're going to listen to all these songs. And there was like at least 7 of them. He was like, obviously you know the song. I go, I've never heard the song in my life, Tim.
I can't stand that about you.
So
I love Tom Petty so much.
Made him so mad.
It makes me mad that you tell that story.
Yeah.
Not even that happened, just that you tell the story. So,
sorry about that. But
I really hope that Skip's on the show tomorrow.
He is. I mean, if they win, it sounds like he just heard. He's like, when I see Al's phone number, I like better pick up right now. And he remembered the analytics from last
even
week.
Even if it's for a minute, even if it's just for a minute, to be like, Skip, your thoughts on your win last night.
See, and honestly, a minute is perfect because if they win, we claim credit. If they lose, we're like, it's because you didn't do the whole segment.
Yeah,
it only works if you do the whole segment. So really need them to win today for all of the reasons. And we love the Rangers, but also for that. By the way,
I'd love DeGrom to have a win on his ledger, too. He needs that, man.
Yes, I agree. Jack Leiter got his first win in, I believe, a while as well yesterday. So just one more factoid about yesterday's game. The Texas Rangers, obviously, the night before, they had been no-hit. Then they had 8 runs in the first inning last night. Per Elias and his sports bureau, the Rangers were the first team since the 1905 Chicago White Sox to record 8 or more runs in the first inning following a game in which they were no hit. I believe that White Sox team scored 9 runs in the first inning. And just so you understand how weird baseball used to be, that year the Chicago White Sox went 92, 60, and 6.
Okay.
They had 6 ties that year. Huh. But also went 92 and 60 otherwise and finished second in the American League.
All right, so what you're saying is...
Of course, behind the Philadelphia Athletics, who also had 92 wins, but only 56 losses and fewer ties. That's a thing
the Cleveland
that happened. No.
All right.
However, I do need to tell you, here's the rest of the American League. The Detroit Tigers... The Boston Americans, the Cleveland Napoleons, the New York Highlanders, the Washington Nationals, and the St. Louis Browns.
The Nationals, huh? Storied history right there.
Yeah. How long were the Cleveland Napoleons around?
That's a weird name.
Yeah.
That's a weird name.
It is.
Is Napoleon a name or is it like something else and Napoleon Bonaparte was just named after that thing?
I don't know.
It's the ice cream, right?
I knew you were going to say that. I really did.
Mm-hmm. You didn't answer, though.
I don't know.
Okay.
That was my answer. Okay. All right. Well, it's an interesting segue because it's time, lucky for you, for My Buddy's an Idiot. Coincidence?
Who keeps the record for dinosaurs? Eliosaurus.
Oh, I thought you were going to say no one because they're dead.
You get silence now.
Oh, no! That's not... You didn't say that beforehand. We didn't know.
You know how this goes.
True.
Bad joke, no music.
Look, I'm perfectly fine with most jokes that being that way. But the dinosaur jokes are something special to me. All right?
Yeah. It's not like I made a joke that if he lost a battle, it'd be Napoleon blown apart.
Oh, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry. Too soon? You didn't even fight for this country. They hear that nonsense.
You got exiled.
Yeah. All right. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. You might think, obviously, it's us. In this moment, that is hard to argue against. I'm going to start.
Thank you again for listening.
Yeah, I don't get it, but I appreciate it. I'm going to start with basketball odds makers. They have set the New York Knicks as pretty heavy underdogs in either NBA Final potential series. Against the Spurs, they would be a plus 220, which means they would have a little bit less than a 28% chance of winning.
Okay.
And against the Thunder, they would be a plus 225, so about 27% to win. You're telling me essentially against either one of these teams, their shot is 1-4, despite the rampage they've been running through in the Eastern Conference. They won 11 in a row. Their only 2 losses were by 1 point each. Should they really be that heavy of an underdog?
I don't know why Vegas sets it this way. But don't you feel it right now with it being set that way and the Western Conference still in play? This is a great way for Knicks fans to be like, oh, I'm getting in on this. I got in on it so early, and this is going to be great for me.
Man, because you probably can't afford a ticket to go to Madison Square Garden, and you're like, I'll take $1,500 and put it down on the Knicks.
Yeah, something like that. So that makes a lot of sense for it to be set that way. I wonder how much it changes as we find out who the winner would be, or if it changes at all.
I mean, the lines are pretty close for both, so it does not appear as though it's going to be dependent on the opponent.
All right.
Now, we're going to stick with basketball.
I just wonder if it changes in a few days.
Could be.
Because they're like, okay, the reality here is this.
From the 214, my buddy's an idiot. He lost his Bitcoin wallet worth $300,000.
How do you do that? I don't know. I never got involved in Bitcoin, which I feel like I should have.
Yeah.
But that's why I reached out to David Dustin. I just let him help me figure out my retirement strategy.
Get that book?
Yeah. Get a free copy of his book and retirement strategy all in one.
See?
So. But
then you can learn what he thinks about Bitcoin.
$300,000.
Yeah, like that Brunson card guy.
How do you go tell somebody, hey, can you help me find this wallet? And who has my wallet? Like somebody's turning that Bitcoin in, right?
No. And they lost it on the computer?
I don't know. Somebody's got it. So it's just gone?
I guess. They're not carrying around like an actual wallet that says 1 Bitcoin, 2 Bitcoin.
But what happened to that Bitcoin?
Somebody probably stole it.
So then shouldn't it have some sort of encrypted signature on it?
Probably. If Dawson was here right now, he would know the answer.
Yeah. But I guess you're probably right. That person probably is an idiot.
This one's tough. Is LeBron James an idiot for not wanting to take a pay cut? Brian Windhorst said the Cavaliers right now could sign LeBron for $3 million, but he made $54 million this past year, and per Windhorst, to my knowledge, LeBron is not prepared to take that kind of pay cut. If he's more concerned, it's got to be more about the legacy, I would think, than the money. Feels like if you took a pay cut, you have a significantly higher opportunity to win a championship. That feels like a poor decision on his part.
Here's the part that I think is absolutely idiotic and ridiculous. His camp would reportedly want an explanation from the Lakers if they offer him anything less than a max contract. Windhorst noted that James and his camp want the Lakers to make a contract offer, and if it's for anything less, they want the Lakers to explain why and what other players they're going to target with that money.
The second part I'm okay with. Why just sounds like, how would you not give me the max? But the second part makes more sense if they're like, here's what we're going to do with your money.
Well, we'd like to do that with this money without you on the team, is what I think. And that's where you're like, I don't owe you that explanation at all unless I want you on the team. And if I want you on the team, yes. But if I don't want you on the team, you don't need to know that, especially your people who control most of the contracts for most of the players in the league.
By the way, we got an update. That guy lost his password.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
So he can't access it.
Why not?
Because of the thing I just said.
Can't just go to forgot password?
But don't you think the password for that's probably B38 squiggle 719 star 861.
The 903 Bitcoin wallet has a long sequence of words to get into, and there is absolutely no way around it. That seems ridiculous.
Well, there you go. From the 214, my uncle's an idiot for selling his part of his land from our family inheritance. Freaking idiot burned through $2.8 million. Also said including the mineral rights, which makes me wonder, was this a plot line from Landman?
Probably.
That I do not remember. From the...
the mineral rights is important.
That's right, and I only know that because of that show. From the 817. Oh, I also learned in that show, so your husband died. Give it 2 weeks. Go find
sometimes you got to fill the void quick.
All right, well, that happened. From the 817, my buddy's an idiot because he doesn't Tolo. Hey, guy whose name I don't know.
What's wrong with you?
Or girl, what's your deal?
Yeah, what are you doing?
You should Tolo. Explain
to me what else you have going on other than Toloing, and I'll explain to you how you can Tolo while doing that.
Oh, is Don Ray Jr., I'm going to say, is he an idiot? He is out as the PGA of America president after the Ryder Cup gaffes. And remember, like, people were harassing not only the golfers, but like their wives and family and stuff like that. And he came out and said, like, hey, is this really that different than what you would get if the Ryder Cup was over there? Or what happens at a youth soccer game? And I was like, yeah, you probably don't hear somebody's wife called the C word at a youth soccer game. Well, I would hope. But maybe that's foolish. And so then eventually he had to be like, hey, some fan behavior clearly crossed the line. So they've just been waiting to get rid of him. So he's out.
Is my buddy an idiot? Because he wants to be an umpire for Little League games. And he goes, I can't wait until a parent says something to me. That seems like the wrong approach.
That is the wrong approach.
You're setting up, you're looking for a fight.
Yeah.
Like, I just hope one of you says something.
No!
Turn around and snap.
He's like, so what? They might take my $50 away. I'm going to show you what's up.
He's like, I don't even care about the money.
All right, now I want to get your opinion on this first, because I think you might side with her. So is Becky Hammon an idiot? She is not backing down from the statement that she made in December of 2023 about Jalen Brunson. She said, if your best player is small, you're not winning. He's 6'2". They are now in the NBA Finals. Is she an idiot for saying that and doubling down? I said what I said. If he proves me wrong, he proves me wrong.
This is Sam Darnold.
She's not preemptively backing down. She's like, he hadn't won anything yet.
This is very Sam Darnold. Where I was just like, Sam, look, okay, great. He got to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Now win it. And then he was like, gotcha. And I was like, dadgum, you really handed the ball off to Kenneth Walker a lot.
Wow. Man.
That upstart football team y'all have in Seattle.
So you're still not going to give him any credit for that?
Who was the MVP?
Murray.
Kenneth Walker.
I don't know. I was thinking Kenneth Murray. That's not right. He's not the MVP.
Would he ever be an MVP?
He's Kevin's MVP, apparently.
No.
Kevin's like, that defense was awesome. I don't know.
That is definitely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Kenneth Walker was the MVP. If Sam Darnold was that great, I can't take away his championship.
Man.
But he wasn't the most valuable player on that team.
Okay. All right.
He was really good, though, man. This is interesting because... who are the smallest players to have won championships?
Because I think like a lot of people default looking at Allen Iverson. They're like, it'll get you so far.
And then you look back at like the Shaqs and the Wilts, the Tim Duncans, even Dirk.
Even like Kobe and Michael Jordan. They're not small people.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I think, it's always been, you've always looked at, you draft the size, you take the size.
Sure.
That's why you took Odin over Kevin Durant at the time. You're like, that's the player you take. That's an interesting approach.
Are folks selling fake World Cup merchandise idiots? The Rio de Janeiro civil police seized 200,000 counterfeit Panini stickers for the World Cup. So, for the World Cup, they'll put out the sticker book.
Yeah.
You can buy little packets of stickers, but now...
I saw them at Walgreens.
Yeah, well, now there's like 800 stickers that you need to collect. And I think the packs are like 5 stickers.
How much are they per pack?
I want to say $2.
Oh, that's not much.
Yeah, except if you got 0 doubles, which feels like a statistical impossibility, you'd have to buy at least 160 packs plus tax. So you're looking at $320 plus tax. So what, $350 out the door?
So I need to do but that could eventually get me what?
A sticker book that's worth $50.
Are you serious?
I think if you could just go on eBay and buy the completed sticker book, that probably takes all the fun out of it. But you're like, all right.
Which sticker is the one that you want? Like which one? Is it Mbappe or is it
No. I mean, because I know he had gotten hurt, but still, do you think Messi?
It's always Messi.
Is it always? All right.
Hey, soccer fans.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the sticker you want from this World Cup? Or soccer's biggest event?
Right now, I think you can say World Cup, but would it be Yamal?
I had one of his cards.
I know that you did.
It sold nicely.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. They also sold fake Brazilian national team jerseys and other things like that, but they had 200,000 fake stickers. Ugh. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Speaking of soccer's biggest tournament, what is the best way to tell somebody big news? Next on The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. You know, we mentioned earlier that it's Skip Schumacher concert T-shirt night.
Man, did you hear he goes? My mom was really excited about that. I got to mail a bunch of those out.
Stoked about this, and so like I was like, hold on, I know that it's tonight. So I went to look, and I typed in theme night, and theme night pops up, and it says silver boot. You got this little chain that has a silver boot on it, and then it said 4 more promotions, and I was like, hold on, 4 more promotions? And then I found out there was like, I can't remember what the other one was, but then the Schumacher tee, the first 10,000 fans get one. And then it was Dollar Hot Dog Night. And I was like, oh, okay, that's another promotion that I just didn't think of. And I just wonder how often it feels like when we were kids, you had one promotion.
Yeah.
One thing, that's it. But I guess this is a series promotion. The Silver Boot series kind of goes along with that. And tonight's the last night you can get one for this series.
I don't know if you want to go back and isolate this, but it kind of sounded like he scoffed at Alex's concert T-shirt collection.
I'm not going to say that he did.
Oh, did you see that? You thought that too, didn't you?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I thought Skip and I were building a nice little, working relationship here, and then that happened.
Okay, I'll say this. I don't think he was. I think he was scoffing at the idea that he might have one. And do you want to know what the rest of my question actually said?
Yes.
It says, greatest show you've ever been to, and do you have a concert T-shirt collection, ? And then it says, I just presume all of your clothes say Texas Rangers on them.
Oh, yeah.
So that's probably what he was scoffing at, is that he has any other clothing that doesn't say Texas Rangers.
So like if his wife wanted them to go out to a nice restaurant, he'd be like, so like the button-up Ranger shirt?
the Ranger
like, no,
polo?
Not a Ranger shirt.
Oh, you mean the sleeveless hoodie. Gotcha. All right, yeah. And so I didn't ask that part, though. So I think that's why you kind of got that, because he was just laughing about, guys, I don't wear anything else but Texas Rangers stuff.
It's a good cover.
I presume.
It's not.
From 972, is that a garage-worn UNT shirt behind you for sale? It says sell. And is it signed? It is not signed, but we have many of the people up here who went to UNT.
Man, we really do.
If somebody wanted to buy it for Peace-a-thon,
heck yeah.
do you think we could talk people into it?
Yeah.
Because I've often said I'm going to snag that shirt, but my kid's got orientation next week.
Oh, okay.
So I may be able to get him just to get me another one. But
yes.
If we autograph that shirt, how much do you think it would go for on the black market?
I don't think you should say that since we're raising money for charity. Right. I think we get a couple $100 out of that.
All right, but on the black market, though.
I look, I'm not going to lie. I don't totally understand that or the dark web.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like, do you just get on your computer and type in dark web? Because that doesn't feel right. Because like when I watch Mr. Robot, they had these setups with like 4 different computer screens and they were green like in the Matrix. And I was like, so they're on a different web.
I presume Aiden knows. Like I just presume that Aiden's like he's got one computer that's on the dark web and then one computer that's on the YouTube.
Yeah.
And that's how he does his work all day.
And then there's another part of me that thinks like the dark web is ill-defined and some people think it is, some people think it's not.
Is it darkweb.net or what, Alec?
I'm not going to be the one to type it in. I'll tell you that.
I want to,
but
probably not
shouldn't.
On my computer.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't.
What about this? Who's logged in on this one?
Is Wolchuk still logged in outside?
Yeah, if it's Wolchuk, I think we can all just log in.
That feels like a thing Bobby would get on his Twitter, Wolchuk's Twitter, and be like, I love the dark web and all this other stuff. And he put a link to something.
The deep state. Well, there you go, man. That's that was a good conversation.
Too late.
As we discussed earlier today, Graduation nights tonight. Kevin came in, and the first thing he said to me was, "Are you ready?" And I was like, "I got my questions for Skip all lined up." And he was like, "I meant for your kid's graduation."
I mean, I'm glad that you were ready for the show too.
And
start playing Cats in the Cradle. Or
we started discussing last night
landslide.
what time we need to get to this graduation.
Oh yeah.
It is at the Star in Frisco. And for all the parents out there that are going to this graduation, I'm told you can get there about 5 minutes before, and everything will be just fine.
I see what you're doing. You're not doing a service to the community.
I hate having to serve the community.
You're not going to be just fine.
Okay. My wife wants to get there at like 5:30. This thing starts at 7. She said 6 o'clock, and then she was like, maybe 5:30. Avery has to be there at 6.
All right. Here's the thing. I think she might be right, because you know how I feel about getting to things too early. And
you hate it.
I do.
You want to be there as it starts.
Yeah, I would love that. But even I think...
You're going to walk in as they're saying, "And now for your national anthem."
Right. We did a Pledge of Allegiance at Noah's little thing, and then they asked for the Pledge of Texas. And
Did you remember the words?
I knew the Pledge of Allegiance... The U.S.
Win or
version.
lose,
I
before
did
God,
not know the
play
Texas
the game
one.
as well as I know how. That's the YMCA.
Yeah, but I think you need to be there by 6. I do. I'm sorry.
You've been to a graduation.
I have been to a graduation. You need to be there early. Remember, we saw those people fighting in the cafeteria / auditorium at a kindergarten graduation because of seats.
Yeah. My wife she's like, "We're getting tickets early." I feel like it's at the Star. There's stuff to do around there, so she can go sit in the seats, and I can go, float around and do stuff.
Is that what you want to do? What stuff?
Did this thing's supposed to be 2 hours long? And now you're going to say I need another hour of sitting there before this thing even starts?
Yeah.
And we're in the middle, dude. So hold on. Here's the thing.
You can't just leave.
After my son is announced.
I mean, you can.
Can I get up and walk around?
Everyone's going to think you're a jerk because you're leaving.
There and clap for everybody else's kid.
You clap for none of them. Aren't you supposed to not clap until
I don't know.
the end?
We'll see what they say.
Okay.
If they're like, "All right, guys, can y'all please save it?" Like, stupid. I'll go, "Boo!" really loud. But this started making me think. Outside of holidays, what are the biggest family gathering moments that are out there? So I started kind of going through the list. Graduation's one of them because the family always seems to be like, "I'll be there for that. I'll be there for the kid for that day." Weddings?
Yeah. Then you have to say funerals too, don't you?
Oh,
I mean, I'm not saying it's good.
You want people to cry.
Oh, yeah.
I want people to celebrate.
Yeah, I've told my wife...
2 sides of one coin.
A couple of different songs that I think would play well under a video package that I just
Cats
want.
in the Cradle.
Yeah, no, that's a different one.
Beast of Burden.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're floating in space. I think that's a great one to go on there. But there, My Weakness by Moby is a really good one. Just really bring the crowd down. And I think my funeral wishes should be respected.
Are family reunions still a thing that bring the family together?
See, they could be. I don't think I've ever been to a family reunion.
It's always weird. So we had a family reunion all the time up in Oklahoma, where my aunt had a pecan farm up there, and that was just a central location with lots of space, like a lot of space, and we'd all go up there. But it was always weird because, I don't know half of those people, and I'm not exactly sure what to talk about with them. We'll figure it out, So now that's on the person who's hosting it to be like, we have to play games so we can get to know each other.
All right, I want you to consider something at a family reunion. If it's not like a tornado or it hasn't been 100 degrees for 100 straight days, and you talk about the weather, you need to walk away and find somebody else to talk to at the family reunion, because that means you two have nothing to talk about.
I don't disagree with you on that. Then you bring out the yard darts, and that's where people will get hit in the head with the yard dart and have to go to the emergency room, and now you have something to talk about with them.
That's true.
Or it's lodged in the shoulder or something?
Yeah, I don't know if that's what you should shoot for.
You're not asking for it to happen. What about birthday parties? Are birthday parties an expectation of family showing up for this?
Yes.
Okay. And that's fun.
But for how long?
the 2 hours that you've allotted.
No. But I mean, like when your kid turns 22, you're having a birthday party. You're like
22.
I'm not going to be.
I'll have a birthday dinner, and it's like us, the 5 of us.
All right.
Or his girlfriend can come along, I guess. And I guess Carter's girlfriend. But yeah, you're right. Birthday parties. You're going to probably 12? After that, maybe 16 is the next step.
All right.
And then 18, so every 2 years after you get to 12. Except for you're skipping 14 altogether.
They're like congressional elections.
Yeah, you're skipping 14 altogether because what's the point?
Oh, what is? I don't know what that means.
What's the point of 14? You turn 12. That's that's your last year of being not a teenager. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
14.
You're a tween.
16 license. 18. You're an adult. So 14 non-existent.
Oh man. Okay.
What about the Super Bowl?
I do not believe I've.
Do you want to be around
watch
family?
The Super Bowl with all my family? No, because I want to
do stuff.
React how I want to react.
I don't know. I feel like there are other places other than Super Bowl. I wonder how many people will get together with their family for the World Cup or the soccer's biggest event.
By the way, do you want to tell them why you keep saying that? Okay.
I'm up at 136.
Oh, okay. I don't recall like watching consistent big time sporting events with the rest of my family. Like with Brandon, yes, but as an adult, not really with the rest of.
Is there anything else you can think of? Like July 4th is a holiday, so that's not it. But
yeah, once you took out holidays, because holidays is what I think of.
We surround ourselves with family at holiday time.
Yeah, exactly.
That makes a lot of sense. But that's why we got these other things that we're looking forward to. So. Went to Aubrey graduation at UNT. 274 kids graduated. It took 41 minutes start to finish. It was awesome.
All right, let's think about this.
Somebody said they have a 3-day reunion for their mom's side of the family, 75 to 150 people.
Your school has more than 4 times that many people graduating.
Yeah.
So we can project that out to 3 hours, but I think you can scale it down.
Because AI might be doing it.
That's true.
I think they voted against it, though.
Oh, because you'll get more of the names just in succession. I think you're looking at 220 on your graduation. That's what I'm going to go with. Alec, over under 2 hours and 20 minutes for Avery's graduation tonight.
I'm smashing the over because there's always that one admin that has a speech that is way too long.
Oh, yeah.
Whether it's an assistant principal, somebody higher up always has all the dad jokes, all the Kevin jokes, if you will. Mm-hmm. They have all of those logged and loaded, and it takes probably 8 minutes longer than it should.
And I'd imagine there are also some single moms there that Alec could smash as well. So he said he would smash the over.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's
the over 35.
Jeez. Not even 25.
Guys, the U.S. men's soccer team group roster got their messages. I don't know how you do this. This is my question. How do you inform people of big news? Because according to Tom Bogert, on Friday, 55 players of the U.S. men's national team preliminary roster got an email.
Oh, an email?
26 of them, their dreams came true, and they headed to the World Cup. For the rest, heartbreak.
Oh.
How would you... I feel like you have to do this in person, or at least on Zoom.
Yeah.
And just be like, or is this just no, this is just how it's done. You're told, and it's heartless, and it's ruthless, and that's just part of the biz.
But on the flip side, you make the World Cup roster, you don't even get a phone call?
Yeah, from the coach being like, hey, I can't wait to put you in for 7 minutes so that you can go
mark that,
lose this game for us.
Yeah.
I'm really hopeful that we do better, but
doesn't sound like it.
I just feel like that like an email is the worst way.
Yeah.
Like when we got our job, boss called us. Hey, congratulations on the job.
That's true. I remember that first call, though.
Oh.
Hey, we need you to come up to the office now.
We were fired.
And I thought we were fired already.
It didn't happen, though.
Hell yeah.
And here we are today. See, maybe if the Team USA did that with the players, maybe they'd win the soccer's biggest tournament.
I mean,
we'll find out.
Yeah, we will.
That's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
3 hours, and that was moving fast?
Oh. No. Plus, don't forget the hour. You have to be there early.
That's 4 hours.
That's a show.
Yeah, sorry about that. Coming up next.
I better get a T-shirt.
Do any of these trade propositions do anything for you or for the Mavs? Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something.
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thompson thought about it. 10 to shoot for Dallas. Irving, one-on-one with Randall. Irving shows it, fires it, and hits! Kyrie Irving got him!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Going to ask if any of these trade proposals do anything for you or for the Mavs. But also, Dak Prescott has been named the 2026 NFL's He Won the Good Guy Award.
Nice.
Did I structure that sentence oddly? Yes. But
because that's the way it was written, I presume.
The Good Guy Award is an honor bestowed annually upon a player by the Professional Football Writers Association for his qualities and professional style in helping pro football writers do their job.
Yeah, it makes the conversation real easy.
He does.
With the canned answers.
Whoa.
He said he was with G-Bag, and he was like, I give canned answers.
I've perfected saying nothing.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. But actually, honestly, there are times you see him give some answers where he'll give them a smile, and they all know. Like,
right.
I think he does a really good job being available to them and doing all the things. He is, I would say, as professional as it gets when it comes to being a quarterback in the NFL.
Now, on the basketball front, we talked about this the other day that Mark Stein was reporting that while Boston and Miami are kind of the front runners, especially Miami, to land Giannis, that the Mavericks might be a dark horse in all of this. So you can consider that it could go the completely opposite way and maybe you're trading stuff away. But wanted to throw out 3 trade ideas for the Dallas Mavericks and see if any of these do anything for you.
Okay. Do you have these ranked?
I do, but I'm going to give them to you in the options in reverse order.
Okay.
So we'll start with the worst one.
All right, that sounds great. Sounds great. We're working our way to the best one.
Especially because Hoops Habit said that this one was a no-brainer, too good for the Mavericks to refuse.
Okay.
You trade Kyrie Irving to the Minnesota Timberwolves for Julius Randle and 2 first-round picks. Whoa! Sounds fun, right? Let me give you some more specifics on these picks.
Okay.
The one pick would be this year's 2026 first-round pick, number 28.
Okay.
And then the other pick would be conveyed to you in July because it would be their 2033 first-round pick because that is the next available first-round pick that they can send to you.
All right, so hold on. Then you have 28, 30, and 9?
Correct.
That's a lot of picks.
It is.
And we just talked with Mike Schmitz the other day, and he was like, it's very important. There's lots of players to find with that and the second-round pick.
By the way, there's a story circulating that the Thunder might trade into the top 5.
Sweet.
So I looked into that, and here's the basis of that story.
Getting rid of Chet.
An unnamed Eastern Conference scout or executive said, I mean, they have all these assets. What's to stop them from wanting to do that?
Oh, okay.
And so it's not actually based on anything, but some random thing that an executive said that's not based in reality. But yeah, so you get Julius Randle, pick 28, and a 2033 first-round pick.
I will say this. If there were no other options for Kyrie to get a couple of first-round picks and a player is not a bad thing.
Okay.
Especially if you are saying, okay, we are relinquishing ourselves of all Nico and Kid Peoples.
I think I would be more interested if Julius Randle would promise not to opt into his player option. So he's only one more year under contract, but then he has a player option for $36 million the year after, and I'm looking to clear out salary.
Because free agency coming up for that is going to be beneficial.
And just, I would like to clear out salary anyway to make a run at younger players.
Okay.
But, so, all right. I don't love that one.
All right, don't love it. But again, if I didn't have any other options, I might have to settle for that.
So, we move on to the next one. You trade Kyrie Irving to the Detroit Pistons. For this, you get Isaiah Stewart, Karis LeVert, Ron Holland, and their first-round pick. Their first-round pick is pick number 21. Now, the gem of this would obviously be Ron Holland. And that's if you think you can get it going for him. He was the number 5 pick just 2 years ago. One of the reasons I like this...
8 points per game, 4 rebounds per game, shoots 43% from the field.
So, one of the reasons I like this is...
His 3-point percentage is 25.
He is not a great offensive player by any stretch of the imagination.
Back to your...
He also does not shoot a ton of three-pointers, which is good.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of Holland alongside Flag because I think that makes a whole lot more sense because of his defensive acumen. Like, you'd be largely making this move because he is 20 years old. He'll be 21 when the season started. He's a top 5 pick 2 years ago.
Out of Duncanville, Texas.
Yeah, that's right. And you have to hope that his offensive game progresses, but I think you would be picking him up a lot more as somebody that can do the dirty work for you. And then, depending on what you think about Isaiah Stewart, if he runs small, do you think he would be Gafford's backup in case Lively really isn't ready to go? But you would shed off some salary, pick up another first-round pick, and maybe find another defensive stalwart in Ron Holland.
I'm kind of curious, if you have 3 first-round picks, are you moving around much?
I think you should. Because
does anybody want your 3 picks, though? Like, they're like, okay, we'll take 9 and then those other 2 first so you can get to 5.
Right. And see, I was thinking like you take 9 and 21 to make sure you get Flemings, Brown, whoever your chosen guard is, if that is available. And then you wouldn't feel as bad if you had to throw another pick in there as well. But that's not to say that those other teams aren't locked in on that same player that you want, and maybe that doesn't work. So
I just wonder, like, how many teams are saying, yeah, we need 3 players from this draft.
Sure. And I think that is a very fair question.
You're not wanting 3 players from the draft unless you're a guy like Schmitz and Ujiri, because you're like, okay, I can go do something with these. I know where to find players.
And that's why you said I don't want 3 players in this draft. Unless I want 4 players in this draft, because allow me to present this last deal to you in cooperation with the deal before it. All right?
Hold on, this is a multi-team trade?
No, it's a separate trade, but you can do both of these.
Oh.
So I already traded off Kyrie.
Okay.
In this deal, you trade, and this is from ESPN and Bobby Marks, by the way. We like Bobby Marks. You trade Daniel Gafford to the Los Angeles Lakers for Jared Vanderbilt, Dalton Knecht, and their first-round pick, which would be pick 25. So just for the record, you would then have picks 9, 21, 25, 30, and 48 in this draft. If you really wanted to go crazy youth movement, and obviously you shipped off some contracts in between, you would have that option for a scouting department that seems like that's what they love to do most in the world. Perhaps also important is you would clear cap space sooner because Gafford is signed for more money in years than Vanderbilt. So I'm not disputing that you take a step down talent-wise because you would be sending out in separate deals Daniel Gafford and Kyrie Irving for a collection of players where Jared Vanderbilt and Ron Holland might be the best, and neither one of them is there, and you can surely ask the question if either will ever get there, and 2 first-round picks.
I'm fascinated by the next step of this, or maybe the step before that, because if that's your direction, you are going very young. Somebody just said,
fact,
this is a team full of Max Christie's, yay. And I don't know if they mean yay or if they're just like...
Did it feel like a sarcastic yay?
You like Max Christie.
I like Max Christie a lot.
You think he's grown a lot since he became a Maverick, and I do too. And he told us, he was like, it's fun when you get to be athletic.
Yes.
And that was kind of fun because he had, 4 dunks in a game?
And he's 23.
And so my next step, or the thing that needs to happen before, I don't know exactly when they're going to do it. What kind of coach wants to work with that many young players? It's a young coach that probably realizes he's not going to be around for long. Like this is where, I mean, I think I think Choppy's kind of right in the whole. Well, they were having the discussion the other day about Kidd and moving on from him, and I do think that there was going to be a constant power struggle. I just think that was going to be the case. But this next head coach, I don't think you're bringing in a Phil Jackson type to coach a young Cooper Flagg. Sure. Even Michael Jordan wasn't coached by Phil Jackson immediately. It took a minute for him in the league. But whoever that next guy is more of a developmental coach. That's what you're looking for, is somebody that can kind of get this thing working together and get them as a cohesive unit, maybe setting up for the next guy, right? Like, I just don't know what successfully has happened in the past where we found that right person.
Yeah, or you take that younger coach that you think can build into that guy because of this group. Mm-hmm. You know,
like kind of like the Spurs have right now.
I would be very intrigued by
Oklahoma City done that.
Yeah, it took some stops and starts to get them there. So, look, I'm not ruling out that you're going to be stop and start with your head coach, and maybe you're like, hey, this one didn't work out, but let's go to the next one. But I mean, I would like to see something like that. By the way,
903, that's the most anti-Rick Carlisle team ever.
Yes, it really is. And from the 806, I'm not interested in dealing with the Lakers for anything yet. Somebody asked, didn't the Lakers say they're not going to do, or didn't the Mavericks say they're not going to do business with the Lakers again? I do not recall hearing that.
Don't let your money get mad.
Exactly. And from the 214, who can we trade to get Luka back? From the 432, can we trade Gafford for Luka? So here's the issue that you ran into. No, you cannot.
All right.
But, like, what you really would have needed is probably at least 2 things. You would have needed Klay Thompson to look pretty darn close to his prime, and you would have needed Derek Lively to be healthy and awesome all year, right? Because at least then you could have said, you'll get Gafford for down low. You'll get almost prime Klay. You'll get Lively, who is a budding superstar, and our draft picks, and because you'd have to put together a ridiculous offer. And I know you might be thinking, oh, not necessarily. I saw Luka get traded before for a not ridiculous offer. I hear you. I don't think that's happening the other way. But you would have needed Max Christie to start scoring 20 points per game with his 40%, 41% three-point shooting for them to want him back. You just don't have the assets unless you include Cooper Flagg, and I'm not trading Cooper Flagg as part of that deal.
The 214, whether you guys are right or wrong, I don't agree with none of it. You put the team years further back. And that was one of the things I didn't ask Schmitz, is how do you take a step forward without taking a step back? And I feel like the answer is you're always trying to figure out how to take that step forward without it. But sometimes you do have to take a step back to develop what the next phase is.
Because I think otherwise,
it's part of the team building is the decision and philosophy you take.
But you also see people who are like, I don't want old Giannis. And look, if you trade for Giannis now, you're going to be getting Anthony Davis in terms of he's not the same player you thought he was 2 or 3 years ago. How are you supposed to step forward? The other way that you step forward is if Kyrie is good to go and still has the handles and the hop that he did before. If that's the case, and you factor in the draft pick and Gafford gets back healthy, I don't even know if you get anything out of Lively, and Cooper moves forward in his second year, along with the progressions of people like Max Christie, then you could. That's a big giant if, because what happens if Kyrie comes back and he gets hurt again or he just doesn't have it? Then what assets do you have?
You have none assets.
Not a lot.
None assets.
So I agree with that person. You are setting your team back, but does it raise the ceiling ever so much higher?
You have the opportunity to have more talent.
You do.
Down the road, it just takes a while to build it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Those numbers are way up for him this year. Well, here's a fly ball that might just get him a home run. This one is deep, and this one is gone. Into the second row of seats. Evan Carter hits his 6th home run of the year, and he gives Texas now a 9-3 lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Man, I'm doing very well, and I was hoping we could take the last part of the conversation we were just having and bring it on air. We were talking about the Brazilian steakhouses. I went to one of them a few months ago with my wife, and they said they were out of their cards.
Oh.
So you couldn't just leave it up green or red.
You have to yell green.
Like every single person would come by, and so they would, instead of just looking at the little card, you'd engage with them. And I was like, y'all need these cards.
Yeah. Just hold up a foam finger when you want some more.
Yeah, like raise your hand like you have a question. Hey!
But I'm surprised that you don't go there more often, Chiafalo. That feels like what would be your absolute jam for an eating environment.
I know. I guess it's a little bit of a blind spot in terms of like when we're thinking about if we're doing the random, like, hey, we're doing like a date night dinner, something like that. Because I'm not going to bring the kids there. You know,
that's probably a good idea.
I'm like, all right, I made the mistake of bringing a child to a steakhouse one time. Got a lot of bad looks, and she was actually doing a really nice job. She was like 6 months old. You know, like for a 6-month-old, she was doing well, but it was still an eyesore and an ear sore for all the other individuals around.
Yeah, tell those people to mind their own damn business.
Yeah, I would have if they actually said anything, but it was just the looks that we were getting. Yeah. And
have you ever gotten into parenting confrontation over something like that?
Like an out in public spat with somebody?
Yeah.
No.
My dad did
haven't.
once at Dixie House in Lakewood. Lakewood? Yeah. Evidently, I was talking. I was like trying to get his attention about some balloon, and I was like, "Dad, look!" And this guy leaned over and goes, "Why don't you put a muzzle on that kid?" And all my dad's friends are like, "I've never seen your dad move so fast." He's a fast dude, but he got in this dude's face and got ready to knock the hell out of that guy. So muzzles aren't something you should say around my dad.
They were holding him back like Kendrick Perkins at an AAU game.
Yeah, there has to be a better way to address that if that's an issue.
Can I talk about the wandering child, though? There is a place that I cannot stomach the wandering child.
Oh,
you should
grocery
be in your
store,
seat.
strip
You absolutely
club.
should.
Movie theater.
The church.
Ooh.
Oh,
yeah.
Church.
You're about to
They just let kids run amok throughout the pews. I imagine you go to a church with pews.
That's a big church, and one of the reasons I go to the 8 a.m. service is because I'm probably the youngest person at the church.
Nice.
But every once in a while we'll have visiting families, and their kids kind of run around the church while things are going on.
Can't have that, dude.
While the service is going on, and I'm as a parent, I'm sitting there kind of like, I'm just. Please just let it go, let it go, let it. I'm talking to myself the whole time.
This is not a place to lash out in anger.
Yeah, but that's the only place. So the airplanes I can handle, restaurants I can handle, but the church I can't handle.
Dude, that's always
weird.
The easy one for Mom was like, God's watching you. And I was like, oh, crap, I better say,
Yeah.
I better not move at all.
I donated.
She could use that all over the world.
I donated to the church in order that they could make a toy cabinet in the church.
And just put the kids in the cabinet?
No, so with when the kids come to church, they can use, they have little toys that they could play with and books and things, so they could sit and just be entertained with what we provided in the church.
This is live coverage of Broadus explaining what toys are for. I'm just kidding, Broadus. I'm kidding.
Do you guys have cry rooms at your church?
Yes.
Yeah, those are clutch.
And so now the church I'm at, we've separated out into like its own daycare. But yeah, growing up, there was that room that's right behind the church with the giant window.
Yeah.
And they're like, no, you can see your kids. They're right there, but you need to go take them back there to be quiet.
See, that's where I'm kind of like, with little kids, I think you ought to automatically be in the back of the church. So you can get out. You can get up
Easy
and get
exit,
out. Yeah.
yeah.
You can get up and get out. Yeah.
Dude, Avery graduating tonight.
Congratulations. Yeah.
I heard you
Don't
can
play
cry.
Dawson's kid got an award the other night,
that's awesome,
too. Yeah.
dude.
Always good.
This is he's 1 year old. About 1 year old. We're in Colorado and we go to some nice restaurant up in the mountains. And it's quiet, except for this child who is crying.
Oh, no.
They have a dude walking around with a ponytail and a vest playing a flute. And this guy walks over and starts playing the flute.
I don't know why. I think of Eric.
And Avery
I don't know why.
I can play the flute.
immediately stopped and just stared at this dude. And he looked at us and gave us the thumbs up. And then he walked off. And then Avery started crying again. And I was like, oh, crap, I'm going to have to give this guy $100 tonight just to stand here and play the flute in front of us all night. So maybe a flute player at your restaurant or your church.
In the
Maybe
back
that
of the
helps.
church, yeah. Just
play
play
the flute.
play a little flute.
The music is calming.
Do you give the parents on the airplane
That's the tough one.
some good leeway? Because as long as they're actively trying to do something, I'm like, what are you going to say? They're clearly trying. They know their kid's upset. It's the person who just acts like nothing is happening that I'm like,
Yeah, they just sit there the whole time. I mean, I was so stressed the 2 times we've flown with ours. She ended up being great, but man, I feel for him.
There's usually one
You get emotional
parent.
about it just a second ago?
he was thinking about Corey at the graduation.
I need a cry room right now.
She was so
MVP.
good. Thank God.
God, she was a blessing.
I'm totally with you, Hagee. I can give you carte blanche for your kid to act insane, and it will not bother me.
Really?
But if I sense that you as a parent aren't trying to handle it, that's what annoys me.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
You know, because and there's so many things running through my head. Like, number one, just your carelessness about disturbing the peace, but also I'm starting to feel bad for this kid.
Yeah.
Like your parents are completely unattentive.
Yeah, he or she needs your attention.
They need something.
Yeah.
Have you ever turned around to a parent that had a child and said, best kid I've ever flown with?
I have not, but I think I would be very apt to do so now.
I have done that. I always tell the pilot, thanks for all your skill when I get off the plane.
Okay.
And then, but if a parent has a kid and it just sits there the whole time, I'm like, hey, best kid I've ever flown with.
That's awesome.
And they're like, oh, well, thank you so much. Because they're like, well, Chuck, they're worried. We're all worried.
Sure.
We're all worried. We know when you start to descent into your city, the child's ears are going to pop violently. And it's hard for them to deal with that.
Do you feel like all normal parental rules are off in this situation? You're like, you want another piece of candy? You want to just watch your eyes?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You go into survival mode. You did absolute survival mode.
Here, did you want some chocolate?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me put on Bluey.
I'll give him a little whiskey.
Yeah.
You know, whatever it takes.
Oh, man. You really do take off all of the
That way
rules.
they sleep better, you know?
Right there. All right, what are we to
Throw 'em the
make
gums.
with really Dawson and Broadus willing the Rangers to victory last night with their positivity? Were you excited to see your positivity in action straight away to get this team to an 8-0 lead?
Yes.
And then were you afraid that they were going to still lose the game?
It was a lot of fun. And yes, I was worried they would still find a way to lose the game. I think at this point, I'm just kind of trying to be strident in patience.
Okay.
And that's with 4 losses in a row or 1 win in a row. Like, we really need to see it go one way for 2 weeks to make a definitive thing. Like, if you lose 10 in a row, we're done here. If you win 10 in a row, then I'll get excited.
Yeah.
You know, actually,
the
probably
Cubs have done both.
The Cubs
of those
have done
things.
both. Yeah, the Cubs have had 2 10-game winning streaks and just now have gone through a 10-game losing streak.
That's something. But I was trying to figure out, like, at what point am I coming into the G-Bag Nation hot? Like, here we go, Rangers. And it's not today.
Okay.
Yeah.
But perhaps
here we go Rangers as far as cheerleading, or here we go
as far as believing. Believing they'll make this interesting, be a playoff team, be good enough to be buyers. Like, that's what we need to do right now is hold off Scrooge McDavis up there trying to go cheapskate on everything. You know, so that's
You're not
job
wrong.
one.
And that's what CY gave you yesterday too. He was like, I think we can win 7, 8, 9 in a row. We're capable of that, but we haven't proven it yet. And then I was really hoping for more from the explanation of Seager and Wyatt and giving some more of that, but they're just like, we got to face reality with a lot of those things. They can get there though.
You think Seager's going to be out 3 more weeks?
probably.
Every time they say he's progressing, you just add a week on it.
I mean, we've gone through the literal cycle we talked about.
Oh, no, that's,
Corey Seager tweaks something, tells you it's probably not that bad. He won't need to go on the injured list. Then he goes on the injured list, but he should be ready to go pretty much once those 10 days are up. You get 2 days before that, and you're like, well, it's not going to be as quick as we thought, and we're in the midst of
just
that
tell me he's got an
right
upper
now.
body injury, and I'll be honest.
Yeah.
He's got a lower body injury. I'll know. He's not going to play through it.
He's a no-go.
Yeah.
He's got 100 good games in him. He's just waiting for.
Okay, good. Hopefully they don't come too late.
Yeah, that's right, Hagee. We got Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. Jared Sandler's coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll see if we can trigger some seismic activity for Mel Sandler.
I know that you can. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We're off and running. And got a little momentum going into tonight's pregame 6:30. Rangers host of the Astros once again. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Fixed to go 5 flawless. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Aiden Butler's coordinating your video. Thanks for watching on YouTube and Twitch. And thanks for having that Odyssey app downloaded on your Apple or Android device. It's the Tolo's best friend, ultimate backup. All right, Rangers, man, they were they frustrated? Were they embarrassed? I think both those ideas play in my mind.
You embarrassed?
You know, you're extra locked in. Maybe you had a bad day at work. The next day you go in and you say, I'm closing deals today. Boy, nothing's stopping me. No. You want to see a third and fourth effort on these phones to get this deal closed, you're going to see it today. I think the Rangers were just locked in, and obviously Jason Alexander's a bum. Like, looking at his face as those balls are flying all over the yard. What an idiot. I was like, wow, this guy's about to be in the minor leagues.
It sucks.
But the conga line was on. Multiple players hit twice in that first inning. Jock Peterson in his second go-around hit the bombski. And that was pretty much a wrap. Evan Carter, team high 3 hits. He finished a double shy of the cycle, 6th home run on the year. But like I said to Hagee there, and I guess Wolchuk, I don't know how many wins you need. I don't know how many games over 500 you're going to need to believe in these Rangers again.
Quite a few.
I know one wasn't enough for me. You know, because after sustained losing like that against that competition, I think I need them to at least get back to 500 for me to start getting the hype train going. It's easy, and we saw it early last week. You know, before they lost the 4 in a row. I think when Brian was still hanging out with his dad watching bull riding on the couch for those 6 shows that he missed, they went off. They scored like 30 runs in a 4-game period.
Yeah.
And we were like, all right, here we go. Going into the weekend against the Angels, tear their ass up. Going to be 2 games over on Monday. Going to, of course, beat the Astros. We're heading in a great direction. And then they fell on their face. And the emotional toll that took on me.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me if you think I'm going to be believing today. You know, I'm still in a very much wait and see approach.
Same here.
Did you see what he just did? He went on a rant. He said, "I'm going to wait and see," and then leaned way back.
Yeah,
like
you dropped your cue.
Like,
the take grenade.
Get in here. That's it. Who else wants to go?
I'm going to toe the line and not pick a side of belief or not, but
no. You're not.
I'm going to wait and flip-flop. Gavin's back, baby.
No.
1 second I'm going to be in, the next second I'm dug out. Pick a damn side. Are you believing or are you not? Because you need 4 more games to get to 500. So if it's 500, 4 more. They were 500.
Yeah.
So we need a 5-game heater. If they can get on a 5-game heater.
To be honest with you, I'll probably start believing if they win 2 more. You know, to be honest with you.
Just win the series. Again,
it doesn't take much, you know, and maybe that's my bad, but
you're making a huge mistake.
I can't help it though. I'm not really in control of what my emotions tell me after these games.
Yeah.
You know, I can't choose what my gut is telling me. The gut's its own thing.
The gut's its own thing.
It's got its microbiomes down there.
Yeah, and you're are you still doing a bunch of still eating a bunch of donuts and things?
Yeah,
You're not cleaning it up.
And on kombucha.
See, there you go.
Apple a day.
Ooh, kombucha.
Fiber thin. You know, it's flowing
You
pretty good.
backing up there over there?
Always.
Not anymore.
Always.
You pooping?
Floodgates are open now.
Yeah. No, I'm
a plunger.
It's going well.
I'm back on a bit of a healthy kick, so I think I can trust my gut pretty good.
All right, what kicked you this direction? Did you have a pan of enchiladas or something like that?
He built a weight room in his garage.
That's pretty impressive.
I thought that was pretty next level.
Did somebody tell you need to do something?
No. I was going to ask you about getting a reference to your personal doctor, to your general.
Yeah.
Because I'm on the other side of 50. I think that's probably kicking my butt pretty good, like motivating me to do things. But I'll tell you, maybe more than anything, it's trying to get out in the backyard with Abby
Okay,
and still
it's
beat
a
her.
kids-related thing, huh?
Yeah, it's the generational thing.
Okay, I got you.
I feel her getting close to being able to beat me at basketball or soccer. And soccer's going to happen first, but I'm still
She's going to
her.
end up at North Carolina here in 3 years.
If I go over about 205, I'll be stuck in quicksand, So I got to battle my way back down and maybe hold off Father Time for another.
Whatever happened to that troll that told you have like the smallest shoulders on the planet or something like that?
He almost got me to work out.
I think he did.
He almost got me to work out.
I think you got that garage.
Lucius, you're the smartest guy on the team.
I think the gym garage is for him. You might live stream a workout so you can see it happen.
Lucius, you think he was playing the Rocky music? While he's hammering nails and stuff? Yeah.
That Steelers guy, 69.
It's looking pretty good, yes. But I went off about the Steelers last week on my podcast. It's called The Knoll Road. If you happen to be a Steelers fan,
that is a great name for a podcast.
One of my best friends, an original co-host in radio, this guy Newberry, lives up in Pittsburgh, so he does a podcast with me about the Cowboys, and I do a podcast with him about the Steelers. So anyway, this commenter, Brian, he was so mad at me. He had the epic burn. You look like you were born without shoulders, because I was like slumped over and all skinny and unmuscular looking. And
got him, bro. That's a good one, fam.
It stuck with me.
Hey, honey, do I look like I have no shoulders?
Sell that joke.
True. No, I would never tell that to my honey, because she'd probably weaponize it against me.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point. That's smart. That's a good thinking.
I like your little shoulders.
They're cute. They're so easy to hug.
Cutest little shoulders.
Sandler's coming up at 3 o'clock. Looking forward to chatting about the latest with the Rangers with him. Tonight is going to be DeGrom against Burrows. And, if you are a little bit cynical, I think Jacob DeGrom might be one of your main reasons for being that way.
True.
The ERA was 2.01 on April 28th. It's now 3.86. He's given up 6 home runs in his last 9 innings pitched.
We talked about that. The other day. Like, we were kind of joking around. Well, let's see. Does he need an opener? Does he need
Yes, I'd be willing to give it a shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, do you need an opener here so it kind of gets you in the second inning, let you have a little time to think about it?
I mean, when Brazil took him deep in the second batter of the inning, Manny Ramirez kid, takes him deep at spring training.
Oh yeah.
It was like, red flag, and it turns out it has been. This might be an adjustment, or it might just be the first signs of him becoming totally washed up.
First pitch.
If you bring up his baseball savant page, he's still got a lot of great stuff going for him. The slider and the changeup, I think, a pretty elite, like top 10, top 12% in all of baseball. 9 of his 12 home runs he's given up on 4-seamers. So he's profiling as one of the worst pitchers in the baseball when it comes to exit velo, barrel percentage, and hard hit rate. But almost all of that is against fastballs.
Wow.
So can you adjust from that? If your fastball is lifeless and dead and they're teeing off on it, is that a sign you're done, or you just got to throw it less?
I mean, you definitely should throw it less. I don't know. I mean, I do think we've seen it's weird, the velocity and the MPH, like some of these pitchers are able to get that back up. But I think that that's a cause for concern to me.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe we're living in a world where DeGrom's ERA is going to be over 4 and stay that way for the summer.
Where he'd always got the best was location.
Yeah, 100%.
And the location sometimes is, they're barreling him up is what they're doing. So that's not a very good sign.
Let's get his off speed working. Yeah. Hopefully tonight's he needs a nice bounce back performance tonight.
Well, salute to the OKC Thunder. I mean, in 2 of their 3 wins in the West Finals, they have...
Salute to Jack Leiter a little bit last night?
I mean,
come on,
6 innings, 4 runs allowed?
I don't know.
He did strike out Jordan twice. No, he gave up a 3-run homer. But 2 out of the 3, good at bats.
He's got good stuff.
Come on, man. I'm giving him a participation ribbon, all right?
Hey, I mean, what would that be? 6 innings, 4 runs, over 9 innings, that's 6 runs? So you get a 6 ERA for the day?
Well, I don't know, man.
What do they say? 6 innings and 4 runs or less is a quality start?
Yeah, last night was not one of Jack's better nights.
You didn't think so?
No, I didn't. I thought I liked the at-bats against Jordan, especially after he gives up the 3-run homer and then he's able to come back and strike him out. But he didn't. Why do I
feel like that every at-bat goes to 3 and 2 with him? And why do I look at him and think the pitch count for the inning is going to be 42?
No, I think he has struggled getting ahead, and then when he gets ahead, he allows hitters to get back in the count.
I've seen him give a home run when 0-2.
He's struggling
Slider,
to get him out.
Middle up. Yeah. I don't know. I just felt like last night maybe because they've
wasn't great.
They've struggled. All right. Can we say then the pitching staff has struggled as the starters?
Yes. Yeah. That story is changing.
Yeah.
And it might.
Can we lean on that anymore? Can we hang our hat on that now?
If we can't hang our hat on that,
why we believe in if we can't hang our hat on that?
Bullpen ERA is still really good, although Latz gave up another dong last night. And I think the starters could bounce back in a big way. Okay, this might be a low point for the starters. We got to get Eovaldi and DeGrom leading the charge though, and Gore and Leiter doing their thing, and keeping things respectable. And I think it could still be a top 5 rotation, and I'd be surprised if it's outside the top 10 throughout the course of the year. Okay, the Thunder, win again after kind of having to withstand an early game hot streak from the Spurs. Like the Spurs went up 15-0 in, what was that, game 2?
Yeah.
Thunder win. Last night, again, they're on fire. Champagne's hitting multiple threes, but the next thing you know, it's the end of the first quarter, and somehow the Thunder have withstood that, and they're ahead. And I don't think the Spurs led again. The Spurs lead again after the first 5 minutes or so? I don't think so. 127-114 the final. Wemby, a big part of the story, attempting just 15 shots. So the talk going into Game 6 is we got to get Wemby a lot more involved. He didn't attack the rim much. He didn't really get below the free throw line that often. And the 3-ball was a little bit off, but I think that's just the up and down nature of playoff basketball, and it happens to the best of them. Some nights you just don't have it, and you look a little lethargic and unengaged, and like the fans are saying, get your butt in there and battle. Like we were just talking last night about how for being so young and tall and gangly, Wemby's a dog. Yeah. He was not a dog last night.
No, he wasn't. Yeah, their biggest game, Game 5, it's going to tilt the series. That was an unfortunate performance. Then he dodged the media afterwards.
I know. That's not a good look.
Hate to see that. Can't be doing that.
Not a good look for him
not
there.
At all.
I mean, he tried to rally the troops in like the third or fourth quarter,
on the
sit
bench.
him down. Yeah, like the coaches were away, and he's kind of looking at everybody and getting after him. And they did go on a little bit of a run at that point, and they cut the lead to like 8 or 9 points, and you're thinking, okay, maybe they got something, but they just could never really unseat that 8 or 9 point deficit. And then OKC would come back, hit a 3 or something, and take it back to 12, 13 points. And OKC's defense, I mean, they do a great job of keeping you out of the paint.
Yeah,
I mean, that's one of the things that they do a phenomenal job of. And Wembanyama, you're thinking like, man, he should probably have more than 6 rebounds in a game.
Yeah,
and then just be more assertive as well. But I think a lot of credit to OKC and the defense that they play.
I mean, they're doing a really nice job of kind of skirting the rules and running into him, bumping him.
Oh yeah,
and salute to him for I think being like the rare big man alpha. Like it's crazy, like. These centers that you look back on in history, they're kind of goofballs, or they're like stoic, or they're quiet. Like the height and their place in society does something to their personality that I think it makes it hard for them to assert themselves all the time. When you get to that freakish level of height, a lot of these dudes are kind of eccentric, but Wemby's the real deal, personality-wise, and I'm sure he's in the process of getting it figured out, but looks like the Thunder are going to get at least one more in here before San Antonio's reign of terror.
The bad thing that's happened for San Antonio, this is the first time that they've lost back-to-back road games since January. The longest streak that they had for losing road games was 3. That was it. I mean, they rarely go on the road and lose back-to-back road games, but here we are right now. So that's one thing. That crowd up in Oklahoma City, though, doing a nice job of carrying their team.
USA Today talked to a doctor and asked how Kyle Busch could be healthy enough to be active with pneumonia and then die suddenly from sepsis. Yeah. Fantastic story. This has been top of my sports mind since, I guess, last Thursday's show when this broke. And I mean, one takeaway is I'm going to go get my pneumonia immunization.
You should.
And I think you can get that at a pharmacy. Like you don't have to.
CVS, you can get. The older you get, they'll let you go get shots in those CVSs and stuff.
So I'm going in for that and shingles.
Shingles is another one. Yeah,
those shingles ads have been scaring me too.
Yes, it looks terrible.
Apparently, it's some of the most severe pain you can have if the shingles get you. So the doctor said whatever Bush had was weird and rare, and He said among people at 41 who get sick enough to be hospitalized with pneumonia, only 1% die. That doesn't include all the other people who don't even go to the hospital with pneumonia. They just go to the doctor and they get the medicine. And so the mortality rate is well under 1% for 41-year-olds.
There's a lot of finger pointing towards his wife right now.
Really?
Yeah.
But she was telling him to power through it?
She was basically, that she should have noticed these things, that he was struggling with it, and she did nothing about it.
So apparently, pneumonia is a broad term. I didn't know that. I thought it was a specific bacteria or virus or something, but it just means inflammation in the lungs. It can happen in a variety of ways. But it's actually one of the most common ways that people get sepsis, and it can move very quickly. He said what happens is you get sick initially, and you recover, but the lungs are just damaged enough for a secondary infection.
Yeah.
Like you've gotten rid of the pneumonia, your lungs have stopped being inflamed, but there was a little cut in there or something, a scab, and then it gets infected, and that can become septic and just like make you spiral very, very quickly. So when he was driving on May 10th at Watkins Glen and radioed in, I need the doctor to see me, he was probably battling pneumonia then, kind of got over it, had a secondary infection, and thought, well, I must be sick again, but I'm good at powering through this stuff. So there he is in the simulator, and all of a sudden the fever and everything spikes, and he's spitting up blood and all that. But the pneumonia immunization recommended for everybody 50 plus.
50 plus,
as I found out today. All righty. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's go to Lucius and the Pimp Cup.
Here's the G-Bag of the day. We got the top 10 coming up, Wolchuk. Where are you taking us with that?
Yeah, I kind of teased this a little bit yesterday, but let's talk 90s fads. The top 10 fads of the 90s next to the nation.
But first, Tolos, let's go ahead and get you that brand new roof courtesy of Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can check them out at greystone-roofing.com. Storm season's been wild here in North Texas per usual, but we've seen some hailstorms that are not very typical. Tennis ball to baseball size hail. I know Louisville got hammered with some hail on Sunday or Monday.
Here on the Fan segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We'll get Wolchuk's top 10 here in just a sec. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius.
All right, this piece of audio will be going for 2 today at 5:30. Stick around for that. Got some John Blaze for you. 2 today, 5:30. It's Arizona State versus University of Texas softball. We had a hot mic moment. This man is probably still telling his friends about this. He's telling everybody at the bar, I'm pretty sure.
Wonderful relationship, those two. And she said when you come to Austin, they tell you you're going to be excellent. You're going to compete for national championships as an assistant, and then they're going to send you off.
Apparently, Steve-O was out there.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, and apparently my phone heard us talking about Arizona State because it's been feeding me Arizona State content.
Gotcha.
That's weird.
And what I found out,
AI said you're going to take over the world right there.
What I found out is it's quite a party school.
Arizona State?
Yeah.
Yes,
absolutely. Yeah. It's number one.
Yeah.
Number one.
Playboy is ranked that a long time ago.
Yeah.
I think both Arizona schools, right? Just Arizona and Arizona State.
I think Arizona State's a little bit higher up.
A beautiful ass.
Which one's near Scottsdale?
That's Arizona State.
Yeah, that's the one.
The one in Tempe.
Yeah. That's what I hear.
The Sun Devils.
Yeah, this gal influencer said, honey, I went to Arizona State, and if your wife went to Arizona State, you're bleeped.
Yeah.
Come to Austin, they tell you you're going to be excellent.
Yeah.
All righty, here's Wolchuk with your top 10 at 220.
All righty, we're going to get to the ranking the top 10 best fads of the 90s. What's a fad that you loved in the 90s or in any era? 877-881-1053. We did get some college football news from Brett McMurphy. And he said the SEC is going to now require all student athletes to view new custom-designed mandatory sports gambling educational videos prior to the start of their team's first regular season games during the upcoming season. So I guess, this is a reaction to what's happening with Brendan Sorsby.
I just want to say,
we're going to watch videos.
I had nothing to do with this on the level. I'm opposed to anything that the Southeastern Conference wants to talk about with gambling. I've been my whole life. My daddy was a gambler.
Damn right he was.
He was a bootlegger.
Ran shine.
And you look at me, I am one of the most successful judges in the state of Mississippi.
You let him know.
Well, thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Amen.
I appreciate you, sir. And this is preposterous what the Southeastern Conference is trying to talk about.
Kids want to gamble. Let them freaking gamble.
Let them gamble.
All right? Gamble away, boys. Gamble away.
Not on your own team,
Just not on your own team.
Not on your own sport.
Well, if you want to gamble on your own team,
tomato.
That's okay.
Believe in them.
Yeah, you're showing faith.
You're just trying to be closer to your teammates.
Yeah, that's what Sorsby said, man. Just need a little skin in the game.
Sometimes
I'm actually going to look at his tape. I think on Friday. I think Friday you and I need to discuss this on the stack.
Okay. All right.
Take a peek at that tape because we might need to think about a supplemental draft here.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. I will. I'll start digging in on Sorsby. Didn't have that on my list of things to do, but I'll add that to it for you.
Scout him up, man.
Let's do it. Let's watch some of
scouting reports on Friday on Sorsby.
Find some video of him slide in the open field.
Yeah.
Nowhere by him, just slide.
Dude,
I'm down, bro. I'm down.
I wonder how many plays there are that you'll look at and say, I wonder here.
That ball was a little high.
Did he just run out of bounds for no reason here?
Wait, he fumbled that snap?
That's weird. Was he throwing an interception on purpose on 3rd and 6?
Did you not see that guy?
That was bizarre to me. And then we also have Texas and Notre Dame are scheduled to play a home-and-home series in 28 and 29, which is exciting. But AD Crystal Conte, he's not fully committing the games are going to get played. He said they're tentatively on the schedule right now.
Why not? What are we trying to do?
Dipping your toe
Is that like to try and just put out a threat almost? Like if you continue to do things that maybe we don't like?
Oh, Notre Dame. He's not happy about Notre Dame being an automatic qualifier.
Yeah, because I think there's a lot of ADs that are kind of ticked off with the way Notre Dame handled.
I totally forgot that angle.
That CFP stuff. Yeah. So I wonder if this is like, hey, if we get some more funny business from you over there, Notre Dame, that doesn't want to join a conference, we're going to go ahead and not do these games.
Wait, did they get a ruling that's going to put them in automatically?
That's what it sounds like.
That's
what trying to get that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like if they finish as a top 12 team, they're automatically in.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's offensive, Draw a line in the sand.
There's a lot of ADs that won't, like, there's all those in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
All those Big Ten schools say, we ain't playing you anymore.
No. I mean, the USC rivalry, no more. Now, they've finally started to talk about maybe 2030 we can bring that back. But, yeah, people were ticked off at the end of the season, and I get it. And I thought it was hilarious. The ACC network was showing all of the pro-Miami stuff. Like, this is why Miami needs to be in over Notre Dame. And the Notre Dame got ticked off about that. But then they want to schedule like an ACC schedule for the majority of it. So it's a lot of weird stuff going on there with Notre Dame. We'll get back more into college football a little bit later on when we get into a mixed bag. But let's do some 90s talk, baby. That's right. I think all of us, Eric and I, we were born in the 90s. Everyone has experienced the 90s. Okay, we don't have
the best decade.
We don't have like a Peyton Russell or an Alec Medford on our show here. Best decade? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, hey, I'm not going to argue that. I think if you look at the 90s, there were some great times. I mean, it's the last era that you're going to get pre-internet and modern times. Like, it's kind of like a cool little zone there. Where, like, we were the last kids that grew up, like, we don't have cell phones. We don't have our iPad we actually need to go outside and play, ride our bikes around, find some things to do to entertain us. That new generations don't get that anymore.
We got the budget balanced. The country, that's the last time we weren't in debt, A lot of good things happened. MTV was amazing. I really think America and culture in general peaked.
You just popped. And, I mean, look, the movies were fantastic in the 90s. All right, Lucius, top 10.
What? You said it peaked. Oh, what was that? Woodstock 99?
Oh, was that?
I think that was it. I think that was a pop. And
that was the end of it?
We've been slipping and sliding since then, I think so.
That was the needle.
Yeah, I think that was the needle, bro. 90s, big baggy clothes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jordan shoes.
Yes.
The Macarena. Slap bracelets.
Okay.
Hypercolor shirts.
Like tie-dye?
They're kind of like that.
There was a lot of tie-dye.
When you blow onto it, it'll turn pink or blue or whatever.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lucius,
You had random people blowing on your shirt, bro, when you was in school.
Hey, come on over here.
Let me see. Yeah. What's up?
Is this when we kind of started wearing more sports jerseys?
Yeah, that was a lot of that going on.
Like we were always
a lot of NBA gear.
A lot of NBA gear and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thought so. I was trying to remember that I ever did. I was like, I thought all the cool people were.
That was that gangster rap.
Wearing a lot of gear.
Yeah.
Did you ever wear jerseys? Like, I can't ever picture you in a jersey.
No.
Like, even like when you were going to Cowboy games as a kid.
A hockey jersey. He'll look good in a hockey jersey.
Because big guy. I think if I had to wear a sports jersey, I would wear one for the World Cup.
Okay.
I'd find a
U.S. kit.
A U.S. kit to wear, and then I would and Lucius right, the hockey one would be the other one.
There's some badass.
Everything else I'm kind of out on. I wore Josh Smith's jersey, LSU night.
Yeah, that's right.
I did wear LSU night. That
yes.
did. Yeah.
I think that could be a good bet payoff for you, like a basketball jersey with no
undershirt,
bro. Just straight skin.
Oh, I've got like hair on the back of my arms, and it just looked terrible. Guy, like big white, like dough arms, like pasty dough arms with hair on them.
Got to put an undershirt on.
That might be a bet payoff for the rest of us. Let's have to endure that.
You had the flannel shirts were a big deal when Nirvana hit.
Yeah, the
about
grunge.
91, 92.
Yeah.
And that carried for probably 5-6 years. A lot of people would wear the Doc Martens, which were
the boots?
Some of the most uncomfortable popular shoes. Yeah,
those are heavy boots, right?
Yeah,
respectfully.
Yeah.
Jeez, bro. Yeah, respectfully. I still buy Docs, bro. Let's chill a little
heavy
bit.
Boots?
Yeah, they're kind of heavy, but they're fashionable. They don't feel good to you, bro?
No, they always gave me blisters.
Okay.
Your stocks don't feel good?
I think I broke one pair in, and I wore them pretty good, but I never wanted to go back to having to break in a pair.
Do we not lace them up? Do we lace them up?
Lace them tight. Yeah.
You lace them up?
Yeah, I lace them, but there's like an ankle strap on them. I'll leave that, just undone for fashion.
Okay.
A little sauce, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay,
Met Gala on that thing.
Met Gala man.
Yeah, FUBU was huge in the 90s. Got a couple of texts about that. Starter jackets.
Starter jackets, that's from my era. Yeah.
Rollerblades is the honorable mention, number 11 on here on the outside.
Good exercise, man.
Rollerblades were legit in the 90s. Number 10 is Beanie Babies. We had the Beanie Baby craze.
Yeah, that was big.
The mania.
It predated Pokemon's got to catch 'em all mentality. It was like, I got to collect all these freaking Beanie Babies.
You should have been buying them and selling them instantly. Could have made a lot of money.
Are they worth? I mean, are Beanie Babies valuable today?
Maybe a few rare ones.
Yeah.
I think they are.
I think the bottom fell out.
I think Hot Wheels are still got them beat.
Hot Wheels. Dude, Hot Wheels. I loved those commercials as a kid. Those things got you. Third Wave Ska. Did I say that correctly?
No ska, like a ska band?
Yeah, subgenre of reggae.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
kind of
big.
punkish reggae.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was good.
The slap bracelets, Lucius, are number 8. I remember the slap bracelets.
Yeah, they were still out there. Yeah. Now they got them for kids, but they put a little stuffed animal on them. So you get the slap bracelet with a little,
Okay.
They try to scare us when we were kids. Oh, the slap bracelet would mess up your wrist when you hit each other on the wrist.
because they didn't want you to
they
do
try to
it.
scare tactics us away from the slap
No, your
bracelet.
wrist will
They don't
turn
want to see us
blue.
enjoy anything,
It'll
bro.
turn blue, and you won't be able
Got to take the fun out of it.
Lying to kids like if you do this, then something horrible is going to happen is just weird manipulative parenting. And I hope neither of you are dabbling in it.
So far, so good on that. Can't say that it'll. Oh,
No, I'm sure I've used the tactic at one point or another. I just can't think of one off the top of my head. We're just like in a moment. I want you to stop.
You
doing
didn't have
that.
one that just immediately came to mind.
No, but I am thinking about, and I guess this might be a touch late, but like the Heelys.
Is that with the
Heelys,
shoes with the
I
wheels?
remember the Heelys as well. I feel like that might have been in the start of the 2000s.
I think they were invented in '99 is what I'm seeing. So probably
People were
just a touch
snapping their
late
ankle.
here.
They
But the
figured it
Heelys,
out.
the Heelys were huge.
They were awesome.
They were, and anybody that had a pair of Heelys is like, that's pretty freaking cool.
So sick.
And then the skateboard that you could play on like the desk,
Tech deck.
Yeah, those things were dope.
See, those were like the
those were
overrated
great.
ones.
Yeah, those were fun.
See, to me, that was the overrated one where you look on the commercial and you're like, oh my gosh, this is incredible.
Yeah, the commercial
Then you
didn't
get
make
it and you're like, my fingers aren't awesome like that.
No,
I
but-
can't just like do kick flips with my fingers. I can't do finger flips.
There were
No.
some kids that got really good at it though. And you're starting to compete and stuff during the lunch. I was never one of those, unfortunately, because I had the fat andouille sausage fingers from a young age.
Yeah.
But yeah, other kids with the skinnier fingers, they got it down.
We had to make our own. You would deconstruct a Matchbox car and get like a little piece of cardboard out. Ooh. And then cut like little graphics out of Thrasher magazine or Transworld magazine to like to pimp out your deck.
Make it look bad. Yeah, that's actually neat. Making it look cooler than yours. Starter jackets are 7 on here. The starter jackets should make a comeback.
I mean,
I saw the starter jackets.
I loved working in an era where the starter jackets were sidelined.
I feel like a lot of 90s stuff's kind of coming back. I mean, the Pizza Hut thing, like they're going to go back to their 90s retro look. But we've got kind of an in thing now where people are trying to bring back some of the 90s things. And
Look how they're dressing. Got the big, baggy, grungy clothes.
Yeah, I think the starter jacket is something we should also bring
People
back.
still jamming the malls Mad Pack for Jordans.
Yeah,
They're still here.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Nintendo Game Boy at 6. Game Boy was huge.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, when I was in...
Was that the same one where is that Technobolt? What was the one where you do and you
Tetris?
You move the runner up and down, and then you hit
that
the
might
gap.
have been... Yes, that was on
It's
Game
the
Boy.
handheld. That's Game Boy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the green screen.
The first one that came out, and they introduced the Game Boy Color. And that's when Pokemon started to go big. You do play like Pokemon Yellow, Pokemon Red. Those were huge on Game Boy.
Those cards are big now.
Big time. Yeah. Jenko jeans coming at number 5.
Jinkos.
Yeah, Jinkos, dude. They were the bomb.
Man, $200 million in sales in 1998 alone. Those things went crazy.
Ah, your butt looks good.
Whew. 4 is the Super Soaker.
Kids just be walking into high schools, just like cleaning up the high school floors with those Jinko jeans on.
Yeah. Covering your shoes.
Yeah.
Couldn't even see your feet wearing them.
Yeah, the Super Soaker generation, they ended up making over $1 billion in sales. Soared in popularity in 91, then remained throughout the entire 90s. Over 250 million Super Soakers have been sold worldwide, wide.
Last day of school gym right there, the Super Soakers.
Oh, yeah. Just pop them off. 3 is grunge music and style. Yeah. So Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, the Melvins.
Loved it.
Yep, all that.
Get you flannel with some silver tabs and some of the skater vans, not the narrow vans, but the skater vans that have the big pad for the
like the fatter looking ones.
Yeah.
Okay, this one is a blind spot for me. Number 2 is Pogs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like a little collectibles. They used to slam them into class all the time. They're like little round collectibles.
Yeah, schools had to ban them.
Yeah.
So kids were just ruthless with them.
They didn't want us to have any type of fun, bro. It wasn't like we had phones in the class. We're playing Pogs, bro. It's a little piece of plastic.
Yeah, I guess it was just the
caps,
noise.
bro. It's caps.
It's ridiculous.
I never heard of that.
But you could get printed like TMNT, X-Men graphics, things on the side of them. And I
what
guess
did they do? They clicked, or did you play a game with them?
Yeah, you play a little caps game with it.
Yeah, it was kind of like a precursor to Pokemon.
Yeah.
Type of gamifying collectibles.
Number one, though, and Lucius, you nailed this on your list, the number one fad of the 90s, the Macarena.
The damn Macarena.
Yep.
Really, dude?
Yep, the Macarena. 14 weeks at number one on the Billboard Hot 100 in 1996 was a global dance craze unlike anything the world had ever seen.
Drinking Fruitopia, dancing to the Macarena with your boys.
Macarena.
Yeah, it was the first Superboy, Soulja Boy, Superboy thing, whatever that song was called.
Oh, yeah.
Superman. Yeah. Where was Tang? Wasn't Tang a 90s thing?
No, Tang's 70s.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
We definitely had Tang
I was
growing
hitting
up.
that in the 90s.
And Nesquik was big with the powder.
Yeah,
yeah.
Tang was astronauts.
Fruitopia, dude. Fruitopia in the vending machines.
Yep, Squirt, little juice cans that you could buy. There's all kinds of
Surge.
Surge,
Remember
yep.
Surge?
Surge was big.
It was like a competitor to Mountain Dew, maybe.
Yes.
A lot of caffeine in there.
Jabot jeans wasn't on the list. Jabot jeans?
No.
Had to have Jabot jeans or some Z Cavaricis.
Cavaricis.
Yeah.
It's like something Troy Hughes wore.
What would number one of the 2000s be like? Ed Hardy? I remember Ed Hardy was freaking
Yeah, that's
cute.
what Troy Hughes is wearing.
Oh, he's wearing Ed Hardy's?
Ed Hardy jeans.
He got rhinestones on his pants.
The bedazzled jeans.
Yeah, he's
bro.
bedazzled.
I mean, I think Tupac and Biggie probably defined the 90s enough to make a top 10 list.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just by themselves.
Yeah. All right, Chief, what are we doing next?
Newsbag Nation, we have some local culinary news that you are going to want to hear. Plus, we ask the question, is this coach a bleep hole? Next in the nation, but first, Tolos, I know as
Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We got Jared Sandler coming up in 14 minutes. Sans is going to join you, tell you about the Rangers, how confident you can be in Jacob deGrom. He's given up 2 home runs per start over his last 4. 8 bomb skis in 4 starts. What do we make of that? Here's the Chief of Sports.
Dude sucks.
Here we go at the news desk. Is this Coach a bleep hole right after this?
Yeah.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Dawson, I'm going to need your help with this one a little bit. Team USA officially firmed up its World Cup roster. The list of 26 players who will be representing our country for the World Cup. And it looks like the players that didn't make the cut were just simply emailed, hey, you're not making the team here.
Yeah.
I guess some people wanted that to be a phone call. I don't think it was going to be a face-to-face interaction, but you have their...
Why wouldn't it be a face-to-face interaction, Eric? 2026, damn it.
They're all in Japan, bro. Like,
they're scattered across the globe.
Golly. You and your Todd Monken love.
Yeah, I thought I saw that they had said they were going to meet individually with the players that didn't. So it's kind of like they didn't follow through on what they said they were going to do.
Okay.
It's not like an arbitrary expectation. It's like, hold on, you guys told us.
You sent an email. Wow.
You said there would be no email. That would be entirely unprofessional.
Of course, but here's your email. You didn't make it. Don't ask us about it.
So Pochettino is the coach, and he's saying that when I was a player, when I didn't make the roster, I didn't want my coach to call me. The players who didn't make the roster, they don't want to hear me say, hey, I'm so sorry, I apologize. What are you going to say? Am I going to lie? I care. Do you know why I care? Because during the past 2 weeks, I didn't sleep. And today, I still cannot enjoy the 26 guys that are in front of me because I am thinking of the players that are cut. If I call, it's about myself. I say, I am very human about calling and then giving an explanation. So he's saying, as a player, I didn't want the phone call. That's his sort of defense for just sending the email and if these players aren't even sure, I guess I wonder how many of them were walking around going like, I wonder whenever I'm going to get this call, and then they're like scrolling through their email and they're like, oh crap, I didn't make the team.
Or they haven't even checked their email. They still don't know.
Yeah, some guys
I think there's hope that I still make it.
Yeah, there's still a chance.
Yeah, I really don't want. I mean, I kind of see his point. I don't really want to talk to anybody. If you just give me the bad news, I'm good. Right? I'm going to go on, move on, do my thing.
Is there a part of you though, if you are a player who is trying to be the best version of yourself, Coach?
Sure.
Can you tell me? What was the specific thing? Where do I need to improve?
Right.
So that for the next go around, or just for the rest of my career, I can try and focus on some of these things. And maybe a lot of those players know, like whatever it is about their athleticism or their skill set that's keeping them from maybe making the team. But and maybe it's mostly just going to be generic answers. It's a numbers game and things like that. But as a player, I think I would want to know, well, what is it that I could do better for next time?
Yeah, I think that's totally fair.
And unless the email was all, was it all, specific to each player? He's sending an individual email with your name on it saying the reasons why you didn't make the team? Or is it just a generic email that all the people that didn't make the roster just got, and it's a copy and paste?
Yeah, thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Better luck in 4 years.
Yeah, good luck.
I think it's tough. There's a number of things going bad for the U.S. Soccer Federation, and there seems to be endless controversies and organizations that, like right now, we actually have a team where all of our players play in top flight European leagues.
Yeah.
Or there's a couple in the MLS, right?
He's at Crystal Palace,
yeah,
right?
he is. And they got a big match going on today.
And that's probably one of the lowest ranked teams.
Yeah.
For sure.
Fulham's like mid-table, right? I mean, Fulham's mid-table in
EPL.
Yeah, in the EPL. But Juventus in the AC Milan, I mean, you've got like legitimate players like playing at a very high level.
Yeah, so as our players get better, our organization and our quality's not getting better, and I think there's just a lot of is it nepotism? like Beerhalter's kids on the team. They say if you don't have an American soccer last name, you're kind of on the outside looking in, trying to crack that inner circle. It's kind of like an old boys club.
Which is kind of ridiculous because it's not like that inner circle's had a ton of success when it comes to the World Cup stage.
And Diego Luna bailed your ass out last summer.
Yeah.
And on top of that, a couple of years ago, he was like, man, maybe I want to go to Mexico. And you were like, oh, no, don't go to Mexico. We're going to take great care of you. We have big plans for you. Because he had the choice with dual citizenship.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I am excited because we're going to have a nice little fan hang at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless coming up for Game 1 for Team USA in the World Cup. So Lucius is going to be out there. I'll be out there. We'll have Bobby. We'll have Fred. We'll have Alec Medford. That is going to be a good time on Friday night. I believe that is going to be a June 12th. Team USA watch party with 105.3 The Fan at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. So looking forward to that. And we have Domino's, the pizza chain, announced that it will hand out $1 million worth of pizzas if any player from the U.S. team receives a red card in the tournament. Okay, so you're sitting there, you're ticked off, you're watching the game. All of a sudden, we get a red card situation for Team USA. If you sign up on the app, you can be a part of the randomly selected individuals that will be gifted a 2-topping free medium pizza.
That's
I'm like,
weird.
if you're doing that, like, let's make this a large.
Why are we doing this for a red card? Like, you don't want to get a red card.
No, you don't want. That's like. They're calling it emergency pizzas. It's basically to soften the blow of like, hey, you're a fan. That sucked. You're upset. Good news. Knock on the door.
Free pizza.
Here comes sausage pep. Okay, ideally thin crust. Let's go. That's Domino's just trying to kind of soften the blow a little bit. I can appreciate it.
We need a large any toppings.
Thank you. That
unlimited toppings, bro.
Yes. Let me get the large first and foremost, and then the unlimited toppings is huge.
That would be appreciated, I think. Or maybe just, let me have the option to add on a couple of bucks for some peppers and mushrooms and olives and whatever you want. By the way, we have World Cup friendly warm-up starting Sunday at 2:30 against Senegal.
Okay.
USA Senegal.
Let's go. Now, we also have the announcement that the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles, they will be welcoming in the Ninja Warrior type obstacle courses as an Olympic sport.
Sweet.
Okay. So we've all seen the Ninja Warrior. It's usually more fun to watch them when they're just crashing out on something.
Yeah, like the early rounds.
Yeah, the early rounds. Then obviously it's impressive when you get somebody who's dialed on some of that stuff and they kill it. But now, if you're a ninja, and they got like childlike places that your kids can go to do Ninja Warrior type things. You could start leveling up your kids, and maybe in 2 years they could be dominant enough. Or if this can stick, maybe 2032, something like that, you get an opportunity to just another opportunity to be an Olympic athlete.
I think it's the ultimate barometer. That kind of gymnastics, climbing, balance, strength type of stuff. If your kid is elite at that, there is a tremendous chance that they could be awesome at a number of organized sports. So I would just say, don't stop at Ninja Warriors or gymnastics. That kid has what it takes to be a shortstop, to be a cornerback, right?
Yeah.
If they can do that stuff way better than their peers at a young age.
Yeah, I'm bummed that this wasn't really a thing when I was growing up. I think I would have just loved to do that. Like, just go and do these obstacle courses as a kid, like a 12-year-old kid, and you like, hey, here's a Ninja Warrior obstacle course. That's like 3 hours worth of he's taken care of. He's about to have a time.
Yeah.
So now that's going to be in the Olympics. We'll see how these folks end up doing. And it looks like Bluebell has unveiled their new strawberries and homemade vanilla ice cream. Okay. So if you like the strawberry, I think they have a blackberry one as well, black raspberry fudge that came out. So they have a couple of new flavor flavs if you like the fruity summer ice creams from Bluebell.
Didn't we determine that the one-off ice cream or the one-off tasty cake thing is not the best way to go?
Usually they've kind of been a miss.
But not with Bluebell specifically.
No, Bluebell's got some good hits.
Bluebell does a nice job at constantly reinventing
Dr. Pepper
themselves.
One, didn't we kind of give that a thumbs down that one time we got a half gallon of that
Yeah,
stuff?
they're not going to be batting 1,000 on it. But, I mean, a strawberry vanilla ice cream, I don't think you could screw that up. I mean, I think that's going to be pretty dang dominant, especially if Bluebell's the one that's making it happen.
Raspberry fudge maybe could be good.
That one is...
Rookie a la mode sounds delicious.
They are extending themselves quite a bit when you're going black raspberry fudge. Like, there's just a lot going on here. You tell me strawberry vanilla, I get it, okay? That's 2 simple ingredients. We can get it done. I do have the Texas Monthly Best New Tacos in the state of Texas. I'll have to give them to you later.
I love it. We got 1 down and 3.5 to go. Jared Sandler will join you, tell you what you need to know about tonight's Rangers game next on The Fan. I want our Chad Frankel's with you before we get there, though, because life's unpredictable. Accidents
Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now to catch up with Jared Sandler. Pregame tonight at 6:30, first pitch at 7:05, and it's Jacob deGrom on the hill for your Texas Rangers. So let's talk about that with Sands, buddy. How we doing today?
What's up? Where are you guys at?
We're in Stewed. What about you?
Oh, okay. I don't know. No, I'm in my Stewed, but I don't know why. It sounds like maybe you guys are out and about.
No, we're kicking it here in the Lakeside Studios at 75 and 635, and we're hoping that Jacob deGrom can stop giving up home runs. Sands, what are the chances of that?
Well, he's been great at home. ERA just barely over 1 at home, and a part of that, I'm sure, is it's a little tougher to give up home runs here than it is at some of these other ballparks, but he's constantly tinkering and tweaking, and it's actually like, I know you guys hear after the game when he talks, the way he breaks down his mechanics and his body, it's pretty impressive. And then he goes to the lab, and we're talking about tweaking this by half a degree and tweaking that by a degree or a millimeter or whatever, and to try, find that perfect delivery. And he's searching for it right now. He doesn't feel like his delivery, his flow is where it needs to be, and that's led to poor location with his fastball at times. But, hopefully second crack against the Astros in a couple weeks, he'll turn around.
So could he just throw the fastball less, or is that a bad idea in general?
Well, I think he already had a start this year where he threw his slider, maybe more than any other time in his career, more than, any other start in the last several years. I forget the qualifier there, but, he's throwing his fastball just a little bit less this year than he was last year. But yeah, he could, he could definitely make those tweaks. I think right now he's pretty heavy fastball slider that accounts for about, 3/4 of his pitches. And then you add in the changeup, that's another 15% or so. Last year he threw the fastball slider a little over 80% of the time, which doesn't seem like a huge difference, but he's adding that changeup in about 5% more often this year than in the past. And yeah, I think if he feels like his fastball just isn't going to be as much of a weapon as he'd like it to be, then you could see things change. Last year opposing hitters hit under 200 against that pitch, right? So it's and that's just not the case this year. But I'm sure in his mind, and frankly, if I were to take a look at this in my, dip-ass opinion, like I got to believe that he didn't just totally lose his fastball in a year. It's not like the velocity's, significantly low or anything. So I think that, he's still kind of in that discovery period where he's trying to get back to the point where that fastball, is a weapon for him this year like it was last year. But yeah, I'm sure that, and it could be matchup dependent. You might see a little bit of a different pitch mix.
Evan, go ahead. You good?
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
Evan, you good?
You good?
I'm good. If you're strong, I'm strong. We're strong.
We're strong. Together we're strong.
I was going to ask about Evan Carter, too.
Were you okay? Perfectly.
Yeah.
We're on the same wavelength.
So was I.
What did you think EC's night last night? And just in general, Jared, I mean, defensively, he's been great, but offensively, he even alluded to it post-game there with Laura. Some of it's just like, man, stop being a little B sometimes. Maybe he gets in his own head. But where should we maybe have realistic expectations for his career trajectory now as an offensive player?
Well, it's a good question because he hasn't played a full season. Like the fact that yesterday, he set a career high in home runs in a single season at 6 is not because he just all of a sudden has rediscovered power. It's because, he still has only played 184 games in his career. And he's not top 63, I think, in a single season. So I don't know, like Zach, I know we obviously felt a certain way after 2023. We were on top of the world, and Evan Carter was on top of the world. He was going to be the leadoff hitter for this team for the next 10 years, and it just hasn't worked out that way. But I can tell you this. He's definitely a better offensive player than what he has shown this year. And, I think the question that we first have to answer is just understanding, is he going to be a platoon player? And because he's a left-handed hitter, you can have a great career as a platoon player. If it was the other way around, because you don't face as many lefties as you do righties, it'd be a little tougher. I don't think that's what he wants. I'm sure the Rangers don't necessarily want that, but I think we got to figure out, like, what is he against lefties? Because even if he's a platoon player, you're not going to just bench him against every single left-handed pitcher when the Rangers are up by 5 and you need him in there, because you're not going to take his defense out. So if he just continues to struggle against lefties, let's say that's 50 to 75 at-bats a year, I mean, that could weigh down his production, right, in terms of the rate stats. I think that with Evan Carter, I'd like to see a guy who gets on base. I don't care what the batting average is. I mean, I care in general, but, like, get on base 36% of the time. If he can get on base 36% of the time consistently, let his athleticism create extra bases, turn walks and singles into doubles and whatnot, scoring from first on doubles consistently, or scoring from second on singles consistently, ball into dirt advances, like that's a weapon there. So that's what I want to see. I definitely think that he is a guy capable of getting on base 36% of the time. If you would have said that in 2023, you guys would have been like, dude, you're an idiot. He's going to get on base 38% of the time, right? So maybe there's that ceiling. Like, I think he can still get there. But I do think, Zach, to your point, it's not easy when you show up. You're a young guy. You're trying to prove yourself. He knows the injury narrative. He knows that he hasn't had 3 years of showing what he can do. And he goes up and he looks at the video board at these ballparks and sees 152 and 161. And, you know, it's as easy as it is for us to sit here and say, well, you obviously can't go from 150 to 250 in one game. It's a lot tougher because you feel like every at bat, when you step in the box, it's your opportunity to start building towards that. And you know, I know Travis Jankowski talked to him. He's like, listen, the last thing you want to do is start doing baseball math. You don't want to wake up and be like, hey, if I go 1 for 3 today and 1 for 3 tomorrow, and okay, I'll mix in an 0 for 4 here, but then I go 2 for 4. Like, now my batting, like, you can't do that. You just, you got to worry about every pitch. And when Evan's at his best, he wins so many pitches when he's in the box because of his play discipline, and he's just got to get back to being that guy.
It's always the end of my quality golf round whenever I start doing math on what I could fire if I just play bogey golf from this point forward. It's not a good place to be. Let's talk about a 41%er in Alejandro Osuna and his 68 AB so far. What are you confident in saying? In such a limited sample size about how our young outfielder's progressing?
Yeah, so when we saw him last year in spring, the play discipline was impressive. But Rugi would have springs where he was like, wow, like super disciplined, right? So you never know how it's going to translate. But then if you guys remember his major league debut last year came in Chicago, and if I remember, I think it was his first plate appearance. He walked on a full count. It was like a long battle, and it's like, yeah, that's who he is. Now, I think with Alejandro Osuna, we'll figure out as he gets older and gets more experience where he is from a power standpoint, right? He had 2 homers last year. He has only 2 extra base hits so far this year, right? You want to see, like, his slugging percentage is barely over 300. You want to see him, like, if he's going to be an everyday player or every day against righties, you want to see that closer to 400 if he's going to be a high on base guy. If he's not going to be a high on base guy, you want to see it over 400. But, he works the count. He goes the other way really well, right? He does what the game asks of him. You hear that phrase thrown around from time to time. The question is, all right, how is he going to develop against lefties? He looks like, you asked about Evan Carter. Alejandro Osuna this year looks more comfortable against lefties than Evan Carter does. Neither of those guys are the player you'd want against a really tough lefty in a high leverage spot, but Alejandro Osuna has shown some progress. The power is a big part of it as well. And he doesn't need to be a 25 home run guy, but gosh, you'd like to see if he's going to play every day against righties. Again, you want to see that slugging percentage up a decent amount. But in terms of, like you mentioned, Gavin, getting on base, drawing walks, working the count, he does a lot of the things that, make up for a great starter kit for a young hitter like himself, like he is.
What'd you think about Leiter last night?
Yeah, I thought he was good. I think when you get up 8-0, it's a little tougher because, you start pitching with the score in mind. And so, like, Yordan Alvarez, he gives up the 3-run home run. If it's a 1-0 game, my guess is he attacks Yordan Alvarez differently, right? Maybe he doesn't even bother pitching to Yordan Alvarez. I think first is open in that spot. But, when you're up 8, you obviously don't want to, it can be a little dicey if you get a little too careless. But, at that point, you're trying to, you're not feeling the pressure of getting every out. And I actually, as the Astros started making a comeback, I started thinking, like, is that one of those old school mentalities that maybe doesn't play as well these days with the way the game is played? But I think in general, as long as you're not just totally throwing cookies up there consistently, it's not a bad thing. And you maybe get a little extra length out of it. So I thought he was good. It wasn't his best start of the year or anything like that, but it's just tough to judge, giving up the 4 runs when you get spotted 8. I just don't think that he goes about things the same way if it's a 1-2 run game against some of their leverage bats.
Jared Sandler here with you on The Fan. How's Janko doing over there at first base? It sure is cool to see him.
It's awesome to see him. I think, he's learning. We're seeing this more and more these days. Guys go from playing to coaching, at the major league level, and a role that maybe, 10, 20 years from now, you don't just get right off the bat. But his ability to connect with the players, I think, is huge. His contributions range far beyond just whatever happens in the first base coach's box. And I think his ability to connect with guys, Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter, someone he played with, right? He has that relationship with Evan. I know Evan, we just talked about it. He's not off to the best start, but my goodness, Evan Carter's having the best defensive stretch of games that we've seen, and Janko definitely deserves some credit there. And I just think, keeping Evan up, keeping Evan positive, being a resource for Evan, he provides that value, not just to Evan, but a number of guys. And then, in the first base coach's box, Travis is a really good base stealer. He doesn't have a whole lot to work with. We've talked about it before. It's not like, a lot of the guys who've been getting on base, you're waiting for them to take off and try and swipe second. But I know, like, a guy like Ezekiel Duran has talked a little bit about, having Travis Jankowski and what he's learned from him as a base stealer. So I think he's done a great job. And it's great seeing Travis. He's a really positive presence. You're not asking for your first base coach to be your team MVP. But when the guy can be additive in a lot of different areas like Travis, that's a big one.
Hey, Jared, is there any hard or fast rule about the challenge system? Because last night Higgy was on it. He had a really good feel for where the strikes were, when trying to help the team. Does this team have something like certain players can challenge, or is it pretty open to how? Because, like I say, he was pretty solid last night when it came to those types of calls.
Yeah, it's funny because the Rangers were in the spotlight as far as the ABS stuff was concerned at the beginning of the year because, the team just wasn't challenging and it didn't seem like they were super effective. But I think as of yesterday, they led Major League Baseball in challenge percentage. I'd say this, though. Challenge percentage is great. Challenges won, though, might be better, right? Because you don't get bonus points. It's not like batting average or free throw percentage. Like, I think that at the beginning of the year they were a little hesitant. Now, they've been a lot more aggressive, and it's obviously been super beneficial. As far as the rules, every team is, I think, still trying to figure out what makes sense. That's one of the things I think so fascinating about this is that, we haven't had years of this being in play to where, like, every team's strategy is give or take similar. I think that a lot of teams are figuring out how to deploy it. My guess is, and I hate to use this example because I love Austin Hedges, but my guess is Austin Hedges on the Guardians is not going to be challenging a call unless it's the 9th inning in the critical spot, because even if he gets the call right, what's the upside? I think with the Rangers, I don't know that there's anyone who's told you can't challenge. And I think there's the balance of, challenging in leverage spots, because the leverage spot isn't just the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. Right? Leverage spot yesterday was in the first inning when Jake Berger comes up with the bases loaded. Now he jumps on the first pitch, so, it doesn't matter, but all right, it's a scoreless game. What if that first pitch was called a strike and he didn't think it was, right? There's a big difference between 1-0 and 0-1, and that's a bases loaded situation. So I think for the players, because it's got to be such an instant reaction, it's just trying to have an understanding of what's leverage, what's not. And then you obviously have certain guys who, have a really good command of the strike zone. And what's interesting too, I'll use Jake Berger as an example. The strike zone to these guys is not just a a binary thing. It's not like, oh, you do or you don't have a good command of the strike zone. They'll tell you, like Jake Berger said, hey, I feel great about pitches that are over the inside corner or a little bit tight, right? I feel great about challenging those pitches. I don't feel as comfortable on the pitches outside corner off the plate, right? I don't know like that I'm going to be as successful challenging those pitches. So all these guys probably have a better command of a certain portion of the zone, and maybe they're going to be more comfortable challenging those spots because none of these guys want to give away a challenge and then cost their team later in the game.
Jared, great time to have you on because we got a transaction that just broke with Nicky Lopez, an infielder, signing that one-year major league contract that'll cover through the season, and then Andrew McCutchen now being DFA'd. Your thoughts on that move?
Yeah, Andrew was brought in the middle of camp, and the thought was he would be able to provide value against left-handed pitching, and then perhaps provide some value as a as a veteran presence. Unfortunately, and I don't know how things would have been different if the Rangers would have faced more lefties earlier in the year, and maybe he could have gotten into a different rhythm, but unfortunately the production just hasn't been there. And he for a little bit he was actually pretty good as a starter, but unfortunately in that role it's got to be more than just that because you're only starting a quarter of the games probably over the course of the season if you're only starting against lefties, but you're going to have a lot of at-bats against left-handed pitching off the bench. And Andrew struggled unfortunately, and hey, it's a role that he just hasn't really experienced a whole lot of it. He struggled as a pinch hitter. I think his pinch hit numbers are going to end up 2 for 18, I think, both singles. And so, they probably at this point need someone who can provide a little better overall production in that regard. And, I don't know if Andrew's going to keep playing or go elsewhere. He's had a hell of a career. It was great. That they gave him that chance, and hey, it was a low leverage type move. The fact that it didn't work out, it's not like they're out millions and millions of dollars, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out.
Well, thank you for the update, Sands, and your reaction to the breaking news. Pregame coming up at 6:30 tonight. Look forward to talking about another dub with you tomorrow afternoon.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Cheers. There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. And, Rangers will continue tomorrow night against the Astros as well, then the Royals. So a lot of work to be done. And, I think we should probably salute Andrew McCutchen. It was a fun story in spring training when he showed up, and hell of a career. C-Note, 5 ways the Cowboys offense can improve in 2025. Which one of these do you believe is the most and least likely? Next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This message is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the leading online therapy platform, BetterHelp, now accepts insurance in Texas, making therapy far more accessible for people who have previously thought it was too expensive to start. With quick coverage checks, easy online matching, and average copays around $23, this removes a major barrier and helps more people get support when they need it most. As I've discussed a lot on these airwaves, therapy has been a game changer in my adult life, and BetterHelp is the next evolution of this as the largest online therapy platform with more than 30,000 therapists and having served more than 6 million people globally with an average rating of 4.9 stars out of 5. Here's how it works. BetterHelp does the initial work for you via a short questionnaire that helps identify your needs, and with BetterHelp's 12 years of experience and industry-leading match fulfillment rate, they typically get it right. Fill out the questionnaire and check your coverage today at BetterHelp.com/KRLD. That's BetterHelp.com/KRLD. Average copay is based on eligible members. Actual cost and coverage may vary by plan.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Get our lowest price guaranteed. Come and see us today in person or visit us online at AllianceHyundai.net.
Hey DFW, it's Skylar from Boomer Jacks, and we've got some unbelievable deals. We got $2 domestic drafts. That's right, only $2. Best deal ever. No matter when you're out this month, Boomer Jacks has got you covered. We're open until 2 a.m. daily, serving our full menu, so find your location at boomerjacks.com.
Injured in an accident? Call now!
Oh, look.
Look, if you've been hurt, the last thing you need is another high-stress situation. At Branch & Dillon, our goal is to remove that stress and let you focus on recovery while we focus on protecting your interests. Established right here in Dallas-Fort Worth. When you work with us, you're a fellow Texan, not a number. No yelling, no gimmicks. Visit us at crashhelpfast.com. You focus on recovery. We'll handle the rest. crashhelpfast.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Are your allergies driving you crazy this spring? Well, your air conditioner could be part of the problem. I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. And right now in North Texas, pollen and dust levels are through the roof. And without the right air filtration, all of that pollen ends up moving through your home and into the air you breathe. And that's why during our Spring Clean Air event, when you install a qualifying high-efficiency system, Reliant Air Conditioning will include a complete clean air package for free. And that includes a UV light, an air scrubber, and a hospital-grade air filtration system. That's a $3,750 value, included at no additional cost. And during our Spring Clean Air event, you can also save with manufacturer rebates and special financing. So call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your free estimate online at ReliantAirConditioning.com and see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Dolos, don't be the guy grilling up average this Memorial Day. Earn that backyard MVP title with Wild Fork's wild savings on Angus burgers and baby back ribs. Swing by our 9 DFW locations. Grab the essentials, fire up the pit, and win the weekend.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorney in Dallas. Okay. Here we go. We got the C-note, and I teased 5 ways the Cowboys' offense could be better in 2026. Which one of these do you believe in? Give me a scale of like 1 to 5. 1 being the lowest belief, 5 being the strongest belief on how likely you think these things will happen. Joseph Hoyt, Morning News, with the article. Number 1, turnover ratio. They were 21-12 the wrong way. Kobe Durant, 7 turnovers in his 4-year career, 7 takeaways, I guess you would say. And Jalen Thompson has 9 in his 7-year career. Last year, it really hit the fan with their inability to even break up passes. Mm-hmm. So I'm surprised they even had 12 takeaways at the end of the year. Must have picked up a lot of fumbles. What do you think? Can turnover ratio flip on its head and go 21-12 the right way? It is pretty fickle. It's unpredictable.
It certainly can. We've seen that happen, too, with the Cowboys at times. In like the 2014 season, they flipped from 13 to 14. I think that might have been Marinelli's first year with the team. And they went crazy. That was a big reason why the defense wasn't even that good. But they were very opportunistic when it came to getting turnovers. I think that with a new defensive coordinator, and especially now a scheme that's going to try and limit the big play, just having better talent on the field and players like a Kobe Durant or a Caleb Downs, adding a D. Winters, who's a better linebacker than what they had. Yeah, I don't know that it'll be as drastic as 25-12, but I do think that's an area that should improve defensively. They should be better than they were last year. I think across the board, any defensive category or stat you want to throw out, that should improve. You can't really be much worse.
On a scale of 1 to 5, I'd probably say I'm right in the middle.
Like 3?
I'll put that as a 3.
Yeah, that's fair.
Kind of hoping for the best. I don't think they have players that are going to guarantee it happens. And I probably wouldn't bet on it to be the top half of the league in turnover differential because of that. But hell, if Ezeraku takes off and Lawrence takes off and D. Winters can be in position. I think D only has 1 pick in his 4 seasons. Might not be his specialty, but he is a genius at being in position. Number 2, finding a second running back.
That's a must.
Yeah. Is this going to happen internally? Do you believe in Davis or Blue or Maffa, or is this something you're really hoping that they take care of?
They appear to believe that they're going to ride with this. This is, if I do feel like that there's going to be a post-June 1 trade signing, I think it's going to be another defensive player. I think they're going to ride with these running backs and see what they got.
And I would put that as a 2 out of 5. If you're saying we're going to ride with these running backs and find a guy that can take pressure off of Javonte Williams, I don't think you're going to be successful. Malik Davis will be somewhat solid.
Yeah, so I believe in Phil Maffa. I really do. He's my guy that I think if you were to lose Javonte Williams, I think he steps up in that role. I think he gives you a lot of similarities that Javonte Williams has in terms of their running style. Now, he's not the answer to more explosive plays because he's also not a burner. But I think he's a guy that is a good in-between-the-tackles runner. I think he's got good vision. I think he's got good contact balance. I was really impressed with what we saw from him in training camp and preseason, and I think they like him. I think he's going to carry over. And if God forbid something happened to Williams, my bet would be Phil Maffa steps up for you.
I just don't see the cutting from Phil Maffa. Do you? I think he's a bruiser, one cut bruiser.
Yeah, just kind of hand him the ball and one cut. The question is going to be with the offense, are there any changes of how there's going to be with blitz pickups and things like that? And how can we tell that in training camp? I mean, are we going to be able to see any one-on-ones where, wow, looks like to me they're trying to kind of blitz here, and they're going to, here's a pickup, and you're going to see. I mean, you see guys work on the pickup, but that can determine whether a guy plays or not.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we're at training camp those days, and wow, man, Moffitt just missed that one, or Blue missed that one, or wow, look at the good one Williams had on that one.
Yeah.
I think that you could kind of get a little bit of an idea of what they think about these guys when it comes to, because they're not going to play you if you can't pick up blitzes, regardless if you can carry the ball or not.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, though, as we go through this, is going to come back to the decisions the coaches make. And Clayton Adams had some great media last week in that interview with Ian Rappaport and was it Judy on the NFL Network?
Batista.
Talking about how do we evolve this thing and make it better. And there's opportunity out there to, I feel like, get George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb just a little bit more involved than they were at times last year. But beyond that, I don't know what the opportunity is. Maybe moving Tyler Smith to left tackle. Let's go to number 3 in Joseph Hoyt's article, red zone efficiency. They got into the red zone last year at the 5th highest rate in the league. They converted at the 16th highest rated, and it was 14% below the league-leading Eagles, who converted at 70%. The Cowboys were at 56%. It's been an issue for a lot of Dak's career, hasn't it? And
is your best player converting in the red zone Williams? Just handing him the ball, was that the best?
Probably. I mean, you would like to think that.
Well, I'm just saying,
football,
was it?
I don't know if it was.
No, I think that was part of the reason why they struggled in the red zone, is because they
I thought Williams had like 9 or 10 touchdowns.
He did, but I don't know how many red zone touchdowns he had. I think I can do a quick search on that.
Yeah, I'll try to pull it up.
I kind of assumed that he was just that most of his touchdowns were. I don't remember anything.
Yeah, no, most of his touchdowns are from close to the goal line.
Do they have a really good red zone player?
I mean, you should with Pickens and Lamb. You should have 2 really good ones. I mean, Ferguson. That was, I think, the one area where, because he ended up with he had 8 touchdowns last year.
I remember in OTAs,
Javonte dominated it. He had 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I remember last year watching OTA practices, and I was thinking, okay, how are they going to use Pickens and how are they going to use Lamb? And Lamb was kind of slot inside routes down on the goal line, and Pickens was back in the corner and along the back line is where, and I just never felt like that they, how many days have we always seen the Cowboys with a Des Bryant or a Jason Witten or, something that you knew like you could get, well, way back in the day, Emmitt Smith, but that was a totally different team.
But yeah, just a guaranteed
but just
player.
A guaranteed, when you got down the red zone, you were going to find a way to score with this guy. But it seemed like the closer they got to the goal line, the harder it was for them to score.
Yeah, because I think that the offensive line plays a factor into that too. I mean, you want to be able to run the football when you get inside the 10. And clearly Javonte Williams is a back that has a nose for the end zone, but I think the offensive line, maybe some failing, and then also you get a holding call. Yeah. I think that was a big problem, was penalties in the red zone, because now you're set up, it's first down and goal from the 2, here's a holding call, now it's second down and goal from the 12. Those were problems, but I think you could move red zone efficiency up to number 1, but I think you're right. That seems like that is a topic of conversation every year, that things will bog down in the red zone, and really a player that would be, I think, his best attribute to help this team, if he makes the roster, would be Michael Trigg from Baylor. I think that would be his best skill set, is being able to put himself, body, box out, basketball style, throw the ball up, let him high point the football and go and get it. That's what he did so well at Baylor. I think he's a guy that could really show out in the red zone.
Pickens had 4 in the red zone last year, and CeeDee Lamb had 2. But yeah, this is another thing that comes back to Clayton Adams. Like, how can you scheme things open? Because as much as I will stand for Dak, I love him, when the field gets more condensed, his shortcomings, his vision, his ball placement, it becomes magnified. And that's why really they've only been good when they've had a dominant running game, whether that was Zeke or Tony Pollard throughout Dak's career.
Yeah, I mean, so much of it, like why are the Eagles best in the league in the red zone? They were able to run the football there, and the Bills were number 2, and a lot of that is probably Josh Allen being able to run as well. I think that's a nice area for your quarterback to be able to take advantage of his legs. Dak doesn't really have that anymore, so a lot of it, I think, is going to be on the offensive line, being able to run the football and push people around. And then, as you said, Clayton Adams, your play calling, your design, how can you scheme guys open in a way that can pay off to where you're not settling for so many gosh dang field goals.
Be good at left tackle, Guyton or Thomas or Shelton. I would throw in Tyler Smith.
Yep.
And I don't know. I guess 1 out of 5, I'd say that's a 2 or a 3, maybe a 2.5. I believe they're going to be better at left tackle significantly than they were in 2025. can hope for the best, but also prepare for the worst. And then 5, throwing deeper to Ferguson. Was this a scheme adjustment, you think?
That's what I was wondering. I was wondering that most of the season. Like, why is Ferguson's numbers so low where he's a high-volume player, but he's like 7 yards a pop or something? Like, that needs to be, did he lose the athleticism and the ability to get down the field? Or did they just decide, hey, we have Lamb and Pickens, and so Ferguson, you're going to be just kind of an outlet dump-off guy? I felt like so many of his receptions were like at the line of scrimmage after nobody was open or whatever, boom, we'll just dump it down to Ferguson. And so that's something I'm wondering. Has Ferguson lost it, or was that just a product of the way Shoddy and Adams wanted to use him?
You remember last year when he joined us for week 1 and said he'd lost weight and he was trying to get quicker? Mm-hmm. It would make sense that the coaches went to him and be like, hey, we're going to throw short to you and we're looking for more yak this year. Mm-hmm. You know, could you lose some weight? Could you get in the best shape of your life here? You're still young enough that you could be more dynamic. And maybe they found out that he's just not athletic enough, that even losing 10, 15 pounds isn't going to make him fast or elusive. You know, so if you're going to use Ferguson, you got to throw it to him.
And I remember they just didn't hit on some of those seam routes that we were so accustomed, whether it was drops or teams started to try and take that away as well. I think that they know that that's a product that Dak likes to do. He likes to throw that seam to the tight end, and they were trying to eliminate that a little bit. It worked. I think they hit a big one. I want to say it was against the Jets, possibly. I think there was an episode where Brian actually asked Jake about that. Like at the snap, you could see like this is where it's going to go. He knew he got the right coverage for it, but I think kind of getting that bread and butter play back would also help Jake Ferguson in that regard.
I mean, Spanford's a hell of a blocker. I don't think he's going to make a big jump for you and become that vertical threat. And obviously, Schoonmaker's not going to.
Enter Michael Trigg. I mean, I think that's where he could really help this offense.
Is that the undrafted guy you think they could have like a Cole Beasley type of quick ascent into the offense?
I do. I think that they really like him a lot. I think him and Lunda Wells are doing a lot of work together. And I mean, he is a really, really talented player. It's just, the mentals, all that stuff. He's got to put it together. And he does need to be a willing blocker. That definitely did not show up on tape.
All right. We'll step aside, come back with Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, there's some questions I have going into this thing, and it has to deal with some backup players. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Rangers Armpit Finale. We got the payload at 6:40. We get real local with the Neighborhood Watch at 7:40, plus your football fix and Below the Belt and the Red Zone at 9:20, plus 2 more Luke Bryan ticket giveaways Thursday on The Fan.
The NBA playoffs are finally here, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action, because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. And playing on Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite players or maybe least favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash right now on Underdog. 2 plays I would like you to consider. Points, rebounds, and assists. That combination going higher for Wemby. On the flip side, go lower on the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander points because they've been trucking people and he's been out of a good chunk of these fourth quarters. So higher for Wemby, lower for SGA. Download the app today. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over. Present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing-get-terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-MY-RESET or visit ncpgambling.org.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we're committed to doing things the right way. With clear, upfront pricing, no unwanted dealer addendums, and over 100 years serving North Texas. Our vehicles are engineered to inspire exploration, pushing the boundaries of what luxury can be. And our dealership delivers an experience defined by comfort, intention, and elevated detail. Visit Genesis of Plano today and discover a higher standard of luxury, totally on your terms.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell doesn't fudge on deliciousness. Our new black raspberry fudge ice cream in pints and half gallons combines black raspberry flavored ice cream with dark chocolate flavored chunks and a chocolate fudge swirl. The result is real. taste the truth.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your local Tom Thumb stores and Branscombe Grocery in Blue Ridge.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Texas isn't just a place, it's a feeling. We take pride in the way we treat each other, both on and off the road. So drive like a Texan, kind, courteous, and safe. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Many of you want a home equity loan, but you don't want to refinance your current mortgage. That's why we have great second lien home equity loans at TexasLending.com. You can get your home equity loan done in your primary residence, a second home, and even on investment properties. Call TexasLending.com today to find out more. Get a free quote. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. A tiny roof leak can lead to thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even structural issues. Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Schedule your free inspection now at kpostcompany.com. Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here by your friends over at QC Kinetics. We're going to get you healthy, and we're going to keep you healthy, boys and girls. If you've been dealing with joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be, QC Kinetics has got you covered. And what do I mean by joint pain? I'm talking about that pain where you stop calling it pain and you start saying, that's just how I am. That's not okay. Deep down, you know it. You'd love to live a normal life, one that was active, one that doesn't hurt, one that does not have so much pain involved. Restorative, regenerative therapy allows your body's own healing properties to target those aching joints, healing patients with painful arthritis, injury, knees, hips, shoulders, elbows, ankles. I had it back in 2021. Right elbow, right shoulder, left elbow, left shoulder. 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610. Dallas, Fort Worth, Plano, Grapevine, QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
January, February, March, and now April. Thanks, Tolos. You've made us the #1 sports station in DFW. They said it couldn't be done, but together we proved them wrong. Thanks for choosing 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. You know, every day at this time, it's time for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you always playing that. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one as well. Before we get started, I was just looking at something during the break. I was just curious because we were talking about red zone efficiencies and things like that, and being able to score. But this one came across. I was just curious. There are 4 teams in the league last year that did not attempt a quarterback sneak. 4 teams in the whole league that did not attempt one quarterback sneak. Would you guys like to throw a guess at which 4 teams there were?
Were the Cowboys one?
Cowboys were not one of them.
Okay.
Steelers.
Steelers were not one of them.
So I'm trying to think of like the oldest, most
Chiefs.
Chiefs were one of them.
Yeah, they
Chiefs got their quarterback blown up.
Dislocated the knee
remember
on
he
that.
got blown up the one time, so they
Yeah.
stopped doing that. Okay, there's 3 more teams.
NFC, AFC.
All 3 of them are in the NFC that are left.
Oh, okay.
Arizona.
Giants?
Giants and Arizona would be incorrect.
Rams?
Rams would be incorrect.
Panthers.
Panthers are 1.
Yeah, with Bryce
Tiny
Young.
man.
That's a good one.
Tiny
good
quarterback. Tiny quarterback, man.
Falcons.
No.
Arizona? No, they definitely are. They definitely did. We said that one.
Yeah.
With Brissett, he's good at that.
Niners?
Washington?
Washington is another one. You've got 1 left.
So these are injury-prone guys, you think?
And this last one is surprising because the quarterback has some toughness to him as a runner.
Seattle?
Not going to run a lot, but when he runs, he
Niners.
has toughness. He's one of those guys that when they show the highlights, he's kind of
Bucks?
Goff.
It's the Bucks.
Oh,
Baker?
Oh, Baker.
Baker Mayfield. Carolina, Kansas City, Tampa, and Washington. The 4 teams that did not attempt one quarterback sneak last year. What if the Philadelphia Eagles were the ones that did the most?
Oh, I would bet
for
that
sure.
they are. Yeah. With the tush push.
Yeah.
Bill's probably right there with them.
I'm hearing, though, that maybe Hurts doesn't want to do that anymore.
Good.
He doesn't want to get
Philadelphia
his tush pushed.
Philadelphia had 27 quarterback sneaks last year. Is what they had. I think that's number 1 in the league. But just interesting. You usually think about your quarterback. Second most would have been the 49ers. So there was 27 and then 20 by the 49ers. So usually you think your team, if you have a small quarterback, don't want to get your veteran quarterback hurt. That surprised me a little bit about Tampa, though. Dawson.
Yeah.
And I teased about guys that are backup guys. And I know we're in June or getting close to being in June. And we're looking for that radio content stuff. So you're kind of just going through the roster and saying, well, I wonder if we're thinking about this or thinking about that a little bit. Dawson, I wonder, are we forgetting about Kalen Carson and Josh Butler on this defense, in the secondary?
You know, I think we're forgetting about them in terms of could be depth, could be like your 5th and 6th corners. You know, maybe they're better than Bridges and Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I think as far as like staying on the football team, I think they got a pretty good shot. You know, Kalen Carson's had a couple of good games, and Josh Butler definitely had some good games in 2024. I think he was their best tackling DB in 2024, probably, or at least their corners. So, yeah, I think that's a good point.
We're not talking about him nearly enough.
No.
I mean, I think we're talking about him in the right manner. Like, how much time do I want to spend talking about a 5th or 6th corner on a roster? Now, is it fair to assume that?
But I didn't interrupt you.
No, you're good.
My
You're good.
apologies.
It's your segment, dude.
I did. No, I interrupted you.
If this was ball maxing, I'd be mad at you.
It's a fun part of the show with you interrupting, Brian.
But I mean, the way you said it, though, I mean, and I'm asking you this question in a way of, do you feel like because there are so many questions at cornerback,
everybody should be in the mix?
Everybody should be in the mix.
To some extent, you might be right there, and I do think it's fair with Christian Parker coming in and that being his expertise, being in the back end of a defense. Like maybe everyone can be a little bit better than what we've seen before, but for like a guy like Kalen Carson, like he's going to need to be a lot better for it to really matter. So I'm kind of thinking about the top guys here, which there's questions about them as well, but right. I'm thinking about Bland, Revel, and Durant. What can you guys do? And hopefully it's enough to where we're not worried about having Kalen Carson and Josh Butler running out there.
Man, they really do need some depth, though. and they need somebody to step up. They need somebody to have a great offseason.
And they're going to need those guys to play. I mean, like, if there's one thing, yeah, it'd be great if Bland and Rebel and these guys are awesome, but they haven't been able to stay on the football field.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you ended up having to play Corey Ballantyne meaningful snaps last year, Triquez Bridges. I mean, they were playing poor Elijah Clark. They had to move him over to corner in a game against Denver last year.
Yeah.
So all these guys are going to end up having to contribute for you, I believe, in a 17-game season. I don't think Carson fits this category. I think Butler does. Josh Butler's not talked about. He's like a forgotten guy. And I was surprised they didn't elevate him last year. Maybe he wasn't ready. Maybe the coaching staff didn't like him. But I was impressed with what we saw prior to his injury against Washington 2 years ago. I think you're absolutely right. He was tough. He would tackle at corner. I thought he showed some pretty good coverage. If he's healthy, like, Josh Butler could be a sneaky player that ends up giving you some meaningful snaps that you were not talking about at all.
Isn't he like slower in a slug, though?
His testing was like his story coming from Michigan State. Like, he was undrafted. He did not test well. He's a dude that's made it totally just on effort and just being a guy that you couldn't cut. So, and there's something like, I need some of those guys on my team. You know, like, Josh Butler's a player that you kind of root for with that mentality. He's got kind of that chip on his shoulder.
I like what you said there, Wolchuk.
Well, it's crazy to be a corner and you run like a 4.75.
Right.
Like, that's unheard of.
But he's right about the technical aspects and stuff
right,
like
yeah,
that.
Yeah.
I just think and that's why I interrupted you rudely. I just think with this cornerback group, I think everybody should be in play.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're talking about a guy that might make this team. They're like, wow, we didn't think about that guy, because we really haven't been talking about those guys at all, those particular guys. Chief,
yep.
You can only trade for one. You can only trade for Josh Sweat or Jordan Brooks.
Yeah.
Who are you trading for?
Yeah,
you only trade for one.
It's a great question. It's a win-win either way, right?
Linebacker Brooks, by the way, Miami Dolphins. Sweat, probably could be a guy that you could have. By the way, would you be willing to give a second-round pick for that?
Bobby is. I would too. Bobby was very willing this morning. Walchuk's on the second-round pick bandwagon. I mean, I think the good thing about Sweat is you have a few years of control contractually, and
it's not a lot of money.
I mean, in year one, if you traded for him this
15?
season, it would be under $11 million on your
11?
salary cap, and then it would go up to 18,
according to Spotrac. But even at 18 for that type of player, that's like half the price you're paying for somebody you were going to sign in free agency.
Yeah, and that's part of probably what plays into the idea that I would rather have Sweat, because Brooks is on the last year of his deal. And if he has another season like he had last year, like he's gonna command some big money on the market. And Sweat, I just think this defense needs more pass rushers, and he's got familiarity with Christian Parker, of course. So with the contract, the control, the position that he plays, give me the pass rush, dude.
Dawson, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, if you take Chiefs, what he just said, and trade for Sweat, did you make a mistake then drafting Lawrence in the first round?
No, because I think you got to stack these guys up, you know, and you got to give yourself as many chances as possible of having a double-digit sack guy, and I think Josh Sweat can do that for you. As long as he doesn't want a new contract, I think I would prefer him. You know, I think Jordan Brooks has said he doesn't want to be a green dot guy. So it's fixing a lot of stuff for you, but it's not fixing everything if you get Jordan Brooks. And just like the way I look at it often is, if both these guys were on the free agent market, like, Sweat might get 3 times what Brooks does. Mm-hmm. It kind of tells you what the value is.
Yeah, I just think his contract's a great value right now. And you add in the familiarity in the scheme in which he led the Eagles in sacks 2 years ago. Now, granted, that was only with 8, but that's what this defense is going to be about. It's having a bunch of different guys that can go and accumulate 5 to 8 sacks a year. Now, he's one of the guys that could give you 12. That's what he had last year with Arizona. Now, all of a sudden, I'm looking at my edge rushers. I've got Gary and Sweat. I have Ezeraku and Lawrence, who I can ease into this thing now. And then my third wave is, I'm going to go with Sweat here, yeah. Okay. My third wave would then be Williams and Houston. I am now feeling so much better, and I feel like I actually do have a quality pass rush that I can rotate, I can keep fresh, and I can battle with anybody now in the league. Linebacker's a huge need, but to me, I know this guy can play in the defense. I'll take Josh Sweat for that reason.
Are you just immediately moving Ezeraku to left outside linebacker? Is he no longer a right edge rusher? He's now become like a guy behind Gary. Play the run, don't worry about pass rush?
You could do that, yeah, if you want to play Lawrence at left and have him back up Josh Sweat, or I would just have Ezeraku backing up Sweat.
I would put Lawrence as a right outside linebacker, as a rusher. And I'm saying what you're telling me.
He's listed right now as a left.
But to me,
that's fine.
To me, what you're looking at though is you're saying that you don't think that, and I'm saying not you, but you out there are thinking if you bring this guy on board, you're moving Donovan Ezeraku behind.
Yeah, Ezeraku doesn't have to start necessarily. Now, I think that it's semantics. I think all these guys are going to rotate and get snaps.
Sure.
But, yeah, now I feel so much better. I think that's been the telling thing to me with both these Super Bowl defenses in Seattle and Philly. It's having a lot. Yeah, it's having a lot of guys. They can just go. You're keeping them fresh, and you're just letting them go.
But I think it's a good point, man. It kind of stops me in my tracks because I am betting Ezeraku is going to have a good year. You bring in BT Jordan, the pressures were there. He's just got to refine some stuff and get stronger. I think Ezeraku is going to blow up. And if bringing in Josh Sweat would take him out of the mix in a significant way, I would have to weigh that in the Ezeraku or Brooks discussion.
Appreciate you guys.
You got it. Krusty's Corner every day, 3:40 here, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. We got 2 down, 2.5 to go. Football fix time, Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. We do have some news regarding a Cowboy that is retiring. Might not be the biggest name, but we got to tell you who it is and why this EPL team should give Cowboys fans hope. That's next.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey iHeartRadio and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Vegas Golden Knights have swept the Colorado Avalanche to advance to the Stanley Cup Final. The Golden Knights took a 2-0 lead with a Cole Smith goal to seal the deal for Vegas. This will be the third time the Golden Knights have made the Stanley Cup Final in their 9 seasons of existence. Vegas awaits the winner of the East Final. The Hurricanes lead the Canadiens 2-1. I'm Chris Black.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly. The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Celebrate America's 250th with our limited edition O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. 2 for $8 at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This report is sponsored by IBM. As the pace of AI accelerates, CEOs are rethinking how their leadership teams operate, how decisions are made, and how organizations are structured. IBM's annual CEO study shows that adopting new tools is no longer enough. Leaders are actively redesigning decision-making structures, clarifying accountability, and reshaping the C-suite to drive greater business impact. The study found that 76% of organizations now have a chief AI officer, up from 26% a year ago, and nearly 2/3 of CEOs say they are comfortable using AI to help inform major strategic decisions. The study also showed that organizations with an AI-first leadership approach are scaling more AI initiatives than their peers. The message is clear. Success with AI depends not just on technology, but on leadership, governance, and organizations built to adapt. To learn more, visit ibm.com/IBV.
Each weekday at 5:30, Gavin, Lucius, and the guys bring you the G-Bag of the day. The craziest audio sent in from you and all of the Tolos. That's every day at 5:30 and replayed the next day at 2:30. Driven by EastDallasDiesel.com.
Whether you're commuting to work or heading out for a fast coffee break, getting an auto insurance quote is just a tap away. With AAA, you're always connected, so you can focus on the road ahead. Rest easy knowing AAA's got you covered, no matter where life takes you. AAA, we're always with you. To start your quote, visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Join the legacy of the Dallas 100, powered by SMU Cox. We're celebrating the region's fastest growing companies, averaging 70% annual growth.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. If your home is over 8 years old, you might be due for an electrical inspection. If you're dealing with breakers tripping, dimming, or flickering lights, don't let these issues leave you in the dark. Save $75 on any plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical repair. $250 minimum service required. Call us today at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for a football fix with Zach Wolchuk, and here he is.
Let's do it. Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Dallas Cowboys great wide receiver Paris Campbell, Super Bowl champ, national champion at Ohio State. He has decided to call it a career. Congratulations on a tremendous college career, Paris Campbell. 90 catches, 1,063 yards, 12 touchdowns in one season alone at Ohio State. And that was in 2018, but then did go on to win a Super Bowl with the Eagles. Was drafted by Indianapolis and then was on the Cowboys last year. Decided to hang him up. So, hey, hell of a run for Paris Campbell.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be tough. You get into the wide receiver workout room, you're hanging out with Pickens and Lamb, and you're just like,
maybe it's my time.
This game has passed me by a little bit, and that's okay.
Yeah,
that's fine.
It's good.
I'm a champion.
But you get to walk away on your own accord, and I think that a lot of people would dream of that moment.
For sure.
Made your money. You're a 2-time champ. Congratulations to Paris.
I just thought he was going to be one of those guys that got the retirement tour, you know?
Yeah, I know. I was with you, especially going to Indy this year.
Can't believe he passed on that.
Gosh, man, former second-round pick and everything, but hey, good for you, man. Kudos.
I'm hearing the retirement tour might be a thing of the past.
We're not doing it anymore?
Well, it's been quietly kind of phased out.
What?
And maybe it was post-Jeter. Maybe it was the obnoxious Derek Jeter thing. that made organizations realize how much of a beating it could be and how it could kind of backfire on you.
Well, especially in baseball, dude. That's
a long one.
It used to be a thing that they did all the time.
Yeah. Dirt.
You know? But I think a lot of these teams are like, that's a hell of a chore. You know, I got to go get a Harley Davidson now for this Hall of Famer. You know, here he is.
Steelers better be pulling off the red carpet every week for Aaron
We got a
Rodgers.
team to manage.
That's a good point. Yep.
Well, shout out to Dak. He was praised for his dealings with local and national media during the previous season as he was selected as the 2026 Good Guy Award winner by the Professional Football Writers Association. He's the 22nd Good Guy Award winner and is the first member of the Cowboys franchise to win the award. He defeated finalist Joel Bitonio of the Cleveland Browns and former Chicago Bears safety Kevin Byard. So a big win there for Dak. So he's pumped.
Huge, yeah. I mean, he does a great job with us.
He does. He's been fantastic with us.
Second to none?
Every year?
I would say so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's consistent.
Amazing. Now we go to my buddy, RJ Ochoa. Now, there is a fresh episode out of Love of the Star. I encourage you to go check that out.
How about that?
Love of the Star is an Odyssey podcast you can find on the Odyssey app, or wherever you get your podcasts, Eric.
That's true.
I know you're a big fan.
Presented by the On-Time Experts.
Absolutely. And I was talking with RJ about this. He is one that is very good at trying to find some just obscure stat and nugget of another organization and tying that into the Cowboys and why this is the year that things are going to happen for your Dallas Cowboys.
He's like 0 for 15 on this.
He's doing a hell of a job.
It's
he's great.
He's been around, but I think in this last year, he's just taken it to another level. He's getting guests.
Yes.
You know?
I mean, Kay Adams has him on.
Yeah, he gets on the Kay Adams show.
Yeah.
That's just reserved for the top tier players.
And he's doing it, man. He's doing it big. RJ was great. So have fun with that. I did actually ask him, like, how'd you get into this? You know, like the rise of RJ Ochoa. And he gave, I mean, it's good. If you're somebody that wants to get into content creation, give it a listen.
Get fired as a scout?
He did, actually. He got fired as a scout.
Little League.
No, he didn't. Yeah, he was at Friday Night Tykes there in San Antonio. He was scouting them out. Some of those guys are now playing in the NFL on Sundays. But he looks at Arsenal. Arsenal had a Cowboys as 22-year-long drought. And look at them now. They just won an EPL title. He also followed up with even the Dodgers, powerhouse right now, but prior to 2020, they had a 30-year drought. So all of this is just to point out that the Cowboys, eventually, their time will come, okay? And is it now that time? Is it their turn?
But hell, I mean, it took the Red Sox like 85 years, and then they won 4 of the next 14.
Right. I mean, it was 100 years for the Cubs, and I hope the Cowboys don't get anywhere near that.
These things are cyclical.
Yeah. Eventually, law of averages. That's what I keep coming back to.
They're going to get back in the conference final.
This is the year.
They're going to make it to Championship Sunday. I strongly believe that because of Shoddy's influence.
Yeah, let's go. Make it happen, baby. Come on. Let's go. Woo! Let's go.
Captain Positivity.
Eventually, not this year.
Couple.
For sure.
Oh, they're contenders.
No, you took them. You took them. Yes,
they are contenders.
They're going.
Super Bowl contenders.
We're making it happen.
Yes, that idea did keep me up last night with regret.
No, don't have regret.
I believe I declared that publicly.
No, I want
There's
you to
a voice in the back of my head, though, and it's been conditioned to be there. Whenever you start feeling too positive about the Cowboys, the back of your head says, hey, shut the hell up, idiot.
Yeah.
You know? So.
No, I get it. It's constantly there. It's like, dude, you know better. Why are you even trying to pretend? No. And I just suppress that voice. I tell that voice to go F
Okay,
itself.
so here's something for you. I didn't talk about this yesterday, but I'm going to throw another thing at you, another reason to believe. Cleveland Browns, one of the best defenses in the NFL, right?
Yeah.
Where do they rank in points per game allowed?
You tell me.
13th. Wow. At nearly 23 points per game. Nearly average. Why? Turnover ratio, starting field position.
Hey, you're onto it.
Okay? Mm-hmm. You just stop screwing up. There's a domino effect that's going to happen.
Hey.
A chain of events.
Now, I do think the special teams element that you said there, field position, Cowboys need to clean that up in a big way.
Yeah.
Like, I am all for, hey, Shoddy, Clayton Adams, hell of a hire. I'm hoping Christian Parker crushed it. But your best buddy over there on the special team side of things, Nick Sorensen, that ain't looking good. And that needs to improve. You can't have teams starting at the midfield every time.
Problem is you got to whittle off like 8 points off this defense.
Yeah.
I can get there with, explosive touchdowns. How many do the Cowboys allow? 18. What's league average? 11.5.
There you go.
Okay, that's 45 points right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can start getting there, but you got to piecemeal it, and you got to have like 4 or 5 things come true. I'm betting on them all, Wolchuk.
I love it. I want you to bet on them all because I'm with you, man. Let's make this happen. NFC Championship game or bust for your 2026 Dallas Cowboys. Holy crap, Derwin James, 3 years, $75.6 million of a contract extension. Who's his agent, everybody?
David Muffaletta.
David Muffaletta.
Congratulations, as he is now the highest paid safety in all of the NFL. And why did my sick mind immediately go to, holy crap, Caleb Downs is going to get a lot of money in 5 years?
In a half decade, Caleb Downs
hell, it might be 3.
Is going to be the beneficiary of this contract.
Yeah, as soon as he's ready to be paid, you better jump on that with Caleb Downs.
Hey, let's just get him to be as good as Derwin James is on the field.
I think
we'll hand him the check.
Let's make it happen. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it, and I know you are too. This was a heck of a day for Mike Vrabel, talking about his love for his wife Jen. Took to the podium.
You're in a bad spot when you have to reiterate that you do, in fact, love your wife and your kids.
Yes.
That's a tough day at the office.
In a great spot as a family. And he also said he has no regrets for missing Saturday's day 3 of the NFL draft.
Okay, thank God. I thought you were just going to end that as a period right there. No regrets, man. Had a hell of a time for the last 6 years.
He said, quote, if you saw her in that red dress, you'd have done the same. Looking tight. No, he said, my family needed me this weekend, and that's where I'm going to be. And in regards to his...
As opposed to the other 51 weekends.
Yeah, well,
singles resort.
Hey, those are to get away, all right? Those are to re-cleanse your palate. He said, no, I have no regrets. They moved around. They made some trades. And again, this draft was pretty unique. I'm excited about the players that we got, studied most of them. They, the front office, knew my affinity for some of the players that we took. And then admittedly, I don't know that I'm going to know the 300th player in every draft. So I was excited. So Vrabel seems totally cool for missing day 3, did what he had to do, but he appreciates his family. He loves Jen, his wife. He loves his boys, and he loves his personal friends. And the spring's focused on the staff and the players, more importantly.
What a fraud.
He probably has a quota now from the old lady.
Yeah.
Every time you get on the mic, I love you, honey.
Yeah.
It's about you. I need a
watching
quota.
the
Wear a
clip of
patch
this
on
too.
his vest.
Yeah.
Big heart with her initials on it.
It's guaranteed she put the location settings on his phone.
Absolutely.
Oh, for sure. She knows where he's at.
Jeez, Pete.
I think his my cause, my cleats deal is going to be a picture of his wife on the side of his shoes on game day.
I love you, Jen.
Him kicking
I
her in the
heart
butt.
Jen. That's what it's going to say. I don't know. I don't know if this is... Like, at what point in the NFL season does this kind of diminish? Like, we're not thinking about it anytime Vrabel takes to the podium. Because if the answer's it doesn't...
Did they ask him any tough questions?
He'll never live it down.
Yeah,
it's just going to turn into a joke.
You probably need to pull the trigger on this thing.
What a play by me.
I don't know. I mean,
it's awkward.
He's a great coach.
He is.
And it doesn't seem like the fans care.
No, the fans don't care.
They gave him a standing ovation.
Yeah.
That's right, dude.
Well, the season ticket holders
Patriot
were
way.
loving
If he was 4-13, they'd care.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, if he's got a terrible year, I think for sure. But, I just wish he'd come out and say, man, I told you 6 years ago I was willing to cut it off because my wife wasn't interested in it anymore. So I had to take it somewhere where people were interested. I think he'd do all men a favor.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Put it out there like that.
It's tough. You can't see any pressure that he's doing now and not just kind of think about that.
No.
Did he win Coach
part
of
of
the
his
Year?
identity now.
Yeah, in part thanks to Rossini's vote.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Did he win Coach of the Year because of her vote?
I don't know if it was a one vote win, but she definitely voted for it.
Did he get paid for being Coach of the Year? Did he have a bonus?
Probably get a bonus. Yeah. That's what he used to take her out
for him.
in Arizona on that couple's retreat.
Do you think he paid for all those boat rides and the Sedona trips?
Come on. Tampa Bay, $1 billion renovation to Raymond James Stadium, according to the Tampa Bay Times. So
you can't get a divorce if you love your wife, dude.
Well,
he clearly
does. He does. He loves his wife.
6 years of hiding it from her. A lot of love there.
You think he was hiding it from her?
Was he?
I don't know.
She didn't obviously know. Jen
might have been giving him some attaboy.
She might be a
get him,
player.
Tiger.
She might be a player he didn't like, not very observant.
Yeah, that's true. Or she probably, I don't know. I feel like she probably knew. This was going on for too long for her not
It just
to know.
tells me that maybe she likes the money more than anything.
I think a lot of wives might.
Maybe they got an arrangement. Been together a long time.
Well,
she's got a tennis coach.
Come out and say it. Yeah, my wife's got a tennis coach and a jiu-jitsu.
Just out it.
Her and Tom Brady's wife hanging out together, you know?
Yeah. Jen
recently got into
tennis with
jiu-jitsu.
Giselle, and they have a lot of fun.
You know, Brady's wife's really good friends with my wife.
Yeah. We played together in multiple ways. Yeah. Josh Jacobs has been released from jail. The Brown County DA's office isn't ready to make a formal
he got thrown to Green Bay
decision.
jail?
Yeah, he was.
You been there, Brian?
I've not been to Green Bay jail.
Have you had to bail anybody out of there?
No.
Oh, dang it. I was hoping we'd get a fun story about this. But yeah, they have reason to believe additional evidence may exist that would impact whether or what criminal charges are appropriate. So right now, they're going to review available evidence, and then he will be formally charged. But right now, Josh Jacobs is out. He's not going to
be charged, in my prediction.
You think he'll get away with this?
Yeah, the bruising didn't
I
show up.
I don't think they let you out. Okay, so you're dealing with a lot of situations where the woman feels very hurt, and now she's scared because you're not married and she can't get child support. So she wants to ruin your life. Maybe you cheated on her. You know, I think you've been dating her for like 4 years. Oh. So, you know, and then you go into like strangulation and suffocation. You know, and it's like we hear about that all the time, and it's like there was a scratch, you know. As she was trying to attack the dude, he put his hand up and his fingernails scratched her neck, and the police show up and they're like, "There's a scratch on your neck. Were you strangled? Did his hands ever come near your neck?" That sounds like suffocation to me.
No,
you know, and then you get hauled off to jail with the idea of 5 charges, and they let you leave jail the next day. It's adding up to be. This was another one of those stories.
Yeah, I guess we'll wait and see if there is any more evidence that comes out to prove it. Otherwise, you're probably right. Probably no issue there with the Josh Jacobs scenario, but we'll monitor it. We did get news today that Micah Parsons will start training camp on the PUP list. That will probably move into the season, but that has not been officially said. Michael Penix Jr. for the Falcons, not cleared for 11 on 11, but Kevin Stefanski says that he's on track. But he was also praising Tua's accuracy today. Might be Tua's job right there. Tua might just be your quarterback of the Falcons. Now, rookie wide receiver Zachariah Branch reminds Tua of Jalen Waddle, he said. That's pretty damn high praise right there for the rookie wide receiver from Georgia. Drake May appears to have added some weight in the offseason.
Oh, a little thicker?
Yes, with 2 C's, one reporter asked.
Oh, wow.
And then Drake May said, well, I don't think that that's how we really put that there.
Yeah,
so
let's,
that's not what that means, Boomer. Let's pause.
I'll play the sound later.
Yeah,
it's just funny that the
the one
reporters
has
are
the wife
schmo.
that makes really good cookies?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I don't, I mean, he's getting fed well at home. They're 100%. She's a tremendous baker. Jonathan Brooks, back, Texas Longhorn, showed no hesitation. His first real practice back. I hope he comes back and is an absolute star. We were big fans of Mr. Brooks. And then Ladd McConkey. My gosh, high praise from offensive coordinator Mike McDaniel. I think he's a guy that has some traits in his game that are similar to some very powerful, explosive, productive receivers that I've had in the past, namely Julio Jones and Andre Johnson. Comps to Ladd McConkey.
What?
With the Chargers. Yep, that's what Mike McDaniel said.
Mike McDaniel was ripping the Penske when he said that. Is he just cracking jokes? That's just him. That's him joking around. McConkey is.
You don't think McConkey can be the next Julio?
He's definitely just being goofy Mike McDaniel there, and good for him. Ladd McConkey reminds me of Andre Johnson and Julio Jones.
I mean, both have tremendous calves and thighs.
Yeah,
just power bodies.
He's getting that recreational Cali stuff now.
He is, dude.
He's getting the good stuff.
Wow, he got some head coaching gigs
like
just to go be the OC.
Stuff in Miami?
No, I think he was getting good stuff, but just a different substance.
Ripping the pen. I like what you're saying about that.
He was. That's for sure. There's your football
He's
fix.
getting ready to go on. He's just over there.
It is by far collectively the weirdest coaching staff between some of the antics Jim Harbaugh has done over the years and Mike McDaniel.
That's entertaining.
It is.
I mean, I hope they should have been the Hard Knocks selection.
Okay, we got what do we got coming up next, Eric?
We're going to crank open a rim sesh, and the Spurs lose, and Wemby's taking a lot of heat next year in the nation.
I want to chat about D&M leasing with you because if you need a new vehicle, if you want a new vehicle, I can tell you from personal experience the best way to do it is just to call D&M Leasing and tell them what you want. Any make, any model, foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV. D&M Leasing has access to anything and everything. And when you call them, you take about 10 minutes. All they want to do is, know what you want. And if you know the exact make and model, they can make that happen for you. If you know a body style or a mileage or a capacity, whatever you want, D&M Leasing has access to everything. So they give you all the options, the best manufacturer promotions that are going on right now. It's my favorite way to do it. And there's nothing down, nothing due for 60 days. Plus, with the easy lease from D&M Leasing, you save up to 50% on the monthly payment compared to buying. Yeah, the traditional way of buying, that also comes with being upside down in a vehicle loan. That ever happened to you? You have negative equity. That happens where you owe more on your car than what it is worth. Makes it very difficult to trade in. So there's guaranteed trade-in value with the easy lease from D&M Leasing. Just give them a call, 972-817-35-LEASE. Go to dmautoleasing.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Hey DFW, it's Becca.
And Michaela.
From Boomer Jacks. $2 domestic drafts are back.
You heard that right. $2 domestic drafts all day, every day.
We're open till 2 a.m. serving our full menu late.
Get in here for $2 domestic drafts.
Find your location at boomerjacks.com.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580.
Hey, this is Jason with Rhino Shield. Let's be real. Paint fails, it chips, fades, cracks, peels, and you're back to repainting your home in just a few years. Rhino Shield is different. It's a ceramic coating that won't chip, crack, peel, or fade, and it's backed by our 25-year transferable warranty. And here's the game changer, financing. Unlike paint, Rhino Shield can be financed. So instead of a big upfront cost, your monthly payment could be less than your daily coffee habit, and it'll help reduce your energy bills. Right now, get 20% off. Call or visit rhinoshielddfw.com.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010.
Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
At Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, we're committed to doing things the right way. With clear, upfront pricing, no unwanted dealer addendums, and over 100 years serving North Texas. Our vehicles are engineered to inspire exploration, pushing the boundaries of what luxury can be. And our dealership delivers an experience defined by comfort, intention, and elevated detail. Visit Genesis of Plano today and discover a higher standard of luxury totally on your terms.
Most home sellers get one offer, and it's never enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard offers, you don't get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. Here's how it works. An Orchard agent submits your home to their exclusive network of local cash buyers. They compete to buy your home. You choose the winner. No repairs, no showings, no settling. Get started with a free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. Do I have a major announcement for you from Platinum Ford in Terrell? You can get employee pricing right now, which means you pay what they pay at Platinum Ford. We're talking American value for American values. It doesn't get better than this. Check out the full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Some restrictions apply. Go see GM Adam Vinci right now. Tell him you want your employee pricing and you want to pay what he pays. You can start the process online, PlatinumFord.com, and then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Thanks for making us part of your day. Rangers pregame is coming up in 2 hours and 4 minutes. They're taking on the Astros, and Jacob deGrom's going to be on the hill. So look forward to handing that off. But, man, we got so much sports here between now and then. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here's the chief with Said Sports.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we kick things off with a stat of the day, and a head-shaking Broadus looks like he's a little down about whatever Wolchuk just gave.
I was late to the rain dance.
He just limped in, half-assed rain dance.
I got distracted. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Carry on, Eric. You're doing a great job with your observations.
Appreciate that. Your stat of the day, SGA in the 2026 playoffs has more free throws made than field goals made.
Ooh. Happened again last night. What did he get there 18 times last night?
More charity stripe knockdowns for SGA
I'm telling you,
just
man,
buckets from the field.
These guys got to stay out of his landing zone. He doesn't want a knee or ankle injury. You take away his landing spot, he is landing and sliding.
I am so sick of watching him play basketball. 7 of 19 from the field.
Man.
16 of 17 from the free throw line. That's what you get when you watch SGA. Lucius, how frustrating is it for you watching him flop around like a fish on the hardwood?
Yeah, that's hella frustrating, but really frustrating about it is the fact that the darn ref is wearing his shoes.
Is that real?
Tony Brothers is wearing the shoes out there. Unless I'm tripping, that's the shoes, fam.
Wow, dude.
Take them shoes off, man. Wear some Jordans or something, dog.
Why is it always Tony Brothers, too? I feel like he's
Brothers.
Him and Chris Paul.
He's always doing bits.
Okay, what about that? There was a situation last night where it was like a 10-point game in the fourth quarter, and it should have been a goaltending call on OKC. The Spurs are trying to get it reviewed, and the refs just kind of blow it off. They don't review it. And then next thing,
FanDuel jacket run out and say, no review.
yeah, one of the FanDuel guys. I mean, it was ridiculous. They missed the goaltending call. Then the ball goes off Chet's foot. They ignore the challenge request. And then next thing you know, SGA's flopping around getting free throws. And Mitch Johnson, the head coach of the Spurs, is getting hit with a technical foul. And so that's another free throw opportunity. And there's Lou Dort and Tony Brothers wearing the SGA shoes, just chopping it up and laughing together. It's just like, If I was a Spurs fan last night, I'd have been super ticked about that particular sequence right there.
And next week, Knicks fans are going to riot over this.
Oh, Knicks fans, yeah. I mean, I guess that'll be a silver lining when inevitably OKC advances.
Yeah, I guess the script's been written, right?
Yeah,
that's what RJ was saying this morning. Somebody found on the NBA shop that they've already got the NBA Finals Thunder versus Knicks.
Yeah, some streamer
NBA
discovered that.
Lucius, are you happy the Knicks are in the finals?
I absolutely am.
I thought you were.
Yeah, I like to
see. You kind of called that when this all started, though.
Their energy over there, that fan base is insane. I just like to see them go crazy. And when they lose, I like to see them crash out.
Yeah.
Did you see them fighting the other night? They were winning. Did you see them fighting out there? They were all skinny. They were so skinny and small.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it in the arena or was it outside?
Right outside. Just throwing haymakers, bro. Blah, blah. Just beating each other up, man.
Right.
Same squad.
Yeah.
Right by a random
dumpster.
dumpster.
To the finals.
It was friendly fire. Knicks fans.
Yeah, they all look malnutrition too, bro. It's crazy.
It's incredible.
One of them probably tried to tell the truth about how good they actually are and get beat up for that in New York.
Yeah, got to be careful. But Wemby did not have the game that Spurs fans were hoping for last night. That is for sure.
OKC might have it figured out, bro.
They might, dude.
They might have them figured out.
I mean, the Spurs are at like 52% at the rim. Versus the T-Wolves, the Spurs were like 72% at the rim.
Wow.
The interior defense and the way they just kind of shrink the floor, OKC does a great job at that.
Yeah.
And it's preventing Wemby and company from being able to get some easy looks to go down. He finishes with 20 points, but he was 4 of 15 from the field, 0 of 5 from downtown. And I guess he just walked out of the building, didn't want to meet with the media. That's not a good look. I guess the NBA is just warning him. They're not fining him or anything at this point, but they're warning him, hey, please don't do that again.
No.
That is part of your job description. But, man, Caruso, 18 three-pointers made in the series. That's the most threes made off the bench in a single NBA Conference Finals series.
Been incredible.
Isn't that really been the difference, though, in this series is the bench scoring?
Yeah, for sure.
So deep. Yeah, I mean, and salute to Sam Presti for bringing him and Hartenstein in a couple of years ago from the team that lost to the Mavs, like the missing links. But I think the perimeter defensive, like we were talking in football, how the best football teams, the Eagles and stuff, can come at you in waves. They come at you in waves of guys that can help compact the paint and defend the three-point line at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's impressive. And then the midseason trade for Jared McCain, which has paid off now twice in this series. Last night being the latest installment where he's looking good out there. I mean, he's getting buckets. His three ball is working for him, and he's been huge for them when you consider the Jalen Williams and the AJ Mitchell injuries. To be able to have McCain who can come off the bench now for you, 20 points, 18 in the second half, and then they're fouling him super hard at the end of the game. Everybody's wondering if Wemby told some of the bigs that were coming off the bench late for the Spurs to just like foul the hell out of him because he gets under your skin.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing TikTok dances. They're hilarious, by the way. They are freaking hilarious. And when's the last time you saw a Jared McCain TikTok dance? Like, this dude is into it, bro. And he's got the painted fingernails. That was on full display last night. And he's getting buckets on you. Like, that's going to get under your skin.
Yes, it's going to take you off.
That's going to take you off a little bit. But credit to Sam Presti for making that move at the trade deadline. And it's paying off for him. Yeah. And I saw this about Alex Caruso shooting under 50%, but like almost 48% from the three this postseason. Mm-hmm. That's over 18% higher than he did in the regular season. It's on pace to being the biggest jump in three-point percentage from regular season to the playoffs in NBA history. Like, you go from a 30% three-point shooter in the regular season to an almost 50% three-point shooter in the postseason. That is insane.
It's almost as insane as finding out he can actually grow hair.
He can.
I didn't know that.
He's bald by choice?
Yeah.
Is he really?
He can actually grow hair.
Like a full head or like a broadest head?
That's a good question, but
like
cul-de-sac?
Hair
there.
Pretty big cul-de-sac, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so,
and he's got a good head for it.
Can't be out there. What was it, Clyde Drexler that used to bother you,
I
Lucius?
hate him, bro. I hate him, dog.
You can't be out there. I mean, it is
like
kind of
an
a
old
flex.
uncle out there just schooling my squad, bro. Wrap this game up.
A cul-de-sac and a mustache.
Yeah, a cul-de-sac and a mustache, bro. Gosh. It's a bad look, but if you're getting buckets, it's one of those things where if you're if you have a terrible game, you're getting flamed for it. But when you have a big postseason like Caruso's having, especially in this series,
I think he had that cul-de-sac at A&M too, if I'm not mistaken. Like this hit him young.
Yeah, I think
like
you're
Brian,
right.
I mean, talking about Brian. When did you go ball? June? Junior year?
Oh, no, 1983, sophomore
year. Yeah, I think Caruso was on the same sked.
I told my dad that story about Broadus and his hair. Yeah. Oh, my God. Pops loved that one.
Yeah, Caruso did have the hair at A&M.
Same thing happened to me in Chicago.
I'm glad I share that with your dad.
You can see the receding hairline, and it is really thin and up top big time.
He made the right decision.
He did. It looks good.
So we came up with a nice little bet payoff for Broadus wearing a basketball jersey, no sleeves, no undershirt. I think that would be good. We also discovered one last week that might be good.
That'd be a terrible look.
Called,
so bad.
called the John Chaney.
The old coach?
Yeah, the old coach. Remember what was he famous for? Other than being a great coach,
his voice was horrible.
He interrupted the press conference.
We played hard today at Calipari. That son of a. Yeah, he's one of those guys.
Wasn't he the towel chewer?
Oh yes.
No, that was a guy at UNLV.
Rolly.
Tark
Massimino. No,
Tark.
you're right. Yeah, Jerry Tarkanian.
Jerry Tarkanian chewed the towel, and then also the guy at Houston back in the day chewed towel. The guy who coached Five Slamma Jamma.
Okay, yeah, it's Jerry Tarkanian. Okay,
so we want to do
the Jerry Tarkanian.
We're doing Tark the
where
Shark.
you have it's a bet payoff. Okay, you have like a used rag.
Oh no,
nasty used rag, and you got to chew on it for a segment.
Yeah.
Okay, like
for the whole show,
Tarkanian style. I don't know if you could do it for the whole show. I think that would induce vomiting at a high level.
That's perfect.
But you could do two bet payoffs, Broadus. You show up in a basketball jersey, no sleeves, no undershirt. Okay, show off the pasty, hairy, doughy arms, and you gnaw on a dirty wash rag.
We don't gnaw on our kitties.
Style. Okay, I think that's two solid bet payoffs.
I like
that
it.
you could just knock out right there. You got like five.
I think Guy Lewis, I think, was the coach, and also at Houston had a towel. Check out the name Guy Lewis. I didn't look him up.
Guy Lewis.
I'm just kind of. I think University of Houston. I think he coached Phi Slamma Jamma.
Yeah, if you just type in Guy Lewis, it pops up Guy Lewis towel.
Yeah.
Kind of looked like Tark too.
Oh, he's chewing a towel bad.
Yeah,
he looks like
John Thompson had a towel too.
Hey, he never chewed on it though.
Yeah, he
don't put that on John.
John though wipe a lot of sweat.
Man, it looked like Guy Lewis had like a checkered towel.
Yeah,
he did. They all had.
He actually
a
chewing
special one.
No, he chewed. Yeah,
straight out of the 70s.
Looks like a tablecloth.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Like a picnic towel.
All right, we got to run. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Proper rim session
Chew
here.
on a towel.
G-Bag Nation of a fan.
Chew on it, Brian.
Does the Eagles announcer do that as well?
That's why his voice sounds like that.
I'm going to tell Merrill you really don't like him.
I do like Merrill.
I'm going to tell him. When he
I like a lot of people that I like to make fun of.
When he comes in the booth next year, I'm going to go, hey, by the way, Merrill, this guy right here has no respect for you.
As you should.
That's only if you can get your lips off of his to be able to say something to him. They just love each other up for 15 minutes.
Oh, you're so great, Brian. Thank you for drafting us all those points.
You're great, Merrill. No, Merrill, seriously.
Oh, but Brian. Oh, but Merrill.
All right, we got a mixed bag coming up, old Chuck.
Let's hit the mixed bag. We got story time with Bill Belichick, Bart Scott, and T Sizzle. Plus, a Stars trade. That's next.
But first, Tolos, I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future. But some kids need a helping hand to get there. And that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It is so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866 866-835-5437, and right off the car, not the kid.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece, we got a little bit of NFL overreaction or reality for you, plus the super segment. And from 1240 to 140, we will bring in the man who knows everything about baseball, Jared Sandler, for our very own Power Hour. Join the show 10 to 2 right here on The Fan.
Cowboys fans, the NFL offseason is heating up. Before summer temperatures come on with a full blitz, schedule a first-time $59 AC tune-up and professional cleaning with on-time experts. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Here's the truth. Dirt, dust, and debris are the number one killers of air conditioners. Most companies do a quickie system check, but at the On-Time Experts, we remove all that harmful buildup. Go to theontimeexperts.com and schedule your $59 tune-up today. The On-Time Experts, a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costa is here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro football futures market to win the AFC West, Kansas City, the favorite at plus 180, LA plus 185, Denver plus 200. And I like Kansas City at plus 180. KC star quarterback is back at practice. I have a hard time believing KC falls off again. Give me KC to win the division. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
So many of you still have that 3% rate from the COVID years and you want to keep it, but you want to get cash out of your home. It's very simple. A second lien home equity loan with TexasLending.com. We have an automated appraisal. It goes fast. We have great rates and we have loan officers who care. Call us today. Get that financing done now with TexasLending.com. 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
At Alliance Hyundai, you can shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Plus, you don't need an appointment for service. Come see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
At Idea Public Schools, students are prepared not just for graduation, but for what comes next. Because when students are challenged and supported, bright futures follow. Bright futures begin at Idea Public Schools. Learn more at ideapublicschools.org.
Sponsored by Idea Public Schools.
From military life to a rewarding career in IT, kickstart your new journey in a matter of months in the fields of IT and cybersecurity, including AI. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including VA benefits.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey, Tolo's Eric Giafalo here to tell you something you don't hear every day. You can keep your insurance check and still get a brand new roof.
I'm Alexis Vining with Greystone Roofing. We offer in-house financing that can cover 100% of your roof. Low rates, no hard credit check, and no income verification.
So you can use that insurance money to pay off debt, invest, or just keep it in the bank.
Call Greystone Roofing, licensed, local, and family owned.
Visit greystone-roofing.com.
Licensed, local, and family owned. The best roofs come from Greystone.
During Dallas summers, a working AC is a game changer. Luckily, American Home Shield can help protect your wallet from pricey repairs when major appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge break. If AHS can't repair the covered item, they'll replace it no matter its age. So don't sweat breakdowns. Keep your cool with the home warranty from American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Tolos, don't be the guy grilling up average this Memorial Day. Earn that backyard MVP title with Wild Fork's wild savings on Angus burgers and baby back ribs. Swing by our 9 DFW locations. Grab the essentials, fire up the pit, and win the weekend.
Here at The Fan, we're your proud home of Rangers baseball. Set these appointments for the best Rangers content in DFW. Monday afternoons at 4:20, Rangers President of Baseball Operations, Chris Young. Each Tuesday afternoon, a different Rangers player joins G-Bag Nation. Wednesday afternoon at 12:20, Rangers manager Skip Schumacher. And Friday afternoons at 4:40, it's our Hall of Fame voice, Eric Nadel. Nobody talks and covers this team like your official home of the Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Oh, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thankfully, the rain has subsided. Nice little afternoon here, Brian.
Yeah, how about that? And appreciate you, Dawson, mentioned that. It's been a nice afternoon. I understand Michelle just told me my dad's watching.
Oh,
on
hey,
the
Dad.
app. Yeah, Big Larry's watching.
What's up, Papa Broadus?
Sitting in the chair. So, yeah, so thank him. It's kind of nice he's up, and he's been checking out our show a lot more. And Michelle just said, yeah, your dad's watching. He's wondering why you're sitting in the chair all the time.
Well,
and he's watching me struggle get out of the chair.
It's the most comfortable chair in the building.
It is the most comfortable chair.
Chair is magical.
But no, thank you guys. Appreciate that.
Heck yeah, that's awesome.
Love you, Dad.
Well, and thanks to your dad for watching.
Yep.
All right, turn it on, leave it on. It's time now for a mixed bag with Wolchuk.
All right, let's go ahead and shake it up. You never know what you're going to get in a mixed bag, and we're going to start on the ice as, holy moly, it happened. The Vegas Golden Knights swept the Colorado Avalanche. They are advancing to the Stanley Cup final as the Avs are now in a lot of trouble because they are probably in a worse cap situation than what the Stars are in, and now their core is starting to go north of 30 years old. But this improbable run that the Golden Knights are in, they're the first Stanley Cup final team with under 40 wins in an 80-plus game season since the 2002 Hurricanes. Their 95 points in the regular season would not have been enough to make the playoffs in the Eastern Conference, and they were a plus 2,500 to sweep the Avs. This is a team that is loaded with talent with the Mitch Marner addition, and of course they've got Jack Eichel, and they're good defensively, but they just underperformed all regular season. That leads to Bruce Cassidy, their coach, getting fired right before the season ended, and they bring in a new coach. They go 19-4-1 ever since he's been brought on board in Tortorella, so this is quite the run for Vegas, and they might, who knows? I mean, Montreal and Carolina, they've got Game 4 tonight. I believe Carolina has won the last 2 games via overtime. Carolina, I think, is the team that I would be rooting for because of Logan Stankoven, and that's a team that's also been on the cusp for a while, similar to Dallas, but just a crazy turn of events. It seemed like Colorado was just a juggernaut that wasn't going to be stopped. Instead, they ran into a buzzsaw, as Pete Bednar would say, in the Vegas Golden Knights.
Yeah, but didn't they have some injuries, though, too, in this?
Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon were both banged up. up. You did have Mark Stone miss time, though, for Vegas as well. Now, McCarr did play yesterday in their loss, and unfortunately, the post-game show for the Colorado Avalanche put up there, instead of 4 hits, they added an S before the hits on the graphic.
Ouch.
So it said 4
bleeps.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I don't know if somebody was just mad at him for his performance, or that was just probably a mistake.
Is this a game plan that the front office for the Golden Knights always uses? Like dump the coach? Didn't they win a cup dumping the coach?
They won with DeBoer.
But I thought we've seen them dump the coach.
They have, yeah.
DeBoer, I thought
been
they
through
dumped the coach to get DeBoer. Right?
They might have, yeah, and then they fired. They fired DeBoer and won with Cassidy. Is what it was.
Okay, yeah,
yeah. I think it was Cassidy's first year.
This is a front office game plan that's brilliant. They just kind of just let's
shake it up.
They're a good front office.
We need to do something different in the room, and next thing you know, they're in the finals.
Yeah, they've been a fantastic team ever since they entered the NHL.
Hockey does that quite a bit, right?
Yeah, the Utah Mammoth
this year. They'll just dump them, and all of a sudden you get a playoff run.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. It absolutely is. It has worked out. It's bizarre with coaching. Now, here was a blockbuster Stars trade idea that Bleacher Report put out there, because we don't know what's going to happen with Jason Robertson. They do say the hope is that Robertson just stays with the Stars. They end up getting a deal done here financially. But let's say that the Stars don't want to go to $14 to $15 million a year. A trade partner that I keep seeing is the Pittsburgh Penguins. And in this deal, you could do something centered around defenseman Erik Karlsson, who would add a right-handed shot defensively and has still played like an elite defenseman in the NHL. Plus, they would have to throw in draft capital, which the Stars desperately could use, because they've utilized a lot of that in trades over the last few years, most notably for Rantanen. So you could get a mid-first round pick, maybe something else, plus Karlsson from Pittsburgh in exchange for Robo. I mean, they're certainly losing a ton of points in offensive weaponry there, but to add a player like Erik Karlsson would be something that I would have to consider if I was the Stars, and ultimately this ends up getting too expensive for you.
By the way, speaking of Robo, he is on the Rangers telecast tonight with Sands and Elvis.
Yes, he is. I hope that Jared breaks the news of maybe a new contract.
I mean, something to be done there. You know what I was thinking of when I saw that? And sorry, I don't have any hockey analysis for you, but I thought, how cool would it be if instead of a first pitch, you had a ceremonial first hit? And a guy like Jason Robertson, who's a beast in hockey, could stand up there and take a Groot fastball from the pitcher of his choice.
Oh, damn.
Create a little bit of excitement.
Okay.
Right? Maybe it's the pitching coach, right, to keep things safe and copacetic and everything.
Maybe you want DeGrom's fastball right now.
Could you imagine the excitement if your favorite hockey player hit a bomb? And now we're going to play a Rangers game, right? The ceremonial first pitch is cool.
That'd be cool.
And if you're a former president or like somebody who can't hit, you got options, right? Do I want to go pitch or hit?
That'd be fun.
Robertson hits a bomb, and then the Rangers get no hit.
Yeah, they signed Robertson.
At least
we saw one.
The most offense we saw all night. Yeah, that's crazy. I'd be in on that.
You could bring back legends to try to hit dongs.
Yeah.
They got you could sponsor this thing. I'm going to float it to Sands.
I like the idea. Ole Miss is also starting to get investigated now, the NCAA, after a Dabo Sweeney remark on Luke Ferrelli, one of the players that I guess transferred over there. And yet Pete Golding's like, bring it on. He told the NCAA, go after me and I'll expose the system. So he is sending a warning to the NCAA.
I think they're just kind of calling kids up right on campus there for places.
I'm ready for this, dude. The NCAA is messy, and there's so much messiness that's gone on behind the scenes that they've just kind of whatever. Now, you know what? I dig this energy from Pete Golding. Bring it on. Let's go. You want to expose me? I'll expose you. It's an expose off. Keep your pants on.
Sounds kind of sexual.
If you want to think of it that way.
But, you know, I think this is, you know, probably playing out in a lot of places in the world where you have info that's weaponized and everybody's in a standoff. Like, if you say something, I'm going to say something.
Maybe Lane Kiffin left at just the right time, and you end up getting a bunch of sanctions for Ole Miss.
That was the great thing about the old Southwest Conference when we were all cheating.
Yeah.
That we wouldn't turn each other in.
Honor among thieves or something.
Yeah, like listen, if we're all cheating, here. Let's not
keep it down.
Yeah, let's not kill the conference here.
Yeah, don't throw away the bag man.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for. Yeah. All right, let's go to story time. We'll go to Bill Belichick on with Pardon My Take. Now, one of the biggest hits that I think we've ever seen.
Hits, that is?
Hits.
What did you say, Phil?
Yeah.
What did you think I said?
You got to relax.
I said hits.
I thought you were talking Fudge Dragons.
But after you said biggest...
that you've ever seen.
Yeah, there wasn't
The context clues didn't help out either. You know,
it was one of the biggest hits you've ever seen.
One of the biggest hits that we've ever seen.
He does have some
Sean Taylor.
he is a little bit juggy up top, old Belichick.
He is. He does have large ones, and he is in charge. Now, he was on with Pardon My Take, and he's talking about, remember the Pro Bowl hit that we saw?
Oh, yeah, Sean Taylor on
hit the punter.
Getting just obliterated.
Yeah.
Well, who was the head coach for the AFC team that day? It was Bill. What the hell happened with that?
And then you guys got desperate, and you tried running a fake punt directly into Sean Taylor's face. What was that play call about?
Well, Mormon, who was really fast, right?
Yeah.
Mormon ran like about 4.5. And so he fake punted us at Buffalo, right? And it was like 4th and 8 or whatever, and he ran and he got like 10 yards. And so that pissed me off, and pissed off Seeley, too, the special teams coach. And so we're like, well, this guy's really fast, the Pro Bowl. You know, nobody's really expecting us to fake the punt. So, like, you know, let's go ahead and put it in. You know, you good with it, Mormon? Yeah, sure, he's good with it. We call it, and I've never seen anybody get hit as hard as Sean Taylor hit him. I was just telling Jackie yesterday, his daughter, who goes to school here, we were talking about that play, and that was a total yard sale. His helmet, his ear pads, his chin strap, his mouthpiece, I mean, he's over there by the team doctors.
Yeah.
He's like 10 yards out of bounds, underneath the team doctors and a dentist and over everybody. And I've never seen anybody get hit so hard. That is one of the hardest hits I have ever seen.
Yeah.
That was oh my God.
Not a yard sale, bro. Not a yard sale.
Such a great line.
That is awesome.
I think that's a skiing term.
Oh, a yard sale?
We would yell it at people that had crashed beneath us because, you know, the hat and the goggles and the skis.
Lose
the
everything.
poles, you know, they're everywhere. Yard sale.
Oh, man.
I hadn't heard that term in a long time. Salute to Belichick, who, by the way, sounds like he's picked up like a 2-pack-a-day habit. That's extra horse and deep Belichick.
Hey, maybe his girlfriend's got him onto something now.
Yeah, maybe.
College will do that to you, man.
You know, just smoking a lot of dope.
Some blue chews, something like that. Maybe
some blue chews.
he's living the college life, keeping young. We got 3 down, 90 minutes to go. What are we doing next, Chief?
Football's finest, football quotables, and a tale of 2 weekends for these two teammates next year in the nation. But first, Tolos, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. And that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results, whether you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or some just general thinning of your hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. Absolutely unprecedented stuff. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. You are going to love them. It all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR, and just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Knicks are in the NBA Finals. The Knicks swept away the Cleveland Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals. Yesterday, it was reported Kenny Atkinson will return for next season. The number one rumor is linking them to LeBron James and getting him back to Cleveland. I'm not sold that team with Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and LeBron James makes the Cavs any better than the group that just lost to the Knicks. I'm Chris Black.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Hot Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When shopping for a new auto insurance policy, AAA could help you customize your coverage to fit your unique needs and budget. Trust AAA Auto Insurance to help you find the balance that works for you. See how a simple switch could make a big difference. AAA, we're always with you. Visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. A tiny roof leak can lead to thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even structural issues. Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Schedule your free inspection now at kpostcompany.com.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the place to go is Platinum Chevrolet. My family has bought 4 cars from Platinum in the last 6.5 years. It's because of the great people, service, selection, and those low prices. You get them all at Platinum Chevrolet.
Get in now and pound your fist on the table for GM Justin Rudd. You got clear upfront pricing. Whatever you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're already just an hour and a half away now from Rangers pregame. They'll look for 2 in a row tonight against the Astros, and you have Jacob deGrom on the hill. So that could be exciting one way or another, depending on how his fastball is working. Giving up 9 of his 12 home runs on that heater this season. Wolchuk has your proper round tripper coming up in 1 hour as we walk you into the pregame, but here's the Chief with some football's finest.
Yes, sir. Let's do it right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Shout out to the 817 texting in. Just met LT Overton at Jersey Mike's. Super cool dude. Seems like he'd be a great interview.
Get that Chipotle cheesesteak?
No, he got the cheesesteak. I don't know if he got the Chipotle mayo on there.
He did. I followed up and asked.
Oh, did you?
I can't trust anybody that doesn't order it with CP.
Okay, dude. I don't know if I've gotten the Chipotle mayo.
Haven't tried the Chipotle mayo
on the Philly cheese.
Oh, it's the way to go. Gives a nice little kick.
That's a guy who's bulking up, man. That's a guy who's ready to stop the run. You know, if you're eating Philly cheesesteaks from Jersey Mike's,
Four-eye guy.
He's ready. So that's exciting. The personality's there. We'll catch up with him in Oxnard. Looking forward to it. Now, of course, this weekend there was a lot going on. Okay, you have a tale of two different weekends for two teammates at the same position. As you have Jackson Dart swimming in the waters of controversy, you have Jameis Winston hanging out. Okay, this is all happening basically in real time. As Jackson Dart is welcoming in Donald Trump at the rally, you have Jameis Winston doing blind cookout meal rankings on his TikTok and social medias. Let's get a little taste of Jameis.
Potato salad, ooh, I'm gonna go 8. I like me some good potato salad, but it depends on who cooking it. You know what I'm saying? Ribs, that's the same thing. That's what I'm saying. Okay, if uncle, my cousins, I'm gonna give it a 4. I'm gonna give it a 4. Mac and cheese, please. I'm gonna give it 6. I'm gonna give it a 6. I'm not a big mac and cheesy. Fried chicken, whoo, yes. I want some of that Holy Spirit fried chicken, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. When they did some baked beans, I like some good baked beans, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do that before potato salad, even though I like some good potato salad. So cheeseburger. Can I have your order? Let me see. That's a good looking cheeseburger, honestly. Like they do that. I'm gonna put in a 9 right there. It ain't the worst. Collard greens at a cookout is world class. Like, thank you, Auntie, for doing that. I'm just gonna go ahead and put that at 2. See what we doing. You can't have no collard greens without no cornbread. All right, I wish I could have re-ranked this cornbread somewhere else, but you know what? I'm just gonna put cornbread at 1. Make it happy. Some hot dogs. To all the glizzy gobblers out there. Hot dogs it is. Let me just go ahead and do 10.
How about that? Okay, so maybe this is controversial with the way that he laid it out, like having cheeseburgers at 9 on your cookout meal rankings. Now, these are blind rankings, so you don't know what's coming next, so it's not like you have the whole list in front of you and you can place them all.
He's got to adjust on the fly.
You're adjusting on the fly for sure. So these probably aren't the exact rankings he would have, but 9 for a cheeseburger, that could be controversial.
I mean, he might not be a burger guy. Maybe he's taking the burger for granted, but I think it might be number 1. You can mess up burgers in a lot of ways.
Yeah, but he had hamburgers and hot dogs 9 and 10, right?
Yeah, now he did. And
he's a sides guy.
And he had collard greens and cornbread as 1, 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because you can't have the cornbread or the collard greens without the cornbread.
Yeah, they're kind of a pairing there. He had the fried chicken at 3, so he's getting some protein that way. And then he did, the final one was the Polish sausages, and he put that at 5. So, but he's going sausage and chicken over the burger and the glizzies there.
Yeah.
But I love the juxtaposition of, as Dart is getting into the biggest sports controversy of the week, you have Jameis Winston out here just living the good life, man. Appreciate being the backup quarterback. Not really much worried about, okay? It's just we're all signs ahead to the Jameis Winston show featuring Jameis Winston alongside Jameis Winston, and I think we're all looking forward to that.
We are, yeah. I can't wait to see what he does post-playing career, but it seems like he's already a content machine.
He is. He's a monster.
I would also like to say, I don't think I'm mad at putting chicken above burgers, because when you get that perfect thigh or breast and you put the sauce on it, then you throw it back on and just a little bit of it gets burnt. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
That's the best bite off the grill at a cookout to me.
I'd take a fried chicken over a cheeseburger. Depends on the mood.
Yeah. I mean, all that stuff is going to play.
The ribs are kind of low for me, but hey, that's okay. I get it.
Yeah, I know the ribs being as low as they were.
Did he go 4 on ribs?
Yeah, I think he finished somewhere around the top 5 there for the ribs.
Obviously, a guy that hasn't spent much time in Texas, or a proper barbecue place.
Yeah, that's fair. If he
there's kind of a northerner
Florida to Tampa
cookout menu.
Florida Panhandle
Cleveland.
guy.
Yeah, but I think we're all hoping that there could be some level of, locker room destruction in New York, right as everybody's buying in on John Harbaugh and the Giants maybe ascending, all of a sudden you have some infighting there. I think that could pay off in a nice little way. So they're starting the offseason off and getting into OTAs, and
let's have political debate.
I would love to.
Tuesday nights here.
It's just,
prayers Monday night. Politics is Tuesday here with the Giants. We're going to get to the bottom of these. Save the world.
I mean, we question the Dart decision making, right? with like not being able to stay healthy. He's a wild animal at the way he plays the quarterback position, and then he's going to go out there and just set the locker room basically on fire. And apparently to the Giants, like they had no idea that he was doing this until minutes before they saw him walk up to the podium. So there wasn't really any back and forth with it, but that has been quite the stir up.
It has,
and I guess the only thing that could have made it better is if it was the Eagles. We'd prefer this being an Eagles controversy.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't seem like the locker room was in shambles yesterday, unfortunately, with the good bit between Dart and Malinois, and Abdul Carter said they're all good, but hey, I'm all for any division rival just being eaten from the inside.
I just love that we can question Dart's decision making even in the offseason.
Even when he's not under pressure, he's still.
It's incredible, dude.
Do the players actually care? Is that what we're hearing? I just figured like guys in their 20s that
Abdul
are on
Carter
a football
did.
team.
I mean, he immediately went to Twitter to air his grievances.
He just asked what we're doing. You know, I think it's maybe it's much ado about nothing. I would assume a bunch of guys in their 20s who play football don't really all care that much about politics, or enough of them don't care. There's an occasional Byron Jones who interned
was
in
a state senator.
you know.
Yeah.
But I think most
could
of
be
them
one himself one day.
Most of them are like, man, we better not let this politics mess up our football season. Let's just stop talking about it.
Yeah, that's probably the best bet there. And most of those guys probably had a good assumption that the blue-eyed, blonde-haired kid from Utah who went to Ole Miss was probably not hanging out at the Kamala rallies, right? I mean, that's probably just goes without saying.
But I've never seen a time in my life, and Brian, maybe you could go back a few more years than I can, but that both sides of the aisle are convinced that the other side is evil and bad for America.
Yeah.
Yes.
We've never been to this point, and it's just continuing to devolve.
Yeah, that's definitely the climate that we are in.
All you have to do is listen to those hearings that they have. You'd see that.
Well, speaking of the NFC East division, we have now players are at the podium. We got the OTA stuff going down. This is some of the most cussing you'll hear from a player at a podium, I would imagine. Have you guys seen Javon Kinlaw?
Oh, I have seen the comments.
Yeah.
Yes, I did not hear it. I just read them.
He's
a lot of bleeps.
He's basically using the S word as like a comma transition to the next thing he wants to say in his sentence.
Like a or a
Yes. He's dropping the S-bomb. So here's Javon Kinlaw.
What do you think about the new pieces they added defensively, on the D-line, Oweh, several guys?
We got some now. Excuse my language, but Oweh, he can go. Charles Omenihu can go. Caleb Vaughn can go. Tim Settle, he can go. Who else am I missing? Then we got D. Wise back. You already know he can go. We got D.A. coming back. He can go. Jerzon can go. D. Payne can go. It's going to be exciting, bro. It's going to be super exciting to play with these guys, for sure. A lot of talent, bro. I'm just excited, bro. I'm super excited.
A lot of talent.
That's my guy John Smelk asked the question for the Giants.com.
Man, if this is 2018, we would be incredible.
John, yeah, I'm sure he was happy about that one.
That was great, dude.
He was asking the Commanders question.
What's that?
Javon Kinlaw with the Commanders.
Is that with the Commanders?
Yeah, he's on the Commanders.
Oh, it sounded like John Smelk. I thought you were saying it was the Giants.
No.
We were talking about the Giants.
We were talking about the Giants.
We kept it within the division.
Oh, I was sitting there. Okay, my bad. My apologies. I was thinking, God damn, the Giants? What do we... Okay, my bad.
You think he's fired up?
Yeah.
I think he's pretty fired up.
Yeah. I was wondering why you guys paused. God, I hate when I do that.
No, it's okay.
I was sitting there thinking about the Giants.
Welcome to my world,
You've been on
Brian.
fire, bro.
No. I was thinking about the Giants. I'm like, are we still talking about the Giants here? But
I'm sorry.
Got 7 News. Couldn't bleep enough there with Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah.
Well, the old former GM, Scott McCloughan.
Okay, I can talk about Scott.
Okay, so he was with Washington, right?
Right.
And Seattle, a couple other teams.
Green Bay.
So
was he with you in Green Bay?
Yeah, I picked him up. He was a baseball player in the Toronto Blue Jays organization and flamed out and became a scout. Wow.
He lived in the film room, they would say, and by that we mean he passed out in the film room the night before, drinking beer.
Well, some people do their best work then.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jeremy Bernard.
Shout out to him. Now, he has a take here. Grade the take, draft bros. He says Jadarian Price, the RB2 for Notre Dame, who's now with the Seahawks, is going to be a better player than Jeremiah Love, who was RB1 with Notre Dame and now with the Cardinals. So I don't know. I wonder how much of this is just because of the situation that they're in.
Yeah, it's immediately what I thought.
He's thinking, okay, because Price is with the Seahawks, he's just going to be set up for success in a way that Jeremiah Love, at least in year one, and probably for the first portion of his career, is not going to be set up. Like, is Jeremiah Love walking into an Ashton Genty type rookie season where everybody's just feeling bad for him because of the circumstances, and he's getting hit at the line of scrimmage every play?
Do you kind of feel like Saquon Barkley situation was like that for the Giants when he started out?
Yeah.
It wasn't to the Genty level. The Genty level was
not
so...
not to that.
That
offensive line was just horrendous.
Yeah. I mean, he had some of that.
In a bad situation.
So that's quite a take right there, though. Jadarian Price going to be a better player than Jeremiah Love?
I mean, I think he's going to be a better NFL player than he was a college player. He had to sit behind Jeremiah Love.
Can you imagine how sick you'd be as a Cardinal? Like, in your own division, you're taking a running back at whatever it was, 3 overall, and then in your same division, they're going to take the backup running back to yours in college, and they're going to draft him at 32, and he's going to go on and be better than the guy you took at 3.
Well, here's the
in
big
your
difference.
own division. Like, what an absolute just cosmic disaster that would be.
But here's why I don't see this happening, because Jadarian Price can't catch the football or pass block. He's just a good runner.
Yeah, he's a really good
Jeremiah Love can do everything. So he's going to have to prove that he can catch the football and be able to pass protect to be able to make this happen.
But when I watched him the first time, that's why I was so against Jeremiah Love, and I thought these guys were crazy for talking about picking him in the top 5 or top 10 or whatever it was, because I thought Price was better. But I wasn't watching the catches and the pass pro. I was just watching his wiggle behind the line of scrimmage, making guys miss to get, to even get the play started.
But I like
Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love, once you cross the line of scrimmage, he's more dangerous. But I just don't think he has the vision or the wiggle that Price does. So I agree with that from like a yards per attempt perspective.
So do you think Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy is fired up to have Kyler Murray there now in the same quarterback room as him? His quote is, "It's just like two guys in a classroom. He sits on one side, I sit on the other side. It's the coach's responsibility to teach us and coach us." That's the quote about the relationship so far with Kyler Murray. I don't think he's fired up about the idea that Kyler Murray's coming in there and taking his job. He hasn't been good.
No.
He hasn't been healthy.
No.
He has to understand that. He probably thought he was going to be the man in Minnesota for a decade.
I don't get it. With these players, you should have an overwhelming feeling of guilt, not entitlement.
Yeah.
They used a first-round pick on you. They believed in you. They're heartbroken that they got to bring in Kyler Murray. Their job. Did the GM get fired? Because J.J. McCarthy, was that part of it?
Well,
yes.
They said he really didn't want to work.
Okay.
That was the GM had a lot of
he took paternity leave.
Yeah, exactly.
Too good of a dad to work here. That can happen.
So I don't get it. I mean, you're getting $5-10 million a year to be terrible, and you're like, what about me, man? I thought this was my job.
Did you see me play against the Cowboys last year?
Yeah.
He crushed.
You know what I got?
I think he had 2 good games. I saw them both.
Oh, man.
Now, here's the sound of the awkward question that was asked to Drake May, Patriots quarterback, earlier today. Listen to the reporter here.
Rude question. Are you thicker with 2 C's? Is that the way you're supposed to say it? Is that kind of like the hip thing? Are you thicker with 2 C's? Is that how we're supposed to be? Or
I think that's pause, if that's anything. I think that's not the way to put it, but
he had no idea how to answer the question. Everybody's thinking Drake May has put on some muscle and has gotten a little bit thicker in the offseason to withstand what could be another long season, as he just took his team to the postseason and all the way to the Super Bowl. So you could hear the reporter leaking confidence from the jump. He was out of his depth here.
Was he doing a bit, you think? Sounds like maybe the other reporters put him up to it.
I do like the idea of reporters coming together and throwing a little cash in the bucket and see who asks the crazy question.
Yeah. Another reason to believe Cowboys. I did this yesterday at 3:20. I brought it back today at 4:20. I'm gonna reset it here at 5:20. The Lions game, 42 points. The Vikings game, you just brought it up, reminded me of that. What was that, 36 points? Why did those happen? Because Eberflus was scared. Eberflus was so scared of the big plays that he let J.J. McCarthy go ham sandwich on you. He's put up 36 points. That's where I'm going to piece together this. How are we going to trim 8 points from 31 to 23 is the goal to become an average Cowboys defense? And, just if you go back and look at those games, if you just keep blitzing, you give yourself a chance to beat the Lions and keep the hope alive that Bobby Belt introduced us to, that they were going to go on this great winning streak. And then you repeat the same offense later. Those are the two most obvious coaching disasters that Eberflus subjected us to. And it was right around that time Shoddy said, "What the bleep are we doing?"
Yeah,
you just take that away.
Front stuff.
You should keep these Vikings to 18 points. They scored 36 on you. So I found another point per game from that one. And then, I don't know, the Lions probably should have put 30 on you. They put 42 on you because of coaching malfeasance, if you will, Chief.
All season long.
All righty, we're coming back to get you set here for the G-Bag of the Day in LA Live. Base is coming up at the top of the hour, 6 o'clock, with the Rangers in action against Houston, the third of 4, and we're back with more here on The Fan.
All right, let's chat Trajan Wealth. And if your current wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park for you, step on up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning together on the same team. Call Trajan Wealth today to set up that absolutely free consultation. That's right, I said free. Number to call, 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. They've got several offices across the Metroplex, and no matter where you are, they've got somewhere near your home. I go to Frisco. They're also in Arlington. They're in Fort Worth. They're in McKinney. And Eric, you like that South Lake spot?
I sure do. I'd encourage all the Tolos to go ahead and check them out at trajanwealth.com. Schedule that free, no-obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. You can reach them at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey DFW, it's Skylar from Boomer Jacks, and we've got some unbelievable deals. We got $2 domestic drafts. That's right, only $2. Best deal ever. No matter when you're out this month, Boomer Jacks has got you covered. We're open until 2 a.m. daily, serving our full menu, so find your location at boomerjacks.com.
If your home was hit by recent storms, you could have roof damage and not even know it. A tiny roof leak can lead to thousands in water damage, toxic mold, and even structural issues. Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. For over 20 years, DFW has trusted us to protect their homes and businesses. Don't wait, don't guess. Schedule your free inspection now at kpostcompany.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Have having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580.
Most home sellers get one offer, and it's never enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard offers, you don't get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all competing for your home. Here's how it works. An Orchard agent submits your home to their exclusive network of local cash buyers. They compete to buy your home. You choose the winner. No repairs, no showings, no settling. Get started with a free home valuation at orchard.com. That's orchard.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time to hit the expressway. We go commercial-free to the top from here. LA Live's coming up here in 15 minutes. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at the bottom of the hour. Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts says his relationship with A.J. Brown is, quote, really good, despite all the trade talk. While he was being asked about it, he did take a big drink of water, and he immediately answered, I picked the right question to sip my water on, huh? I'm sure you're going to see that on SportsCenter tonight. You've probably already seen it on social media. He says, though, for us, we're only focused on learning the offense. It really doesn't change in terms of our approach to improve. There's an if. Obviously, it's been a lingering thing, but nothing can replace all of the greatness that we have achieved together. You know, I'd be shocked if A.J. Brown is still on the Eagles, and I wonder how much that offense could continue to slide back from about middle of the pack in 2025. Is it going to get even worse in 2026? And if it is, I think the door opens big time. You know, there's a lot of teams out there that have really good defenses, and the Eagles should be top 5. But if their offense is, you know, too close to average, you think of Houston or Denver, maybe even Jacksonville that was just inside the top 10. Like, you got to have the offense more and more. And I think losing A.J. Brown is probably a result of this drama is going to be critical for them. I don't think they can recover from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult. I mean, it's hard to quantify just like how much of a locker room nightmare that whole relationship was, and could that, just removing that out of there, could that help things a little bit? But Devontae Smith is going to have to be a true wide receiver 1 here, and Mekhi Lemon's going to have to step up. And then I saw some numbers, like he's a guy that really feasted over the middle of the field, and Jalen Hurts has not been the type of quarterback that really wants to throw over the middle of the field. He's an outside the numbers kind of quarterback. So just like the skill sets, do they conflict at all? Will Mannion get that out of Hurts as a guy who can maybe draw back and throw over to the middle of the field a little bit more? But I mean, it's hard to say you're getting better when you're losing a talent like A.J. Brown.
Yeah, but they drafted those guys, right? I mean,
Lemon and Stowers.
Lemon and Stowers are both like middle of the field players. I mean, those are the merchants. They live in the middle, and you know, if he can't have success with those types of players, man, that's a very telling sign.
You think Lemon's going to be really good immediately?
I think he's got a really good shot. Yeah, this guy is. I think he's the perfect height. I think he's got the perfect temperament. I think he understands route running really well. I think he catches the ball on the move really well. Gets north-south in a hurry. Yeah, that was a really good pick. I could see why that they coveted him, in that draft. I know, Zach, I don't speak for you there. That was your number one wide receiver.
My number one wide receiver, he was, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible because of his skill set. You add Stowers in there, upgrading the tight end position, that maybe if things go perfectly for Philadelphia, their offense could be a little bit better. Obviously, Saquon's still really good, but he's approaching 30 now.
Yeah, but Hurts has got to be better in the middle of the field. That's where Chief
and against zone, right?
Against zone,
I mean, the Cowboys kill him just playing zone.
Absolutely. So, yeah, that's kind of where those two players, they're the ones they do a lot of their best work in the middle of the defense.
Is Tiger's career over is a question. As the news today, he's not going to be participating in any of golf's majors for the second season in a row. The 50-year-old did not submit an entry into the Open at Royal Birkdale by the deadline. He already missed the Masters and the PGA, and he does not have an automatic exemption into the U.S. Open at Shinnecock Hills. Prior to the crash and arrest in March, he had spent several months recovering from the ruptured Achilles tendon and lumbar disc replacement surgery. Oh, my goodness. So I assume that at some point in the next 20 years, he'll get everything together and, go play a ceremonial tournament or round. But I don't know as far as competitiveness. We've seen guys like Freddie Couples and Tom Watson, and I'm hoping that's in there for Tiger Woods, but it's getting harder and harder to believe.
I think the injuries are just too much.
Yeah.
I think the things that allow him to be able to navigate a golf course, if he gets on the Champions Tour, he could use a cart. But does he want to go play Champions Tours golf? He could go play majors. He could go play the Senior PGA. He could go play the Senior U.S. Open. He could still win majors, but I didn't know what kind of schedule that he would play. Probably Ryder Cup captaincy is in the future for him as well. But, yeah, injuries have clearly robbed him of any opportunity that he has, I think.
But we're still waiting for an update on his personal life, and if he's going to be able to conquer said demons, and to what extent those demons were in a prescription bottle, I guess, is going to come out when his trial happens. There's going to be a pretty deep dive into his personal life. Maybe we'll find out more. Mariners crush the A's in day baseball. Seattle moves into first place at 28-29. Athletics 27-29. I believe the Rangers 25-29. Is that right there? So they're about a game and a half back of first place Seattle now, which has pretty much just maintained its level a couple of games under 500. And that's the most interesting thing about this Rangers season right now is, is this division going to stay at 500? And if so, how does management and ownership react? It'll be DeGrom against Burrows tonight. And it's a big one for Jake. You can't give up a bunch of dongs again. That would be tough. Is his ERA now threatening to go over 4? It's time for us to go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Yep. G back in the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. My name is LA. How you doing? How you doing on a hump day, huh? All right, this piece of audio is going for 2 right here. Let's go to Arizona State versus University of Texas in softball. We have a hot mic moment. Check this out.
Wonderful relationship, those two. And she said when you come to Austin, they tell you you're going to be excellent. You're going to compete for national championships as an assistant.
Unbelievable.
Yep, that's how you do it.
He could have cleared his throat or something before he did that.
That was RFK.
She said when you come to Austin, they tell you you're going to be excellent. You're going to compete.
That'd be the best unveil if we find out that was RFK at the end of all this.
Yeah.
Circumcision causes autism.
Yeah. I seen that.
Is that right?
I seen that. Yeah. You see him catch those snakes?
Yes, I've been seeing that.
No big deal.
Boy. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised. Didn't he put a bear out there at Central Park and had a whale on top of his car or something?
He's eating roadkill and stuff.
Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised. I'm just surprised he had shoes on when he was doing it. All right, let's see right here. Let's go to the Brand Risk event that happened this past weekend. The influencer fights. Ruba Wilson was on the red carpet interviewing people. She ran up on Jared Verse. Asked him, who do you think you could take in the ring?
Beating the hell out of Puka. I don't know where he went. I'm beating the hell out of Puka.
You think you could take him?
I'm beating Puka. I'm beating BY. I'm beating everybody on the Rams. I ain't gonna lie.
We love a confident daddy.
Beating everybody on the...
What happened? What are you talking about? What's going on?
What the just happened, bro?
Yeah, what just happened?
What just happened?
Got very strange.
Yeah, old Ruba's LGBTQI. All of that, yeah. Yeah.
Fell for the
I'm beating everybody on the Rams. I ain't gonna lie.
We love a confident daddy.
What's the name here? Aruba Wilson?
Ruba Wilson.
Okay, Ruba.
Still repping a mustache and everything?
Yeah.
We love a confident daddy. Wow, that's tough. Nice little goatee working.
Let's see what else we got right here for you boys. Cubs baseball channel. Cubs baseball channel was talking to their Hall of Fame catcher, Jody Davis. Remember that cat?
I do, number 7.
Hell yeah, bro. He tells a story about a mound visit.
What's the craziest thing that ever happened in a mound conversation when you would come out from behind the plate and you'd go to the mound?
Oh, God. It's got to be a Rick Sutcliffe story. We're in Cincinnati, and when a Red hits a home run, they shoot fireworks while he's running around the bases. Boom, 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 boom. Well, Sutcliffe shakes me off one day and gives up a freaking solo, and the runner's running the bases, the fireworks are booming. So the next guy comes up, and we get in the middle of the count. Suck gives up another one, back to back. Fireworks are going off, boom, 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 boom. So I go out to the mound, and he's screaming at me before I even get to the dirt. Get back behind the plate. I know I made a mistake. Yada, yada. Why are you coming out here? Go back. We get in the middle of the count, and he gives up another one, back to back to back solos. So now Billy Connors, the pitching coach, is coming out, and the same thing. Sutch starts screaming at him when he's coming across the third baseline, and he's yelling at him and Big Sutcliffe. And why are you coming out here, Billy? Damn it, I know I made a mistake. Why are you coming out here? Why are you coming out here, Billy? And Billy Connors looked at him and said, I'm just giving that fireworks guy time to reload.
Yeah.
And he's
That's great.
That's strong.
He needs it.
I like that.
What a naked and afraid feeling that would be. Back to back home runs you give up. Just miserable.
Look at this Rick Sutcliffe, though, this picture from the 80s.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
He's got feathered hair with a mullet.
Yeah.
You know he drove out of that ballpark in a Trans Am that night.
That's incredible.
Probably smoking a heater.
He'll throw a right hook at your face.
He and Rick
no
Russo
time.
were the only guys you could ever bet on that would win games for you. The Cubs were awful a lot of the time. Rick was a great pitcher.
I think everybody knew those teams because of WGN.
Oh, absolutely, you did.
Yeah.
That, and you knew the Braves.
Yep.
So I knew so much about the Braves. TBS.
And Bozo. That's why I seen Bozo the Clown.
Bozo the Clown.
Bucket number 1.
Yeah.
Bucket number 2.
Cram it, Clown.
Staying in Chicago, we have a Chi-Town street performer that caught a crash on live stream while he was, doing his performance. Impeccable timing.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound.
This guy here the green light.
What happened?
Was it a crash?
You didn't hear it?
Yeah. What crashed in there?
There was 2 cars crashed right there. He's a street performer that crashed right there in the street. I think somebody ran into the back of a bus.
Damn.
Sheesh.
Distracted.
Everybody okay?
I believe so. Well, you heard him get to talking. I had the green light.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound.
There you go.
Be right back.
Yeah, that's a total.
Cars hitting the street. You can hear there at the end.
That's undrivable.
Pretty epic video, too.
That sounds like at least an ambulance and a fire engine to me.
Oof. They got out, was doing all the pointing and looking. Let's see what else we got right here. Got a golf course crash out. I have a lot of these golf course videos that I'm seeing lately. There's a lot of fights on the golf course, bro.
It is.
What's
bad.
going on out there?
It's the drinking.
It's the beer.
Yeah.
The liquor. that cart girl comes around showing a little leg, and you've commented before how that changes a man's energy.
Yeah, they get weird.
They're getting weird. And now what happens is you got a big bopper behind you, right? And you're getting ready to hit your second shot. His ball, you hear it thump and go rolling past you. And you turn around then and you shrug like, bro, can you not see me standing here? And then he goes shoo. Like, he starts shooing you, like, hurry the F up. I've been waiting on you all day. I hit 325. Let me play through, right? And then if you don't back down from there, it's about to get crazy.
It is.
Sounds like it was this is real vivid. Did that happen to you?
I've been on both sides of it.
Okay, that sounds real vivid, bro.
It never escalated to a fight.
Okay.
Luckily for the other guy. But you get close. You spend enough summers out there. And, you understand how people get drunk and stupid.
Well, we have a buddy out here with his friend, and sounds like this is his only weekend to go out there and play some golf, and there's an old man on the course about to ruin it for everybody.
How old are you? Hold on. Come on. I have 3 kids I gotta get to. This is my only day to play golf. I wanna play. Sorry. Listen, old go play golf, dude. What are you doing? Why are you picking a fight with everyone? What do you mean? Cool. You're so cool, bro. Cool haircut, Ted. Stop. Go play golf, dude.
Yeah, you get so hammered out there. It's a 4 or 5 hour round. Yeah. You got an afternoon round. Maybe you have a pop before the round, and then a beer every 20 minutes or so. These guys are out there getting hammered, bro. It's like outside the club, but in nature. For some of these foursomes.
My man was emotional. He's been waiting all week for this. I love this part.
Come on. I have 3 kids I gotta get to. This is my only day to play golf.
I got 3 kids, bro. I'm not out here to fight you. I'm trying to play some golf and get drunk.
Yeah. I think the younger guy hit into the older guy. The older guy is like, trying to bow up on him, teach him some damn etiquette. All right, what do you say, Lucius? Time to vote?
Yeah.
We got ASU versus Texas, a Ligma situation, if you will. We got Ruba Wilson with Jared Verse. I think I'd take Jared Verse against any of the Rams. There might be an offensive lineman who can overpower him or something like that.
Is biting allowed?
I think so.
Puka's going to win that.
No holds barred. Maybe you got to bring Aaron Donald back to. Other than that, though,
that's Bowser.
Jody Davis with the Rick Sutcliffe mound visit story. Street performer with impeccable timing, or the golf course crash out. I'm going to go with Jody Davis with the Rick Sutcliffe story myself. There, Chief. How about you?
Give me the champ.
All righty, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, let's go with that story.
All righty, we got 2 for Jody.
Yeah, I'm taking Jody too.
Brian?
Yeah, Jody's fine.
By a score of 4-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the Cubs catcher, Jody Davis from back in the day. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup because Lucius has some LA Live.
Jody got your girl and gone. Hey, it is a butt-naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. We'll get into it. Pause right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you square. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
My stepfather was cool as hell. He did the coolest shit in the world. He had like this when Super Nintendo came out. He would come over and bring his Super Nintendo. It's the coolest shit in the world. We didn't have a Super Nintendo. All the new games, all the accessories and shit, he bring that shit up. Man, y'all play the game. Mario World. Play the game. Enjoy yourselves. We look forward to him coming over. And I thought about this recently. I was like, oh, shit. He was letting us play the game.
Yeah.
Oh, that. We would play that game. You know how kids get focused. This is brand new fucking technology. Like, we ain't never seen this shit. We locked the fuck in. I can't remember him ever finishing the game with us.
Yeah. Go check on your mama.
He just slowly backing out of the living room like, y'all got it.
It's butt naked Wednesday.
Yeah, you got to think, baby. I like that. Step Pops was thinking, dog. Step Pops was thinking. That man was on a mission. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
He had to set it up, too. Back in the day, he had to put it on Channel 3. He had to get behind the TV and do all types of stuff.
Man, My old ass has a 4-year-old at the house. I'm well aware of this game, you know. For us, it's the bath time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Take you about a 3-4 minute bath.
Bath.
Plenty of time over here to work.
Bath. That's hilarious. Hey, this is LA Live for Wednesday, May 27th, 2026. It is a butt naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to Dallas's very own Miss Erykah Badu. Miss Erykah Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. She's known all around the world, but she's Dallas's own. And peace to the gods and earths out there, all 5% of y'all. Oh, and I want to get this in, too. I want to get this in while I'm doing a shout out. Shout out to the Brewers pitcher, Abner.
Yes.
Uribe. Abner, he did the Generation X.
He did.
Suck it out there.
Yep.
Oh, shout out to you, my guy.
Full Kenny Powers.
Toward his crotch and yelled, "Suck it," at a female classmate. So when you say "suck it," what are you telling somebody?
It's just a gesture. I mean, it's not like I'm not saying, "Get your head down there and suck it."
Oh. He's not the only one out there. His friends, people you see, you hear them in the stores, everywhere you go. So it's not just him singling out doing it.
So we got a generation of kids yelling "suck it."
Yeah. Yep, you sure do.
Yeah.
You sure do.
They're still doing it out there.
Still doing it out there, bro.
Those darn kids.
Shout out to that man. Every Wednesday, I like to ask the Tolos a question because you know way more about us than we know about you, and I'm just trying to get to know you, dog. Who are you? Who are you? How about that? Today's question is inspired by a crash out that almost happened at Wingstop in Las Colinas about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, is this you?
It was my gal.
Oh, no.
It wasn't me. And this is the Wingstop I frequent the most. So I had to exit her that thing when I seen her transition into, I could see her hands. I could see how her stance. I was like, oh boy, it's about to get
Guys, I'm
crazy
sorry.
up in this joint. Yeah.
I don't know this woman, by the way.
Yeah.
Thanks for putting the sports on for me.
I said, let me go check on the dogs in the car real quick.
Yeah, you got this.
Yeah, Val wanted some hot garlic parm wings, right?
Good order.
Garlic parm plus original hot. Mix them together.
Oh, it's a great move.
Yeah.
Put them in the bag.
Sounds terrific.
That's all you got to do. Manager told us she can't have those anymore.
Oh.
Anymore?
It's been discontinued. We can't do that. She was like, well, you can't put those two flavors that I see back there just together and mix it up for me? She's like, no, because if we did that, we have to do that to everybody. Huh. And I could just hear Val say, why?
Oh, no.
And that's what I was like, yeah, it's time for me to go ahead and bounce on out of here, bro. Let me get on out of here.
Not even hungry anyways.
No, she canceled her order. She said, he can have his, but I don't want anything else in here. So she walked on out. And I had to go back in there later, and I asked the manager, because remember, I walked out, bro.
Yeah.
I was like, did she turn up on you? She's like, no, I understand she's being mad, but we're just not going to let that happen no more. Val was upset, though, bro. She held herself together because she's a quick fuse. Yeah. She can lose it for a long time. It's hard to get it back.
Yeah.
Hard to get it back. But this time she held it together a little bit. And went to the car and sat down.
Did you avoid
bro.
being collateral damage?
Everybody avoid being
You supported her through this?
I was quiet.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I was just quiet.
Hey, okay, I'm taking notes.
And I was in disbelief the whole time. I can't believe they don't have that for you, babe. Yes. I can't believe it.
100%.
I can't even believe it. I can't believe it. So with that being said, man, what's discontinued item are you still mad that they got rid of? Oh, give me a discontinued item that you are still mad that they got rid of. I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook and all those other sites.
The Sonic Cinna snacks for me, dude. These were the best cinnamon snacks.
Yeah.
Like right up there with Cinnabon.
Those were damn good.
The pastry, it was flaky, it was doughy.
You'd call.
Oh, my goodness. Just looking at them here on the internet.
The original Chick-fil-A brownies with the nuts, those were fantastic. They got rid of those because of the nut allergy that was going around. And then a weird one for me is the grilled chicken go wraps from Wendy's. I don't know why, but I loved them. It was really the honey mustard set it off.
I mean, I think McDonald's used to have these chicken poppers. I think they were the McBites. I want to say they were, and they were in like a Chinese takeout little cup. you know?
Okay.
And they were far and away the best. Like, there was like real chicken. At least it felt like more real chicken than the McNuggets, you know? And like it was dominant. And I worked at Smoothie King right across the street from McDonald's, and I was just punishing those. And then I don't know, they just up and left. But in like 2011, 2012, they were my go-to. They had the spicy versions of them.
Yeah, they were kind of like popcorn chicken.
Yes, it was like popcorn chicken. I don't know why they discontinued them.
They also had a run of Mighty Wings. Like the McDonald's wings weren't horrible.
Mighty Wings.
They weren't horrible.
I
I enjoyed them when we were at 75 and Fitzhugh. I was on a run getting them. They came in like little 3-packs, I think. But if you want to go back to 92 with me, Brian, Lucius maybe, the deep fried apple and cherry pies in McDonald's.
Yeah, that's
They were like 99 cents or maybe 49 cents. They came in this little sleeve.
They came in this sleeve.
They don't do that anymore?
No, they still have
Wendy's, not Wendy's, Whataburger.
Whataburger does the lemon ones.
Yeah, they'll do an apple one on you.
Well, the apple ones at McDonald's still, they've still got it. Maybe the recipe's different, though.
The cherry, you're right about the cherry ones. That was
the cherry ones I don't think they have. They've got the apple.
You're right about that, Dawson. I'll tell you what.
Unless they got rid of it, and I don't know.
I'll tell you the one that Lucius and Dawson, I'll go way back on this one. They used to put toys in boxes of cereal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think they're bringing that back.
Like real toys.
I think somebody's bringing that back.
Like real, like a balsa wood airplane.
Oh, yeah.
Like
I've
that,
gotten those.
I mean, I like you used to be able to, like, the first thing you're like, I remember buying cereal sometime, and my mom accused me of this. She's like, you're just buying it for the toy.
And she was right, wasn't she?
She was absolutely right.
correct, yeah.
But I was like, no, Mom, no.
You're buying it for the toy.
No. First thing I would do is open that box of cereal up and dump it all out and get the
okay.
Because it was like a balsa wood airplane or something like that.
I'd go full Hagee and just put my hand down there. Oh, that was disgusting.
Just to grab the toy, yeah.
But I wanted the spider that you could throw up against the wall. The
creepy
octopus.
crawler.
Yeah. It would creep down the wall.
They don't have toys and cereal anymore, do they? I
think they're bringing it back, man. I've seen somebody doing that. Yeah.
All right. If they are, good for them.
Bring the
But
toys
that
back.
used to be a thing. That used to be a big thing with the cereals.
People are saying the McDonald's pies are baked now. They're not fried.
Oh, see,
So
boom.
they're baked.
Apple pie.
Yeah,
See, other places not as
Dawson's
good.
Dawson's right about the fried pie, though.
I mean, and
That
you
sounds
get them
better.
that were so hot they would burn the roof of your mouth if the goo came out.
Well, how about this one? I asked the Tolos, how about this? Mrs. Barrett's cinnamon rolls.
Seen a lot of that already on the
Yeah, the
text.
cinnamon, a lot of it.
If I ever had.
We got another Tolo says CC's $2.99 buffet.
Oh, dude.
It was
yes.
$2.99.
They don't do that anymore?
I remember it being $4.99. But that was a steal.
That's why we were always there after football games. It was $2.99.
Yeah,
It was the
dude.
place.
It's probably $12 now, I would think.
Crystal Pepsi. They always make the list. Crystal Pepsi. What else we got? Cowboys playoffs. I don't know if that's been discontinued.
Yeah,
It feels like it.
championship games. Yeah.
Rice Krispie Treat cereal.
Oh, they're not doing that anymore?
Still going.
I didn't even know that was out there.
Yeah, it's still going.
You have to add sugar to
Rice
it. though.
Krispie Treat cereal.
Yeah, not just Rice Krispies, right? Krispie Treat cereal.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Tell you what, though, if you